Beyond the Zishao Palace, the sea of clouds surged and rolled. Tongtian Zhaozhu sat upon a slab of blue stone, remaining motionless for 3 days. A thin mist had settled upon his Dao robe while 4 immortal swords stood quietly thrust into the ground beside him. Zhuxian, Luxian, Xinxian, and Juexian. These supreme baleful artifacts that once stirred the 3 realms during the investiture calamity now jabbed into the earth, like scrap iron, their blades dim, not even deigning to emit a single ray of Dao light. 300 years ago, the 10,000 immortals formation was shattered. The grand spectacle of Zhejiao's myriad immortals coming to court vanished in a single night. Disciples were slain, defected, or seized, and taken away to the west. Tongtian Zhaozhu, one of the venerable 3 pure ones, had his neck pressed down by his eldest senior brother and second senior brother, forced to sign that damned pact Zhejiao must never be re-established. No summoning back his disciples. No. The bitterness clogged his chest, neither able to be spat out nor swallowed down, lodged there for 300 years. He did not look towards Zishao Palace. His gaze pierced through layers of drifting clouds fixed upon the distant eastern sea. Janeo Island still stood, Bo Palace still stood, yet within they were empty. Empty for 300 years now. He muttered to himself, his voice hoarse like a rusted blade. Footsteps sounded behind him. Tongtian did not move. There were only a handful of beings who could stroll freely outside Zishao Palace. Shitty. Taishang Laojuan, riding his green ox, came to a leisurely halt, 10 zhong away, a whisk held in his hand, as his indifferent voice drifted over. Tongtian did not respond. Taishang showed no sign of awkwardness. He sighed lightly. So you are sitting here again. What concern is that of yours? It has been 300 years. You must let it go. Tongtian suddenly turned his head, bloodshot filling his eyes. Let it go. Easy words from your mouth. The dead are not disciples of another sect. He slowly chewed over those 2 words, his pent-up fury surging forth. Eldest senior brother, do you know how I have lived these 300 years? Taishang Laojun fell silent. The green ox snorted loudly, then let out an earth-shaking fart, its tail lazily swishing through the mist. Ahem, this poor Taoist was merely passing by, and wished to offer you a few words of comfort, yet your obsession runs so deep. Truly tedious. Leaving these words behind, Taishang rode the green ox away. Tongtian stared at his departing back, the corner of his mouth trembling despite himself. What a fine passing by. This path outside Zishao Palace. Over the past 300 years he had passed by no fewer than 100 times, always with the same line. Was it not that Tongtian could not be trusted? His disciples were gone, and they told him to let go. Tongtian's protectiveness ran to the marrow of his bones. He would sooner die than let go. The cloud sea remained the same vast expanse, and nothing could be seen on the side of the eastern sea. Yet Tongtian knew that on the screen wall of Bo Palace's main hall the names of the myriad immortals were still carved. Some names were crossed through with red lines. Those who had fallen in battle. Some names had been deliberately erased. Those who had betrayed the sect. And a few were encircled. Duobao, Jinling, Gailing. Those taken away to the west. Each time Tongtian thought of these names, his heart felt as though someone were sawing at it with a blunt knife, sawing for 300 years, yet never finished. Shifu. He did not know if it counted as an auditory hallucination. Duobao Dorn's voice always seemed to echo by his ear. That boy was terribly talkative, forever calling Shifu this, and Shifu that, so incessant that more than once Tongtian had wanted to lash him with his whisk. Yet now, he would welcome being annoyed once more. Tongtian closed his eyes, his entire aura sinking. The 4 immortal swords hummed softly, their sword chi folding inward, as though accompanying their master in shared silence. On Mount Kunlun, within Yusu Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan was expounding the Tao to his disciples. At the height of his discourse, he suddenly fell silent, his brows faintly knitting. Master. Nanji Xianwing sensed something amiss and cautiously ventured a question. Yuanshi Tianzuan lifted his head, gazing toward the heavens. In that fleeting instant, the aura of the heavenly Tao had shuddered. It was exceedingly subtle, so swift as to be almost impossible to grasp. Yet he was a saint, and would not mistake it. He pinched his fingers to divine, but the result was a blur. His expression shifted slightly, then returned to serenity. It is nothing, he waved his hand to the disciples. Continue. Nanji Xianwang quietly exhaled in relief. Yet thereafter Yuanshi's cadence quickened unconsciously as he preached. On western Lingshan, Jane Daoran sat in meditation, with eyes closed. Suddenly one of his eyebrows twitched. Shi Xiang. Zhuanti leaned in from the side, his face full of curiosity. Jane opened his eyes and looked toward the east. Did you feel it, eh? Feel what? The aura of the heavenly Tao, just now it seemed. Zhuanti blinked and scratched the back of his head. He had sensed nothing at all, yet if his senior brother said it was there, then it must be. Shall we investigate? Jane pondered for a moment, then closed his eyes once more. Forget it. Perhaps it was simply the fluctuation caused by some fellow Taoist breaking through. Junti curled his lips, but did not press the matter. His thoughts were occupied with something else. Bow that one. The sutras he chanted were flawless, yet his gaze kept drifting eastward from time to time, vexingly difficult to manage. This batch is not easy to handle, Junti muttered. Deep within the blood sea Mingi Laozu sat upon a lotus of blood, shrouded in baleful qi. He too had felt that tremor. Unlike the others, he did not divine or speculate. He merely let out a cold laugh, 3 parts bloodthirsty in its tone. Interesting. No one has stirred the game for 300 years. It has grown dull. Countless Azuras howled and darted through the depths of the sea, the blood waves surging. Mingi Laozu licked his lips, a trace of expectation glimmering in his eyes. It would be best if something big came. On Wanshou Mountain, at Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi held a ginseng fruit poised at his lips. His hand suddenly stopped. He probed with his senses. The void had already returned to stillness, leaving nothing behind. Not worth mentioning. Xinyuanzi shook his head and took a luxurious bite, juice running down the corner of his mouth as he squinted in pure enjoyment. If the sky fell, there were saints to hold it up. What had that to do with him? The great desolation returned to calm. The aura of the heavenly Tao was steady as bedrock. All things resumed their places as though nothing had occurred. Yet deep within chaos, that realm none could ever reach, something was opening its eyes. A pair of eyes suffused with a hint of laughter. 300 years of tranquility. The voice was so light that not even chaos stirred with a ripple. Is quite enough. On that day, every living being in the great desolation remembered it. Without any omen, the sky suddenly dimmed. It was not a solar eclipse, not tribulation clouds, nor the aftermath of some great power clashing. The entire firmament itself, from the heavenly court down to the mortal realm, from the eastern sea to the western paradise, from the southern Jambu continent to the northern Kuru continent, was simultaneously plunged into blackness for a single instant. Then golden radiance exploded forth. A colossal golden curtain of light unfurled from the very center of the heavens, cascading downward at a speed so great that no one had time to react. The light screen was boundless, shrouding the entire primordial sky, like the Tao itself stamping its seal and forcibly pressing it over every head. In the mortal world, farmers in the fields dropped their hoes and stared blankly at the heavens. Over the eastern sea, the dragon palace trembled as the dragon kings of the 4 seas simultaneously burst out from beneath the waves. In the heavenly court, the officials in the midst of reviewing memorials were all stunned in place. What is this? Countless beings uttered the same question. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan abruptly rose to his feet. His face was ashen. He still remembered yesterday's fluctuation in the heavenly Tao. At the time, he had suppressed his misgivings. Now it seemed that had been a prelude. Who did this? With a flick of his dust twist, the pressure of a saint's might swept out, blanketing the skies. Yet his extended divine sense slammed into that golden light screen, as if water splashing onto searing iron, letting out a sharp hiss before bouncing straight back. Yuanshi Tianzuan's divine sense shuddered, a pallor flashed between his brows, and he almost lost composure enough to take half a step back. Rebounded. His dignified, saintly divine sense had been repelled by this curtain. Impossible. Beside him, the Antarctic immortal elder turned white as a sheet. Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke no further, but began to deduce with his fingers. The heavenly secrets were a mass of chaos. Nothing could be calculated, just like yesterday, and even more thoroughly so. Yesterday had still been blurred. Today, it was outright pitch black. Master this light screen. Silence. Yuanshi Tianzuan cut him off in a deep voice. His gaze was locked firmly on that golden sky curtain. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, faint golden patterns flowing across it, yet nothing at all was displayed upon it. Yet the sense of oppression. Yuanshi Tianzuan did not wish to admit it, but the pressure was undeniable. The level of this thing was not below his own. Almost at the same moment, outside the Zixiao Palace, the Tongtian Jiaozhu also rose to his feet. His 4 immortal swords unsheathed together and whirled rapidly around him. The glow of the golden sky curtain was reflected upon his face as he narrowed his eyes, his expression 3 parts wary and 7 parts intrigued. What kind of thing is this? Taishang Laojun approached, riding his green ox. For once the old man's face no longer bore that air of effortless serenity. You see it? He asked urgently. Tongtian ignored him, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the sky curtain. In Nüwa's palace, Nüwa Nyang rose from her meditation cushion, walked outside the hall, and lifted her head to gaze at the sky. Her close attendant Kaiyun ran over in panic. Nyang, in the sky, I have seen it. Nüwa's voice was calm, but the fingertips gripping her sleeve had turned faintly white. She tried to use divine arts to probe the origin of the sky curtain, but the result was the same as Yuan's. She could not discern a single thing. Interesting, she murmured softly. On Western Spirit Mountain, Jane and Junti exchanged a glance, each seeing solemnity in the other's eyes. Senior brother, this thing. Do not be hasty. Jane raised a hand to restrain Junti. Let us first see what it is about. Immediately after, an overwhelming imperial law, unfathomable and vast, surged forth. In his life, Junti Daoren feared but two kinds of things: those whose shamelessness exceeded even his own, and those whose depths were more unfathomable than him. This sky curtain was clearly the latter. On the Blood Sea, Mingi Laozu lifted his head to gaze at the golden light screen, then suddenly burst into wild laughter. It has come. As expected, it has come. What he had said yesterday, best if something grand happens, had been fulfilled today. The Blood Sea roiled as innumerable Azuras sensed their master's emotions and erupted into a collective roar. Above the heavenly court, the entire celestial palace was trembling. Civil and martial officials of Immortals were all kneeling across the ground, not in worship, but because they simply could not stand steady. That golden sky curtain hung directly above the heavenly court, pressing down so heavily that none could draw a full breath. Just as the various saints were each in shock, deducing and probing, words appeared upon the curtain. Golden characters emerged stroke by stroke, and with each one that took shape, the entire great desolation trembled softly. All living beings involuntarily lifted their heads. Those characters were bold and forceful, bearing a kind of irrefutable authority. A tally of the 10 greatest regrets of the Great Desolation. About to begin, the entire Great Desolation fell instantly silent. Then noise exploded. A tally? What tally? Yuan Tianzuan's brows knit slightly. He was concerned that someone was deliberately stirring up chaos. Regrets? Whose regrets? Tongtian Zhaozhu's eyes narrowed further. That word, regret, was like a thorn piercing straight into his heart. Interesting. On Mount Wanshou, Zenyuanzi set down a ginseng fruit and rubbed his hands together, simply waiting for the list to be announced. Nüwa stared at those few words long without speaking. The words on the sky curtain began to slowly fade. Yet everyone understood that this was only the beginning, not the end. Jane spoke in a low voice, the one behind this. To lay such a curtain across the heavens of the Great Desolation beyond deduction, repelling divine sense. At the very least they are. He did not finish. Because he did not dare to say it aloud. At the very least they were of heavenly Tao level. And Hongjun Laozu, that existence already united with the heavenly Tao, remained entirely silent. He did not appear to intervene, nor did he disperse the sky curtain. What that implied, every saint present understood clearly. Either Hongjun did not wish to interfere, or he was unable to. No matter which possibility, it was enough to send a chill down one's spine. On Mount Wanshou, Zenyuanzi's child attendant Qingfeng came running, sweating in panic. Master, look at the sky. Zenyuanzi waved his hand. I have seen it. Go fetch the finest spiritual tea from the storeroom, and use the golden pestle to knock down a few fruits for me to have as tea snacks. Tea at a time like this. It is hardly such a serious matter. Zenyuanzi leaned back against a stone chair and crossed one leg over the other. A spectacle this grand is rare. How could one watch without good tea at hand? He was one to relish a commotion and never find it too large. Having lived so long, at last someone dared stir the pot above the heads of the saints. Zenyuanzi was filled with curiosity. No matter who lay behind this. On this day this poor Taoist shall simply be a spectator. A golden canopy hung there silent for the span of an incense stick. The spiritual senses of all the sages were fixed upon it. Even the air dared not move. Then a voice rang out. Its tone was not loud, yet it carried clearly to every corner of Hongwang, tinting the mortal realm, the depths of Donghai, the bottom of Shuahai, Kunlun, Xianjing, Shifeng, Lingshan. None were omitted, nowhere to hide. My dear family. All the sages' expressions froze at once. Welcome to the grandest spectacle for onlookers in Hongwang. Yuan Tianzhen's whisk nearly slipped from his hand. Tongtian Zhaozhu was stunned, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. Taishang Laojuan astride Qingyo unusually widened his eyes. The voice continued, jaunty as a market crier's. I know you must be full of question marks right now. Who is this? Where from? Have they gone mad? Wait, allow me to introduce myself. A brief pause. I am Su Ming, a professional list commentator for 2.5 years. Today I bring to you, esteemed viewers, the top 10 regrets of Hongwang. Esteemed viewers, hey. Yuan Tianzuan repeated, as if tasting something strange. I, an audience member. Nanji Xinwing drew back his neck, not daring to reply. At Shifeng Lingshan, Zundi's mouth hung open momentarily, forgetting to close it. Senior brother. He whispered into Jiayin's ear, this person has considerable background. Should we first ascertain whether he is friend or foe to our West? Jane showed no expression and only said, this person is unfathomable. Watch the situation before making a decision. On Wanshou Shan Xinyuanzi paused with his teacup and then could not help laughing aloud. Marvelous. He sipped his spirit tea. The tone, the manner, most interesting. Su Ming's voice afforded no time for digestion and continued, first the rules. Just a few listen up, esteemed figures. At the words esteemed figures, several sages' eyebrows twitched in unison. First, this countdown will proceed from 10th to 1st, presenting one by one the most regrettable events in Honghuang's history. Each regret will be fully restored in scene form, high definition, raw, and unedited without deception. Second, all cultivators of Deluo Jinxian rank and above are required to watch. There is no escape, no closing, no blocking. Sages are included, no special treatment. Yuanshi Tianzhen's face went ashen. He had indeed tried moments ago to stop Su Ming with sorcery to no avail. Third, the most important one. Su Ming's voice lowered, taking on a weighty solemnity. Each regret upon the conclusion of the countdown may have the chance to be reversed. The words caused an immediate uproar. Reversed. Events already occurred could be rewritten. Tongtian Jiaozhu suddenly clenched his fist, his breath ragged as the 4 immortal swords hummed. The 10,000 immortals array disciples wiped out, forced into contracts. Those pains hidden in the heart could now be undone. Even endings that one of his cultivation could not change might be reversed. Could there be a master capable of granting his disciples a second chance? That would be immeasurably good. Tongtian Jiao's body trembled slightly. He feared it was a lie, but feared even more that it was true. In Nüwa's palace, Nüwa Nyang stood outside the hall. Upon hearing the word reverse, her upward glance froze for a moment. She neither calculated nor probed, she simply lowered her eyelids slowly. Her attendant Kaiyun stood nearby, watching for a long moment, a chill sinking into her heart. She had followed Her Majesty for tens of thousands of years and had never seen that expression. It was neither anger nor curiosity. It was something suppressed for so long it was almost unrecognizable. In the depths of Shuehai, Mingyi Laozu licked his lips, his grin stretching to his ears. Reverse regrets, he chuckled softly. Good, very good. Each good bitten harder than the last. The blood sea churned, countless Azuras sensed their master's mood and howled in unison. Su Ming's voice turned jaunty again. All right. Those are the rules. Simple, right? I told you if it can be simple we want complicated. Time's nearly up. Then, he drew out the tail of the word. The golden light on the canopy began to flow, coalescing into a vast numeral. Let us begin. Now announcing the 10th he is. Su Ming's tone suddenly softened, no longer that of a mere commentator carrying a trace of something else. All of Honghuang listened with bated breath. Who after all would occupy the 10th place? This one's regret. Honestly, I fell silent while compiling the material. In the ancient war the myriad races bled, and he, a true emperor, fought to the last moment, yet still could not protect his people. Su Ming paused, slightly elongating the syllable. The 10th is the fall of Yao Di Dijuan. At the instant those words fell, in a hidden place of Honghuang within the demon remnants' sacred ground, the earth began to tremble. Bei snapped open his eyes from cultivation. Above Donghai, several great demons concealing their cultivation burst through the void, trembling as they stared at the name displayed on the canopy. Emperor. Emperor. Among the scattered demon ranks an old demon dropped to his knees, tears streaming, his sobs choked but unstoppable. It was a name the 3 realms had deliberately consigned to oblivion for 10,000 years. Yao Di Dijuan. A celestial emperor who fell in the Weiyao War. His life treasure, Hichu Luoshu, could extrapolate heavenly paths and arrange grand formations. With it he created the Zhoutian star array, harnessing the power of 660 stars able to contend with any cultivator beneath the sages. Under Dijuan stood demon masters such as Kuanpeng, the 10 golden crow princes, innumerable demon gods of the heavens, and the demon hosts of the 4 seas. In the Weiyao War the demon race led by Dijuan deployed the Zhoutian star array to oppose the Wu clan's 12 ancestor witches and the heavenly calamity array. The 2 sides inflicted grievous losses on each other. The demons Tianting collapsed, humanity rose in the aftermath, and later Haoyan took over to establish the subsequent Tianting. Dijuan died with his eyes unclosed, leaving an unending regret. Emperor. Someone remembers the emperor. Wah. Our good emperor, you will always be the model of the demon race. We will carry your faith and strive to live on. Cries rose and fell across the demon remnants' secret strongholds like something at the bottom of an abyss finally cracking and letting in light. In an even deeper darkness, a strand of nearly imperceptible remnant soul stirred slightly, at the very instant the name was spoken. On the canopy, golden light began to condense into a picture. Su Ming's voice sounded once more. This time, he put away all his jests. Esteemed viewers, the following scenes may cause extreme discomfort. Fasten your seatbelts. The show. Tongtian Jiaozhu stared at the canopy, his eyes roiling with complex emotion. Dijuan. Ranked 10th. Indeed, well deserved. Who would be first? Am I on the list? If so, where would I rank? His heart beat faster without meaning to. On the golden canopy, the image slowly brightened. Upon the golden celestial screen, the image had not yet fully materialized. Yet the words "the fall of Emperor Yaoji" suspended in midair were already enough to stir tempests across the three realms. Kunlun Mountain Yusu Palace. Yuan Shi Tianzuan stood with an expression as cold and still as frozen water, his gaze fixed unblinkingly upon the characters hovering on the celestial screen. That voice, claiming itself Su Ming, had spoken with insolent levity, showing utter contempt for the sacred sovereigns. Worse still, he could find no countermeasure. His divine sense recoiled, heavenly fate remained inscrutable, and even his sovereign cultivation proved powerless to suppress it. One of the three pure ones, reduced to a mere spectator beneath the stage. A presumptuous wretch ignorant of heaven's height and earth's depth, Yuan Shi Tianzuan finally spoke, his voice low yet sharp as ice grinding over stone, daring to mock the sacred sovereigns. Nanji Xianwing stood silently below, head bowed, uttering not a single word. Beside him, Guangchengzi and the others exchanged glances before lowering their heads in unison. In the master's wrath, even a single extra syllable was perilous. Yuan Shi Tianzuan raised his hand, and three heavenly fate talismans shot forth like streaks of light toward the screen. Snap! All dissolved instantly within the golden radiance, not even rippling its surface. His countenance darkened further. Issue the decree, he commanded, turning to settle back onto his meditation cushion, his dust-clearing whisk resting lightly across his knees. All 12 golden immortals shall assemble before Yusu Palace. None may depart without permission. Yes, master. Nanji Xianwing departed swiftly, his pace quicker than usual. Outside Zhixiao Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu remained motionless, hands clasped behind his back, his 4 immortal swords sheathed once more. His eyes were locked, not upon the 2 characters Emperor Jun, but upon 3 other words Su Ming had uttered moments earlier. Reversal. Regret can be reversed. A faint tremor passed through Tongtian Jiaozhu's fingertips. Was the shattering of the myriad immortal formation, his disciples captured, slain, or converted, a regret? Was signing that accursed covenant, barring him from re-establishing the Jie sect, also regret? For 300 years he had accepted these events as immutable fate. Even the Tao itself could not rewrite such causality. He had acquiesced. Yet now a voice declared it could be changed. Truly changeable. Tongtian drew a deep breath. No, he forcibly suppressed the churning qi surging within his chest. Do not rush, he murmured to himself, voice barely audible. First observe this celestial screen. How much truth does it truly hold? Taishang Lao Jun sat upon a bluish stone, 10 zhang away, cradling a gourd in one hand, leisurely pouring himself a cup of wine. Outwardly serene, indistinguishable from any ordinary day, yet the hand holding the cup paused, just for a single breath, as it neared his lips. An infinitesimal hesitation, nearly imperceptible to all. He drank, then cast a quiet glance over Tongtian's silhouette before shifting his gaze toward the celestial screen, saying nothing. In Nüwa Palace, Nüwa Huangyang stood upon the outer steps of the hall. The golden light of the celestial screen played across her face, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow. Her attendant Kaiyun stood 3 paces behind, breath held tight. Moments earlier the goddess had probed the origin of the screen with her divine arts, only to meet failure. She then attempted to seal the palace's sight and sound with sacred power, again in vain. That screen was like a law woven into heaven's own edicts, inescapable, unavoidable. Emperor Jun. Nüwa whispered the name softly. Her ties to the Yao clan ran profoundly deep. The title Holy Mother owed half its weight to this bond. During the war of gods and demons, she could have intervened, but chose not to. It was heaven's ordained design. Kaiyun caught something fleeting in the goddess's voice, like a sigh, or perhaps something else entirely. My lady, ought we? No need. Nüwa lowered her lashes and turned back toward the hall, her tone calm, her stride unhurried. Yet Kaiyun, who had served her for tens of thousands of years, saw for the first time ever that the goddess did not adjust her sleeves as she entered, her customary gesture before crossing the threshold. The knuckles of the hand gripping her sleeve whitened, briefly. In the western spirit mountain, Jane Dowran remained seated in meditation posture, unchanged, his countenance still suffused with boundless compassion. Yet when Juanti leaned closer, he clearly saw a single minuscule bead of sweat glistening at his elder brother's temple. Elder brother. Juanti lowered his voice, eyes darting sideways. This list, these 10 greatest regrets, surely ours aren't among them. You fear what? Jane did not open his eyes. I fear. Juanti widened his eyes. What on earth do I have to fear? Everything I did was converting those destined for salvation. Utterly righteous and proper. He spoke with conviction, yet his voice dwindled steadily. Jane finally opened one eye, casting a tranquil, penetrating glance upon him. Then why speak so softly? Juanti's mouth opened, then snapped shut. Silence hung between them for several breaths. Then Juanti suddenly asked, what about Duo Bao? Does that count? Jane closed his eyes again. This time, even the sweat vanished, his expression settled into perfect stillness like a placid ancient well. Amit Buddha. Only those 4 words remained. Juanti clicked his tongue inwardly, heart giving a sudden lurch. In the celestial court, Hao Tian Shangdi sat rigid upon the dragon throne, his face ashen with fury. Below, celestial ministers and generals knelt in rows, still trembling from the residual shock of the celestial screen's descent. Many remained too weak-kneed to rise. Rise, all of you. Hao Tian's voice pierced the air, shrill with rage. Is this how celestial officials comport themselves? The assembled immortals rose warily, exchanging furtive glances. Tai Bai Jin Xing stroked his white beard and spoke first. Your Majesty, the origin of this screen remains unknown. Its claims cannot yet be verified. In this minister's humble view, prudence demands we observe quietly. Observe. Hao Tian slammed his palm against the armrest of the throne. The entire Hongjun realm watches. Who does this Su Ming take my celestial court for? A stage for theatrical farce? No one dared reply. Hao Tian seethed inwardly. He had ascended this throne with tenuous legitimacy. Overshadowed by the 3 pure ones above, watched hungrily by the Buddhist sect below. Only after decades of struggle had he secured the celestial court. Only now to have this screen publicly enumerate regrets, and begin with Emperor Jun, the former sovereign of the Yao clan's celestial court. His predecessor. Was this not a direct slap across Hao Tian's face? Summon the patrol marshal of heaven. Investigate. Find the source of that voice, now. Tai Bai Jin Xing sighed deeply, and offered no further counsel. It cannot be found, your majesty. If even the sacred sovereigns failed, what hope has the celestial court's meager resources? Better left unsaid. Blood waves churned violently. Mingyi Laozu sat cross-legged atop a blood lotus, surrounded by 10,000 Azuras roaring and circling. The malevolent aura of the blood sea coiled like a living thing around his Taoist robes. He had heard every word. Regret. Reversal. Emperor Jun. A slow predatory grin spread across Mingyi Laozu's face, revealing teeth gleaming white and sharp. Emperor Jun ranks 10th. He murmured. And where then would my regrets fall? His gaze dark and heavy, fixed upon some point in the void. The Crimson Lotus. Once, after millennia of bitter cultivation in the blood sea, he forged the primordial supreme treasure. The Crimson Lotus, ushering in glory unmatched. What followed? Seized by the sacred sovereigns acting in concert, without justification, without explanation. Heaven's Tao was unjust, the sacred sovereigns were tyrannical. He had remembered it for 10,000 years, and hated it for 10,000 years. If this celestial screen declares regret can be reversed. Mingyi licked his lips, malevolent energy roiled fiercely. Then this old man will simply wait. His eyes closed. But the smile stretching across his face grew wider, sharper. Across the Hongjun realm, scattered enclaves of the Yao clan's remnants fell silent, tears drying, replaced by hushed, feverish excitement. Emperor Jun's regrets are about to be enumerated. That voice said regrets can be reversed. Do you suppose Emperor Jun might? No one dared voice the thought aloud. Too extravagant, too unimaginable. And at that very moment, the golden light upon the celestial screen surged faster, and the image began to coalesce in earnest. Su Ming's voice resonated once more, not the playful lilt of the opening, but calmer, now measured, like a storyteller settling into the true beginning of his tale. Very well, esteemed viewers. Enough preliminaries. What you shall witness next is a true celestial court, not the one you see today. Above in the celestial court, Hao Tian Shangdi's face turned utterly, irrevocably green. The moment the celestial screen lit up, the entire primordial chaos fell silent. Golden light unfurled into an endless scroll, and within it stood the celestial court. But not the celestial court under Emperor Hao Tian's rule today. This court hung suspended above the 9th heaven, its foundations rooted beyond the 33 heavens. The star rivers formed its stairways, sun and moon its lanterns. Its palaces were forged from primordial spiritual materials. Upon every pillar coiled ethereal dragons and phoenixes, while the roof shimmered with the Tao resonance of creation's first breath. Between the palaces surged a tide of bestial energy. Not foul corrupting chi, but primordial Yao energy, so dense it coalesced into tangible five-colored clouds that blanketed the heavens, making the void itself vibrate with resonance. 10,000 Yao beings moved freely through the courts, each bearing unique form, a golden-winged great Peng with wings spanning 1,000 zhong, the phantom of Zhu Long stretching 10,000 li, ancient Yao gods with serpentine tails and human torsos, peerless great Yao, who had achieved full human form. Each radiated at least the aura of a Tai golden immortal. And at the apex stood the Sun Palace, the highest among them. 99 jade steps led to its threshold, flanked on either side by 5 Yaosigs. 10 quasi-saints standing in solemn symmetry, their presence as deep and boundless as oceanic abysses. Within the palace sat a figure robed in imperial regalia. His robe bore embroidered constellations, suns and moons, mountains and rivers. His golden crown held his hair in disciplined order. His features were not conventionally handsome, but his eyes, as though the entire cosmos had been shattered and pressed into their depths. A single glance from them made all things instinctively bow lower. Dijun. He sat motionless, utterly still, yet his aura descended like a celestial edict, crushing all beneath its weight. It was not deliberately projected. It was innate, woven into his very bones, evident in his posture, his breath, every subtle gesture declaring, without utterance, born sovereign. Su Ming's voice rang out. Behold, this is the celestial court of the Yao clan at its zenith. 10 Yaosige stand as its guardians. 365 stellar lords await its command. Its legions exceed 100 million. Ah, this assembly. Today we'd call it Tier 0 of the primordial chaos. Now compare it to today's celestial court. Brother Hao Tian, no offense intended, but yours beside theirs resembles a thatched hut beside the dragon palace. The disparity is staggering. In the hall of spiritual light atop the celestial court, Emperor Hao Tian's face had long ceased being green. It had turned ashen black. His fingers clenched the dragon-carved armrests of his throne, knuckles cracking audibly, leaving 2 deep indentations in the bronze. All celestial officials, civil and martial, bowed their heads low, not out of fear of the celestial screen, but of witnessing the emperor's wrath. Tai Bai Jin Xing froze mid-gesture, stroking his beard, his lips twitching involuntarily. Yet the celestial screen broadcast compulsorily. Even Hao Tian himself could not block it. Outrageous, he finally roared, slamming the armrest, and rising to his feet. Summon the marshal of the roaming heavens. His command remained unfinished. Su Ming's narration continued unperturbed, his voice steady and resonant, drowning out the emperor's fury entirely. No one acknowledged him. The entire hall of spiritual light fell into absolute silence. Hao Tian stood frozen, Madris' arms still raised, as if an opera performer who had forgotten his lines, exposed alone before a hushed audience. To be utterly ignored stung more sharply than any insult hurled to his face. On Mount Wanshou, Zenyuanzi nearly spat out his tea. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, eyes crinkling with mirth. Su Ming is remarkably incisive. Though, he paused, shaking his head, his words hold truth. Qingfeng the young attendant shrank back, silently too wary to speak. The celestial screen advanced seamlessly to the next scene. Dijun presided over court, reviewing memorials submitted by regional Yao commanders, calculating celestial mechanisms, tracking stellar shifts, charting the fluctuations of primordial chaos's fortune, all within his sovereign grasp. His life-bound supreme treasure, the Hichu Luoshu, hovered behind his imperial seat, rotating slowly. It resembled less a weapon than a living window, its Tao resonance flowing like breath, revealing the entire cosmos within stars wheeling along precise luminous trajectories, each path rendered with crystalline clarity. Su Ming explained, Dijun's life-bound supreme treasure, the Hichu Luoshu, can divine celestial star charts and orchestrate grand formations. With this artifact alone, he devised the Zhou Tian star array, converging the power of 365 stars into a single point, elevating combat prowess to the very threshold of sainthood. Consider this a quasi-saint at peak cultivation, wielding a supreme artifact and commanding a grand formation, yet achieving battle strength rivaling that of a true sage. What does that signify? In the cultivation world, this is the definitive meta-solution. While others grind endlessly in cultivation, he mastered equipment and formation, forging an unorthodox path, yet ascending to its absolute summit. The denizens of the primordial chaos understood no meta-solution, yet Dijun's overwhelming might blazed forth unmistakably from the screen. The image shifted. Jun descended from his throne and entered the rear hall of the Sun Palace. There stood another figure, tall and broad-shouldered like Jun himself, yet younger and bearing Tai. Tai practiced a lethal art within the hall. Waves of Yao fires surged like tides, crimson gold flames layering outward in relentless succession, warping the surrounding space, until even the palace wall's protective wards flickered incessantly. Noticing Jun's arrival, Tai withdrew his technique. The fire retracted into his body as he lifted his head and grinned. "Elder brother, you possess 3 flaws in this killing art," Jun said, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at him for a long moment. "Your Kiflo stutters at the 7th layer." "Huh?" Tai scratched his head. "I thought it flowed smoothly." "Silence. Revise it as I instructed." Jun waved his hand lightly. Stardust erupted from his fingertips, coalescing midair into a translucent, life-sized phantom of himself. The phantom raised its hand and struck, executing the same lethal art, yet at the 7th layer, twisting half a turn of the torso, seamlessly bridging the Kai break. The following 3 moves transformed accordingly, layered with intensified killing intent nearly twice as ferocious as Tai Yi's version. The phantom dissolved, stardust faded. Tai Yi's eyes gleamed with awe. Elder brother truly reigns supreme. A faint subtle lift touched Jun's lips, the sole smile he offered across the entire sequence. Not the smile of an emperor, but of an elder brother. Su Ming's voice softened. "Did you see? He was more than sovereign. He was a devoted elder brother." Now the celestial screen laid bare that vanished history, entire unvarnished, before all eyes. Once the Yao clan had stood thus, unrivaled. Some had seen Jun preside over court with their own eyes, while others knew only fragments passed down through ancestral whispers. Now the celestial screen laid bare that vanished history, entire unvarnished, before all eyes. Once the Yao clan had stood thus, unrivaled in majesty and might. Once their emperor had been such a man. The celestial screen unfolded once more. Jun received the 10 Yao sages within the Sun Palace. Ji Ming Ying Zhao by Feng Xiong, Qi Tao Wu Tao Tai by Zhe Jiu Ying, Tong Shi, and Tian Wu. 10 Quasi saints, each possessing extraordinary powers, knelt in unison before the emperor. "Your humble servants pay homage to your majesty." Their voices merged into one thunderous proclamation, shaking the Sun Palace to its foundations. Jun raised his hand. "Rise." One word. No superfluous gestures, no ceremonial pretense. Merely that single syllable uttered with effortless grace, commanding universal obedience. Su Ming reflected. This was Jun's celestial court. 10 Yaosage, 365 stellar lords, the Zhou Tian star array. How formidable was it? Even the Wuclan dared not strike rashly. Why did the Wuyao War drag on so long before erupting? Because both sides knew once war ignited, mutual annihilation was inevitable. Whoever drew first blood would bear the cost of total extinction. Yet here lies the question. Su Ming's tone darkened abruptly. The celestial screen dimmed perceptibly at that very instant. Outside the Sun Palace, in a shadowed corner, several figures stood concealed, chi fully suppressed, imperceptible unless actively sought. They spoke in hushed tones. The screen offered no audio, only lip movements and indistinct, yet those silhouettes sent shockwaves through the ranks of high cultivation beings, some pupils contracting violently, because at least 2 of those figures radiated the unmistakable aura of sainthood. Su Ming's voice returned, not playful now, but cold and deliberate, each word weighted like iron. Yet a conspiracy against the Yao clan had already taken root in darkness. Was the Wuyao War truly merely a clash between 2 clans? Esteemed viewers, he paused deliberately. Are you certain Jun perished because he lost the war? That sentence settled like frost over the primordial chaos, absolute, suffocating silence. Tongtian Zhaozhu's eyebrows shot upward in sharp alarm. Yuan Shi Tianzuan remained seated unmoving, but his grip tightened around his fly-whisk. Taishang Lao Jun's gesture of raising his wine cup froze midair, for a breath longer than usual. Within Nüwa Palace, Goddess Nüwa snapped her head up, eyes blazing like lightning bolts fixed upon the celestial screen. Kaiyun gasped. Her mistress's expression had shifted irrevocably. Upon the western spirit mountain, Zhuan Ti's face paled, whiter than the mountain's eternal snow. The scene on the celestial dome left no time for anyone to savor its essence. The fleeting images of the hidden saints vanished in an instant, and the visual accelerated abruptly. Timeline jump. The war between the witch and the lich has erupted in full force. In the sky, the entire primordial heavens were engulfed in endless flames of battle and auras of calamity, turning blood red. From the direction of Buzhou Mountain, 12 pillars of malevolent energy shot straight into the sky, each carrying the overwhelming destructive pressure of the laws of the 12 ancestral witches. In contrast, above the 33 heavens of the demon clan, 365 ancient stars erupted simultaneously with resplendent divine light, cascading like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens, merging into the great constellation formation revolving beneath Emperor Jun. Su Ming's voice rang out once more, this time devoid of a casual tone, imbued with an unprecedented sense of pressure akin to that of a grand event commentary. All right, esteemed viewers, don't blink. Next up is the core highlight of this episode, the panoramic replay of the ultimate blood battle between the witch and the lich. This wave of information is immense, so for the benefit of some esteemed individuals whose cultivation isn't quite there yet, I'll present a data panel. As soon as he finished speaking, on the right side of the celestial dome, golden light gathered, suddenly crashing down a semi-transparent data screen. It listed 2 columns of densely packed data in the language of the Great Tao. Demon Clan Emperor Jun combat power, 45 million quasi-saint peak half-step. Hongjun Tai combat power, 39 million quasi-saint peak. Ji Ming combat power 3. 2 million quasi-saint early stage. Ing Zhao combat power 3. 1 million quasi-saint early stage. Bai Fong combat power 2. 9 million Great Luo Golden Immortal Peak Extreme Realm. All 10 Demon Saints listed. Formation I Bond Great Constellation Formation bonus. Total combat power limit increases by 5 times. Witch Clan Ho 2 combat power, 42 million quasi-saint peak. Di Zhang combat power, 40 million quasi-saint peak. Zhu Rong combat power, 38 million quasi-saint peak. All 12 ancestral witches listed. Formation I Bond Dooting Divine Calamity Formation bonus. Total combat power limit increases by 2 times. Bloodline passive ancestral witches indestructible body. Unfazed by the erosion of laws, can forcibly lock blood to continue fighting for a stick of incense after sustaining fatal injuries. The moment this data panel was revealed, the entire primordial realm exploded. Combat power. The cultivation level and hidden cards could be quantified in such a stark manner. On Kunlun Mountain, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school gasped in astonishment. Guang Qingzi stared at the celestial dome, his voice trembling. A Great Luo Golden Immortal has a limit of only 1 million, and a quasi-saint, at most several million. Emperor Jun and the ancestral witches with combat powers over 40 million. How is that possible? Nanji Xianwang's face turned pale, instinctively stealing a glance at the supreme primordial heavenly sovereign above. The supreme primordial heavenly sovereign remained seated on the 9 dragons' incense palanquin, his expression impassive, yet the fingers gripping the 3 treasures Rui had turned pale from exertion. This Su Ming. If he could even expose the combat power of saints with a string of numbers, wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of the Yuqing saint? This thought made the mark of the sacred Tao on his forehead pulse violently. On Mount Wanshou, Xinyuanzi dropped half of a ginseng fruit from his hand. Interesting. Too interesting. He stared intently at the data panel, cold sweat bead on his forehead. If this thing can see through everyone's secrets in the primordial realm, then wouldn't it be able to deduce the color of everyone's underwear? Qing Feng weakly asked beside him. My lord, what is your combat power? Xinyuanzi smacked the boy on the back of his head. What are you asking for? I am a hermit who does not contend with the world. Even if my combat power exceeds 10 million, it is only for defending my home. Deep within the sea of blood, Mingi old ancestor glared at the data panel, his mouth twitching as if 680,000. He silently calculated his hidden cards. As the lord of the sea of blood, the Shura old ancestor on this battlefield of the witch and lich war, he wasn't even qualified to be a small minion for Emperor Jun. What about the saints? Mingi murmured, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. I want to see what numbers the usually lofty saints can produce. Su Ming clearly understood the psychology of the livestream audience, and added with a smile, some may be wondering, logically speaking, a quasi-saint's combat power should top out at 10 million. How can Emperor Jun soar to 45 million? Dear viewers, this is the real worth of the primordial generation's overlords. This is why they are called invincible beneath the saints. Their hard power transcends the norm. Now let's talk about tactics. According to the data, the Demon Clan has a slight advantage due to formation bonuses. However, Su Ming suddenly knocked on the panel's Witch Clan column. The ancestral witches have an unreasonable bloodlock, indestructible body. Even if they are dealt a fatal blow, they can still bounce back and fight for a stick of incense. If the battle drags on until the formation's energy is exhausted, the Demon Clan will surely lose. Does Emperor Jun not understand this principle? He understands it all too well. That's why his strategy is extremely brutal. Within a stick of incense, he aims to kill at least 3 ancestral witches forcibly, pulling the foundation of the Duding Divine Calamity formation. Did he succeed? Su Ming paused for a breath. So close. The celestial dome shook violently, the screen opening wide. At the moment the witch and lich clans collided, the heavens and earth collapsed. As the great constellation formation lit up, the ancient stars swayed, as if about to fall, and starlight coalesced into a colossal barrier that severed the heavenly secrets above Emperor Jun's head. Opposite, the 12 ancestral witches erupted simultaneously with Duding malevolent energy. The space ancestral witch Di Jiang revealed her 6-legged, 4-winged true form. Each flap of her wings tore apart the void for thousands of miles. The fire ancestral witch Zhu Rong stood upon twin dragons, her aura of malevolent fire directly incinerating the heavens. The earth ancestral witch Ho Tu clasped her palms. The endless energy of the primordial earth surged towards her like a raging dragon. Kill! Su Ming ceased to interrupt, allowing the purest scenes of slaughter to crash into the retinas of all beings in the primordial realm. In the celestial dome, the intensity of the battle shattered all contemporary cultivators' understanding of combat magic. The first battlefield, Ji Ming fought fiercely against Zhu Meng. Ji Ming revealed his true demonic form, the massive shadow of a dragon-head bird obscuring the sky, its claws tearing through the void, stirring the winds of the abyss. Zhu Meng invoked the origin of what a phantom of the towering tree appeared behind him. Countless vines infused with the laws of green would pierce through space, forming an innate wooden prison that firmly sealed Ji Ming. The second battlefield, Bai Feng faced Zhu Rong. 2 ultimate colliding flames of the fire element turned 100,000 miles of space into nothingness. Bai Feng braced himself with the wings of innate mysterious fire, but the ancestral witches' Duding malevolent flames were far too overpowering, causing Bai Feng's feathered laws to burn away bit by bit, exposing charred flesh. The camera pulled back. Emperor Jun challenged Di Jiang alone. The clash of starlight and the laws of space directly shattered the chaos into a rift of earth, water, wind, and fire. Su Ming's voice penetrated through the visuals. Dear viewers, watch Emperor Jun's ultimate micro. He held the river diagram and Luo book, not only needing to deduce the formation's 36 million variations and fend off Di Jiang's space onslaught, but also withstand the ambush from Gong Gong, while simultaneously channeling divine sense to maintain the operation of the laws for 365 Star Lords. To multitask to this extent, any other quasi-saint would have shattered their Tao heart long ago. But Emperor Jun managed to endure. The battle lasted a full 3 days and nights. The laws were draining, divine blood was drying up. The first turning point has arrived. On the celestial dome, Ji Ming's body was already riddled with holes by the vines of the towering tree, the great Luo Dao fruit, on the verge of shattering. Meanwhile, Zhu Meng's attacks continued like a torrential storm. Her indestructible Bodis aura seemed endless. Just as the formation I was about to fall, Emperor Jun's furious roar echoed from the other end of the battlefield. Ji Ming, retreat. Ji Ming looked up. He gazed towards Emperor Jun. His lord was being besieged by 2 ancestral witches, and the starlight of the formation was beginning to dim. Ji Ming did not retreat. This ancient demon's eyes flashed with determination, making a move that sent chills down the spines of all in the primordial realm. He did not cast defensive spells. Instead, he forcibly reversed the quasi-saint Tao foundation within him, detonating his life essence along with his true spirit. Boom! That was the self-detonation of a pinnacle quasi-saint. A sky-shattering, blood-colored pillar of light aimed straight at Zhu Meng. Zhu Meng was sent flying for miles by the impact. Half of her ancestral witch body exploded into blood mist. Even with the indestructible body, she was forcibly pushed into severe injury and paralysis. Yet after the light dissipated in Ji Ming's position, not even a shred of soul fragment remained. The celestial dome's visuals slowed to a crawl at that moment. Ji Ming's final moment before self-detonation captured in the center of the celestial dome. He looked at Emperor Jun, his lips moving. No sound. But every powerful being in the primordial realm understood those 3 words. Su Ming's voice became hoarse. What he said was, Your Majesty, retreat. Across the mountains and valleys of the primordial realm, countless aged demon beings trembled, tears flowing uncontrollably. Lord Ji Ming. But the cruel battlefield would not allow tears any time. The gap Ji Ming fought for with his life was immediately filled by another. Bai Feng. His true fire origin had already dried up, and Zhu Rong's great Tao malevolent fire was about to engulf him. Bai Feng understood he could not hold on any longer. But he turned his head, looking towards the battlefield's core. Emperor Jun was desperately squeezing the power of the stars to the extreme, all focused on Ho Tu. Ho Tu's earth shield finally cracked. Just half a stick of incense more, and Ho Tu would perish. As long as no one interfered with Emperor Jun during this time, as long as no one. Bai Fong smiled. The divine bird that once soared through the 9 heavens ignited the last drop of innate true blood left in its chest. He did not burn the enemy, he burned himself. Burning the Tao fruit of the great Luo pinnacle, using his own body as fuel, he transformed into an innate firewall spanning hundreds of miles. This firewall wouldn't hold against Zhu Rong for long, but it was enough to last half a stick of incense. In the final moment of his body being engulfed in flames, Bai Fong through the sea of fire bowed towards the direction of the Sun Palace. Inside and outside the celestial dome, there was a deathly silence. Su Ming took a deep breath, his voice pressed down like thousands of mountains, 2 lives, 1 quasi-saint, 1 great Luo peak. They forcefully bought Emperor Jun half a stick of incense worth of time. As long as Emperor Jun breaches, Ho Tu, the demon clan, will come alive. But then, dear viewers, Su Ming's tone suddenly changed, as if a cold blade had pierced his bone. The variable occurred within that half stick of incense. On the celestial dome, Emperor Jun raised the river diagram, and Luo book the destructive starlight already locked on a Ho Tu's brow. But at that moment his peripheral vision inevitably swept across the battlefield. He saw the vacuum where Ji Ming was annihilated. He saw the blood-bone firewall erected by Bai Fang's self-immolation. In that instant the Demon Emperor, who stood high above the 9 heavens, cold and indifferent, paused for 1/10th of a second. The operation of the great constellation formation exhibited an extremely faint halt. It was in this moment. Su Ming's voice fell like a heavy hammer. The visuals suddenly froze. On the celestial dome, Emperor Jun's profile, as he looked back, was clearly visible. It was in this moment. Su Ming's voice fell like a heavy hammer. The visuals suddenly froze. On the celestial dome, Emperor Jun's, Su Ming's words were like the cruelest verdict. This 10th of a second glance back prevented him from shattering Ho Tu's defenses. The battlefield never pays for your heartache. In this moment of Emperor Jun turning back, Ho Tu seized the opportunity for a counterattack. The frozen scene suddenly erupted. Ho Tu seized the infinitesimal opening, precisely 1/10th of a second. The instant Yu Huang turned his head, her palms shot forward with explosive force. Across hundreds of millions of li of primordial earth veins, a thunderous surge erupted beneath her palms. The weighty, boundless law of earth coalesced into a savage, ochre-hued dragon, crashing headlong into a core node of the celestial constellation formation and shattering it utterly. The formation's rhythm violently staggered. The radiant light of the 365 primordial stars flickered as if their vital chi had been abruptly severed, blazing once with desperate brilliance before collapsing in cataclysmic ruin. Dijiang followed without hesitation. He had waited for this moment until his very bones and blood ran cold. His true form unfurled, 6 limbs, 4 wings spanning 10,000 li. The law of space twisted into a ravenous black void, tearing through reality itself as it hurtled toward Yu Huang's back with the force of heaven's collapse and earth shattering. Simultaneously, Zhu Rong charged forward, gripping 2 charred remnants of fire serpents, shattering the last embers of Bai Fang's flaming barrier, and lunged forth with a feral grin. The 3 supreme ancestral Wu simultaneously converged their killing intent, locking Yu Huang in an inescapable tripartite death grip. Beyond the celestial screen, Su Ming remained silent. The scene unfolded in merciless hyperreal clarity, bearing down upon what would follow, a moment suffocating with dread. Starlight peeled away from Yu Huang's body like crumbling parchment. The collapse of the celestial constellation formation was now inevitable. The breach of its core node stripped away 70% of the stellar empowerment in that very instant. His combat power plummeted, from the formation-amplified zenith down to his bare, unadorned baseline, 45 million. Meanwhile, the combined assault of the 3 ancestral Wu wielding the full might of cosmic laws registered a staggering figure, over 120 million. Under such overwhelming numerical dominance, capable of annihilating even a great Luo immortal's soul and spirit, Yu Huang did not retreat. Gazing upon the triple-pronged encirclement, his eyes held not a trace of fear. He made a decision. Upon the celestial screen, the previously translucent data interface flared with blinding crimson warning glyphs. Alert! Core status of the Yaoshu faction has undergone catastrophic destabilization. Yu Huang's state shift initiated life-consuming ignition. Current combat power 450000 surging. 68000000. Combat tier brushing the threshold of a semizich. Cost severance of destiny lineage, incineration of great Luo Dao fruit. Duration remaining 1 incense stick. Boom. A blinding incandescent golden flame erupted from Yu Huang's 7 orifices, not cultivated spiritual energy, but the burning of his very life essence. His imperial robe disintegrated into ash under the sacred fire, revealing a ravaged, perforated body. His radiant golden hair whitened strand by strand within seconds, his face aged visibly before the eye, wrinkles deepening, skin withering. Yet his aura surged at that very moment, to a terrifying, unprecedented apex, one that compelled even the primordial sages of the Hongjun realm to turn their gaze in awe. Su Ming's hoarse voice finally pierced the screen, low-taut, each word hammering like iron on stone. Did you all see clearly? This is the life-consuming ignition state, a deliberate conflagration of millennia of lifespan, and the very foundation of cultivation reduced to kindling to forcibly attain the peak combat power of a semi-sage 68 million. But it is a dead end. When this incense burns out, regardless of victory or defeat, Yu Huang will be irrevocably doomed. Before the final syllable faded, Yu Huang moved. He abandoned formation control. He abandoned defense and counterattack. He discarded everything. Starlight coalesced in his hands into a blade of light vast enough to cleave the heavens, and with a reverse stroke he slashed upward at Dijiang. Schlit. Dijiang bore the blow with the law of space, but the semi-sagittarian slash severed his left wing clean off. His mountainous ancestral Wu body was hurled 800,000 li, crashing through 3 celestial realms. Before Dijiang could stabilize himself, Yu Huang had already whirled about like a phantom. The river chart and Luo writing shattered space itself within his palm. 3,000 stellar pathways solidifying into Dao chains that bit deep into Zhuron's flesh. Ruer. Zhuron roared in fury, unleashing the heaven and earth annihilating flame recklessly, only to have it ruthlessly suppressed by the golden life-consuming flames blazing along the stellar chains, searing his hide and splitting his flesh. Huda's eyes bled crimson. She thrust both palms skyward, the power of the earth manifesting as a Tongtian cliff inscribed with the primordial characters of reincarnation rising defiantly before Yu Huang. Get out of my way. Yu Huang unleashed a roar utterly alien to mortal sound and drove a fist forward. Golden imperial blood mingled with the ultimate strike of 68 million combat power, slamming into the cliff face. Crack, boom. The Tongtian earthen wall shattered instantly. Hutu recoiled as though struck by lightning, staggering back 1,000 steps, spitting a mouthful of ancestral Wu essence blood, her expression utterly transformed. Such maddening force. Wiping golden blood from her lips, Hutu felt her scalp prickle. 1 man versus 3 ancestral Wu. In his life-consuming ignition state, Yu Huang, driven solely by the certainty of his own death, had truly overpowered the 3 sharpest blades of the Wu clan. In hidden corners across the Hongjun realm, the scattered remnants of the Yaoshu faction watched the white-haired, frenzied emperor on the celestial screen and could no longer weep. Only raw, despairing shrieks tore from their throats. Emperor, cease this, your majesty. Outside the Zixiao palace, Tongtian Zhaozhu's gaze burned like twin suns, his fists clenched so tightly his fingernails pierced his palms. Unfelt. What a Yu Huang! What a heavenly emperor of the Yaoshu! On Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshe Tianzuan sat up straighter, his ever-cold eyes flickering with an exceedingly rare tremor of emotion. No matter the machinations, such indomitable, death-defying valor earned him the title Yaodi, Emperor of the Yaoshu, without question. Yet Su Ming offered no praise for this strength. Beyond the celestial screen, he merely gazed in silence at the countdown timer in the upper right corner. He was waiting for that single incense stick to burn to ash. Yu Huang knew it too. Time had run out. The karmic flames of life-consuming ignition had already burned through his great Luo Dao fruit. His vision blurred. Even the thunderous roar of collapsing space faded into silence. He had driven back the 3 ancestral Wu, but he could not slay them. The immortal Wu body defied reason. Unless their souls were obliterated in an instant, given even a breath's respite, they would reconstitute. And the scant time remaining was insufficient. He understood. This battle, this war, could not be won by the Yaoshu. On the celestial screen, Yu Huang, the blazing supernova-like emperor, suddenly ceased all attacks. He turned his head toward the farthest edge of the battlefield. There stood Tai, his younger brother, drenched in blood, locked in desperate struggle with Xianming, while the bell of the Eastern sovereign rang in broken, faltering tones. Gazing upon Tai, Yu Huang's ancient, death-veined face twisted into a smile utterly devoid of imperial majesty, no hesitation whatsoever. Yu Huang raised his hand. The fractured remnant of his life-bound treasure, the river chart and Luo writing, whirled violently backward, transforming into an irreversible golden beam that pierced the void and enshrouded Tai completely. Elder brother, Tai's eyes bled crimson as he pounded frantically against the golden shield. What are you doing? Release me, elder brother. Yu Huang did not look back. He stood with his back turned to that departing golden light, lips parting. The celestial screen magnified his lip movements 1,000-fold, transforming them into a cold celestial Tao voice that crashed across the entire Hongjun realm. Survive. Protect the Yaoshu in my stead. Then the Yaodi turned, facing the ancestral Wu, who closed in anew, facing the utterly ruined celestial court, facing the apocalyptic tribulation, the meticulously plotted, yet ultimately futile endgame. He embraced his fate. Yu Huang spread his arms wide and detonated the last ember of life-consuming true fire within his body. In that instant, the entire Hongjun sky was consumed by a blinding absolute white, so brilliant it seared sight itself. The image froze, entirely motionless, for 3 heartbeats. Then the white light dissipated. Where Yu Huang had stood, nothing remained. No corpse, no nascent soul, not even the faintest echo of existence. Only half a fragment of the river chart and Luo writing, its Tao resonance utterly extinguished, fell with a soft hollow clack onto the scorched barren earth. The camera slowly rose. A panoramic view of the shattered battlefield filled every viewer's sight. Bodies strewn by the billion seas of blood drifting with broken oars. 7 of the 10 great Yaoshu saints lay fallen, several of the 12 ancestral Wu had collapsed. In this mutually devastating ruin, the Yaoshu had lost their sovereign. The final frame settled upon the ruins of the Lingxiao Palace. A line of dripping golden characters emerged slowly, accompanied by Su Ming's heavy sorrow-laden sigh. The 10th regret of the Hongjun realm. Yu Huang's regret. Were I granted a second chance, I would never raise this army destined to eradicate my own race. Not out of fear for my own life, but because it is unworthy to trade the lives of my millions of Yaoshu warriors for a fragmented preordained scheme of the heavenly Tao. Unworthy. The Hongjun realm fell into utter silence. This time the celestial screen's commentary stream remained blank. Not a single immortal uttered a word nor sneered in mockery. Only profound, suffocating stillness endured, until from some nameless shadowed abyss deep within the Hongjun realm a wail pierced the silence, raw, agonized beyond measure. Your Majesty. That cry ignited the realm like wildfire, sparking across the 4 seas and 8 wastes. Those Yaoshu survivors, hiding for millennia in remote mountains and dense forests, hunted for centuries as mounts and slaves, kneeled as one toward the celestial screen. 10,000 years of grievance and bloodshed found their release at last. And in the deepest, most unseen reaches of chaos, a faint consciousness, so weak even the heavenly Tao could not perceive it, watched silently. It was Yu Huang, or rather the last lingering shard of his unresolved resentment persisting across 10,000 years. He stared at the words unworthy upon the screen. He watched the Yaoshu weep in anguish. The residual soul could neither speak nor move, yet a single pure golden tear coalesced in the void of chaos and began its slow descent. Beyond the celestial screen, Su Ming stirred, as if sensing something, then gently closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the irreverent, playful tone he'd used for narration had vanished entirely. In its place bloomed a chilling glacial stillness, one that sent tremors even through the primordial sages. Rank 10. The Fall of Yu Huang. Full recap concluded. Su Ming paused for 2 seconds, then snapped his head up, staring directly into the heart of the Hongjun realm. Ladies and gentlemen, wipe your tears, for what follows next is the reversal segment. At those 4 words, Tongtian Jiaozhu surged to his feet outside the Zixiao Palace, the 4 swords of the Zhuxian formation erupting skyward like pillars of divine wrath. In the depths of the blood sea, Mingyi Laozu crushed his bone throne to dust. Simultaneously, the divine senses of all the primordial sages locked, unwavering, onto the celestial screen. Upon the screen, boundless golden light surged like a tidal wave, roiling with unstoppable. Su Ming's final declaration, carrying the authority to shatter all fixed causality, resounded across the 3 realms. The account of Yu Huang. This extra unanticipated regret. Who then shall pay the price? Reversal countdown. 1 incense stick. The golden characters of the reverse countdown 1 incense stick hung in the sky like a sharp sword suspended above the primordial wilderness. 1 incense stick. All beings above the great Luo golden immortal held their breath, staring at the slowly diminishing countdown. But after 1 incense stick passed, the golden characters in the sky slowly transformed into another line of text. 10th place. The fall of Dijun. Review complete. Reverse conditions not yet met. Reverse fragments being stored. No reversal. At least, not now. That line of text lingered for just a few breaths before dissipating and the sky returned to its previous golden glow. The scene froze above the scorched earth after the battle with the Lich, the battlefield where Dijun self-destructed, barren and desolate, slowly receding. The holy land of the Yao clan in the northern region of Julu. This is the last stronghold of the Yao clan, concealed by a grand formation for millennia unknown to outsiders. A sacrificial altar stood deep within the dense forest on which rested a charred fragment, the remnant of the river diagram and Luo book, the last trace left by Dijun in the world. At this moment, the altar was filled with kneeling Yao clan cultivators. Baizhe knelt at the forefront. He was one of the highest-ranking demons of the Yao clan, with peak cultivation at the Tai Golden Immortal level, considered a top-tier combat force among the Yao. His eyes were blood-red, tears flowing uncontrollably. Emperor. Behind him, hundreds of Yao cultivators bowed in unison, their sobs stifled, yet resonating through the forest. An elderly fox demon trembled as he stood up, pouring a cup of spiritual wine onto the altar. Emperor, above, today the sky reveals your regrets, and the Yao clan is grateful for your grace. As long as the Yao clan endures, the Emperor shall remain immortal. The call rang out. As long as the Yao clan endures, the Emperor shall remain immortal. Hundreds of voices echoed, their sound waves soaring into the sky. The fragment of the river diagram and Luo book on the altar suddenly glimmered. A faint golden light flashed for a moment, seemingly in response to something. Baizhe suddenly looked up, his pupils constricting. The Emperor is still here. The news spread like wind to various Yao strongholds in the northern region of Julu. The remnants of the Yao clan, who had barely survived for millennia, collectively erupted in excitement at this moment. Their emperor had not completely perished. That remnant's soul still existed. The sky declared that regrets could be reversed. There was still hope. Heavenly Court, a Lingxiao treasure hall. The hall was dead silent. The civil and military celestial officials stood straight, no one uttering a word. They had seen the scene in the sky clearly. That magnificent Yao clan heavenly court, guarded by the 10 great Yao saints with the 360 star lords obeying orders, while Dijun presided over the affairs of myriad beings in the Sun Palace. Comparing this to the current heavenly court, they dared not make a comparison. The Jade Emperor sat on the dragon chair, his complexion shifting from iron gray to pale white, then back to iron gray. After repeating this several times, his expression finally settled into an extremely unpleasant dark gray. His heavenly court, indeed built upon the ruins of the Yao clan's heavenly court. The sky had laid this matter bare before all the primordial wilderness. Court dismissed. The Jade Emperor's voice was dry and hoarse, forcing out 2 words through gritted teeth. The celestial officials felt as if they had been granted a great pardon, streaming out in a line, their footsteps quicker than ever. When Taibai Jinxing reached the hall's entrance, he looked back. The Jade Emperor sat alone on the dragon chair, his expression dark, his hands gripping the armrests tightly, knuckles turning white. The old minister sighed and shook his head as he left. In the vast wilderness, in a certain deep mountain, the gathering place of the remnants of the Witch clan. After the fall of the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan was severely weakened. Although there were occasionally exceptionally gifted descendants awakening the bloodline of the ancestors, most only acquired superficial traits. Now the Witch clan was left with only a few thousand great witches and scattered witch tribes. The great witch Xing Tian, a descendant of the ancestor Xing Tian, stood atop the mountain gazing at the sky. He saw the fall of Dijun and the battles of the ancestors. These were memories imprinted in his bloodline, yet never had they appeared so clearly before him. Dijun, Xing Tian said in a deep voice, his expression extremely complex. Beside him, a young great witch couldn't help but say, "Tribe leader Dijun is our enemy. He is dead, shouldn't our clan." "Shut up," Xing Tian interrupted him. He looked at the final scene frozen in the sky. Dijun throwing the river diagram and Luo book to Tai, turning to face the 3 ancestors and self-destructing while spreading his arms. "He is an enemy," Xing Tian said slowly, "but he is also a man of honor." After a pause he added, "Moreover, we did not win that battle either." The young great witch fell silent. Yet Xing Tian's mind was occupied with another thought. The sky mentioned the 10 greatest regrets and Dijun was ranked 10th. Then, what about the ancestor Hutu? Hutu transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, guarding them for countless years. Does that count as a regret? If ranked higher, what else would the sky reveal? He clenched his fists. In the mortal realm, in a certain city in the southern region of Zhanbu, there weren't many cultivators, but they were not entirely absent. In the largest tavern in the city, dozens of scattered cultivators filled the elegant second floor, their raucous voices shaking the beams and causing dust to fall. "Did you see that? Dijun, Yao Emperor Dijun." A Qi refining stage cultivator pounded the table, his face flushed So there really was a Yao clan heavenly court in ancient times. Did you understand that data panel? Dijun had 45 million. Peak Kwasa Saint. Tisk, how much do we as Chi refining stage cultivators count? 100. Or 50. You don't even have 50. Get lost. Shut up, shut up. Think about it, he said the reverse conditions were not met, and it's being stored. Does that mean that if the conditions are met in the future it can be reversed? Nonsense. That voice was clear, regrets can be reversed. Then, doesn't that mean Dijun could be resurrected? Would the heavenly court agree? The entire table fell silent, exchanging glances, each picking up their wine bowls, no longer speaking. Outside the Zixiao Palace, Tongtian stood in his place, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the fading golden light in the sky. He had clearly seen that line of text. The reverse conditions had not yet been met. This meant that this so-called reversal was not unlimited. It required conditions. It required accumulation. Tongtian slowly closed his eyes. Dijun's regret was that he should not have waged war. Then what about his own regret? The great immortal array. 365 disciples captured. Bo Palace empty. The GS sect was practically non-existent. If this were also ranked among the 10 greatest regrets, if this too could be reversed. Tongtian's breath quickened for a moment, then he forcefully calmed himself. Do not disturb your own mind. He quietly warned himself. 10 Zhongwei Laojun still sat on the green stone, the gourd in his hand, already empty. He said nothing and did nothing, only occasionally glancing at Tongtian's back, a faint emotion swirling deep in his gaze. It was hard to tell what it was. On Kunlun Mountain in the Yushu Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzun sat on a mat, his expression restored to calm. But those who knew him understood. The calmer he appeared, the more dangerous he became. Dijun is ranked 10th. Yuan Shi spoke, his tone indifferent. A fallen Kwasa saint from 10,000 years ago. Is he even worthy to speak of regrets? Nanji Xinwing bowed his head respectfully, not daring to respond. Yuan Shi's gaze swept across the sky beyond the hall, illuminated by the golden light of the sky, his face half bright and half dark. Only the weak have regrets. The strong only make choices. This was spoken for his disciples to hear, but also for himself. Yet deep down he suppressed a thought. If his name were to appear among the 10 regrets counted by the sky, it was impossible. In his lifetime, Yuan Shi Tianzun had never had any regrets. The war of the gods was part of the heavenly, while simply following the course of heaven. As for Tongtian, Yuan Shi's gaze flickered briefly before returning to normal. Impossible. On the western spirit mountain, Zhuan Ti paced back and forth in the Buddhist hall, his footsteps hurried. Elder brother, do you think the sky will count us next? Jian opened his eyes. What are you afraid of? I am not afraid, Zhuan Ti replied defiantly. I just feel that matter with the Tathagata. And those things we did during the war of the gods. That was called salvation. Salvation, do you understand? Jian closed his eyes again. Be quiet. Think of a plan. Zhuan Ti was taken aback. What plan? If we are truly counted, how can we make the world believe that everything we did in the West was compassion? The reward panel in the sky hung for about half a T's worth of time before dissipating. However, the tremors it caused had yet to subside. At the edge of chaos, in a space isolated by the system, Su Ming sat cross-legged, suspended in the void as a translucent light curtain that only he could see slowly unfolded before him. Regret inventory system, main panel host, Su Ming, current cultivation, early stage of quasi-saint combat power 1. 2 million reversal fragment 1 piece, and used regret resonance value 8740. Next inventory unlock condition, reach a resonance value of 100. Current inventory progress top 10 regrets rank 10 completed. Su Ming glanced at the data, his mouth twitching. Early stage of quasi-saint combat power of 120,000. He stroked his chin. Sounds impressive, but in reality, Dijun at his peak had 45 million, which is 37 times greater than mine. Saints easily start at 80 to 90 million. In a world where saints abound and quasi-saints are as common as dogs, my level of power is barely adequate. Su Ming was not anxious. The path laid out by the system was very clear. Deeper inventory leads to greater power. As long as he lived to complete the top 10 regrets, he would at least reach the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Moreover, during the period of the sky's display, he had protection at the level of the Tao. No one could harm him, even a little, during the inventory. The real danger lay in the intervals. So during this time I have to behave myself and not be reckless, Su Ming reminded himself. He turned his gaze to the reversal fragment section, and with a thought the detailed description of the fragment appeared. Reversal fragment, small 1 effect, can rewrite a minor detail of an already inventoried regret. Cannot change the core conclusion, but can influence the peripheral direction. Usage restrictions can only be used on completed inventory regret events. Accumulation description fragments can stack. 3 small fragments can be synthesized into 1 medium fragment, and medium fragments can rewrite key nodes. Su-Ming pondered for a moment. A small fragment cannot change the conclusion of Jun's fall, but it can alter a detail. For example, making Jun do one more thing before he dies, or allowing a demon that should have died to survive. He'll save it for now, Su-Ming decided. He'll use them together later. When I've accumulated more fragments, the effect will be greater. He put away the panel and shifted his attention back to the sky. Although the sky's image paused during the inventory interval, he could still use it to speak. This was the authority granted to him by the system. During the interval, he could engage in audience interaction. Su-Ming cleared his throat. In the sky, golden light subtly flowed, and Su-Ming's voice once again spread throughout the wilderness. All right, everyone, don't rush. I know you're all curious about the reward panel we just saw. What is it? Why can it quantify power into numbers? Countless cultivators perked up their ears. Let me explain. Su-Ming's tone was as relaxed as chatting in a tea house. I have a unique data panel system that can accurately quantify anyone's power into numbers. The data panel from the recent battle between the necromancers was also seen by everyone. From now on, I will display the combat power data of relevant figures at each inventory. It will be fully open, transparent, and without omissions. He paused for a moment. Including saints. The moment those 2 words fell, on Kunlun Mountain, the brows of Yuanshi, Tianzuan suddenly twitched. In the western Spirit Mountain, the expression of Zhuanti changed dramatically. Is he going to reveal the combat power of the saints? Zhuanti exclaimed, turning to Jin, senior brother. He's going to strip us of our underpants. Jian's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he did not respond. The combat power of a saint. What a secretive matter this was. Although various saints had rough judgments among themselves, no one had ever quantified it into specific numbers and made it public. Once the data was public, the hierarchy was immediately clear. Who is strong and who is weak, who has hidden cards and who is bluffing, all exposed under the sky for the entirety of the wilderness to evaluate. This would be a catastrophe for certain, as saints whose power does not match their reputation. Su-Ming continued, of course I'm not trying to stir up trouble. It is purely to help the esteemed audience better understand the battles and strategies in each inventory. After all, simply saying very strong, isn't very conceptual. Giving a number makes everything clear. What? Unacceptable. He chuckled. If you don't accept it, there's nothing I can do. After all, you can't close the sky, can you? On Wanshou Mountain, Zhang Yuanzi's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly before he burst into laughter. Wonderful. Wonderful. He slapped the stone table, laughing uncontrollably. This child truly has no regard for authority. Rubbing the face of the saints against the ground. How refreshing. The young boy Qing Feng shrank in the corner and cautiously asked, my lord, then, what is your combat power? Zhang Yuanzi's smile faded, and he shot a glance at Qing Feng. I don't participate in battles, why would I need combat power? But if the sky reveals, then let it be revealed. Zhang Yuanzi picked up the tea again, his expression calm. I do not rely on combat power to make a living. Though he said this, a subtle glimmer flashed in his eyes. Su-Ming finished speaking and fell silent. The sky returned to tranquility. He leaned against the void, closing his eyes to feel the slow change of the regret resonance value. 8742. This number continued to rise slowly even after he stopped speaking. The emotional aftershocks triggered by the inventory of Jun were still spreading throughout the wilderness, each affected soul contributing a faint resonance power. Just a little over 1,000 more, and I can unlock the next inventory. Su-Ming estimated, at this rate it should take about 3 to 5 days. The shorter the interval, the better. The interval is his most vulnerable time. Though the system conceals him, what if a certain saint has some unconventional means? Thinking of this, he pulled up the system map. Waves of divine senses flickered across the wilderness like a probing net being spread out. As expected, Su-Ming looked at those divine sense fluctuations pointing towards him, the corners of his mouth curling up. These old ancestors have already started looking for me. In the heavenly court, within the Hall of Clarity, the 1,000-mile, I Yang Jian, and the listening wind, Ir Shikuang knelt before the throne, their heads bowed low. The voice of Hao Yan came from the direction of the dragon chair, filled with a repressed urgency. The 1,000-mile, I felt sweat on his forehead, replying to your majesty, I have scanned the 3 realms with my heavenly eye, from the eastern Victory Divine Continent to the western Coward Continent, and from the southern Zhanbu Continent to the northern Zhulu Continent, including the depths of the ocean and the icy plains of the far north. State the results. The 1,000-mile eye's voice was almost inaudible. Haoshan's breathing grew heavy. The listening wind, Ir quickly added. I have also searched the entire wilderness with my heavenly ear, including within and outside the 33 heavens. That voice seems to come from the void. I cannot pinpoint its location. As those words fell, the hall fell into a deep silence. Hongjun slowly stood up. The 1,000-mile eye and the listening wind ears simultaneously shrugged their shoulders. Useless. These two words struck down, leaving the two immortals pale as ash. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Taibai Jinxing stepped forward and cupped his hand, saying, This is not the fault of the two immortals. The heavenly veil is impenetrable even to the divine senses of sages. Immortal powers cannot reach it, I fear. Hongjun waved his hand, interrupting Taibai's words. He paced a few steps in front of the dragon chair and suddenly said, Issue a decree. Request the assistance of Yuanshi Tianzuan to help trace the whereabouts of the one who takes inventory. Taibai Jinxing's expression changed. Requesting Yuanshi Tianzuan. The heavenly court asking a sage for help. Where would that leave their face? But Hongjun could no longer afford to care. That Su Ming openly declared he would make all combat power data public, which was more humiliating for him, a shaky heavenly emperor, than being slapped in public. He must find this person before the next inventory. Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan did not need the heavenly court's decree. He had already taken action. The sage was deducing the heavenly mysteries. This was the highest level of information searching within the three realms. Yuanshi sat on a mat, 3 flowers gathered at the top, 5 chi converging towards the origin, pouring all his Dao fruit power into the deduction. Inside Yushu Palace, the heavenly mystery compass hung in midair, with 365 strands of profound light, interweaving like a net attempting to capture the source of that voice. The light net expanded, covering the eastern Victory divine continent. No results. Continuing to expand. Southern Jianbu continent, western Coward continent, northern Ju Lu continent. No results. Expanding further, beyond the 33 heavens to the dragon palace of the 4 seas and the underworld. Still no results. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression remained unchanged as he intensified his efforts. He expanded the range of deduction to the edge of chaos. Buzz. The heavenly mystery compass suddenly shook violently, and 365 strands of profound light exploded simultaneously, dispersing into countless shards of light. A line of words appeared on the surface of the compass. Not words, but a mass of chaotic gray mist completely swallowing all information. The heavenly mysteries were obscured. The full-force deduction of a sage was completely blocked. Yuanshi Tianzuan opened his eyes, and a flash of cold light flickered in the depths of his pupils. Interesting. He uttered those 3 words in an extremely calm tone, so calm it bordered on danger. The Southern Pole Immortal had been waiting outside the hall for a long time. Hearing his master speak, he cautiously peered in, saying, Master, do you have results? Yuanshi did not answer, only said, Go convey a message to Ling Mountain. The Southern Pole Immortal was taken aback. Convey a message to the west. Ask Jane. What has he found out? The Southern Pole Immortal took his orders and hurried off. What he did not know was that almost at the same time Ling Mountain in the west was doing the same thing. At the Great Thunder Sound Temple in Ling Mountain, the Zhuani Taoist formed a Buddha seal with his hands, and a golden Buddha light appeared above his head. This was the Western teachings, wisdom, eye connecting heaven, divine ability, said to observe all causality in the 3 realms and 6 paths. The golden Buddha light unfolded like a waterfall, attempting to trace back the causal threads of the voice from the heavenly veil. The causal line extended, broken, not cut off, but had never existed from the beginning. That existence, named Su Ming, seemed to have appeared out of thin air in this world with no past, no origin, and no causal connections. Zundi's Buddha seal dissipated, his expression extremely grim. No cause, no effect. He murmured, This person actually has no cause. Not even the web of causality under the heavenly way can touch him. Jane remained silent with his eyes closed. Zhuanti paced back and forth, growing more anxious. Senior brother, this is not right. No cause and effect can only mean 2 possibilities. Either this person transcends beyond the heavenly way, or he is completely obscured by some power. If it is the former, he shivered, unable to continue. Transcending beyond the heavenly way, what kind of concept is that? Even Hongjun Daozu, after merging with the Tao, is still a part of the heavenly way. Who can transcend beyond it? Jane finally spoke in a steady voice. The second possibility is greater. Some power at the level of the heavenly way is protecting him. What kind of power can block a sage's deduction, obscure causal tracing, and shield the heavenly court's monitoring system? Jane did not answer. Zhuandi thought for a moment, his expression growing more serious, unless it is the heavenly way itself. The 2 saints exchanged glances, each remaining silent. If the inventory taker is backed by the heavenly way, then all their investigations would be in vain. But if it is not the heavenly way, what kind of power could provide such protection? Do not act for now. Jane made a decision, observed quietly. Junti anxiously said, but he said he would make the sage's combat power data public. So what? Jane closed his eyes again, his expression returning to compassion. In the West we act with a clear conscience. Junti opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed the question of how to account for Duobeo's matter. Deep within the sea of blood, the ancestor of the underworld river did not pursue the investigation. He sat cross-legged on a blood lotus surrounded by howling azuras, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Investigate? Investigate what? That Su Ming was neither beneficial nor harmful to him. The regret of the inventory. His regret in the underworld river was greater than the heavens. The red lotus was taken, and he was unable to rise for an entire lifetime, trampled underfoot by the saints for 10,000 years. If the heavenly veil truly can inventory him and publicly expose the ugly faces of those saints from back then. The ancestor of the underworld river licked his lips, a surge of killing intent rising. Inventory, go ahead and inventory. He chuckled softly, the sound echoing in the depths of the sea of blood. They'll wait to see how those hypocritical individuals justify themselves. On Wanshou Mountain, at Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi sat under an old tree in the courtyard, having already finished 3 cups of spiritual tea. The 2 disciples Qing Feng and Ming Yue stood by his side, not daring to breathe. Master, what are you laughing at? Qing Feng finally couldn't help but ask. Xinyuanzi was indeed laughing. Ever since Su Ming announced he would make the sage's data public, he had not stopped laughing. I am laughing. Xinyuanzi poured himself another cup of tea. This is the first time in 10,000 years in the wilderness that someone can make all the sages uncomfortable at the same time. He sipped his tea, his gaze distant. Yuanshi is investigating, Jane is investigating, Haoyan is investigating. But only one person is not moving. Who? Qing Feng was taken aback. Xinyuanzi pointed towards the east with his lips. The direction of the Duoshui Palace. In Duoshui Palace, Taishang Laojun sat next to the alchemy furnace, a jug of newly brewed immortal wine beside him. The green ox lay in the courtyard chewing its cud, occasionally flicking its tail. The entire palace was quiet, as if the upheaval outside had no relation to this place. The Grand Master of Xiandu stood outside the palace door, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. Master, Uncle Yuanshi has transmitted news to various parties to trace the whereabouts of the inventory taker. Should we? There is no need. Taishang Laojun's voice was flat, as if he were speaking about something unrelated. But Master, that heavenly veil. Sit down and drink tea. Xiandu paused following his instruction to sit down in the corridor and poured himself a cup. Taishang Laojun picked up the wine jug and took a sip, his gaze falling on the remnants of the heavenly veil's golden glow. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Xiandu could not see this subtle arc. But if someone could see it, they would realize it was not mockery nor playful, but more like a kind of delight, as if an elder were watching a younger one demonstrate their abilities. Taishang said nothing. But indeed he did not investigate at all. At the edge of chaos in a hidden space, Su Ming observed everything through the system, watching the various saints busy themselves, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yuanshi is using the heavenly mystery compass. Failure, Junti is attempting causal tracing. Failure, the heavenly court's 1,000-mile eye and listening wind ear. Needless to say. He stretched lazily. The concealment provided by the system is at the level of the heavenly way, in the same league as the heavens. You all search, take your time. But his gaze suddenly froze, turning towards the direction of the Duoshui Palace. Taishang Laojun, the head of the 3 purities, the strongest and most inscrutable. While others were pursuing investigations, he remained still. What does this indicate? Either he already knows that the investigation is futile. This indicates his understanding surpasses that of other sages. Or he knows something that others do not. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. An interesting old man, he murmured, must keep an eye on him. Chaos. In the endless void there is no distinction between up and down, left and right, nor any trace of time passing. The gray chaotic currents swirl, endlessly devouring all forms and qualities. In this place where even saints would not linger long, a nearly imperceptible glimmer of light floated in the depths of the void. That was the remnant soul of Dijun. Or rather, it was the last trace of consciousness condensed from Daijin's billions of years of obsession. Thin as a cicada's wing, fragile as a dying candle. A casual swirl of chaotic currents could completely erase it. The only reason it could survive until now was its sheer weakness, weak enough that even chaos could not be bothered to devour it. A presence as small as a speck of dust. But at this moment, this speck of dust trembled. He saw the images of the heavenly curtain. From beginning to end, not a single frame was missed. From himself seated in the Sun Palace, presiding over affairs, to Tai's call of elder brother while practicing killing techniques in the rear hall. From the shape of the lips turning back before Jaimin's self-detonation to the smile of Baifeng dissipating in the sea of fire. From his desperate battle that overwhelmed the three ancestor witches to the moment he threw the He Tu and Luo Shu to Tai and turned to self-detonate. He saw it all. The remnant soul could not weep, or it could not even maintain a corporeal form, let alone eyes. But at the moment when the heavenly curtain finished playing, the light of this remnant soul suddenly dimmed a few degrees. This was the consumption of its essence caused by emotional fluctuation. For a remnant soul on the verge of dissipating, any emotion was a luxury. Sadness was a luxury. Unwillingness was a luxury. Even memories were a luxury. Yet he could not control himself. It had been billions of years. He had drifted in this void for billions of years. There was no sound, no light, no kin. Only endless chaos and a slowly diminishing consciousness. He thought he had long forgotten everything. Forgotten the starlight of the Sun Palace, forgotten Tai's smiling face, forgotten the brilliance of the demon clan under his rule, forgotten who he was. But the heavenly curtain laid all of this out before him again. Dijun. He was called Dijun. He was once the emperor of the demon clan. Tai. A thought surfaced in the remnant soul, vague and weak like the last bubble rising in deep water. The golden words on the heavenly curtain were still etched in his consciousness. If I could start over, I would not raise an army. Yes. If only I could start over. It was not worth it. Trading the lives of myriad demons for a mutually destructive outcome was not worth it. But he could no longer start over. He could barely maintain this remnant soul. In a few tens of thousands of years, or perhaps not even that long, in 1,000 or several hundred years, he would completely dissipate into chaos. By then the name Dijun would truly be erased from the world. Regret can be reversed. The voice echoed in the remnant soul. Dijun did not believe it. He had been a solitary soul for billions of years and had long ceased to believe any promises. But just then, a beam of light descended. A faint golden light floated down from above the chaos. To be precise, it was not above. There were no directions in chaos. But that beam of light found him precisely as if drawn by some force. The golden light fell upon the remnant soul. Warmth. This was the first time Dijun felt warmth in billions of years. The moment the golden light merged with the remnant soul, the dissipating consciousness suddenly stabilized. The light that should have continued to dim ceased its decline, even becoming slightly brighter. Not much, only slightly. But for a remnant soul on the brink of extinction, this slight change was the boundary between life and death. Dijun's consciousness became somewhat clearer. He could sense the source of that golden light, the heavenly curtain. It was the residual energy produced by the emotional resonance of the myriad spirits when the heavenly curtain tallied his regrets. The cries of the demon clan, the respect of the great shamans, the sentiments of the scattered cultivators, and even the discussions of ordinary mortals. All the souls touched by his story contributed a trace of emotional power. These amounts were insignificant, but gathered together they were enough to sustain a remnant soul for a little longer. So it turns out. A vague thought surfaced in the remnant soul: there are still people who remember Dijun. The billions of years of solitude cracked open a seam at this moment. Light shone in. Meanwhile, in a hidden space at the edge of chaos, a new prompt popped up on the system panel in front of Su Ming. Detected the remnant soul of the 10th regretful protagonist enduring. Location: deep chaos, coordinates marked. Status: extremely weak remnant soul, integrity 3.7. Estimated natural extinction limit: 400 years. Note: this remnant soul can serve as a future reversal anchor. The higher the remnant soul's integrity, the greater the chance of reversal success. Suggestion: appropriately release resonance residual waves to maintain the remnant soul's existence. Su Ming looked at the number 3.7 and fell silent for a moment. 3.7. That means Dijun's remnant soul only has 3.7% of an intact soul left. The remaining 96.3% has already been worn away by the erosion of billions of years of chaos. Naturally destined to dissipate in 400 years. How tragic, Su Ming murmured. With a thought, he automatically released a trace of resonance residual wave generated from the tally towards the position of Dijun's remnant soul. That previous golden light was this trace of residual wave, sustaining life for now. Su Ming said to himself. As for the tally, once the resonance value accumulates enough and the reversal shards are sufficient, then we will settle the final account together. He pulled up the detailed panel of Dijun's remnant soul and took another look. Dijun remnant soul status: integrity 3.73. 9 after resonance residual wave infusion. Restoration limit under current conditions 15. Total restoration needed medium reversal shards 3 or large reversal shards 1. Note restoring to over 15 allows for basic consciousness communication, restoring to over 50 allows for temporary materialization, restoring to over 80 allows for permanent rebirth. 3 medium shards or 1 large shard. Su Ming calculated, I currently only have 1 small shard in hand, 3 small ones equal 1 medium, which means at least 9 small shards are needed to make up 3 medium ones. The distance is far enough, but the path is clear. Dijun, my brother. Su Ming smiled at the void. Hang in there, your scenes are yet to come. He put away the panel and closed his eyes to rest. The resonance value of regret was still slowly rising. 8834. 8851. The unlocking threshold of 10,000 was getting closer. The next protagonist of the tally was already waiting. In the northern Julu continent, at the Wan Yao Ridge, the spiritual veins here are dry. The mountains and rocks are charred black like charcoal remnants of the aftermath of the witch-demon war that have yet to dissipate. Within a 3,000-mile radius of barren mountains, more than 100 large and small restraining formations are densely packed, all part of the concealment techniques painstakingly developed by the remnants of the demon clan over millennia. On the day when the sky curtain counted Emperor Jun, this mountain range that had been silent for too long erupted completely. In the deepest part of Wan Yao Ridge, within a council hall built from the bones of ancient demon beasts, various demon cultivators are currently packed inside. The atmosphere in the hall is intense. 3 stone chairs occupy the upper position, with the middle one left empty, reserved for Emperor Jun. No one has dared to sit there for millennia. On the left stone chair sits an old man in a white robe, his face gaunt with a vertical pattern flowing in each of his eyes. He is the ancient auspicious beast, Bai Zhe, who knows the habits of all things. On the right stone chair, a figure leans halfway against the backrest, exuding a relaxed demeanor. This person has a sinister appearance, high cheekbones, and sharp, elongated triangular eyes that flicker with varying brilliance. Dressed in dark golden scale armor, faintly shimmering with the phantom of Peng wings. Kuanping, an ancient demon clan general, once one of the 10 demon saints under Emperor Jun. Among the few quasi-saint-level great demons who survived the witch-demon war, he is one of them. Hundreds of demon cultivators are kneeling in the hall, from Tai golden immortals to the Luo golden immortals. All are the backbone of the remnants of the northern Julu continent's demon clan. Kuanping speaks first, his voice hoarse and low, tinged with a hint of deliberately suppressed excitement. He scans the crowd of demons in the hall, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The grandeur of His Majesty Emperor Jun, the truth of the witch-demon war. The sky curtain revealed it all to the wilderness. A stir arises in the hall. An old demon with red eyes whispers, the Emperor. The Emperor has not been forgotten. Not only has he not been forgotten. Kuanping suddenly sits up straight. What did that Su Ming say? Regret can be reversed. At these words, the air in the great hall seems to ignite like a fire. Reverse. A giant demon that has transformed from a flood dragon trembles all over. Could it be that His Majesty the Emperor still has a chance to return? Do not act rashly. Bai Zhe's voice is not loud, yet it cools the fervent atmosphere in the hall by a third. He slowly opens his vertical eyes, his gaze calm as a deep abyss. The identity of that counter is unclear, and even the saints could not investigate his details. It remains unknown who this person is. Bai Zhe pauses, his tone turning grave. What if it is a trap? The hall falls silent for a moment. Kuanping raises an eyebrow, his smile unwavering. Brother, Bai Zhe, you are being overly cautious. You also saw that when the sky curtain counted Emperor Jun, even the saints were silent, as if struck by fear. The 3 heavenly machine talismans from Yuan Shi Tianzun were cast, yet they did not even stir a ripple. Such methods are not traps that ordinary people can lay. Bai Zhe's calm gaze falls upon Kunpeng's face unhurriedly, saying, the more cautious we must be. To stir the saint's existence is either our opportunity or our utter disaster. Before the situation is clear, rash actions will only expose the last remaining bloodlines of the demon clan to prying eyes. Kunpeng's lips twitch slightly. He and Bai Zhe have shared command of the demon clan remnants for many years, one advocating for battle and the other for defense, and they often have disagreements. Now, before over 100 demon cultivators, Bai Zhe suppresses his proposal, making Kuanping feel somewhat embarrassed. But Kuanping quickly hides his displeasure and instead smiles, raising his hands. Brother, Bai Zhe has a point. He turns to the gathered demons. But there is one thing that I am sure you all have felt. After the sky curtain counted, the excitement in the hearts of all tribes. The name of the Emperor resounds once more throughout the wilderness, and this itself is the greatest encouragement for our demon clan. The gathered demons nod in agreement, many still with tears glistening in their eyes. A leopard demon leader kneels on one knee, his voice choked. The 3,000 demon soldiers under my command wept loudly for an entire hour after watching the sky curtain. Many youngsters have never seen the true appearance of the Emperor, and now knowing their ancestor once shone so brilliantly, their morale has surged tenfold. This is what matters. Kunpeng stands up, the dark golden sheen of his scale armor shimmering. I do not intend to strike recklessly, but I propose. Send out scouts to secretly investigate the origins of that counter. If there truly is a chance to reverse Emperor Jun's regrets, how can our demon clan stand by idly? He looks at Baize. What do you think, brother Baize? Baize is silent for a moment, then nods. Investigation is feasible. But only investigate, do not act, do not reveal our tracks, and absolutely, do not actively contact that counter. Of course. Kunpeng maintains his usual smile. After the council disperses, the demons withdraw. Baize is the last to leave the great hall. As he steps out the door, he pauses, glancing back at the empty council hall. Kunpeng has already left, but beside the stone chair where he just sat, a faint trace of demonic energy disturbance has yet to completely dissipate. It is a remnant left by the communication technique. Baize's vertical pupils narrow slightly. Before the council had even concluded, Kunpeng had already been secretly sending messages. To whom? Baize did not pursue the question, nor did he make a fuss. He merely withdrew his gaze, clasped his hands behind his back, and stepped out of the great hall, treading on the jagged rocks of Wanyao Ridge. The moonlight is cold. Kunpeng. Baize murmurs to himself, the remnants of a crescent moon reflected in his vertical pupils. You were adept at scheming when by his majesty's side, and now that the emperor has fallen for 10,000 years, your ambitions must be even greater than back then. He recalls the scene on the sky curtain, Emperor Jun reigning while the myriad demons bowed before him. He also remembers that during the Witch Demon War, Kunpeng was never at the forefront. A glint of coldness flashes in Baize's eyes. Outside the Wanyao Ridge, Kunpeng stands alone on a cliff. The night wind carries the unique chilling malice of the northern Julu continent, causing the edges of his dark golden scale armor to whistle. He stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the now darkened position of the sky curtain. Reverse regret. Kunpeng murmurs these 4 words. In his narrowed eyes there is no excitement or tears from the demon race, only a calm that approaches cold calculation. If Emperor Jun truly were to return, who would be the first to face his reckoning? Kunpeng is very clear about the answer. On the day of the Witch Demon War, he had been holding back the Witch Clan's forces on the flank. Only he knows how much combat power he truly invested. Emperor Jun cannot return, but that power of reversal in the hands of the counter, if it could be used for himself. Kunpeng's lips slowly curl up, revealing a chilling smile. In his sleeve, he clutches a jade slip, the receipt of the communication sent earlier during the council. The jade slip bears only 3 words: received. From which force it came, it is unknown. But Kunpeng obviously already has his own means. The undercurrents of the northern Julu continent quietly take shape on this night. At the same time, in the heavenly court, within the side hall of Lingxiao Palace, the Supreme Heaven Emperor sits alone, his expression grim. The aftershocks of the earlier sky curtain counting have yet to dissipate, and the pent-up anger in his heart has been stifled all day, growing more and more suffocating. The report from the Tai by Jin Xing lies on the table. An abnormal wave of demonic energy has been detected in the northern Julu continent, suspected to be a large-scale gathering of demon clan remnants. As expected, the Supreme Heaven grits his teeth, slamming his palm on the table, causing the teacup to bounce up 3 inches. That sky curtain elevated Emperor Jun to the heavens. How can the remnants of the demon clan sit still? He stands up, pacing back and forth, suddenly turning his head. Send orders. Dispatch the Heavenly Patrol General to lead 30,000 heavenly soldiers to station at the periphery of the northern Julu continent. Keep a close watch on the movements within a 5,000-mile radius of Wanyao Ridge. At the entrance of the side hall, a heavenly general receives the order and departs. The Supreme Heaven stands alone in the hall, breathing heavily. He is not afraid of the remnants of the demon clan. Those strays cannot stir up much trouble. What he fears is that sky curtain. If the sky curtain continues to count down, if it counts down to the history of the establishment of the heavenly court, if all beings in the wilderness know how he, the Supreme Heaven, obtained this position. The Supreme Heaven clenches his fists, the knuckles cracking audibly. I must find that Su Ming, he says softly, the words squeezed out between his teeth. No matter who he is daring to shake the foundation of my heavenly court, I will not tolerate him. Outside Lingxiao Palace, the night wind howls. The entire heavenly court stands silently in the darkness like a resplendent golden cage. In the western paradise, at the summit of the Spirit Mountain beside the 7-treasure lotus pool, the Taoist of salvation sat alone on a golden lotus cushion, his body emanating a subdued Buddhist light, his face as withered as ancient wood. His eyes were slightly closed, his lips moving as if silently reciting scriptures. However, if a powerful being were to draw near and observe closely, they would discover that he was not reciting scriptures, but repeatedly deducing the heavenly secrets. The results of each deduction were the same: chaos. A realm of chaos. How could a saint, let alone he, peer into the obscured information even the heavenly Tao concealed? Footsteps approached from the other side of the lotus pool. The Taoist of purity hastened over, sitting down heavily on the nearby stone platform, entirely discarding the saintly demeanor he usually maintained. His complexion was pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Senior brother, the Taoist of purity, lowered his voice, glancing around. I need to discuss something. The Taoist of salvation did not open his eyes. Speak. Is it really possible that the heavenly curtain will take notice of us? The Buddhist light around the Taoist of salvation paused slightly. The Taoist of purity watched his brother's reaction, his heart sinking threefold. He rubbed his palms together and forced a smile, saying, I mean, it might not necessarily be the case. The incident with Jun has nothing to do with us. We were safely in the West during the battle of the witch and demon, not involved at all. The Taoist of salvation slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the Taoist of purity. That gaze was as faint as the autumn mist, yet it left the Taoist of purity's words stuck in his throat. What about the events after the canonization of gods? The Taoist of salvation asked. The smile of the Taoist of purity froze. Silence enveloped the hall for more than 10 breaths. The Taoist of purity spoke, his voice 3 degrees lower than before. Which matter does senior brother refer to? You know full well. The Taoist of purity's lips moved, but finally he sighed and spoke rapidly. The matter concerning the Taoist of treasures was an edict arranged by the Lord, not merely my decision. Moreover, leading him into the Buddhist fold provided him a way out, which is better than. That's enough. The Taoist of salvation raised his hand to stop him. Your explanation is of no use to me. The problem is, if that heavenly curtain were to reveal this matter to the myriad beings of the primal chaos. He did not finish his sentence, but both understood the consequences. Disciples of the intercepting sect being captured, killed, or converted. How much of this involved righteous battlefield slaughter, and how much was calculated, enticed, and coerced by the great trends of the heavenly Tao? If it were merely a matter understood among saints, then so be it. But if the heavenly curtain reveals all details, all methods, all disgraceful plots, the Taoist of purity shivered. The 4 celestial swords of the heavenly master still sent chills down his spine when he thought of them. If that master of the intercepting sect were thoroughly enraged, so I came to find my brother to discuss countermeasures. The Taoist of purity put away his playful demeanor, his expression serious. We must prepare in advance. The Taoist of salvation pondered for a moment, his withered fingers lightly tapping his knee. 3 paths, he slowly began. The Taoist of purity instantly perked up. Firstly, investigate the enumerator. The Taoist of salvation stated this person possesses immense capabilities, but ultimately operates within the primal chaos. Since he has spoken and interacted with the beings of the primal chaos, he is not completely detached. We must locate his essence before the enumeration. He did not utter the word resolve, but the meaning was clear. The Taoist of purity nodded. Secondly, we take the alternative route. If we cannot find him, we must prepare an explanation. The Taoist of salvation stated the matter of the canonization involves the decrees of the heavenly Tao. We in the West act according to the command of the heavenly Tao, converting those with affinity into our Buddhist fold. This is a great act of compassion, not coercive plunder. The Taoist of purity's eyes lit up. Exactly. That reasoning is good. I said we are just and upright. But the Taoist of salvation raised his eyes to look at him. Do you think Tongtian would believe it? The Taoist of purity's words caught in his throat again. Silence fell over the hall once more. After a moment, the Taoist of purity tentatively asked, what about the 3rd path? The Taoist of salvation remained silent for a longer time than before. Finally, he spoke in a very low voice to win over. The Taoist of purity was taken aback when over the enumerator. This person holds the power to reverse regrets. The Taoist of salvation stated slowly, if he can be utilized for the West, there is no need to reverse others' regrets, merely beautifying our West's deeds by 3 parts and obscuring the disgraceful details. The Taoist of purity's triangular eyes shone brightly. Senior brother is brilliant. He suddenly stood up, clapping his palms together. Leave this matter to me. When the heavenly curtain brightens next time, I will secretly approach that enumerator, using the merits and sincerity of the West to move him. Be cautious. The Taoist of salvation's tone turned cold. This person cannot be restricted even by the heavenly Taoist secrets. We know nothing of his strength, his origins, or his intentions. If you recklessly approach, it may lead to disaster. The Taoist of purity waved his hand. Brother, need not worry. It will be merely a probe. I will not be reckless. I will first sense his location with Buddhist methods, then approach with a clone. No. The Taoist of salvation interrupted him again, his withered face displaying a grave expression. If he senses your Buddhist aura, he is very likely to develop hostility towards our West. Do you not remember just now, when the heavenly curtain enumerated the battle of the witch and demon, it vaguely mentioned the shadow of the saint in the dark? Are you certain there are no figures from our West among them? This statement poured over him like a bucket of ice water. The Taoist of purity's complexion changed instantly. He slowly sat back down on the stone platform, rubbing his palms, his fingertips trembling slightly. In the imagery of the battle of the witch and demon, the concealed saint figures that Su Ming had deliberately released, the Taoist of purity still had not recognized who they were. But it was precisely because he had not recognized them that it made him even more anxious. What if there were people from their West among them? During the battle of the witch and demon, the West indeed engaged in some underhanded dealings, stirring the waters, profiting from chaos, seizing benefits from the hands of the Shura clan during the turmoil. These acts they believed were flawless. Yet that heavenly curtain seemed to know everything. Senior brother, the Taoist of purity's voice was dry. How much does that enumerator truly know? The Taoist of salvation closed his eyes. After a long time, Amitabha, only these 4 words and no more. Outside the hall, the golden light of merit in the western paradise flowed as usual, with the sound of chanting ringing out. But at this moment, under the golden light enveloping the sacred land of the West, the 2 leaders inside felt a chill in their hearts. What they did not know was, deep within chaos, Su Ming sat cross-legged in a void, a small luminous screen hovering before him. On the screen, everything in the Western Spirit Mountain was laid bare. He heard every word exchanged between the Taoist of salvation and the Taoist of purity clearly. Su Ming's lips curled up slightly as he muttered to himself, to win me over. Heh. He extended a finger and lightly tapped it in the void. A system panel appeared. Resonance value 900, just 200 short. Su Ming smacked his lips. The demon race contributed significantly, while these 2 from the West are busy scheming, contributing a pitiful amount of resonance value. He stroked his chin, his gaze falling on a line of small text beneath the panel. Tip: you can release preview segments to stimulate the growth of resonance value. All right. Su Ming squinted his eyes, a hint of meaning in his smile. Let's give them something new. He stood up, stretching his shoulders and neck. The 9th, Hutan Yang Yang. Su Ming murmured this name, the playful expression in his demeanor fading somewhat. This one's story is even more tear-jerking than Jun's. He raised his head, looking towards the void passage connecting to the heavenly dome of the primal chaos. Are you ready, esteemed viewers of the primal chaos? 3 days had passed since the curtain fell on the fall of Jun. Above Jiuxiao, that gilded Tianmu hung like an impassable rampart spanning heaven and earth. A silence so absolute it choked the 3 realms. Under the surface, dark tides brewed in the abyss. All sentient things waited for a single chance. When would the heavens be peeled open again? At the 3rd quarter of the Chen hour, no wind, no omen. The death-still golden radiance suddenly shattered, and in its stead a blinding bone-white brilliance tore through the primordial barrier. The sea of clouds was rent for 10,000 li, revealing the implacable workmanship of fate. Characters formed slowly in the rift, neither gold nor jade, edged with a frost-like chill. Each stroke seemed steeped in the desolation of countless calamities. Notice of the 9th, she becomes eternity for all living things. Yet from thenceforth she is companionless. No voice, no shape, and no silver-tongued explanation from the one who called himself Su Ming. Only those few words hung in the firmament. In that instant the veins of the primordial world seethed. Beiju Luzhou, the bitterly cold land at the far north. Within an earthen cavern, an ancient crude altar boiled with the coppery stench of beast blood. Hundreds of gaunt remnants of the shamanic tribe lay prostrate in silence. The leading elder shaman, his robes threadbare, dipped a withered finger into the hot blood and smeared it across the faceless idol. Suddenly a pale arc of light burned through a fissure in the dome and stabbed the altar. The elder's fingers stiffened. The clay bowl fell and shattered into shards. The thick iron-scented blood spattered the coarse hemp sleeve, seeping and congealing. He seemed not to notice. His clouded eyes were fixed on the silver-white script that had pierced the seal. She becomes eternity for all living things. The elder's shriveled lips trembled. The words were chewed between his teeth, as if bearing a 1,000-fold weight. Yet from thenceforth she is companionless. His knees buckled, and he struck the stone slab. There was no wailing, only ancient tears carving furrows down a ravined face, mingling with beast blood and falling to the dust. Put to the ancestral Wu. Those 2 words had been suppressed for so long, they had become little more than an obsession. In the silent cavern, lamentations spread like plague. Countless heads struck the earth, the dull reverberations braided into a single sound. No one questioned what the phrase implied. In former days, she became the wheel of reincarnation to mend the heavens' breach, a deed of incomparable righteousness. What it bought her, however, was eternal netherhood, never again to see 11 fellow brothers sitting alone by Hongjun. The Tao had forgotten. Yet this Tianmu astonishingly still remembers. The elder lay prostrate, fingers gouging the stone, seams blood pouring. Wan Shaoshan Wuzhuangguan, a plain Dinkiln teacup, hovered suspended between Zhang Yuanzi's fingers, steam curled about it. His phoenix-lidded eyes, half-closed, slowly opened as he inspected the portent in the heavens. Hudu. He sighed softly, not even causing the tea to ripple. Beside him, the Tao acolyte Qingfeng hesitated and asked, "Master, is this ninth one the legend?" The 12 ancestral Wus, Hutu. Zhen Yuanzi set the cup upon the table and straightened imperceptibly. In former years, she transformed herself into the 6 paths to fulfill the primordial fate, in sorrow, and vow none could surpass her. His gaze shifted to the boundless firmament, a flash of lucidity, and frost crossed his eyes. To sever herself from heaven and earth and become law itself, that is a hull of grandeur. But when the ashes of calamity are scattered, what then? To be imprisoned in the nether for eons, to watch countless lives revolve while one endures unendingly. No old comrades, no attachments, 11 blood kin long since turned to dust. Qingfeng felt a chill along his spine and murmured, "Such a way of living. Is it more agonizing than obliteration of flesh and spirit?" Zhen Yuanzi made no reply. He swept his whisk lightly, and his gaze grew yet deeper. "The architect who laid out this reckoning plays the art of striking the heart most thoroughly," he said, glancing again at the Tianmu. "First reveal the fury of Di Jun's final fight, then dissect Huda's long-lived torment. Clever methods." Outside Zhixiaogong, chaotic airflows sliced like knives. Tongtian Zhaozhu sat cross-legged as his black Tao robe fluttered. He tilted his head toward the script, his sword-like brows seemed sealed. Hudu. He had heard of her within Zhixiaogong. Though their ties were scant, he had always admired that woman's resoluteness. To sacrifice oneself for the righteous cause, so it seemed. In ordinary times, he might have praised such greatness. But now Tongtian's eyes bore no pity for Hutu, only a cold, blade-edged calculation. The 10th on the list was the Demon Emperor Jun. The 9th the ancestral Wu Hutu. Both had exhausted themselves, yet found no peaceful end. Apex figures undone. And him. The 10,000 Immortals formation was broken. The Jiejiao lineage severed. Disciples who once drew homage from myriad races lay dead or imprisoned, forcibly ferried west. Such karmic consequence, such obsession, placed upon that Tianmu, where would his name rank? Tongtian's 5 fingers folded into his sleeve, tightened slowly, bone and joint made harsh dissonant sounds. If one could make the list, one might hope to touch that so-called power of reversal. To remake one's fate, what an alluring promise. But at what cost? To tear open that bloody 10,000 Immortals formation, to exhibit his inability to shield his disciples, to expose the wound wrought by a brother's treachery, ripping those wounds raw and setting them beneath the gaze of all primeval life, left to be seen by ants who would stare lament or pass judgment. If there truly is a day of return. Tongtian closed his eyes and stilled the almost devouring gleam within them. Then what harm is there in striking the heart? Taisu Heaven Nüwa's palace. The energy of creation folded into auspicious clouds, but could not conceal the solitary figure along the long corridor. Nüwa leaned upon the balustrade. Silver-white light brushed her flawless face, lending it an almost pallid chill. Her gaze seemed to pierce the Tianmu, peering into the profound black of the nether. Hudu, such a distant name. Before she had ascended to sainthood in the making of humankind, Nüwa had once debated the Tao beneath Buzhou Mountain with a woman in yellow robes. She shaped bone with Jiutian Shirong, 9 heavens breath soil, while Hutu laid foundations with the turbid airs of the earth. That was the most primordial vitality. Later the clash of fate drove the Wuzhu and Yao clans to slaughter one another. She was nailed fast to the sage's seat by the imperious laws of heaven, relegated to behold her right, to act stripped away. Afterward that woman leapt into the sea of blood and became the unceasing millstone of reincarnation. Above the 9 heavens she received incense, below the 9 nether she drank the waters of Hongjun. Life and death saw no reunion. Nüwa's fingertip brushed coldly across the jade rail. You alone. Her voice was so slight it seemed afraid to rouse some omnipresent will. In the end you have watched for far too long. Night fell like ink. Beyond the Zixiao Palace chaotic currents churned across the boundless void, exhaling and inhaling primordial gray mist that had endured since time immemorial. This desolate realm, so forbidding even sages dared not linger, now held but a single solitary figure standing motionless at the edge of a sheer cliff. Tongtian Patriarch. His obsidian Taoist robe flapped fiercely in the chaotic gales as its hem whipped through the air. His stern, heroic visage vanished into the shroud of night. He raised his gaze toward heaven, piercing through the veil of chaos, to fix upon the golden celestial canopy, suspended high above the ninth heaven. That canopy had dimmed. The ghastly white characters, preview of the ninth rank, had long since dissolved, leaving only a faint golden radiance like an invisible shackle spanning the vault of the primordial chaos. Silence. An absolute profound silence. Tongtian's breathing was so subdued it nearly merged with the chaotic gales themselves. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, his fingers slowly tightened beneath his sleeves, veins bulging, knuckles cracking with soft, brittle snaps. He had watched the death of Jun. From beginning to end, not a single frame missed. The imperial majesty of the demon sovereign ascending the throne, Tai Yi's solemn rehearsal of slaughter techniques steeped in fraternal devotion, O.G. Meng's silent farewell before self-immolation, Bai Feng's tragic transformation into a wall of fire. Then finally Jun's ultimate sacrifice, burning himself, utterly hurling the Hichu Luoshu scroll toward Tai Yi before turning to detonate his own being. Tongtian closed his eyes. Were I given a chance to begin anew, I would never raise an army. Those golden words inscribed beneath Jun's regret pierced every witness's heart like a blade. Here Tongtian reflected inwardly. What regret would surface if the reckoning reached him? The answer was unmistakable: the myriad immortals formation. Were I given a chance to begin anew? Tongtian's eyelids trembled faintly, and another blood-drenched vision rose before him. The Bo Palace teeming with disciples during the era of myriad immortals pilgrimage. Followers of the Jia sect scattered across the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, embracing all beings without discrimination, welcoming every soul under heaven. These disciples, some dull-witted, others sharp-minded, some low-born, others gifted beyond measure. Each called him master, and he vowed to shield them for life. And then, the investiture of the god's calamity. The Zhuxian sword formation shattered, the myriad immortals formation obliterated. Disciple after disciple fell. Some were captured, others slain, still more forcibly converted to the Western paradise. Yinshao imprisoned beneath Qiling Cliff. Jinling transformed into a Buddhist monk. Zhao Gongming's soul scattered to oblivion. 3,000 mortals of the red dust, all perished. He could not protect them. Not one. Tongtian's Adam's apple rolled as he swallowed a mouthful of metallic bitterness. I merely wished to protect my disciples. His voice emerged hoarse like stone grinding against stone. What crime is that? No reply came. Chaotic gales howled past, lifting strands of hair from his temples. The Chan sect instigated the investiture war. The Western paradise seized opportunity amid the flames. The Ren sect stood idly by. Tongtian enunciated each word with deliberate weight, as if accusing some unseen presence in the void. The Jia sect embraced all without distinction, opened its gates wide to all realms. Was that the transgression? My disciples, they simply sought cultivation. Why? His voice caught in his throat. He knew the answer. The Grand Tao's inevitable course. Sages must not defy it. A decree sealed at the moment of attaining Tao. Yet was this so-called Grand Tao's inevitable course truly heaven's will, or merely a net woven by certain hands? Tongtian opened his eyes. A ferocious, devouring light surged within their depths. Far away toward Kunlun Mountain, atop that range, which should have sunk deep into night, a faint spiritual glow now flickered, barely perceptible. It was the Yushu Palace, the abode of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Lamps blazed brightly. Tongtian stared unblinkingly at that distant light, expressionless. Of the 3 brothers, Taishang practiced effortless non-action. Yuanshi upheld lofty pride. Only Tongtian guarded his disciples with fierce, unyielding devotion. Once they had sat side by side beneath the Zishao Palace listening to the Tao, once they had founded sects and parted ways, once they had attained sagehood together. When had their paths diverged into open warfare? After the investiture war, the 3 pure ones never convened again. Taishang withdrew to the Bairing Palace, refining elixirs and reciting scriptures detached from worldly affairs. Yuanshi remained enthroned in the Yushu Palace, seated aloft on clouds, preserving the dignity befitting a sage. And Tongtian, for 300 years he sat alone outside the Zishao Palace, neither entering nor returning to his mountain, nor meeting any old friend. Some fractures once formed can never be mended. Tongtian withdrew his gaze and looked down upon the vast primeval wilderness beneath his feet. Billions of living beings, countless mortal souls. Who among them cared for a sage's sorrow? If that reckoner. Tongtian murmured softly, his voice shredded by chaotic winds, could truly reverse regrets. He paused, and clenched his fist completely. I would pay any price. Spoken so quietly, yet each word rang like forged iron. At that very instant, the celestial canopy, the golden expanse long dormant, flickered, a fleeting, almost imperceptible pulse. Yet Tongtian lifted his head and caught that glimmer with uncanny precision. His pupils contracted sharply as he fixed his gaze upon the canopy, and a low, resonant chuckle rose from his throat. Did you hear me? The canopy remained mute, offering no reply. But Tongtian knew that flash was no coincidence. Deep within the chaos, beyond reach of any being, Su Ming sat cross-legged, suspended in a void-like space. Before him floated a luminous screen, reflecting Tongtian's image with crystalline clarity. He watched the Jia sect patriarch standing alone at the cliff's edge, saw the tightening of his fist, heard that vow, I would pay any price, and remained silent for a long while. Senior Master, Su Ming whispered, addressing Tongtian, yet also speaking to himself. Your tale may well surpass even Di Jun's in tragedy. The moment those words left his lips, the system interface abruptly flashed into view. Detected high density, regret source. Origin Tongtian Patriarch. Regret type, failure to protect disciples, annihilation of all followers, extinction of sect lineage. Emotional intensity 9870100000, extremely near threshold. Projected ranking top 5. Note subject is a sage level entity. Reversal difficulty is extremely high, requires 5 large reversal fragments or 2 ultra-large reversal fragments. Su Ming studied the words top 5 and let out a soft low whistle. Top 5. He stroked his chin, a complex glint flashing in his eyes. Brother, your regret carries staggering weight. Another system prompt appeared. Current reckoning progress 10th rank completed, 9th rank preview released. Next task, complete reckoning of the 9th rank. Hutu. Estimated resonance value gain 15000. Note Tongtian Patriarch's regret qualifies as a core future reckoning subject. Prioritize accumulation of reversal fragments. Su Ming dismissed the interface and returned his gaze to Tongtian on the screen. The Jia sect Patriarch had already turned, walking steadily toward the Zixiao Palace. His steps were firm, his spine unbent, his obsidian Taoist robe drifted soundlessly in the night wind. No sorrow showed upon his face, no despair. Only a tenacious, almost stubborn resilience. Brother Tongtian, Su Ming murmured gently, wait patiently. When your turn comes, I shall lay bare the truth of the myriad immortals' formation before all of the primordial chaos. Every detail, without omission. Don't blame me later for reopening your wounds. He paused, and a faint smile curved his lips. But, debts owed must be repaid, every last one. Outside the Zixiao Palace, Tongtian ascended the stone steps leading home. He did not look back. Not once at the celestial canopy. Yet he knew deep in his heart the reckoner had heard him. At the top of the stairs, the Zixiao Palace gate stood tightly shut. Tongtian halted before the door, raised his hand, but did not push. He simply stood there, gazing upward at the ancient plaque above the gate. 2 characters carved in bold, vigorous strokes, Zixiao. Their authority was absolute, unassailable. This was where Hongjun Daozu had merged with the Grand Tao. This was the physical manifestation of the Grand Tao's will. Tongtian stared at those 2 characters for a long time, then laughed softly. The Grand Tao. He bit down on the words, pronouncing each with icy deliberation. If you are truly impartial and just, why devise a slaughter calamity? If you truly follow nature's course, why forcibly convert my Jia sect disciples? If you truly... His voice trailed off, for he knew, asking changed nothing. The Grand Tao would not answer. Sages must not defy the Grand Tao. That was law, immutable. But if someone could break that law... Tongtian turned away from the Zixiao Palace and strode toward another cliff at the edge of the chaos. There, his place of solitary vigil for 300 years, alone, weathered rock suspended in the chaotic gales, surrounded by utter emptiness. He sat down, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes. Chaotic gales cut like blades, shredding the hem of his Taoist robe, but could not pierce his being. Night deepened. Kunlun Mountain. Yushu Palace. Yuan Shi Tianzuan stood with hands clasped behind his back atop the palace terrace, likewise, gazing upward into the night sky. His eyes too rested upon that celestial canopy. Tongtian. Yuan Shi murmured the name, his expression unreadable. He had sensed it, the flicker of the canopy moments earlier. It was a response to Tongtian's unyielding resolve. Yuan Shi's brow furrowed slightly. If this reckoner truly reversed regrets, if Tongtian truly reclaimed the myriad immortals, how then would the rift between the 3 pure ones ever be reconciled? He stood in silence for a long while, then sighed faintly. Enough. He turned and re-entered the hall. The doors closed behind him, the lights faded. Kunlun Mountain sank back into silence. Only two distant points of light remained. One on the mountain, one in the chaos. Brothers lost in separate thoughts, separated by 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers forever estranged. Deep within the chaos, Su Ming dismissed the luminous screen and stretched lazily. Ninth rank Lady Hudu, he murmured. Now, it is her story's turn. The system chime sounded again. Resonance value achieved 10000100000. Ninth rank reckoning unlocked. Countdown initiating in 3 days. A rare seriousness gleamed in Su Ming's eyes. Lady Hutu's transformation into the 6 paths of reincarnation carried a solitude deeper than Di Jun's tragedy. She stood alone, guarding the cycle of rebirth for eons, utterly without companionship. Are you ready, esteemed audience of the primordial chaos? Su Ming asked the void softly. What follows? Will leave you weeping without end. Before the final word faded, his form dissolved into the chaos, vanishing without trace. The celestial canopy hung motionless in the night sky, its golden light, faint yet omnipresent, casting its glow over the entire primordial chaos. 3 days hence, the 9th rank reckoning would commence. And Tongtian's vow, I would pay any price, had already been etched deep into the system's most secure database. That price would one day be exacted. The first day after the Sky's announcement fell, the surface of the wilderness appeared calm, yet within it simmered like boiling oil ready to explode with just a single drop of water. In the eastern Victory Divine Continent, at the city of Hongjun. This city lies at the boundary between the immortal and mortal realms, bustling with scattered cultivators, making it the most information-rich place within 1,000 miles. In the largest tea house listening to the wind pavilion, the 3rd floor was already packed with people. Golden Immortals, Tai Golden Immortals, and even several great Luo Golden Immortals had changed into ordinary attire to blend in. A blue-clad rogue cultivator stood at the railing on the 2nd floor, holding a jade slip, his face flushed. Everyone. I just returned from the North Jilu continent. The Wanyao Ridge within a radius of 5,000 miles has been sealed off by heavenly soldiers. 30,000 heavenly soldiers. Isn't Haoyan afraid of the demon clan causing trouble? A black-robed elder in the corner snorted coldly. Did you not see the display of Emperor Jun on the heavens? Over 100 million demon soldiers, 10 quasi-saint demon sages. The heavenly court of Haoyan in comparison to them. He didn't finish his sentence, but 7 or 8 people nodded in agreement. Keep your voice down. A middle-aged Taoist by the window looked around and lowered his voice. The heavenly court has eyes and ears everywhere. If this talk gets out, neither of us will fare well. What is there to fear? The black-robed elder dismissed it. That sky cover is spread across the entire wilderness, and great Luo Golden Immortals must watch it. Haoyan himself sees it clearly. Do we need to say anything? How did that enumerator mock it? Currently, this heavenly court is like a thatched hut compared to Emperor Jun's court. Laughter filled the room. Yet amidst the laughter, some faces appeared grave. On the 3rd floor, a young female cultivator in a green shirt sat by the window, lightly twirling her teacup, her eyes sparkling with a smile, absorbing the discussions below. This woman was of above-average beauty, but her pair of apricot eyes were exceptionally lively, shimmering with light as she glanced around. Yao Ji, a secret agent of the heavenly court, a Tai Golden Immortal tasked by Haoyan to monitor various movements discreetly. She set down her teacup, lightly tapped the table 3 times with her fingertips, and a fine thread of spiritual light entered the jade slip in her sleeve. The rogue cultivators are openly discussing the foundation of the heavenly court. The people's hearts are unsettled. This is a confidential report back to the heavenly court. Yao Ji rose casually, tossed a few spirit stones as payment for tea, and with a swift motion blended into the crowd. She had other tasks to attend to. The assignments given by Haoyan were far more complex than merely eavesdropping on rogue cultivators' discussions. Outside, listening to the wind pavilion, the streets were bustling with people, seemingly no different from any other day. But upon closer inspection, one could see many cultivators with varied expressions among the passers-by, who some gathered in small groups whispering to each other, while others hurried alone, faces etched with anxiety. The Sky's announcement stirred not only the hearts of the powerful saints, but also those of the lower-tier cultivators. Brother, do you think that reversal power has anything to do with us small cultivators? Dream on. His companion rolled his eyes. Those enumerated are figures like Emperor Jun and Hudu. What does it have to do with us? But what if? What if one day they enumerate the regrets of small figures? His companion shook his head and quickly departed, leaving the Foundation establishment rogue cultivator standing in place, gazing up at the faint golden light in the sky, muttering to himself. The sky remained silent, the golden light unchanged. 3 days of countdown with 2.5 days remaining. Meanwhile, at the edge of chaos in Su Ming's hidden space, Su Ming sat cross-legged, suspended in the void, surrounded by a layer of faint golden light. This was a Heaven Dao-level concealment barrier granted by the system, severing his connection to the entire wilderness karma. Before him floated 3 screens. The left screen displayed the system panel enumerator: Su Ming, current cultivation, early stage, Quasissaint reversal fragments, small 1 resonance value, over 7, full excess, automatically converted to cultivation nourishment. Next enumeration: unlocked, countdown, 2 days, 6 hours. The middle screen monitored the dynamics of various forces in the wilderness, switching images between different regions. The right screen contained a detailed scroll of information inscribed with Huda's 6 paths of reincarnation, complete causal line. Su Ming's gaze fell on the right screen, and a line of text came into view. At the end of the Wu Yao War, the ancestral, which Huda sacrificed herself, transforming into the 6 paths of reincarnation, filling the gaps in the laws of the wilderness. He read each word, his expression growing more serious. Emperor Jun's regret was heroic. A generation's demon emperor perished on the battlefield, though defeated, still honorable. Observers felt his valor and mourned his fall, but that was ultimately the fate of the battlefield. Huda was different. She did not die on the battlefield. She was alive, yet trapped. After transforming into the 6 paths of reincarnation, Huda's consciousness did not perish. She existed in another form day after day, year after year, for millions of years without rest, watching countless souls reincarnate, yet no one knew that a conscious awareness still observed everything deep within the reincarnation. Without companions, without communication, and with no one even remembering who she once was. Her 11 ancestral witch brothers had long since perished, and the descendants of the witch clan regarded her merely as a cold law to worship, unaware that beneath the law lay a heart still beating. Loneliness of being alive is more terrifying than death, Su Ming murmured. He rubbed his brow and put away the information screen. Huda's enumeration could not stir hearts like Emperor Jun's with battle scenes. This time the emotional card had to be played. It had to be a silent, lingering, suffocating solitude. I need to carefully craft the narration. The enumerator can conduct a material rehearsal before the enumeration officially begins to optimize the visual presentation effect. Rehearsal does not consume reversal fragments, only a small amount of resonance value, 100 points time. There's this function. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. All right, let's rehearse once to find the feeling. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank deep into the system space. The image of Hutu slowly unfolded in his mind. It was a woman in a yellow dress, her face gentle as water, standing at the edge of a sea of blood. Behind her were 11 gradually blurring figures. She turned back for one last glance, smiled. Then she leaped into the abyss. Su Ming's heart suddenly contracted. Even if it was just a rehearsal, the emotional power contained in that scene still left him breathless. This Hutu lady. Su Ming opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Her story might be unbearable even for the saints. On the system panel, the resonance value consumed by the rehearsal was automatically deducted. Resonance value 10247-1147. Su Ming did not pay attention to this minor consumption. He pulled up Huda's information again, beginning to plan the sequence of presentation for the enumeration frame by frame. Time quietly passed as he immersed himself in the adjustments. Yet the undercurrents of various forces in the wilderness grew increasingly violent during these seemingly calm 2.5 days. In the Doshui Palace, Taishang Laojun still sat beside the alchemy furnace, holding an ancient bamboo slip. The slip bore no words, only a pattern as fine as a mosquito's wing, spiraling and intertwining, which was the trajectory of the heavenly secrets deduced by Taishang with the force of the Tao. He gazed at it for a long time, slowly rolling up the bamboo slip and throwing it into the furnace's flames. The slip turned to ashes with blue smoke rising. Taishang lifted the wine jug beside him and took a sip. Interesting. This was the second sentence he had spoken in 3 days. The first was no need, directed at the Grandmaster of Xiandu. The furnace flames flickered, illuminating his calm face. Only the deep and faint light in his murky old eyes flashed briefly, as if he had seen through something. Yet it seemed as if he had seen nothing at all. The celestial court, the Lingxiao Palace. Within the resplendent golden and vermilion hall, an unusually solemn atmosphere hung heavy today. The immortal civil and military officials stood in strict formation along both sides. Over 100 celestial immortals bowed their heads in silence, not a whisper exchanged. Above the throne, 9 dragons coiled around the central pillar, their luminous forms dimmed, casting pallid reflections upon the faces of the assembled immortals, frozen in mute trepidation. Yu Huang Shangdi sat aloft upon the dragon throne, his countenance ashen with suppressed fury. Clad in the nine-dragon imperial robe and crowned with the purple golden diadem, he gripped the jade armrests of the throne, his fingers pressing just enough to etch fine fissures into the polished stone. 3 figures knelt in the center of the hall. Hongjun, the all-seeing eye, Shi Kuang, the all-hearing ear, and Deng Chen, marshal of the Celestial Patrol. Prostrate and motionless, sweat soaked through the backs of their robes. 3 myriads of heavenly soldiers have occupied the north continent of Juzulu for 3 days. What then have you uncovered? Yu Huang's voice was calm, so unnervingly calm it sent chills down spines. Deng Chen pressed his forehead to the floor, voice strained. Your Majesty, our scouts have comprehensively surveyed the 50th Azanli radius surrounding the 10,000 Demon Ridge. The remnant demon clans indeed show signs of unusual activity, but their core domain is shielded by formidable restrictions. We were unable to penetrate further. Unable to penetrate. Yu Huang repeated the 4 words, his tone lifting ever so slightly like the edge of a drawn blade. Deng Chen shuddered violently. Your Majesty, I dispatched 3 elite scouting teams to breach the restriction by force, but each was repelled. That barrier is at least of Sovereign Ascendant grade. Sovereign Ascendant. Yu Huang rose slowly and descended the marble steps. The entire hall bowed lower. No immortal dared meet the gaze of the Celestial Emperor. He halted before Deng Chen, gazing down upon the kneeling marshal of the Celestial Patrol. His voice, though quiet, seemed to lower the very temperature of the vast hall by 3 degrees. That remnants of the demon clans harbor a Sovereign Ascendant. That has been known since the beginning. Kuanping and Baizhe, 2 primordial great demons. Neither falls short of that cultivation realm. I sent you with 30,000 heavenly soldiers, not to clash Hedon with 2 Sovereign Ascendants. Deng Chen hastily cowed out. Your Majesty sees clearly. I understand, yet you understand nothing, nor have you uncovered anything. Yu Huang cut him off, turning back toward the dais. Silence swallowed the whole whole. Resuming his seat upon the dragon throne, he swept his cold gaze across the assembly. I summoned you all today, not to hear empty words. That celestial screen will reopen in 3 days. The 9th ranking is imminent. He paused, then deepened his tone. I demand to know how the Celestial Court shall respond. Tai Bai Jinxing, the senior civil official, stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, this humble servant believes 3 matters require immediate attention. Yu Huang raised a hand, signaling him to proceed. Tai Bai Jinxing stroked his white beard, speaking with unhurried precision. First, the relentless pursuit of the ranker's whereabouts. Though even the Sage Lord's divinations have yielded no result, the Celestial Court's surveillance network spans the 3 realms. Should the ranker manifest any tangible trace within the mortal or immortal realms, a trail will emerge. Second, calming the hearts of the masses. Since the Celestial Screen-ranked Dijun murmurs have spread among unaffiliated cultivators and junior immortals, comparing our Celestial Court to the ancient demon heaven. If left unchecked, such talk threatens the very authority of the Celestial Court. Third, Tai Bai Jinxing hesitated for a breath, preparing carefully worded statements in advance. The 9th ranking concerns Ho Tu's transformation into the cycle of rebirth, a matter bearing little relevance to the Celestial Court. But should subsequent rankings delve into the origins of our court's founding? Enough. Yu Huang's voice cracked like thunder. Tai Bai Jinxing fell instantly silent and retreated to his place. The hall grew stiller still. Yu Huang clenched the armrests, his breathing ragged and heavy. Tai Bai's words had struck the deepest wound, the founding of the Celestial Court. Few knew that history, and everyone who did was a being Yu Huang dared not oppose. Should the Celestial Screen expose that past? Issue the edict. Yu Huang drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the storm churning within. First, Hongjun and Shi Kuang shall devote all their faculties to monitoring anomalous fluctuations of spiritual energy across the primordial chaos, especially along its fringes. Second, the Celestial Administration Bureau shall draft and promulgate effective immediately an imperial proclamation to the 3 realms. The Celestial Court stands as the sole legitimate heir to the heavenly Tao ordained personally by the Tao ancestor Hongjun, its legitimacy absolute beyond question. Third, Yu Huang paused, his gaze settling upon the last position in the military ranks. There stood a young general, handsome, imposing, clad in silver armor, his waist bearing the 3-pointed double-edged blade. Hongjun. Hongjun. Yu Huang named him. Hongjun stepped forth, fist to chest in formal salute. This subject answers. You shall lead 3,000 heavenly soldiers to patrol all chaotic rifts across the primordial chaos. Report immediately should you detect any suspicious aura. Hongjun's expression remained impassive as he returned to his place. His narrow phoenix-shaped eyes betrayed no emotion. Yet his fellow generals noted unmistakably how his fingers tightened ever so slightly around the hilt of his blade. After the audience dissolved, civil and military immortals filed out in orderly procession. In a side chamber, Yu Huang sat alone. Yao Ji's secret report, etched onto a jade tablet, lay upon his desk, already read thrice. Unaffiliated cultivators openly declaring the celestial court inferior to the ancient demon heaven. Under ordinary circumstances, such insect-like chatter would not merit a glance. What are the whispers of ants to a sovereign? But now, everything had changed. That celestial screen had revealed Jun's glorious reign to every cultivator alive. 10 sovereign ascendant demon sovereigns, 365 stellar lords, over 100 million demon soldiers. And what of Yu Huang? His celestial court appeared majestic, but its foundations ran shallow. The sage lords obeyed no summons, mighty cultivators refused court appointment. He, Yu Huang, the so-called ruler of the three realms, was in truth merely a chess piece placed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun to guard the celestial gates on behalf of the heavenly Tao. Should that celestial screen ever rank the founding of the celestial court? Yu Huang murmured, his face darkening like gathering storm clouds. Suddenly he raised his hand and withdrew from his sleeve an ancient unadorned token, jet black inscribed with the single character, forbidden, radiating a chill, ghostly luminescence. The Forbidden Guard token, the sole key to mobilizing the celestial court's final hidden reserve. Yu Huang held it in silence for a long while, then with deliberate slowness slid it back into his sleeve. Not yet the time, he whispered. Let us first see what the 9th ranking reveals. If it truly concerns only Ho-Tu, and bears no implication for the celestial court, we shall wait and observe. But should that rancor dare threaten the very bedrock of the celestial court? A glint of icy ruthlessness flashed in Yu Huang's eyes. Outside the Lingxiao Palace, night deepened. The celestial court blazed with light. Patrolling heavenly soldiers moved twice as frequently as usual. The entire realm stood like a vigilant leviathan coiled in darkness, poised to strike. Meanwhile, beyond the 33 heavens in the direction of the Zixiao Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu still sat motionless upon the cliffside rock, unchanged in posture for 3 centuries. Yet his aura had subtly shifted, not in cultivation but in spirit. For 300 years he had sat there, waiting and sinking, waiting for a turning point whose arrival remained uncertain, while slowly drowning in endless remorse. With the appearance of the celestial screen, the waiting acquired a terminus. Tongtian opened his eyes, calm as still water. 9th Ho-Tu, he murmured. 8th, 7th, 6th. Among the top 5 my Jie sect must appear. He could not predict his exact ranking, but the carnage of the 10,000 immortal formation, the tragic fall of the Jie sect would surely surpass even Jun's demise. At the very least the top 3, perhaps even first. That thought made Tongtian's fingertips tremble, not with fear, but with anticipation. Su Ming, he whispered, a cold smile curling his lips. You had better keep your word. Chaos gales howled past, scattering his words into the void. In the distance the celestial screen pulsed faintly with golden light, like the slow blink of a slumbering giant eye. 2 days remained until the countdown ended. Ling Mountain, the rear hall of Delane Temple. Jane and Zhuan sat facing one another. The 7 treasure lotus pool before them lay sealed by a restriction. Even the merit golden lotus that bloomed on the water year-round had withdrawn its radiance. In the vast rear hall, only 2 glass Buddha lamps swayed gently. Zhuan turned a strand of prayer beads in his hand, the motion 3 parts faster than usual. Senior brother, I ran the divinations again. He lowered his voice, words spilling fast. The 9th is Ho-Tu, which concerns not us, but the 8th, the 7th, and onward. Senior brother, I feel uncertain within my heart. Jiayin's gaunt face, lit by the lamplight, seemed only more like ancient wood in its stillness. What is it you worry about? Speak plainly. Zhuan stopped the beads, though a sharp light flickered behind his triangular eyes. I fear 2 things. First, in the war of deification, when disciples of Zhejiao were converted, how many of Tongtian's followers truly entered our Western paradise of their own accord? If the sky screen were to display the whole process. He faltered and swallowed. Second, the Wuya War. Jiayin's eyelids moved barely. Zhuan leaned forward half a step. Senior brother, when the sky screen last replayed Jun's fall, those few saintly silhouettes hidden in the dark, did you make them out? No, nor did I. Zhuan rubbed his palms. But the problem is, during the Wuya War our Western school did some things not wholly honorable. If that Pondianja truly knows all. Jane finally opened his eyes. His gaze was like a dry well without ripple. What do you propose? Zhuan drew a deep breath. I want to go myself to probe that Pondianja. Jiayin's brows tightened. Did we not discuss this before? Not rashly. Jun waved a hand. I have a new approach, senior brother. Hear me out. He rose and paced the hall several steps, speaking as he walked. That Pondianja hides in the depths of chaos. Even the saint's divinations cannot reach him. But he must in the end interact with the primordial. Each time the sky screen lights, it is a conduit between him and the primordial. I will not seek his true form. When the screen brightens, I will thread a strand of Buddha thought along that conduit. I will not touch him, will not threaten. Only to deliver a message. Jane fell silent for more than 10 heartbeats. What message? Jun smiled. That the Western teaching wishes to form amicable ties with the Pondianja. If his accounting touches upon matters of our West, we hope he will present them fairly without bias. We shall pay our due with merit. You think he will heed you? Jun was startled. Jane rose, his gaunt figure cast a long shadow in the lamplight. That man pays no heed, even to saints. The way itself cannot block his traces. Your single strand of Buddha thought to him would be as the buzzing of flies. Jun's smile froze for a breath, then he argued strainly. We must try. Sitting and waiting is no answer. Not waiting for death. Jane walked slowly to the hall's door. Waiting for opportunity. He pushed open the doors, and the golden light of Jile World flooded in, illuminating every shadowed corner. With his back to Jun, his voice was low. The Pondianja acts in order, counting from 10th to 1st. Before he reaches our Western teaching, we will have ample time to prepare. Prepare for what? To craft words, or to fight? Prepare to confess our faults. Jun seemed struck by lightning and froze. Jian's silhouette looked even leaner in the gold. His voice was calm as water. If we truly erred, there is no harm in the sky screen revealing it. What is to be feared is not exposure, but exposure followed by stubborn denials. Senior brother. Jun flared. We are saints. If a saint confesses, what remains of our face? Jane did not turn. He watched the merit gold light of Jile World spill across the sky. After a long while he said softly, which weighs more, face or the great way? Jun opened his mouth, then closed it without reply. The rear hall doors closed slowly. Jun stood alone beneath the glass lamp, his beads finally stilled. Confess. He murmured the two words, shifting his expression. After a moment he sneered coldly. Senior brother may think so lightly, but Tongtian, will he accept a single apology? Outside, the merit gold light flowed as before. Jun knew this tranquility would not last. Dongxing Shenzhou 30 li outside Wangxian City, the Yeshan tea house. It was the old haunt where free cultivators gathered to talk privately. The city brimmed with ears and eyes, while the wilds granted them a measure of ease. The tea house was crude. A few wooden tables and a great iron pot. The spirit tea was nothing fine, but it was cheap. One low-grade spirit stone bought a pot. At that moment 3 tables had been pushed together, and more than 10 scattered cultivators sat around them. The most advanced among them was a one-armed elder, early Thuo golden Immortal, who called himself Duanbi Wang and was well known in the Wangxian area. Old Wang, tell us, what is Hutu the ancestral witch really? A young free cultivator leaned forward, curiosity bright in his eyes. Duanbi Wang lifted the coarse bowl of tea, sipped, and spoke slowly. Hutu is one of the 12 ancestral witches. You young ones only know of the 6 paths. You do not know how the paths came to be. She transformed into it. Yes. Duanbi Wang set the bowl down. After the ancient Weiyao war, the laws of heaven were broken, the underworld incomplete, and the dead had nowhere to go. Hutu the ancestral witch made herself the sacrifice, becoming the 6 paths of reincarnation and mending what the world had lost. Then, is she still alive? The young man widened his eyes. Duanbi Wang fell quiet a moment. A complex expression flickered across his cloudy old eyes. Alive and not alive. The group exchanged looks. Duanbi Wang tapped the earth with a finger. The 6 paths turn day and night without pause. Think what sustains them. Does the way itself run on its own? No, the will of Hutu supports it. Her consciousness remains within the cycle day after day, year after year, watching billions of souls pass. But she herself can never step free from that wheel. The tea house fell silent. A female cultivator whispered, isn't that worse than death? Duanbi Wang lifted his tea without answering. After a long time he said, what did the sky screen say? She became eternity for the living, and from then on no companion remained by her side. I have lived 800,000 years and have never heard of loneliness greater than that. The scattered cultivators fell mute, each lost in thought. In a corner, a gray-robed cultivator had not spoken once. He bowed his head, the gray hood hid most of his face, and his tea bowl remained untouched. His aura was retracted to an extreme degree. To those present his cultivation betrayed nothing. Yet a saint would have sensed the power concealed beneath the gray robes, an innate deity at quasi-saint caliber. Having listened to their talk, the gray-robed cultivator rose, left a spirit stone, and departed silently. She melted into the forest, and in a few strides had flown 100 li. Only after putting distance between herself and the tea house did the gray-clad cultivator halt and lift her hood. A face like frost revealed itself. Skin like congealed cream, brows like distant ink, phoenix-like eyes clear and cold as autumn waters. Only her thin, tightly pressed lips gave off a chill of remoteness and pride. Yaoqi Xingmu, an innate deity of quasi-saint cultivation, millennia of practice, unfathomable strength. Yet she always lingered outside the patterns of the saints, joining no school or order. She halted atop the peak and looked up at the dim golden sky screen. In her phoenix eyes, emotions surged like an undertow, but she suppressed them deep in her gaze. Hudu. She murmured the name, the tone carrying a faint, bittersweet edge. Both of them were innate deities who walked alone in the world. Hutu transformed into reincarnation out of compassion for all. And what of Yaoqi? She had cultivated for 10,000 years, stood at quasi-saint strength, rivaling any saint's disciple. Yet in the grand scheme of the primordial, she had never held a place. The saints debated the way without inviting her. The calamity of deification did not consult her. The turning of heaven's laws did not require her. As if she, a quasi-saint, were but a mote of dust in the primordial order. Yaoqi clenched her fist until her nails bit into her palm. A moment later she relaxed and resumed that icily composed expression. "Do not dwell on this," she said softly. "There is work to be done. This trip was not idly made. 3 days prior a secret missive had found her, sent by an existence she dared not refuse. The message was terse: find the Pondianja. Yaoqi did not know whether that great being's purpose was kind or cruel, but she had no ground on which to refuse. That existence towered far above her in strength and held a secret of hers. The Pondianja hides at chaos' edge. The saint's divinations cannot reach him. Yaoqi murmured. Yet he must eventually appear. When the sky screen brightens, that is the moment he draws nearest to the primordial. She raised a hand, and a silver-white divine light leaked from her fingertip, forming a delicate spirit butterfly that beat its wings into the void. It was her own sensing technique, the ice butterfly pursuit. It did not follow causality or heaven's secrets. It tracked the faintest patterns of spiritual energy's ripples. Saintly divination relied on destiny and causation, but spiritual energy's undulations were traces in the realm of phenomena unrelated to heaven's secrets. If he truly moves along chaos' edge, he must leave ripples of spiritual energy. Yaoqi's phoenix eyes narrowed. Even if the probability is merely 1 in 10,000, it is worth attempting. The silver spirit butterfly vanished into the void. Yaoqi drew her hand back, and in a flash of light, she became a streak moving eastward toward the distant border where the primordial met chaos. The countdown had 1.5 days remaining. At the edge of chaos. This place is the boundary between the primal world and the endless chaos, where the gray chaotic air collides with the primal spiritual energy, forming an endless gray barrier. Inside the barrier lies the orderly laws of heaven and earth, while beyond it is the boundless chaos and void. Ordinary cultivators cannot reach this place. Even the Tai Golden Immortal can only barely arrive, but the invasion of chaotic air will quickly erode their cultivation. Only those above the great Luo Golden Immortal can remain here for an extended period. The Holy Mother of Yaoqi stands upon a floating fragment of stone, her silver-white robe rustling in the chaotic winds. She has been searching here for most of the day. The ice butterfly tracking technique has been unleashed 17 times, covering a 30,000 li radius at the edge of chaos. To no avail. The aura of that enumerator is as clean as if it had never existed. Indeed, not simple. The expression of Yaoqi remained unchanged, though her brow furrowed slightly. Even the saints cannot deduce it, a cause and effect cannot be traced, and even her physical tracking methods which circumvent the heavenly secrets cannot detect any trace. What does this signify? It signifies that the enumerator is either not at the edge of chaos at all, or his concealment methods have surpassed the level accessible to quasi-saints. Yaoqi pondered for a moment and decided to try one last time. She raised her hand. This time, instead of releasing the ice butterfly, she used her own quasi-saint cultivation as a guide, transforming her divine sense into an extremely fine net, slowly spreading it into the depths of chaos. This is a highly exhausting method of probing, equivalent to exposing part of her consciousness to chaos, carrying a great risk. But Yaoqi did not hesitate. The net of divine sense spread out inch by inch, delving into the great 10 li, 100 li, 1,000 li. The chaotic air sliced at the edges of her divine sense like a knife. With every 100 li she advanced, a strand of her divine sense was eroded and dissolved by the chaos. Yaoqi's face turned slightly pale, but her phoenix eyes remained resolute. 3,000 li, 5,000 li, 8,000 li. Just as her divine sense was about to reach its limit, she sensed something. An extremely faint ripple. It was not a fluctuation of spiritual energy nor a trace of magical power, but a kind of ripple of will. It was as if someone yawned deep within the chaos and a breath from that yawn leaked out. Yaoqi's phoenix eyes brightened suddenly, and the net of divine sense swiftly converged towards that direction. However, just as her divine sense touched that ripple, boom, a silent collision. Her net of divine sense crashed against an invisible wall, shattering and dissipating in the blink of an eye. A gentle yet irresistible force pushed back through her remaining divine sense, as if someone had lightly flicked her forehead. Yaoqi let out a muffled groan, retreating 3 steps, her face instantly pale. She clutched her chest, her eyes filled with shock. That force, gentle, precise, restrained. It did not harm her, nor did it inflict any substantial damage. It simply rejected her, probing cleanly and decisively. This level of control far surpassed that of a quasi saint. I have been discovered, Yaoqi murmured, quickly adjusting her breath. She was not flustered. As an innate divine being, she had this level of resilience, but a storm of turmoil surged in her heart. The enumerator truly is deep within the chaos. Moreover, his strength is at least at the saint level. Just as Yaoqi was about to retreat suddenly, a voice echoed in her ear. It was neither a transmission of divine sense nor a condensation of magical power, but words that appeared directly in her consciousness. Miss, if you're going to probe, do it, but don't hurt yourself. The chaotic air's erosion of divine sense is no joke. Yaoqi stiffened all over. The voice was gentle, carrying a hint of casual laziness, like a neighborly elder brother casually reminding her. But Yaoqi could not muster a smile. The fact that the other party could inject words directly into her consciousness, bypassing all defenses, meant that their strength crushed her like an ant. Who are you? Me. The voice seemed to chuckle. Isn't there a name on the celestial curtain? Su Ming, that's me. Yaoqi's breath caught. The enumerator. She has truly found the enumerator. No, it should be said that the enumerator allowed her to find him. You know I am looking for you. Yaoqi's tone was not a question but a statement. Of course I know. Su Ming's voice was lazy. Your ice butterflies are quite interesting. They do not follow heavenly secrets or causality, and the purely physical tracking is much more clever than those clumsy methods of the saints. Too bad. Too bad what? Too bad the shielding here is all-encompassing, including the physical level. Each of your 17 ice butterflies automatically dissipated 30,000 li away from me. Just now you barely touched my edge by consuming your divine sense to probe deeper. Yaoqi's expression grew colder. This meant that the other party had been watching her the entire time, observing her futile search for most of the day, as if watching a play. Since you knew the whole time, why not reveal yourself sooner? Because I wanted to see how persistent you truly are. Su Ming's voice carried a hint of seriousness. To search for half a day at the edge of chaos without giving up, and even willing to risk harming your divine sense to probe deeper, this resilience is not simple. Yaoqi did not respond. She did not need praise from a stranger. Let's get to the point, Yaoqi said sternly. Why are you enumerating the regrets of the primal world? What is your purpose? There was a pause of 2 breaths. This question, Su Ming's voice slowly emerged, his tone losing its laziness and becoming more earnest. Once the 10 major regrets are enumerated, you will naturally know the answer. Can't you say it now? If I say it now, you won't believe it. Yaoqi scoffed. You are quite confident. Not confidence, but the truth. Su Ming paused. But you, who sent you here? Yaoqi's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. No one sent me. I came here of my own accord. Lying? Su Ming's tone was flat yet certain. Your aura carries a hint of a very faint binding mark left by a certain powerful being. The level of that mark? Quite high. Yaoqi's pupils constricted suddenly. He could even see this. She did indeed have that mark on her left years ago when that powerful being subdued her with absolute strength. She thought she had hidden it deep enough that even saints might not notice. You don't need to be nervous. Su Ming's voice returned to a more amicable tone. I want to ask who it is, but I advise you this. What? Before you work for others, think carefully whether it is worth it. With those words, the voice in her consciousness vanished. Clean and straightforward, without unnecessary pleasantries. Yaoqi stood alone at the edge of chaos, the wind rustling her silver-white robe. She stood for a long time, her expression fluctuating. Before you work for others, think carefully whether it is worth it. She murmured this phrase softly. Worth it? Of course she knew it was not worth it. But some matters are beyond her choice. Yaoqi took a deep breath, suppressing her chaotic emotions, her figure flickering, transforming into a silver light, swiftly darting towards the primal world. She had to return to report. Although she did not intend to relay all the information truthfully. Deep within the chaos, Su Ming withdrew his perception directed at Yaoqi, stroking his chin deep. An innate divine being quasi-saint cultivation, not belonging to any force, yet bound by a mark from a certain powerful being. He accessed the system panel, inputting Yaoqi's aura characteristics. After a moment, the system returned a piece of information. Search results: Holy Mother of Yaoqi identity innate divine being quasi-saint remarks, this person once attempted to stop the calamity of canonization and was punished by the heavenly Tao, causing a drop in her cultivation. Later restored to quasi-saint, but carries a certain binding mark. The origin of this mark. Insufficient information for determination. Attempted to stop the calamity of canonization. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Interesting. This young lady is much more complex than she appears. He saved this information in the system memo, not planning to delve deeper for the time being. The final day of the countdown had arrived. Above the primordial heavens, the golden, celestial veil shone 3 parts brighter than in previous days. That golden radiance was no longer a faint, elusive gauze. It thickened, coalescing into a vast, luminous screen on the verge of ignition. All cultivators above the grand Luo golden immortal realm sensed this shift. An ineffable pull tugged at their consciousness, like an invisible hand gently guiding their awareness skyward, compelling them to lift their gaze toward the vault of heaven. The reckoning was about to begin. In the northern Kuriel continent, atop Wanyao Ridge, Baizhe stood alone upon the open terrace of the grand assembly hall, gazing upward. His vertical pupils reflected rippling golden light. Steady footsteps echoed behind him. Lord Baizhe, a tiger demon commander, approached and saluted with clenched fists. All tribes have withdrawn their defenses per your orders. Though 30,000 celestial soldiers remain encamped beyond our perimeter, they show no sign of advancing. Steady footsteps echoed behind him. Lord Baizhe, a tiger demon commander, approached and saluted with clenched fists. All tribes have withdrawn their defenses per your orders. Though 30,000 celestial soldiers remain, this is a command. As ordered, the tiger demon commander withdrew. Baizhe remained alone on the terrace, his gaze distant and profound. Hutu, the ancestral god of the Wu clan. Once bitter enemies, the Wu and Yao clans had long since buried their ancient enmity beneath eons of dust. Today the remnants of the Wu clan suffered even more grievously than the Yao. At least the Yao retained their stronghold, the northern Kuriel continent, while the Wu survived only in scattered, lightless subterranean caverns. If Emperor Jun were still alive, he would surely say no clash, no kinship. A faint wry smile flickered across Baizhe's lips. Far away upon a jagged cliff edge, Kuin Peng stood, his dark gold scales shimmering faintly in the night. He too gazed upward, his slender triangular eyes flickering with shifting light. Baizhe did not turn, but from the corner of his vertical pupils he observed Kuin Peng's every motion. For 2 days Kuin Peng had sent covert messages no fewer than 5 times, to whom Baizhe had yet to uncover. Yet the more frequently Kuin Peng acted, the deeper Baizhe's vigilance grew. Should Emperor Jun's sorrow truly be undone? Baizhe murmured softly, his voice swallowed by the night wind. Kuin Peng, your position will grow perilous indeed. The netherworld of Yin and Yang, the sixfold path of reincarnation, turned unceasingly. An endless tide of departed souls surged into the reincarnation channels, flowing through 6 radiant passageways, each bathed in its own distinct hue. The book of life and death turned page by page. The judge's brush fell stroke by stroke. Order reigned. Yet today, every ghost official and judge throughout the netherworld felt unsettled, their spirits adrift. Ninth on the reckoning, Hutu. To the entire netherworld that name weighed heavier than any sage. For the sixfold path of reincarnation was Hutu, the ancestral god of the Wu clan, made manifest. The earth beneath their feet, the heavens above their heads, the very laws of reincarnation swirling around them. All were fragments of Hutu herself. For eons they had labored within Hutu's body, yet never once had they heard her voice. Master, do you think ancestral god Hutu still possesses consciousness? A young ghost official whispered timidly to the judge beside him. The judge paused, his brush, his expression layered with complexity. I do not know, he shook his head. Since the netherworld's founding, no one has ever communicated with ancestral god Hutu. The cycle turns of its own accord, like the immutable Tao itself. The elders say, her consciousness long ago dissolved into reincarnation. She no longer exists. But the celestial veil says no companion remains. The young ghost official scratched his head. If she lacks consciousness, how can there be no companion? The judge fell silent. He had no answer to that question. Deep within the sixfold path, deeper than any soul dared tread, deeper than any ghost official patrolled, lay absolute darkness. No light, no presence, only void. And within that void, a faint trembling awareness as fragile as a dying candle's last ember. She perceived it. The celestial veil's resonance pulsed downward, piercing layer after layer of reincarnative barriers, until it reached her faint as the whisper of a mosquito's wings. Yet she perceived it. Someone spoke her name. For eons, no one had spoken to her. No one had asked if she felt cold, weary, or lonely. She was law, not a being needing care. She was reincarnation, not a soul needing remembrance. Yet now, someone uttered her name. Not in worship, not in prayer, not as a cold, distant deity enshrined upon an altar. But no companion remains. Hutu's awareness trembled, just once. So faint, so delicate, like a heart frozen for eons, cracking just slightly. Within the depths of chaos, Su Ming rose, stretching his limbs. Before him, the system interface glowed, its countdown digits pulsing steadily. Countdown, 2 hours remaining. All preparations complete. He had scrutinized Hutu's reckoning dossier thrice, refined the sequence of imagery 4 times, polished every line of narration until it resonated with precision. This time it would not be battlefield fervor or heroic sacrifice. It would be solitude. Profound, endless, suffocating solitude. Crueler than slaying the soul, Su Ming murmured. Emperor Jun's regret pierces the heart. Hutu's breaks it utterly. He drew a slow, deep breath and closed his eyes. A system chime sounded. Ninth reckoning prepared. Projected resonance increase 15000 to 20000. Special notice: ancestral god Hutu's consciousness persists deep within the sixfold path. During the reckoning, her consciousness may undergo intense fluctuations. Reckoning participants must prepare accordingly. Consciousness fluctuation. Su Ming opened his eyes. What does that mean? Will she awaken? Supplemental note: Hutu's consciousness has been bound to the sixfold path for eons. Should emotional resonance exceed critical thresholds, the cycle may briefly destabilize. Recommendation: moderation of visual intensity at pivotal moments to prevent netherworld turbulence. Su Ming frowned. Destabilizing the cycle was no trivial matter. Disruption in the netherworld could strand souls, or worse. Understood, he nodded. I'll control the rhythm. Yet inwardly, he knew some images defied restraint, such as Hutu's final glance back before leaping into the sea of blood, or the instant she first perceived loneliness, after becoming the cycle itself. Those frames were daggers forged from tears. I'll adapt as it unfolds, Su Ming murmured to himself, and closed his eyes once more, centering his spirit. 1 hour later, the celestial veil ignited. Not gradually, but with sudden blinding brilliance. Golden light flooded the primordial world, spilling from Dongxing Shenzhou, to Xinyo Hushio, from Nanzhan Buzhou, to Beiju Luzhou, from the 33 heavens down to the netherworld. Nowhere left untouched. Every cultivator above the grand Luo golden immortal realm, regardless of occupation or location, felt their minds seized by that unseen force, their eyes drawn irresistibly upward. Upon the veil, colossal golden characters slowly coalesced. Top 10 regrets of the primordial world, 9th place. They hung suspended for 3 heartbeats, then shattered into countless golden motes. The motes swirled, reassembling into a single image. A vast desolate land. Mount Buzhou stood unbroken. The pillar of heaven remained intact. The primordial world whole and pristine. The age of antiquity. Before the Wuyao War. At the center of the image stood 12 figures, shoulder to shoulder. Their forms varied wildly. Some towered like mountains, others burned like wildfire. Still others loomed like bottomless abysses. The 12 ancestral gods. And standing behind them, last among the 12, was a woman draped in yellow robes. Slender of frame, her countenance serene as still water, out of place amidst those rugged, fiery, indomitable forms. Su Ming's voice then emerged, not with the levity or banter of prior reckonings, nor the breezy tone of a sports commentator. Only stillness. A solemn, hushed stillness. 9th place, Hutu, the quietest among the 12 ancestral gods. And the loneliest. The sky unfolds its canvas. In the ancient times of chaos, at the foot of Mount Buzhou, the pillar of heaven supports the sky. The 4 poles are stable, and the spiritual energy is rich to the point of becoming tangible. The spiritual plants grow wildly across the mountains and fields. Ancient ferocious beasts run through the dense forests, and occasionally powerful demons sweep across the sky, exuding an immense aura. This is an era where the Wu and Yao clans coexist. On a vast plain, 12 figures sit on the ground. They form a circle with a bonfire built from the bones of giant beasts piled in the center, flames roaring and illuminating their distinct faces. Su Ming's voice slowly resonates. This is the scene of the first gathering of the 12 ancestor shaman. At that time, the world had just been formed for a few million years, and they had just emerged from the essence of Pangu, each claiming their territory. On that day, Emperor Jun summoned the 11 comrades to discuss strategies against the heavenly court of the demon clan. In the image, Emperor Jun, the tallest of them all, has a human-like face with wings on his back, surrounded by lightning. His voice rolls across the wilderness like thunder. The demon clan has established a heavenly court, and Emperor Jun has proclaimed himself the celestial emperor, having taken control of the 33 heavens. If our Wu clan does not unite, we will eventually be picked off one by one. What are you afraid of? Zhu Rong suddenly smashed a large rock. Beside him, flames bursting forth from his hand. If Emperor Jun dares to come, I will take him down with a single punch. Brash fool. Gong Gong scoffed. Who are you calling a brash fool? You. The two instantly became hostile, but Emperor Jun's low shout suppressed their anger. The 12 ancestor shaman in the image have different personalities, quarreling and laughing like a family. Su Ming did not add any commentary, allowing the scene to flow on its own. The audience witnessed Zhu Rong's ferocity, Gong Gong's arrogance, Xian Ming's gloom, and Zhu Meng's elegance. Each of the 11 ancestor shaman has their own distinct characteristics. Yet the one in the corner remained silent. Ho Tu. She sat at the farthest edge of the bonfire, knees together, hands resting on her knees, quiet as a segment of an old tree that would not speak. The yellow hem of her skirt spread across the grass, reflecting a warm glow in the firelight. Her face was gentle and serene, with a hint of a smile at the corners of her lips, as if she were merely watching a group of noisy children. After Emperor Jun suppressed Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, he scanned the circle, his gaze falling on her. Ho Tu, what do you think? Ho Tu slightly lifted her gaze and softly replied, as long as my brothers decide it is good. Her voice was extremely soft, like the wind brushing through grass, easily dissipating. Zhu Rong laughed heartily. Little sister is always like this. Whenever we ask her anything, she just says, as long as my brothers decide it is good. Gong Gong rarely agreed, saying, at least you should have an opinion. Ho Tu smiled, but said no more. The firelight reflected on her face, and in her eyes the bustling figures of her 11 brothers were mirrored, her eyes curving into crescents. Su Ming's voice interjected at this moment, his tone calm as flowing water. She does not lack opinions. To her, as long as her 11 brothers are safe, whether they are arguing or making noise, it is all good as long as they are present. In front of the sky, the myriad beings of chaos quietly watched this scene. The image was simple, with no battles, no divine powers, only a group of newly born ancestor shaman quarreling around a bonfire, and that quiet smiling woman in the yellow skirt in the corner. But for some reason, many hearts felt a slight bitterness, because they knew the ending. Out of these 12 figures, only one would survive, and that one was the most inconspicuous among them. The scene jumps forward. 1,000,000 years pass like a fleeting moment. The 12 ancestor shaman each guard their territory. The power of the Wu clan grows stronger, and they stand against the heavenly court of the demon clan. In the image, Ho Tu walks upon the vast land of chaos. Her domain is different from the other ancestors. Emperor Jun guards the center, Zhu Rong commands the southern fire domain, Gong Gong controls the northern water vein, and Xian Ming occupies the underworld. While Ho Tu, she governs the earth itself. The soil beneath her feet, the stones in her hands, the dust above her head, the vast wilderness before her. Wherever there is soil, it is all Ho Tu's territory. In the image, she squats in a barren land, pressing her palm against the cracked earth. Yellow spiritual light seeps from her palm into the ground, and after a moment, withered wild grasses sprout anew, and the fractured soil becomes loose and moist. A group of small demons peek out from the distant forest, timidly gazing at her. Ho Tu looks up and smiles at them. The little demons are momentarily stunned, then swarm, over-chattering around her. A small rabbit demon bravely approaches her knee, its wet nose nudging her fingers. Ho Tu gently pats its head. Su Ming's voice rings out again. Other ancestor shaman guard their territories primarily through force, but Ho Tu is different. Her domain has no restrictions, no killing formations, and any living being can enter and exit freely. Even if a small demon from the demon clan accidentally enters her territory, it has never been harmed. In the image, Ho Tu sits on a hillside, cradling the little rabbit demon in her arms, her gaze looking into the distance. In the distant sky, the outline of the demon clan's heavenly court is faintly visible, with starlight flowing and oppressive like a mountain. In Ho Tu's gaze, there is no enmity, only a gentle watchfulness. You have no grievance with us. She murmurs softly to herself, her voice still like the wind. The little rabbit demon snuggles in her arms, emitting a satisfied hum. The sky's image jumps again. Su Ming's voice deepens. If the story ends here, then Ho Tu is merely a gentle ancestor shaman, a guardian of the earth. But fate did not give her a chance to stop. The image suddenly darkens. A line of words appears in the sky. The end of the war between Wu and Yao. The hearts of the beings in chaos sink simultaneously. At the time of the count, they had already witnessed the brutality of the Wuyao War, but that was from Emperor Jun's perspective. Now it is from Hotu's perspective. In the image, the battlefield is shrouded in smoke and blood flows like rivers. Hotu stands at the edge of the battlefield, her yellow skirt splattered with blood. It is not her own blood, but that of the Wu clan warriors fallen at her feet. Her expression remains calm, but for the first time other emotions appear in her usually gentle eyes. Pain. Brother Emperor Jiang has fallen. Su Ming's voice is somber. In the image, a massive figure in the distant sky shatters in an explosion, lightning scattering. That is the body of Emperor Jiang disintegrating. Hotu's body trembles slightly. Brother Zhu Rong is gravely injured and on the brink of death. On the other side of the image, Zhu Rong kneels on the scorched earth, a star-like light piercing through his chest, flames dim. Hotu clenches her fists. Zhu Meng Ru Shou Zhu Jiuyin. One after another. Su Ming's voice sounds like reciting a death list, each name carrying an unbearable weight. In the sky's image, Hotu's gaze sweeps across the battlefield, and with each sight, a familiar figure falls. Her 11 brothers. She watches them fall one by one, and she stands in place, unable to move. Not because she is injured, nor because her power is spent, but because the earth beneath her feet is cracking. The aftermath of the Wuyao War is too terrifying. The laws of heaven and earth have been torn apart in this catastrophe. The most severe fissures appear above the underworld laws. The 6 paths are non-existent, and the souls have no place to return. The souls of fallen Wu clan warriors, demon soldiers, and innocent beings. Their spirits drift in the world, unable to reincarnate, unable to dissipate, only able to wail and spiral above the battlefield. Hotu senses this. She is the ancestor shaman of the earth, closely connected to the laws of heaven and earth. The collapse of the underworld laws strikes her first. Heaven and earth are coming to an end. Hotu's voice loses its usual calm for the first time. She turns her gaze, sweeping over the last few remaining brothers on the battlefield. Gong Gong, half submerged in blood, still howls in battle. Xian Ming, with his arms shattered, uses his broken body to block the charge of the remaining demon forces. She opens her mouth, wanting to shout something, but the roar of the battlefield drowns out all sounds. No one hears her. No one sees her. Everyone is fighting desperately, and no one notices the yellow-skirted woman in the corner who is surging with a decision. Su Ming's voice stops. The sky's image freezes on Hotu's face. On that gentle visage the traces of tears remain, but she is no longer hesitating. The chaos is dead silent. All the viewers know what will happen next, but knowing the ending does not lessen the pain in the slightest. In the underground cave of Beiju Luzhou, the old shaman is already in tears, murky tears mixed with snot running down his face. Behind him, hundreds of remnants of the Wu clan lie prostrate on the ground, their cries like a tide. Outside Zishao Palace, the Tongtian cult master silently watches the sky, not uttering a word. His fingers slowly loosen in his sleeve, then slowly tighten. This scene is strikingly similar to the 10,000 immortals array, watching those around him fall one by one while he is powerless to help. In the depths of chaos, Su Ming closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. On the system panel, the resonance value is rising at a visible speed. Resonance value 1014711201245013800. It is still increasing. Hotu. Su Ming whispers, the next scene is your final choice. He opens his eyes and lightly points with his finger. The frozen image in the sky resumes flowing. In the sky the scene flowed. Hotu turned around, facing the opposite direction of the battlefield. There a bottomless rift opened deep within the earth, and a dim light surged forth from the crack. This was the core where the laws of the underworld collapsed like a wound in the heavens, and the earth expanding at a visible rate. If left unrepaired, this wound would swallow the entire order of the primordial world. The dead do not enter reincarnation, and their souls drift eternally. The living would also be backlashed, causing the laws of heaven and earth to completely collapse. The Wu clan, the demon clan, and all beings. None would be spared. Hotu walked towards the rift. Her steps were slow but steady. The hem of her yellow dress dragged across the charred soil, stained with ashes and blood. She did not look back. Su Ming's voice sounded very softly, as if afraid to disturb something. She did not tell anyone. No farewell, no last words, no final instructions. Because she knew that if she did, those brothers still alive would stop her. In the scene, Hotu stopped at the edge of the rift. Before her toes was the abyss. The aura of the underworld surged up like a tide, cold and piercing. She looked down for a moment, seeing countless drifting souls, fragments of broken laws, and a chaotic expanse. She raised her head, taking one last look at the battlefield. In the far distance, the roar of Gong Gong faintly resounded. The shadow of Xianming flickered in the dust. Hotu's lips moved. There was no sound. but the sky captured her lip movements at a very close distance. Brothers, take care. All beings of the primordial world clearly saw these words. Then she turned around facing the abyss. She opened her arms and leaped down. Her yellow dress spread like a flower as she fell, her figure diminishing in the abyss, becoming smaller and more distant. But just as she fell into the deepest part, an endless yellow light burst forth from her body. That light was warm and heavy like the very power of the earth, instantly filling the entire rift. The light spread, condensed, and took shape. 6 massive passages emerged from the void, carrying the souls, guiding the departed to their destinations. The 6 paths of reincarnation. The scene in the sky rapidly zoomed out, the entire primordial world shrinking to a point of light, while the 6 reincarnation passages flowed, like rivers, traversing the underworld and connecting the realms of life and death. From then on, the dead had a place to return, and the souls found peace. From then on, the laws of the primordial world returned to completeness. From then on, Hutu was no longer Hutu. She became reincarnation itself. Su Ming's voice fell silent for a long time. The scene in the sky lingered on the grand sight of the 6 paths of reincarnation, taking shape, the light flowing solemn and majestic. Then the scene switched again. On the battlefield, the smoke gradually cleared, and both the Wu and the demon clans retreated. Gonggong crawled out from the wreckage, covered in blood, looking around. Hutu. His voice was hoarse like a broken gong. Hutu, where are you? No one answered. Xianming hurried over with his broken body, his face changing dramatically upon hearing Gonggong's call. Her aura is gone. Gonggong abruptly turned to look at him, disbelief filling his eyes. Impossible. She did not participate in the battle. She was always in the rear. How could she? Xianming said nothing. He slowly raised his head, his gaze falling upon the rift that had already sealed deep within the earth. The rift had vanished. In its place was an unprecedented fluctuation of laws emanating from the depths of the underworld, unending. Reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation. Xuanming's face turned pale in an instant. Gonggong was still calling out. He frantically used the earth techniques to search for Hutu's aura, turning over every inch of soil within 1,000 miles, digging through every collapsed layer. Nothing. There was nothing. Hutu's aura had completely vanished. It was not the dissipation after death, but a more thorough non-existence. As if there had never been a person named Hutu in this world. Gonggong knelt on the scorched earth, his fingers deeply embedded in the ground. His shoulders trembled. Hutu, you this. He could not curse. Because he understood. He understood what she had done. In the underground cave of Beiju Luzhou, the cries of the remnants of the Wu clan could not be stopped. The old shaman lay on the ground, convulsing, letting out beast-like whimpers from his throat. At Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, Zhang Yuanzi's hand that held the tea trembled imperceptibly for the first time. He placed the teacup back on the table and softly said, "Great kindness." Just these 2 words, yet they were as heavy as a mountain. The Qingfeng Taoist's eyes turned red, hastily turning his head away, pretending to wipe the table. Outside Zixiao Palace, the Tongtian patriarch closed his eyes. He could no longer bear to look. It was not that he was soft-hearted, but this scene overlapped with the Wanshan array. One after another they charged forward to their deaths, leaving without a word, not asking for survival. They had one more word than Hutu. Before rushing out, they turned back and called out, "Master." Tongtian's throat rolled. On the sky, the scene jumped again. Su Ming's voice finally resounded once more, his tone heavier than before. If the story ends here, Hutu's regret would merely be a tale of heroic sacrifice, moving, but not enough to rank in the top 10. The true reason she became the 9th regret lies in the next part. In the scene, the light changed. No longer was it the daylight of the primordial land, but the eternal darkness of the depths of the underworld. The 6 paths of reincarnation operated endlessly. Countless souls surged in and out like a tide. And at the very core of reincarnation, in the darkness, a faint light hovered. That was Hutu's consciousness. She did not die. After transforming into reincarnation, her consciousness did not perish, but was permanently locked within the core of reincarnation. She could see everything. Every soul entering reincarnation she could see. Every cause and effect of reincarnation she understood clearly. Every event happening in the primordial world would be conveyed to her perception through the return of souls to reincarnation. But she could not communicate with anyone. She could not speak, could not manifest, could not touch any existence. She could only watch. In the scene, Hutu's consciousness was like a floating point of light, quietly suspended in the endless darkness. Around her was a ceaseless river of wandering souls, light and shadow, flickering, people coming and going. Yet not a single person saw her. Not a single person heard her. At this moment, Su Ming's voice slowly fell with the final words. From that day until now, for billions of years, one person. The sky paused slightly. The scene froze on that lonely point of light surrounded by an endless flowing river of souls. The myriad beings of the primordial world fell silent. On the system panel, Su Ming watched the resonance value jump wildly. Resonance value 138001621850030. It continued to rise. And in the deepest part of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the consciousness that had been silent for billions of years was now gently trembling. Huda heard it. She heard someone telling her story. She heard the cries of the myriad beings of the primordial world. For the first time in billions of years, someone was crying for her. The celestial canvas did not pause. Su Ming gave the audience of the primordial world no time to breathe. The scene continued to unfold. Deep within the core of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the consciousness of Ho-Tu floated like a faint firefly in the eternal darkness. Time lost all meaning here. There was no rising sun or setting moon, no changing of the seasons, only the endless souls surging and ebbing like the tide. Su Ming's voice sounded calm to the point of cruelty. Let me calculate a sum for you all. Since Ho-Tu transformed into reincarnation, it has been approximately 12 billion years. 365 days in a year, 12 hours in a day. In every hour of these 12 billion years, she has been conscious. She cannot enter meditation, cannot fall asleep, for she is reincarnation itself. Reincarnation does not pause, her consciousness does not pause. 12 billion years, never a moment not awake, never a moment not lonely. Under the celestial dome, the myriad beings of the primordial world gasped in shock. 12 billion years. The very number was enough to crush anyone's sanity. A mortal's life lasts but 100 years. The lifespan of a Tai golden immortal is measured in tens of thousands of years. A great Luo golden immortal can live for 1,000,000 years. A Quasi saint can last 10 million years. A saint shares the same lifespan as heaven and earth. Yet even a saint has never faced the solitude of 12 billion years alone. Because saints have disciples, have friends, have enemies, have rivals. Their long years are filled with events and interactions. Ho-Tu had nothing. In the scene, time flowed in an exceedingly peculiar way. The celestial dome condensed 12 billion years into a segment of imagery, yet in that imagery, Ho-Tu's consciousness remained merely a point of light. Unchanging. Nothing changes. The surrounding souls come and go batch after batch. Some are sorrowful, some are calm, some are angry, some are unwilling. Ho-Tu watched them, one by one. In the first 1,000,000 years, she attempted to communicate with the souls. She reached out with her consciousness to touch the souls passing by, wanting to say something, even if it was just a word. There was no response. The souls could not perceive her. In their eyes, there was only the cold guidance of the laws of reincarnation, no presence of any person. In the first 10 million years, she gave up on communication. In the first 100 million years, she began to count the souls. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000. As she counted, the numbers lost their meaning. In the 10th 100 million years, she stopped counting. She simply watched. Su Ming did not narrate this segment, allowing the celestial dome to play it on its own. Silence is more powerful than words. Occasionally, a few special fragments appeared in the imagery. Fragment 1: a warrior of the witch clan died, and his soul entered reincarnation. Ho-Tu recognized him. He was a small witch who had followed her brother, Zhu Rong, into battle. The brightness of Ho-Tu's consciousness flickered slightly as she leaned closer to that soul, wanting to see his face clearly. The soul floated past her with no awareness, swept into the reincarnation pathway by the power of reincarnation. The light of Ho-Tu dimmed a little more. Fragment 2: one day, an extremely familiar aura appeared at the entrance of the reincarnation pathway. Ho-Tu's consciousness trembled violently. It was the aura of Gong Gong. Gong Gong was dead. His soul, bearing wounds from battle, entered reincarnation, eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. Ho-Tu surged towards that soul in a frenzy, her consciousness nearly breaking free from the core of reincarnation. Brother! A silent cry. Gong Gong's soul floated past her without stopping, turning, or having any awareness. He entered the reincarnation pathway directly. Ho-Tu's consciousness remained halted for a long time. So long that even Su Ming could not bear to continue the playback. Yet he continued. Because this is the truth. In front of the celestial dome, the entire primordial world fell into a deathly silence. Then cries began to rise. Not from 1 or 2 places, but from thousands upon thousands, a cry that spread throughout the entire primordial world. In the witch clans underground of the northern Zhu Lu continent, hundreds of remaining witches wailed on the ground, some banging their heads against the stone walls, blood streaming down. The old witch Zhu had already fainted from crying, supported by 2 young witch cultivators beside her. In the tea shop of the scattered cultivators in the eastern Victory Divine continent, The one-armed elder smashed his coarse bowl of spirit tea onto the ground, murky tears streaming down his face. He had lived for 800,000 years considering himself to have a heart of iron and stone, yet at this moment, he wept like a child unable to speak. On the myriad beasts' ridge, Baizé closed his vertical eye. 2 streams of clear tears fell from those eyes that had not been moistened for 10,000 years. The Witch clan is the natural enemy of the Demon clan. But at this moment there was no hatred, only grief. In the Lingxiao Hall of the Heavenly Court, Haoshan's face remained ashen, yet the fingers gripping the armrest of the dragon throne relaxed. He did not cry. The Heavenly Emperor does not cry. But his throat moved slightly. In that moment he thought not of the foundation of the Heavenly Court, nor of the threat of the accountant. He thought of, if it were him trapped alone somewhere for 12 billion years. Haotian shook off that thought. It was too terrifying. At the great thunder sound temple of Lingshan, the beads of Junti ceased their spinning. His face turned pale, his lips trembled, and he was at a loss for words for a long time. Jieyin remained with his eyes closed, but the muscles on his gaunt face tightened. Amitba, Jieyin murmured softly, great compassion. Just these 2 words. On the celestial dome, the imagery continued. Su Ming's voice rang out again, this time tinged with a barely perceptible hoarseness. Some may say she is the ancestral witch. Her will is resilient, and she will not be crushed by loneliness. But I want you all to see a scene. In the celestial dome, the point of light of Ho Tu's consciousness suddenly moved. It was a day in the 60th billion year after she transformed into reincarnation. A very faint voice came from outside the cycle. It was a small witch reciting a prayer during a ritual on the land of the Primordial World. Ancestral, which Ho Tu bless our witch clan with good weather. Just this sentence. An ordinary prayer, a cliché every descendant of the witch clan would recite. But at the moment Ho Tu's consciousness heard these words, it trembled violently. Someone was calling her name. Someone remembered her. She was not forgotten. The brightness of that point of light suddenly doubled like an oil lamp on the verge of extinguishing, being given a drop of oil. Then the prayer disappeared. The small witch finished the prayer and stood up to leave, continuing his ordinary life. He had no idea that deep within reincarnation a consciousness rejoiced for his casual words for a full 10,000 years. Su Ming's voice was extremely soft. 10,000 years. She rejoiced for a prayer for 10,000 years. You can imagine how lonely she is on ordinary days, to what extent. Once again a wave of cries surged in front of the celestial dome. This time it was not just the witch clan crying. The demon clan was crying, the scattered cultivators were crying, the mortals were crying. Even the celestial officials of the heavenly court had reddened eyes. On the system panel, Su Ming saw the resonance value had already surpassed 25,000 points and was still climbing at a terrifying speed. Resonance value 203.202.46.25800. It's not over yet. Su Ming took a deep breath and whispered, the most ruthless blow is still to come. He gestured lightly, and the scene in the heavens shifted again. This time a time point appeared in the image. The first 100 billion years after the war of the witch and the demon. The consciousness of the Earth Mother had grown extremely dim, like a flickering candle in the wind. Not due to exhaustion of power, but because her heart had died. 100 billion years of loneliness was enough to extinguish any will. At that moment, an unusual soul entered the cycle of rebirth. That soul carried the remnants of a saint's aura. The consciousness of the Earth Mother rippled slightly as she looked at that soul. And then, she heard something. A voice emerged from the fragments of that soul's memory. It was the dying memory of a disciple of a saint from the primordial land. In the memory, someone was talking about the Earth Mother. The 6 paths of reincarnation operate in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth. The Earth Mother ancestor, which has long since perished, no longer existing. The so-called worship of the Earth Mother is merely an act of the foolish commoners of the witch clan. 2 sentences spoken lightly. The speaker's tone was as casual as discussing a stone by the roadside. The consciousness of the Earth Mother froze. She felt no anger, no sadness. She simply stood there, as if the last shred of her strength had been drawn away. Completely extinguished. No longer existing. So it turns out, in their eyes she no longer existed. It turns out those prayers and sacrifices were merely seen as foolish acts by the saints. It turns out that this 100 billion years of perseverance to the outside world meant nothing. The brilliance of the Earth Mother's consciousness fell to its lowest point in history. Almost extinguished. The heavenly screen paused here for 3 breaths. The silence of 3 breaths was heavier than any words. When Su Ming's voice sounded again, his tone was as calm as a still pond, yet hidden beneath the surface was a sharp edge. The saint's disciple who said these words I will not name. But I want to ask one question. For whom did she undergo reincarnation? For all living beings. Among those living beings are you saints and your disciples. She guarded the depths of the underworld for 100 billion years, allowing your disciples to enter reincarnation after death instead of having their souls scattered. You enjoy her sacrifice, yet you claim she does not exist. Before the heavenly screen, there was once again a deathly silence. Then, angry curses surged like a tide. Nonsense. Who said the Earth Mother does not exist? Step forward. The one-armed elder slammed the table in the tea shop, shattering the teacup all over the floor. Saint's disciple. Which saint's disciple? I will tear his mouth apart. A demon cultivator roared. Shameless. Utterly shameless. In the witch clan's underground, the young witch cultivators had red eyes, their fists clenched tightly. In Mount Wansho, Zenyuanzi set down his teacup, his expression unusually cold. This is too much. He only said 3 words. Outside Zixiao Palace, the master of Tongtian snorted coldly. He knew where that rhetoric came from. Those high-ranking saints' disciples, whether from the Chan sect or the West, were all of this tone, seeing all beings in heaven and earth merely as pawns and tools. Once used up, they simply declared does not exist. How similar their attitude towards the disciples of the Jie sect was. Tongtian's 5 fingers tightened. Zhuan's complexion was pale with a hint of green. That statement. Although Su Ming did not name names, Zhuan Ti knew clearly in his heart. There indeed were disciples in the Western sect who had said similar things. Those assertions had been inscribed in Buddhist scriptures and widely circulated. He glanced quickly at Jane. Jiayan's expression was unchanged, but the knuckles of his hands pressed together were slightly pale. Senior brother. Zhuan Ti spoke hoarsely. No need to say. Jane replied softly, let's discuss it after watching. Zhuan Ti closed his mouth, but his heart was turbulent. The one who catalogued did not name names, but this was more terrifying. Because not naming means that all saintly forces would be suspected. At this moment, the anger in the hearts of all beings in the primordial world was spreading to every saint's disciple. Brilliant. Too brilliant. Not naming names, yet making everyone prove their own innocence. The heavenly screen continued. After the consciousness of the Earth Mother fell to its lowest point, it did not completely extinguish. Something was holding her up. Su Ming's voice became a little softer at this moment. She did not give up. Not because of strength, not because of responsibility, but because the scene shifted. In the reincarnation passage, an extremely tiny soul floated in. It was the soul of a newborn child who had died shortly after birth, innocent and unaware, stumbling through the cycle of rebirth without knowing the way. The consciousness of the Earth Mother brightened slightly. She looked at that tiny soul and with an extremely weak will gently adjusted the laws of reincarnation. The path originally leading to the evil realm was blocked. That tiny soul was gently guided into a path leading to goodness. The infant knew nothing. It simply floated along that warm current heading towards its next life. Perhaps in the next life it could live a little longer. The consciousness of the Earth Mother dimmed again, returning to its usual frailty. But that moment of brightness was faithfully recorded by the heavenly screen. Su Ming's voice was calm as before. Because there are still those who need her. Even if no one knows what she is doing, even if no one is grateful to her, even if the whole world says she does not exist. As long as there are souls passing through reincarnation, she will not give up. This is the Earth Mother. 120 billion years. All alone guarding the return path for everyone. The scene in the heavens slowly faded. Golden characters emerged. 9th name Earth Mother, the loneliness of reincarnation. Core regret, transforming for all beings into eternity, yet from then on no one accompanies her. For countless years, safeguarding reincarnation, no one knows of her existence, no one inquires about her warmth or coldness. Golden characters hung in the sky, their light covering the primordial world. Only one voice remained in the entire universe. That was the sound of crying. From north to south, from east to west, from the heavenly court to the underworld. The crying was like the sea. On the system panel, the resonance value had changed to a number Su Ming had never seen before. Resonance value 25803140353303800. Still higher than during the time of Emperor Jun by more than double. Su Ming murmured, his gaze flickering. Then, deep within the 6 paths of reincarnation, that consciousness which had been silent for billions of years suddenly trembled violently. More violently than at any other time before. Because she sensed it. It was not one person calling her. It was the entire primordial world crying out for her. The consciousness of the Earth Mother surged with a massive power, her brilliance skyrocketing dozens of times from the brink of extinction. She struggled, attempting to do something she had never accomplished in billions of years. To speak. She wanted to speak. As she struggled, the laws of reincarnation showed slight tremors, and the judges of the underworld were horrified to discover that the 6 paths were trembling slightly. Su Ming sensed this change and frowned. A system warning popped up. warning the consciousness fluctuations of the Earth Mother ancestor, which exceed the threshold, showing signs of instability in the reincarnation laws. Suggestion: immediately guide emotions to avoid collapse. Su Ming took a deep breath and made a decisive decision. He used his will to drive the heavenly screen, directing a thread of resonance power to the depths of reincarnation. Like offering a hand to a crying person. The moment that thread of resonance power reached the core of reincarnation, the Earth Mother's consciousness trembled and suddenly calmed down a bit. She sensed that thread of power. It was warm. It was kind. It was as if someone was telling her, "It's all right, take your time." The consciousness of the Earth Mother no longer struggled violently. She quieted down. But that power gave her something she had never possessed in billions of years. A tiny crack leading to the outside world. Through that crack her will touch the primordial sky for the first time. On the heavenly screen, golden characters suddenly shattered. In their place was a voice. Extremely light, extremely soft, like a spring breeze brushing the face, and like autumn rain falling on flowers. Carrying the hoarseness and tremble after billions of years of silence. Yet gentle enough to break the hearts of the entire primordial world. Children of the Witch clan. The myriad beings of the primordial world held their breath. Do not cry. The voice of Hutu echoed across the vastness of the primordial sky. Light as smoke, soft as water, yet it covered every inch of land, every piece of sky, and every corner. It was neither a transmission of magical power nor a broadcast of divine sense. It was the very law of reincarnation, trembling, transforming, that will into sound waves reaching the ears of all beings. Children of the Witch clan. Do not cry. The voice was hoarse and intermittent, like someone who had not spoken for too long and was nearly forgetting how to voice. Yet that tenderness transcended billions of years, untouched and unchanged. In the underground cave of Beiju, Lu Zhou, the old shaman, had just been awakened and was still convulsing. Upon hearing that voice, his murky eyes suddenly widened, reflecting endless shock and ecstasy. Hutu ancestor witch. He broke free from the support of the young, which beside him, staggering to kneel on the ground, bowing to the earth, his forehead striking the stone slab, blood splattering. Ancestor witch, you are still here. You are still here. Behind him, hundreds of remnants of the Witch clan knelt in unison, their cries shifting from sorrow to joy and then back to deeper mourning. She was here. For billions of years they thought the ancestor which had long since faded away. She had always been here alone in the depths of darkness, listening to their every prayer. But they knew nothing. Above the sky, Hutu's voice continued. I can hear you. The voice grew softer, as if every word spoken consumed immense strength. Every offering, every call. I have heard. Thank you for still remembering me. As this sentence fell, it seemed something shattered in the primordial world. It was not the laws nor the restrictions, but the layer of strength in the hearts of countless cultivators. At Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, Zhang Yuanzi's hand, which had set down the teacup, hung suspended in the air, frozen for 3 breaths. He slowly closed his eyes and let out a long breath of turbid air. Old friend, he said softly, I have put you through hardship. The Qingfeng Taoist boy was already crying so much that he could not speak, while Mingwe beside him wiped away tears like rain. In the Taizu heaven at Nüwa's palace, Nüwa stood at the end of the corridor, her exquisite face illuminated by silvery light. In her phoenix eyes tears glimmered. But she let no tears fall. She simply extended her hand, gently palm down, as if touching something. Beneath her feet lay the 9 heavens, and the sea of clouds. Beneath the sea of clouds lay the primordial land, and beneath the land lay the underworld. In the underworld there was Hutu. I am here. Nüwa's lips moved slightly, uttering 2 words, her voice so soft that only she could hear. She was unsure if Hutu could sense her response. But she still spoke. Outside the Zhixiao Palace, Tongtian opened his eyes. His gaze was no longer sharp as a sword, but calm as an abyss. Hutu's voice reminded him of the moment when the myriad immortals' formation broke and Yunxiao was pressed into Qilin Cliff. Yunxiao had also looked back at him, lips moving, saying a sentence that still lingered in his memory. Master, do not be sad. How similar it was. The sacrificed comforted the living in return. Tongtian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions. Senior Hutu, he said softly, your regrets will not be in vain. In the sky, Hutu's voice weakened. The fissure connecting to the outside world was closing. The power of resonance granted her strength was temporarily insufficient to support her speaking for long. She was still struggling to say a few last words. Do not hate anyone. I am willing. It's just, sometimes, I miss my brothers. By the end her voice had become as thin as a whisper, barely audible. I miss the days when someone would talk, and then silence. The voice disappeared. The tremor of the reincarnation law calmed down, and the six paths resumed their daily operation as if nothing had ever happened. But the sky still shone bright. Su Ming's voice rang out after Hutu fell silent. He did not speak immediately. He remained silent for 5 breaths. That 5-breath void allowed the emotions of all beings in the primordial world to surge to the extreme in silence. Then he spoke. His voice was steady, even carrying a hint of coldness. I heard it. All of you heard it. She said I am willing. She said do not hate anyone. But I want to ask one question. Su Ming's voice suddenly intensified by 3 parts. She willingly transformed into reincarnation to save all beings. That was her choice. But was the solitude of billions of years thereafter her choice? The scene in the sky abruptly shifted. A massive image unfolded. It was the evolution of all decrees regarding worshipping Hutu over the ages. Initially, the witch clan regarded Hutu as the supreme ancestor, which holding grand sacrifices with unending incense. Later, the witch clan declined, and the scale of the sacrifices shrank. Subsequently, certain forces began to promote the idea that Hutu has perished. Reincarnation is the natural law of heaven. The image sequentially listed the sources of those claims. Some black and white records in certain texts, definitive conclusions in certain sect traditions, and statements publicly proclaimed by certain disciples of saints. Su Ming did not name names, but the text in the image was clear enough. After she transformed into reincarnation, some deliberately erased her existence. Su Ming's voice was chillingly calm, making the beings of the primordial world believe that reincarnation is a law that operates autonomously, unrelated to Hutu. Why? Because if all beings knew Hutu was still here, they would worship her, thank her, and remember her. And if they received the power of offerings from all beings, her consciousness would grow stronger, and one day she might break free from the bonds of reincarnation. Some do not want her to break free. Some need her to remain there forever, to be a silent, free, eternal. As the final word tool fell, the primordial world erupted. Anger. Not sorrowful weeping, but pure, overwhelming rage. Who committed such a heinous act? To treat the Hutu ancestor which is a tool. Is this something a human can do? It must be those saints. It must be them. All over the primordial world, curses thundered like lightning. In the direction of Kunlun Mountain, the expression of Yuan Shi Tianzun showed a clear change for the first time. He stood in front of the Yusu Palace, gazing up at the sky, his lips pressed into a thin line. Some of the statements in those texts, indeed, originated from the teachings of the Chan sect. It was not his directive, but he had never corrected it either. This is troublesome, Yuan Shi said softly. Behind him, Nanji Xinwing stood, his face as pale as paper, lips fumbling with what to say. At Ling Mountain, Jun, his prayer beads snapped, the beads rolling across the ground. His face turned ashen. Jiayin finally opened his eyes, his gaunt features calm, with only a hint of inscrutable complexity deep in his eyes. I said before, Jiayin's voice was very soft, the mistakes that should be acknowledged must eventually be acknowledged. Zhuan-Ti opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. In the depths of chaos, Su Ming looked at the resonance value on the panel, breaking through 40,000, the corners of his mouth curling up. But the smile quickly faded. This was not a matter worth celebrating. Hutu's plight was itself chilling. He was merely revealing the truth. A system prompt appeared. 9th place, Hutu's summary of the main part, completed. Hutu ancestor, which consciousness state activity increased by 270, but still locked by the reincarnation law, unable to break free. Reversal condition assessment ongoing. Please prepare the summarizer to release the reversal segment. Information. Su Ming took a deep breath. The reversal condition for Jun was not met, and the fragments were stored for future use. But what about Hutu? Her reversal was more difficult than Jun's. Jun only needed to revive a remnant soul. Hutu needed to detach from the 6 paths of reincarnation while preventing the collapse of reincarnation. This was nearly an impossible task. But it is not completely impossible. Su Ming stared at the data on the system panel. As long as the resonance value is high enough and there are enough reversal fragments. He virtually pointed, preparing to release the information for the reversal segment. On the sky, golden letters once again condensed. 9th place, Hutu reversal segment is about to begin. Reversal countdown. 1 incense. Stick. The breath of all beings in the primordial world tightened simultaneously. And in the deepest part of the 6 paths of reincarnation, that consciousness that had just spoken trembled. 1 stick of incense. On the celestial canopy, the line of golden characters flashed like a spark, sinking into the hearts of all primordial beings. A countdown of reversal. In the caverns of Baijilu, Zhou the Old Witch Zhu lifted a brow streaked with blood, her clouded eyes fixed on the celestial canopy, as her lips whispered wordlessly. Reverse. Can the ancestral Zuwu's regret be reversed? Behind her, hundreds of Wuzu remnants looked up in unison, their breaths heavy as war drums. On Man's Home Mountain, Xinyuanzi cradled a cup, his gaze distant. Huda's regret differs from Daijin's. Dijun perished, at least a lingering remnant of soul remained to anchor him. Huda, he shook his head faintly. She was trapped while still alive. To reverse her fate would require stripping her out from the laws of reincarnation. Qingfeng murmured at his side. Would that not tear down the 6 paths of reincarnation? Xinyuanzi said nothing. His silence was answer enough. Tear down the cycle. Who would dare? If the 6 paths collapsed, the dead would have no resting place, souls would stall in the primordial wilds, and heaven and earth's laws would be further marred. The consequences would be graver than the Wiqiaomao War. This was the cruelest facet of Huda's regret. Her sacrifice had become part of cosmic law. To reverse her grievance was to threaten the world's foundation. Who would bear that cost? On the celestial canopy, the incense countdown bled on. Su Ming's voice rose as the numbers waned, steady and composed once more. I know what you are thinking. Hutu has become the cycle itself. To strip her out would be to destroy the 6. That question has no ready answer, he said. At those words, the myriad beings of the primordial wilds felt a shared pang of desolation. So it could not be reversed. Su Ming shifted his tone. But I have a direction. The 6 paths require maintenance. True. But why must it be Hutu herself? If we could find a substitute method, one that sustains the cycle without a living consciousness as anchor, Hutu could be freed. That will take time, power, and a sufficient number of reversal fragments. Therefore, the countdown on the canopy reached its final breath. The golden words fractured and reformed. Rank 9 Hutu reversal condition assessment complete. Result: current conditions do not satisfy a full reversal. Required large reversal fragment 4. Currently held small reversal fragment 1 from inventory of Dijun, small reversal fragment 1 from inventory of Huda newly acquired. Reversal fragments are stored. When conditions are met, execution will occur in full. Special note: the Zhuwu Huda's consciousness has risen to a critical threshold. The resonant afterwaves from the reckoning will continue to nourish her awareness, estimated to sustain external perception for roughly 10 years. If reversal conditions are met within 10 years, success probability is 92%. Beyond 10 years, her consciousness will recede again. The myriad beings watched the golden lines with complicated hearts. Not reversible now, but there was hope. 10 years. Su Ming's voice cut in with a note of resolve. 10 years. Give me 10 years. Before the 10 great regrets are fully reckoned, I will amass enough reversal fragments. Daijin's Hudas. Every regret shall be counted and accounted for. Whoever owes a debt must repay it. As his words fell, the canopy's gold slowly drew back, but it did not fully darken. Su Ming had one last sentence. Rank 9 reckoning complete. Reward to the reckoner: small reversal fragment 1, cultivation advanced to mid quasi-saint. Next reckoning rank 8. Blood-red characters hung in the high heavens. Not gold, not radiant white, but the color of ancient battlefields steeped in blood, each stroke carrying a deep draconic wail. Rank 8 preview. Born noble of innate honor, lord of the seas. Once ranked with Fengzhu and Kalinzhu among the 3 preeminent sovereigns of the primordial wilds. A single great calamity fell, and 10,000 dragons bowed their heads. Formerly worshipped by myriad clans, now saddled and armored for war. Rank 8 ancestral dragons annihilation. When these lines landed, the primordial wilds first fell silent, then erupted. Dijun and Hutu were towering figures. After the Wiqiaomao calamity, the ancestral dragon was different. That was a name older than most history. So ancient that many of the great Luo immortals had only seen a few strokes of its tail in fractured scriptures. So ancient that after the 3-clan catastrophe there followed a long era in which the world dared scarcely whisper of Dragon Phoenix and Qilin affairs. Because that calamity had cost too many lives. Seas dried, mountains crumbled, phoenix blood set the sky ablaze, Qilin stamped the earth, dragon corpses filled the sea. The 3 clans each held one end of the primordial world, each once arrogant and supreme, each finally swallowed by fate and reduced to cold lines in later annals. East Sea. Within the Crystal Palace, the 4 sea dragon kings gathered. Donghai Dragon King Aowang sat at the main seat, clad in a coiling dragon robe. Dragon motifs crested his brow, yet his eyes remained fixed on the celestial canopy, for a long time, unmoving. West Sea Dragon King Aoruan gripped his wine cup as the jade liquor trembled with tiny ripples. Nanhai Dragon King Aokin's face had gone pale, the whiskers at his lip quivering. Beihai Dragon King Aoshuan was most silent, his palms pressed to his knees until his knuckles blanched. Palace-born heirs, shrimp soldiers, crab generals, turtle ministers, and clam attendants all bowed their heads. No one dared speak. until a heavy sound came from outside the hall. A young dragon strode in armor, unloosed features sharp, two small horns on his brow, had yet to finish forming, but he already emitted a fierce air. He was Aoguang's son, Aoli. Father King. Aoli looked up at the canopy, fire in his eyes. Is this rank 8 truly our dragon ancestor? Aoguang did not answer. The turtle chancellor bowed swiftly and whispered, "Third prince, speak with care. The name of the ancestral dragon must not be called lightly." Aoli gave a cold laugh. Our ancestor listed among the primordial regrets, and the world watches. Yet we ourselves cannot even ask one question. The chancellor's face shifted, and he hurriedly kowtowed. Old minister does not mean it thus. Aoguang finally spoke. Aoli. His voice was not loud, but it carried the weight of a great Luo pinnacle. The hall's waters stilled. Aoli lifted his head, yet did not yield. Father, I only ask, who did the line saddled and armored for war mean? Aoguang's lids trembled. West Sea King Aruin murmured, Prince Lai, do not be rash. Aoli turned, sweeping his gaze over the 4 sea kings. Is it not the truth? The heavenly court dines while speaking of dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Immortals travel and use dragons as draft beasts. When mortals pray for rain, a single edict from the court sends the sea kings to let the dragons bring rain. Delay for a moment, and you are judged. When did our dragon clan born to command the seas fall to such a state? The question struck the crystal palace into deathly silence. Aoguang's fingers curled within his sleeve. He wished to rebuke, but his throat felt clogged with a cold stone. The blood-red words on the canopy told no lies, they offered no courtesy. At Lingxiao Hall, Emperor Hongjun saw the rank 8 notice, and his face darkened. The assembled immortals bowed their heads. Tai-Bai Jinxing stepped forward half a pace and said cautiously, Your Majesty, this reckoning of the ancestral dragon may well stir the 4 seas. Haoshan's gaze was blade-sharp. The 4 seas answer to the heavenly court. Dragon kings are appointed by court edict to form clouds and dole rain to govern the aquatic tribes. This is the order of the Tao. Tai-Bai Jinxing hurriedly added, Your Majesty speaks rightly. Hongjun said coldly, Issue an edict, have the Tianhe naval forces stand guard in secret. Should the 4 seas show unrest, report immediately. He paused, then added, Strengthen the guardians over the dragon tomb sealed in the East Sea. Tai-Bai Jinxing's heart chilled. Is Your Majesty concerned? Hongjun cut him off. I am not concerned. He stared at the canopy, voice low. I will not allow anyone to use the ancestral dragon's name to disorder the heavenly court's laws. Before the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun, Yuanshi Tianzuan studied the blood words with a steadier countenance. The 3-clan calamity lay far in the past, the Chan sect had little to do with it. Still he felt no ease. The Reckoner's order is curious, he observed. The Southern Pole Immortal Elder asked softly, Teacher, what do you mean? Yuanshi replied, evenly, Diju and Hutu, ancestral dragon. Each was the head of a clan, each poured all into their people, and yet each met a desolate fate. This Reckoner is not merely tallying old wrongs. The elder bowed. Is he gathering the hearts of myriad clans? Yuanshi said nothing, only gazed up at the firmament. Outside Zhixiao Palace, the Tongtian leader allowed a rare cold smile. Ancestral dragon, he murmured the name. If he truly wakes, that one, the stagnant waters of the primordial wilds will grow muddier still. In a hidden pocket at the edge of chaos, Su Ming sat upon a gray chaotic stone. Before him the system mirror floated and pulsed with quiet light. Rank 9 Hutu reckoning settlement complete. Current cultivation, mid quasi-saint. Reversal fragments, too small. Resonance value, 47321. Rank 8 ancestral dragons annihilation. Data retrieval complete. Note, this event involves the 3-clan calamity, the heavenly court's incorporation, the 4 seas edict, and the dragon tomb seal. Su Ming rubbed his brow. The Hutu reckoning carried heavy feeling. Even a hard-hearted man could not help having that soft, distant voice from the depths of the cycle press upon his chest. The ancestral dragon's reckoning struck with another pain. Not loneliness, but humiliation. Noble lineage broken, the scions of the 10,000 dragons reduced to footmen beneath others' seats. That sort of regret cut deeper than death. Diju, enraged at defeat, Hutu should not have suffered alone. The ancestral dragon refused to bow. Su Ming looked at the canopy draft and murmured, This time, we must not only draw tears. He tapped the screen. The image shifted to boundless chaos, an ancient azure dragon coiled amid endless seas of thunder, scales like mountains, eyes like suns. Its breath cleaved chaotic currents for 10,000 miles. Su Ming watched long. We must make them remember how high the dragon clan once stood. The system mirror glowed softly. Rank 8 ancestral dragon annihilation, formal reckoning, countdown 3 days. Suggestion, this reckoning may trigger bloodline resonance in the dragon clan and carries the risk of 4 seas unrest. Su Ming's brow twitched. Let it stir if it must, he said with a low laugh. Bones get soft if you keep them caged too long. No sooner had he spoken than a faint thread of golden light brushed the edge of chaos. It was neither a saintly spiritual sense nor a heavenly court patrol. The golden gleam carried moisture and hid itself deeply like a dragon scale drifting from the East Sea's depths. Su Ming raised his eyes, piercing the gray mist. That was swift. The thread of light lingered beyond the barrier, hesitant to touch, then formed a row of small watery characters. Ao Guang of the East Sea is willing to heed heaven's mandate. Su Ming stared at the words, meaning deepening in his gaze. Willing to heed heaven's mandate. He tapped the stone with a fingertip. Do you truly mean to hear heaven's fate or the heavenly court's command? The night in the Crystal Palace is colder than on land. Beneath the deep sea there are no sun or moon, only luminous pearls embedded in the walls and corals that glow. Schools of fish swim past the hall, their tails trailing specks of silver like scattered stardust blown by the wind. But tonight no one in the Dragon Palace can sleep. After the sky curtain foretold its descent, the dragon clan of the four seas stirred with unusual movement. Those usually respectful sea-patrolling night demons walked with heavier steps. Young dragon princes and princesses gathered in the side hall whispering about the ancestral dragon's old name. Even the gate-guarding shrimp soldiers couldn't help but look up at the sky. The sky is over the sea. Although the sea floor cannot see the sky curtain, it can feel the blood-red characters pressing down in the water. In the main hall of the East Sea, Ao Guang dismissed the others, leaving only the Turtle Prime Minister Ao Lai and several elder dragon ministers. The hall doors closed, and the water-patterned array outside lit up layer by layer. Ao Lai stood in the hall, still carrying the salty scent of the sea wind on his armor. Ao Guang sat on the throne and said in a deep voice, what you said earlier in front of the hall should not have been spoken. Ao Lai raised his head. Why shouldn't it have been? Because it could lead to death. Ao Guang's response was calm. Ao Lai was taken aback. Ao Guang looked at him, his eyes showing no anger, only weariness. Do you think your father fears losing face? Do you think the dragon kings of the four seas only bow to the heavenly court? Ao Lai, you are still young and do not understand how the backbone of the dragon clan has been pressed down inch by inch. Ao Lai clenched his fist. If it is pressed down, can it not stand up again? An old dragon minister with white whiskers shook his head. Third Prince, it is easy to speak such words. After the great calamity of the three clans, our dragon clan is burdened with karma. The ancestral dragon fell, and over half of the 10,000 dragons perished. The remaining clansmen, if they do not submit to the heavenly court, would have long been divided cleanly by various factions. The fact that the four seas have survived until now is not entirely due to humiliation. There is also patience. Ao Lai said coldly, patience until our descendants are made to pull carts. The old dragon minister's face turned pale. These words were too harsh, but no one could refute them. Ao Guang raised his hand to quell the restlessness in the hall. The heavenly court has already dispatched more personnel to monitor the East Sea Dragon Tomb. When this was said, Ao Lai's expression changed suddenly. What gives them the right? The Turtle Prime Minister smiled bitterly. By the decree of the heavenly court, and because the water veins of the four seas are listed in their records. Ao Lai shouted angrily, the Dragon Tomb is the ancestral land of our dragon clan. Ao Guang replied quietly, that is why they only speak of cooperation, not of guarding. Ao Lai's chest heaved. He suddenly understood something. The sky curtain forewarned of the ancestral dragon. The heavenly court immediately reinforced the seals of the Dragon Tomb. What does this signify? It signifies that the ancestral dragon is not utterly without trace. It signifies that the heavenly court is afraid. Afraid that the name of the ancestral dragon would awaken the four seas. Afraid that the dragon clan would recall their ancestral bloodline. Ao Lai stepped forward. Father, is the ancestral dragon still here? The atmosphere in the hall turned icy. Several elder ministers bowed their heads simultaneously. Ao Guang did not answer immediately. He looked towards the hall's exterior through the crystal door, as if he could see the depths of the East Sea, that sea of tombs forever hidden from light. After a long silence, he said, the ancient texts of the dragon clan record that after the fall of the ancestral dragon, the true spirit did not perish, but was sealed beneath the East Sea's return ruin. But that is just an ancient text. Ao Lai's eyes brightened. If there are ancient texts, it may not be false. The Turtle Prime Minister spoke softly. Third Prince, the seal of the return ruined dragon tomb is not simple. It has the restrictions of the heavenly court, ancient karma, and the remnants of the great calamity of the three clans. Not to mention a Tai golden immortal, even a Deluo would find it difficult to approach the core. Ao Lai stared at Ao Guang. What about the enumerator? Ao Guang's gaze shifted slightly. The hall fell silent once more. Moments ago, he had sent a water character to the edge of chaos using the secret methods of the East Sea. He did not know if it would reach its destination. He did not know if Su Ming would respond. But he had done it. Because if the sky curtain can allow the earth to speak, it might also awaken the ancestral dragon. But this step, once taken, would be hard to retreat from. Ao Guang said slowly, this matter must not be disclosed. Ao Lai stepped forward. Father, have you contacted the enumerator? Ao Guang's expression darkened. You only need to remember the East Sea has done nothing. Ao Lai sneered. Since we have done nothing, why does father wish to seal the hall for a secret discussion? Ao Guang stood up in anger, the water pattern of his royal robe swirling. Ao Lai. A Deluo's pressure fell down. Ao Lai felt a weight on his shoulders, and fine cracks appeared on the crystal floor beneath his feet. Yet he gritted his teeth and stood, refusing to kneel. Father, you fear the heavenly court, and I do not blame you. He spoke slowly, but I cannot be so afraid that I dare not even acknowledge my ancestors. Ao Guang's anger surged like a tide crashing against rocks, suddenly freezing. He looked at his son. On that young face was the sharpness he once possessed. But later that sharpness was dulled by time, bent by edicts, and ground down into smoothness by the corpses of Dragon Clan descendants who died under the heavenly court's inquiries. Ao Guang slowly returned to his throne. Get out. Ao Lai wanted to speak again. The Turtle Prime Minister quickly held him back, whispering, Third Prince, retreat for now. Ao Lai glanced at Ao Guang and turned to leave with large strides. The hall door opened and cold water surged in. Ao Guang sat in the dim pearl light motionless for a long time. The old dragon minister with white whiskers softly said, Your Majesty, the Third Prince's hot-bloodedness may not be a bad thing. Ao Guang said tiredly, if hot-bloodedness has no power, it will only lead to death. But if we lose even that hot-bloodedness, the Dragon Clan will truly be left with nothing but a shell. Ao Guang closed his eyes. This statement affected him more than Ao Lai's defiance. Meanwhile, above the East Sea, deep in the layers of clouds, 3 celestial generals stood at the cloud's edge with thousands of heavenly soldiers in armor waiting behind them. The leader's name is Deng Chun, who was previously commanded by Hao Tian to inspect the Wanyao Ridge. He looked at the surface of the sea, his expression unchanging. Passed the order down, every move of the East Sea Dragon Palace must be recorded. The Vice-General said, General, the Dragon Clan is after all the officially sanctioned deities of the Heavenly Court in the 4 seas. If we monitor them like this, if Ao Guang notices. Deng Chun said lightly, what if he notices? Does he dare to question it? The Vice-General fell silent. Deng Chun continued, the Emperor has issued an edict that the seal of the Dragon Tomb must not be compromised. If any Dragon Clan approaches the Return Ruin without permission, they shall be treated as treason. Understood. Below the clouds the waves surged. A young figure burst out from the side door of the East Sea Dragon Palace, transforming into a white dragon heading straight for the deep sea. Ao Lai did not look back. He wanted to take a glance at the periphery of the Dragon Tomb. Even if it was just a glance. He wanted to know if the ancestral dragon was really still there, in the depths of chaos. Su Ming looked at the line of water characters sent by Ao Guang, yet before he could respond the system suddenly trembled. Detected abnormal fluctuations in the bloodline of the Dragon Clan target, East Sea Dragon Prince Ao Lai status, approaching the periphery of the East Sea Dragon Tomb risked the Heavenly Court's patrolling forces have locked onto his aura. Su Ming raised his eyebrows. This kid has more guts than his father. He glanced at the countdown. The 8th official enumeration would still take 3 days. Logically, this was not the time to intervene. But if Ao Lai dies at the periphery of the Dragon Tomb, and the ancestral dragon's enumeration has not yet begun, the younger generation of the Dragon Clan would lose a bone first. This would affect the subsequent resonance. Su Ming raised his hand, a beam of golden light gathering at his fingertips. I cannot expose my true form, nor can I let the Heavenly Court get a clue. He pondered for a moment and smiled. Then let me borrow the residual light of the sky curtain to add a bit of mist over the East Sea. In the next instant, the blood-red warning lingering in the sky over the East Sea suddenly brightened slightly. Above the surface of the sea, a vast fog suddenly rose. Deng Chun suddenly looked up. Who moved the sky curtain? A mist rises from the waters without any warning. Just a moment before the stars and moon shone brightly over the East Sea, with the heavenly soldier's armor reflecting a cold light. In the next instant, the mist like a white wall rolled up from the sea, obscuring the sky and swallowing boats and islands. Deng Chun stood on the clouds, the divine eye symbol on his forehead glowing. Activate the formation. 3,000 heavenly soldiers behind him simultaneously raised their spears. The golden light merged into a single entity, transforming into a celestial net that spread out in all directions. But as soon as the celestial net entered the mist, it vanished like fine threads cast into a deep pool, losing all response in the blink of an eye. The vice commander exclaimed, "General, the formation has been severed." Deng Chen's expression darkened. This is not the work of the East Sea Water Tribe. The East Sea Water Tribe is known for stirring winds and creating mist, relying on water currents and tidal forces. But this mist is different. It seems to flow from the remnants of the sky, belonging neither to the sea nor to the clouds, without cause or effect, and impossible to grasp. Deng Chen immediately thought of a name. Su Ming. His heart tightened, but he forced himself to remain calm. Send a message to Lingxiao Palace and request the Emperor's decision. The vice commander took out a jade talisman and channeled his power into it, but the talisman only lit up half an inch before being engulfed by the mist and extinguished. The vice commander's face turned pale. The message cannot be sent out. Deng Chen grasped his spear tightly. The entire army shall fall back and guard the skies over the East Sea. Without my command, no one is to enter the sea. He was not foolish. Even saints could not catch the reckoner. If he rashly charged into this mist, he might not come back alive. Below the sea surface, the white dragon surged through the water. Ao Lai dove deeper into the east, see the water pressure increasing and the coldness deepening as he descended. The dragon clan was born to love the water, but the East Sea's ancient depths were no ordinary abyss. There lay the terminus of ancient water veins, as well as the resting place for countless dragon corpses after the calamity of the three clans. He had heard the legends of the dragon tomb since childhood. His elders warned him that it was a place not to be visited. Those who ventured there would hear the wails of ancient dragons, be burned by hellfire, and become lost in the lingering memories of their ancestors. Ao Lai had previously dismissed these warnings as mere attempts to scare young dragons. Now, as he truly approached the area, he realized those words were not entirely false. The seawater turned black. It wasn't due to dim light. The water itself was like ink. Surrounding him were no fish or shrimp, no corals, not even seaweed. Only massive white bones lay scattered on either side of the trench, covered in gray scales. These were not ordinary remains. They were dragon bones. Some dragon bones stretched for 1,000 feet, their spines shattered like mountain ranges. Even after countless years of death, they still emanated an oppressive presence. Ao Lai transformed back into human form and landed beside a broken dragon horn. He reached out to touch it. As soon as his fingertips grazed the dragon horn, an ancient roar echoed in his ears. Kill. Exterminate the Phoenix clan. Protect our East Sea. What fear is there if the sky falls? The voice was chaotic and violent, shaking Ao Lai's soul painfully. He let out a muffled groan, stepping back, half a pace, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet the light in his eyes grew even brighter. These remnants were not illusions. The dragon tomb was real. The ancestral dragon might also be real. At the end of the trench ahead, there was a faintly visible bronze giant door. The door stood 10,000 feet high, slanted into the seabed, wrapped in 99 chains. Each chain bore heavenly symbols and ancient lightning scars. Ao Lai looked up, his heart racing. That was the core entrance of the dragon tomb. He wanted to approach it. Just as he took a step forward, the sea sand beneath his feet suddenly shimmered with golden patterns. A cold voice came from above. East Sea Dragon Prince Ao Lai, trespassing on forbidden grounds, what punishment do you deserve? Ao Lai suddenly looked up. The black water parted, revealing 5 heavenly generals. They had not chased from the surface, but had already been stationed here. Each one donned water armor, wielding dragon-locking hooks, and behind them stood 100 heavenly soldiers in formation. The leading heavenly general's gaze was cold. By the decree of the heavenly emperor, the dragon tomb seal is a sacred place of the heavenly court. No dragon clan may approach without permission. Ao Lai's anger turned to mockery. The dragon tomb is the ancestral land of my dragon clan. When did it become a sacred place of the heavenly court? The heavenly general replied indifferently. The 4 seas fall under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, and naturally the dragon tomb is also within its laws. Ao Lai tightened his grip on the spear. What if I insist on entering? The heavenly general raised his hand. 100 heavenly soldiers simultaneously lifted their dragon-locking hooks. Seize him. A murderous aura surged from the water. The dragon-locking hooks were most effective against the dragon clan's bloodline, their tips engraved with forbidden scales designed to pierce dragon scales and muscles. The heavenly court had clearly prepared for these people to guard this place. Ao Lai's figure flickered as he lunged forward with the spear. The spear tip summoned white water thunder, crashing towards the 3 foremost heavenly soldiers. Boom! The water thunder exploded. The 3 heavenly soldiers were pushed back. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Lai transformed into a dragon, his white scales rising, and with a single sweep of his tail, he shattered 2 dragon-locking hooks. but the heavenly soldiers formed a tight encirclement. Over 10 golden hooks surged through the water, snagging his scales. Aolai winced in pain, his dragon body coiling forcibly, snapping the chains, his blood staining the black water. The leading heavenly general coldly stated, "At the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal, you dare to charge the formation." He stepped forward, his aura unmistakably at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The dragon-locking hook in his hand transformed into a golden long chain lunging straight for Aolai's dragon neck. Aolai's pupils constricted. He could not evade. Just as the golden chain was about to descend, the black water around him suddenly surged. A wisp of light golden mist, unknown from where it drifted, gently wrapped around the golden chain. The chain stalled. Just a moment's stall, but it was enough. Aolai suddenly lowered his head, ramming his dragon horn fiercely against the heavenly general's breastplate. Crack! The breastplate shattered. The heavenly general let out a muffled groan, staggering back, his face filled with shock and anger. Who? No one answered. The mist thickened. The heavenly soldiers' formation became chaotic. Even their divine senses were forced back into their bodies. Seizing the opportunity, Aolai transformed into human form, thrusting his spear to pierce through 3 heavenly soldiers leaping towards the bronze giant door. The heavenly general roared, "Stop him!" Aolai ignored it. He knew he could not enter the core. He only wanted to get closer, just a little closer. When he was 100 feet away from the giant door, the 99 chains trembled simultaneously. A vast pressure crashed down. Aolai bent his knees, nearly collapsing. He gritted his teeth, looking up at the bronze giant door. Through the crack there seemed to be a pair of eyes. No, not eyes. It was a point of dark golden light. Ancient, majestic, and silent. Aolai's entire bloodline suddenly boiled. He involuntarily knelt down. Not from being forced to kneel, but from the dragon clan's bloodline bowing to its source. Ancestral dragon. His voice was hoarse. The dark golden light trembled slightly. In the next moment, an extremely faint dragon's roar resonated from within the giant door. It was not a voice, but rather a fragment of will. Go. Get out. Live. Aolai was stunned. The heavenly general had already caught up behind him, and the golden chain fell once more. The light golden mist suddenly gathered, forming a thin light curtain that blocked the golden chain. At the same time, a composed voice rang in Aolai's ears. "If you've seen enough, then leave. Dying here will only mean your father has to collect your corpse, and it will serve no other purpose." Aolai suddenly looked up. "Are you Su Ming?" The voice replied lightly, "Don't call, no one will hear you." Aolai panted heavily. "The ancestral dragon is still here, right?" The voice did not respond immediately. After a moment it said, "In 3 days, look at the sky." The golden mist enveloped Aolai, transforming into a stream of water, breaking through the Black Sea and vanishing in an instant. Before the dragon tomb, the heavenly general's hook felt empty, his face ashen. Deep within the bronze giant door, the dark golden light gradually fell silent. Yet beneath the 99 chains, a wisp of ancient true spirit seemed to stir slightly due to that ancestral dragon's call. Aolai was swept back by golden mist to the outer gates of the East Sea Dragon Palace, his scales shattered and fresh blood still wet upon his body. The moment his feet touched the water-stepped terrace beside the side hall, an aged figure steadied him. Turtle Prime Minister trembled uncontrollably, his whiskers quivering with urgency. "Third Prince, did you truly enter the dragon tomb?" Aolai's face was pale, yet he clutched the elder's sleeve with trembling fingers. "The ancestral dragon still lives." The Turtle Prime Minister recoiled as if struck. "Speak carefully." Aolai coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet his eyes blazed with terrifying intensity. "I saw the colossal bronze gate. I saw the celestial quartz chains. I heard the dragon's roar. Prime Minister, the ancestral dragon is truly alive." The Turtle Prime Minister raised his hand, sealing the surrounding water currents before lowering his voice. "These words may be spoken only to His Majesty, not a single syllable beyond." Aolai scoffed bitterly. "Why must they remain silent? If the celestial court dares bind our ancestor, must the dragon clan conceal its shame for them?" The Turtle Prime Minister gazed at the blood-streaked wounds across Aolai's body. His voice, rarely grave, now carried uncommon weight. "Because you are still alive. Only the living may witness the sky screen's unveiling." Aolai froze in astonishment. The Turtle Prime Minister guided him toward the inner hall. "The Auditor chose to save you, not to let you ruin all before your time. Third Prince, passion must be tempered with wisdom. Should you die, the Dragon Clan loses one who dares to speak aloud. But should you live, in 3 days' time you shall watch the world itself rise in the ancestral dragon's name." Aolai fell silent. At the threshold of the hall he suddenly asked, "Does Father know I went there?" The Turtle Prime Minister sighed deeply. His Majesty has known all along. Ao Lai halted mid-step. Within the hall, Ao Guang stood with his back turned before the dragon throne. Upon it rested a fractured scale, torn from Ao Lai's body by the dragon-binding hooks at the tomb's periphery. Ao Lai entered the hall. Father. Ao Guang did not turn. Kneel. Ao Lai clenched his jaw, but knelt at last. Ao Guang whirled about and struck. A sharp resounding slap that cracked through the hall like thunder. Ao Lai's head snapped sideways, blood welled at the corner of his mouth. The Turtle Prime Minister's heart lurched, but he dared not intervene. Ao Guang stared hard into his son's eyes. This blow is for your reckless intrusion into the dragon tomb, your utter disregard for life and death. Ao Lai murmured low, your son acknowledges his guilt. Ao Guang raised his hand again, yet the second strike never fell. His arm hung suspended in air, then slowly lowered. What did you see? Ao Lai lifted his gaze. The celestial court seal, the dragon-binding hooks, the colossal bronze gate, and the ancestral dragon's true spirit. Ao Guang's eyes trembled violently beneath their surface. What did he say? Ao Lai paused, then spoke quietly. He told me to leave, to live. Ao Guang closed his eyes. In that instant his sovereign majesty seemed stripped away, leaving only a dragon king bowed beneath centuries of unbearable weight. The Turtle Prime Minister bowed his head, refusing to look. Ao Guang sank slowly onto his throne, voice hoarse and hollow. If our ancestors still walk the Tao, their first vow remains, to protect the lives of their descendants. Ao Lai's eyes burned with sudden heat. He had meant to cry out for rebellion, yet the words died unspoken on his lips. The ancestral dragon had commanded him to live, not to die, not to perish in vain. At that very moment, urgent news burst through the hall doors. Your Majesty, imperial edict from the celestial court. Ao Guang's gaze turned glacial. The Turtle Prime Minister instantly adjusted his robes. With a flick of his sleeve, Ao Guang concealed Ao Lai behind the inner hall's jade screen. Moments later, the ethereal form of Tai by Jin Xing materialized in the Crystal Palace's main hall, holding a jade decree, his smile serene and polished. East Sea Dragon King, receive the imperial decree. Ao Guang led the assembled court in prostration. Tai by Jin Xing unfurled the jade scroll, voice resonant and clear. By decree of the Celestial Emperor, recent anomalies within the sky screen suggest demonic forces exploiting the names of the three clans to sow chaos across the four seas. The four sea dragon kings have long served with loyalty and diligence, governing waters with unwavering merit. Thus His Majesty hereby bestows upon Ao Guang, Dragon King of the East Sea, the title of Pacifying Sea, illustrious virtue, vastly beneficent king, and grants him a celestial court gold seal commanding him to jointly guard the sealed dragon tomb of the East Sea alongside the Heavenly River Legion. A subtle shift rippled across the dragon clan's faces. Bestowal, seal granting, joint guardianship. Elegant words. Yet in truth the East Sea Dragon King was being bound to the celestial court side, forced to stand sentinel over his own ancestral tomb. Ao Guang remained prostrate. Your servant accepts the decree. Tai by Jin Xing smiled warmly. His Majesty also remarks that the Dragon Clan has long thrived under celestial grace. The peace of the four seas owes entirely to your Majesty's reverent obedience to celestial law. Now amid turbulent times we trust you will restrain your kin, lest they fall prey to the sky screen's seditious rhetoric. Ao Guang kept his head lowered. Your servant will remember this well. Tai by Jin Xing's gaze swept across the hall. We hear the third Prince Ao Lai is famed for his valor. Why is he absent today? Behind the jade screen, Ao Lai's eyes sharpened into blades. Ao Guang's expression remained impassive. My unworthy son suffered a setback in cultivation. He now undergoes secluded recovery. Tai by Jin Xing's smile never faltered. How fortunate! Youthful vigor runs fierce. Seclusion fosters calm, shielding one from perilous missteps. Ao Guang clasped his hands in reverence. Your immortal guidance is most wise. Tai by Jin Xing's form began to dissolve. Just before vanishing, he added, beginning tomorrow, the Heavenly River Legion shall triple its presence at the Dragon Tomb's seal. Should the East Sea Dragon Palace require assistance, aid stands ready at any hour. The phantom faded. Silence thick and suffocating settled over the hall. Behind the screen, Ao Lai drove his fist into the wall. Cracks spiderwebbed across the crystalline surface. They insult the dragon beyond endurance. Ao Guang sat upright, his face unreadable. The Turtle Prime Minister whispered, Your Majesty, the Celestial Court seeks to compel our allegiance. Not compel. Ao Guang stared at the jade decree. They have already declared it for us. Ao Lai emerged from behind the screen, his cheek still bearing the imprint of his father's palm. Father, this decree must not be accepted. Ao Guang replied coolly, "It has already been accepted." "Then return it." Ao Guang met his gaze. "With what? Your peerless spear of supreme, ethereal gold, or the lives of the East Sea's million aquatic subjects?" Ao Lai choked on his retort. Ao Guang rose slowly and placed the jade decree upon the dragon throne. "From this moment forth the East Sea Dragon Palace shall appear unchanged. Ao Lai remains in seclusion, no departures permitted. Turtle Prime Minister, you are to discreetly recall all Dragon Clan youths abroad, forbidding any confrontation with heavenly soldiers." The Turtle Prime Minister bowed deeply. "This servant obeys." Ao Lai cried out, "Father!" Ao Guang cut him short. "In 3 days the sky screen shall open." He looked outward past the hall's threshold into the fathomless depths of the sea. "Until then, no one stirs first." In the primordial chaos, Su Ming observed every moment within the Dragon Palace. He watched Ao Guang kneel in flawless deference, then saw the cold flinty light smoldering deep within his eyes once he turned away. "This old eel isn't entirely pliant." Su Ming smiled faintly. A system interface shimmered into view. Celestial Court reinforces East Sea Dragon Tomb Seal strength, increased 30 Ancestral Dragons, True Spirit status slight, Awakening current integrity 2. 1 potential reversal anchor, further awakening required. Su Ming's gaze sharpened. 2. 1. It's far too low. He gestured, summoning the Archive's vision, the chaotic Thunder Sea where 10,000 dragons first drew breath. The ancestral dragon reared high. 10,000 rivers bowed in worship. Dragons, phoenixes, cheelants. The 3 clans stood in sovereign balance. Then came mountains of corpses, the great calamity of the 3 clans, the ancestral dragon's imprisonment, and the dragon clan's forced subservience. Su Ming lingered on the final image, a golden dragon harnessed by Celestial Court immortals dragging a jade chariot. A celestial child laughed, patting its horn. In that frame the golden dragon's eyes held only numb vacancy. Su Ming's expression hardened to ice. This wound must pierce every sea. His fingertip descended. The sky screen's countdown shifted, from 3 days to 2 days and 12 hours. Simultaneously, deep within the East Sea Dragon Palace, in the seclusion chamber, Ao Lai sat cross-legged, clutching the fractured dragon scale in his palm. A wisp of faint golden mist still clung to the scale, coalescing into delicate script. "Live. Watch it through." 2.5 days later the heavens opened once more. This time before the entire chaotic wilderness could hear Su Ming's voice, they first heard the sound of water. It was neither a stream nor a river, but the sound of the first drop of water falling when the world was first created. Clear yet heavy, like a pearl crashing into chaos. Immediately the celestial canopy transformed into an endless ocean. The sea was not blue but a dark azure, as if born from the separation of chaos. Above, thunder roared and the winds cut like knives. Water and fire were unsettled, and yin and yang remained unclear. Su Ming's voice slowly resonated. The 8th of the 10 great regrets of the chaotic wilderness. The fall of the ancestor dragon. What you see today is an era even earlier than the war between the witch and the demon. In that time there was no heavenly court, no underworld, and no schools of saints. When the world was first opened, the myriad races were not yet established. The strong paved the way with their own lives while the weak struggled to survive in the chaotic wilderness. In those days the Dragon Clan was not the reign officials of the 4 seas as they are today. The Dragon Clan was a noble lineage from the very beginning. Suddenly a pair of eyes lit up at the bottom of the chaotic sea. The moment those eyes opened, the vast sea of thunder fell silent. A massive azure-black dragon slowly rose from the depths of the sea. Its head resembled a mountain, its horns like heavenly pillars, and each scale reflected ancient Tao patterns. As it moved, the chaotic sea split in 2. With a single breath, countless water veins surged in response. All creatures of the chaotic wilderness looked up at this scene, even their breathing slowed. In the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, Ao Lai stared fixedly at the celestial canopy, blood oozing from the shards of scales he clutched in his hand. Ao Guang stood in front of the hall, his royal robe fluttering without wind. The turtle minister wept bitterly, murmuring, "The ancestor dragon, truly the ancestor dragon." On the celestial canopy, Su Ming continued, "The ancestor dragon Ao, Song, one of the first innate deities after the world was created. Born from the chaotic water veins, he governed the myriad seas of the chaotic wilderness. Upon his birth, all beings with scales and shells sensed his presence. Snakes transformed into flood dragons became true dragons, and the aquatic races gained enlightenment, thus establishing their origins." The scene shifted. The ancestor dragon coiled above the East Sea. Countless beings in the sea bowed in reverence. There were great whales, sea serpents, flood dragons, and dragonkind that had not yet fully taken form. They lay upon the surface of the sea, lowering their heads to that towering figure. The ancestor dragon did not sit upon a jade throne. He simply coiled between the sea and sky, his voice like thunder. The aquatic races are born of the sea and should stand in the chaotic wilderness. From now on, all beings with scales and shells shall be under the protection of my dragon clan. If any enemy bullies an aquatic race, it is tantamount to bullying my dragon clan. As his words fell, the seas roared in response. All races shouted in unison, "We pay homage to the ancestor dragon." This declaration crossed the heavens, shaking the chaotic wilderness. Countless descendants of the dragon clan felt their bloodlines boil. Even the lowly aquatic races involuntarily bowed down, though they did not understand why. Their bodies remembered that source of oppressive might. Su Ming's voice remained steady. In those times, the dragon clan did not rely on decrees to govern the seas. For the sea was, after all, what they had carved out for themselves. The scene showed the southern chaotic wilderness ablaze, devouring the water veins. The ancestor dragon led 3,000 true dragons into the sea of fire. Wherever the dragons roar past, water vapor turned into clouds and thunderous rain fell. The beasts of fire were slain one by one. In the western toxic marshes, corruption plagued the rivers. The ancestor dragon personally descended using dragon blood to purify the waters, causing 1,000 rivers to regain their clarity. In the northern cold abyss, ancient demons devoured the water veins. The ancestor dragon extended a claw into the cold abyss, crushing its head, and demonic blood stained 30,000 miles of ice. Every scene was clean and decisive. The ancestor dragon was not merely a king who sat and received worship. He fought. He killed. He protected. With one hand, he lifted the aquatic races of the four seas from the chaos of the wilderness. At Mount Wanshou, Jin Yuanzi's expression was grave. No wonder the dragon clan could dominate one side of the chaotic wilderness back then. Qing Feng whispered, "My lord, how does the ancestor dragon compare to Di Jun?" Jun Yuanzi pondered for a moment. It cannot be compared. Di Jun is the heavenly emperor who strategizes the world, while the ancestor dragon is an ancient overlord who emerged from the chaos. In terms of aura, the ancestor dragon was even wilder. At the Yusu Palace, Yuan Shitian Zun's expression remained calm, yet his gaze never left the celestial canopy. During the calamity of the three races, he had yet to attain enlightenment and become a saint. He had only heard fragments of the ancestor dragon's name when Hongjun spoke of it. Now, witnessing its full glory with his own eyes, even he could not help but admit that it was indeed an existence capable of dominating the chaotic wilderness water veins. At Lingshan, Zhuan Ti gazed at the scene, whispering, "Such brilliance," yet later fell to this state. "The one who counts is likely to make the dragon clan restless." Jie closed his eyes and said, "It is not only the dragon clan that will be restless." Zhuan Ti was taken aback. Jie added, "Any group that has bowed its head for too long will see the ancestor dragon and ask, 'Why can't my clan raise its head?'" Zhuan Ti's expression slightly changed. In the Lingxiao Hall, Hao Tian's expression was dark. Each time the celestial canopy displayed a fraction of the ancestor dragon's past glory, it underscored the dragon clan's current subservience beneath the heavenly court. The Taibai Jinxing stood to one side, not daring to speak. A celestial official in the hall cautiously remarked, "Your Majesty, the celestial canopy is merely recounting old tales. Though the ancestor dragon was powerful, it is ultimately the past." Hao Tian shot him a cold glance. The celestial official immediately fell silent. The past. If it were truly just the past, why would the heavenly court hasten to reinforce the seal on the dragon tomb overnight? The celestial canopy continued. On the chaotic sea, two figures appeared once more. One was engulfed in flames, a phoenix's cry piercing the sky. Where it passed, all birds followed. The other was as solid as the earth, causing tremors with each step. All beasts bowed their heads. Su Ming stated, "The ancestor dragon was not the only powerful being of that era. To the south was the phoenix ancestor who commanded the avian creatures. In the center was the Qilin ancestor who governed the beasts. Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, the three races rose together. That was the first true struggle for supremacy among the races in the chaotic wilderness. In the scene, the three ancient beings gazed at each other across the heavens. The ancestor dragon coiled above the sea. The Phoenix ancestor stood in flames. The Qilin ancestor trod upon the mountains. The three did not engage, but their gazes met, causing countless cultivators before the celestial canopy to feel their souls tighten. Su Ming's voice was solemn. Initially, the three races were not mortal enemies. They each governed a territory, delineating the chaotic wilderness and restraining the myriad races. In those days, although the strong were revered, there was also an emerging order. Had it continued like this, the dragon clan might have become the eternal rulers of the chaotic wilderness water veins. Unfortunately, calamities never allow the strong to sit peacefully. As the edges of the celestial canopy darkened, small-scale conflicts began to emerge at the borders of the three races' territories. A young dragon died in the southern fire forest. A Phoenix clan envoy's corpse was thrown into the East Sea. A Chilan clan convoy transporting spirit ore was ambushed and slaughtered by unknown aquatic beasts. Initially, it was merely friction. Later it turned to retaliation. Then hatred grew wildly like weeds. In the Dragon Palace of the East, Cao Guang frowned upon seeing the young dragon's corpse in the vision. Ao Lai could not help but say, "Clearly someone is stirring trouble." The turtle minister replied softly, "The calamity of the three races is filled with doubts, but too much time has passed, and many traces have vanished." At that moment Su Ming spoke. "Do you all believe that the three races were destined to fight to the death? An ancestor dragon capable of governing the myriad seas, a phoenix ancestor who could command the birds, and a Chilan ancestor who held sway over the beasts all emerged from the chaotic tumult. Would they be foolish enough to gamble their entire clan's lives over a few border skirmishes?" The myriad beings of the chaotic wilderness trembled at once. Su Ming's voice grew colder. "Of course not. Thus the true blade does not lie in plain sight." The scene shifted. In the shadows of the three races' borders, several indistinct figures flickered and vanished. Their faces could not be seen. Only a wisp of pitch-black, demonic energy silently entered the brow of the fallen young dragon. Blood began to slowly spread across the celestial canopy. The initial calamity of the dragon Han has begun. The blood-red hue spread across the sky. A thin strand of demonic aura resembling ink in water sank into the corpse of the young dragon, stirring up a wave of resentment across the sea. In the scene, the sea patrol commander of the dragon clan arrived, and upon seeing the remains of the young dragon, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Phoenix clan's fire mark. He retrieved a charred feather from the bones. The feather emanated the essence of the Phoenix clan's true fire, providing undeniable evidence. At the same time, in the southern fire forest, a young phoenix was torn apart, leaving claw marks from a dragon. In the central state mountain range, the entire team of the Chilan clan was slain, with dragon scales and phoenix feathers scattered around the corpses. Su Ming's voice echoed in the sky. "Stirring up hatred is the easiest thing to do. One just needs to silence the dead and let the living see the evidence they wish to see." The ancestor dragon, Phoenix ancestor, and Chilan ancestor are not without suspicions. But when the corpses of the clan members lay before them, when the younger generation of the clan demanded battles day after day, and when the blood debts at the borders multiplied, suspicion could not outweigh the fury. In the ancient hall of the East Sea Dragon Palace, the ancestor dragon sat high upon his throne, with dozens of dragon warriors kneeling before him. "Please, ancestor dragon, issue the order to attack the Phoenix clan. We are willing to wash the South Wilderness with dragon blood. If we endure any longer, all the clans will think the dragon clan can be bullied." The ancestor dragon did not immediately agree. His gaze was heavy as he looked at the phoenix feather on the table. "Investigate. Just one word." The dragon warriors looked at each other in dismay. A young golden dragon stepped forward and said with sorrow, "Ancestor dragon, the one who died was your personally named grandson. Do we still need to investigate?" The ancestor dragon's expression shifted slightly. In front of the sky, the East Sea Dragon Palace was filled with a sense of oppression. Ao Lai looked at the young golden dragon and suddenly realized that impulsiveness was not exclusive to today's dragon clan. In ancient times, even a powerful clan like the dragon clan could be overwhelmed by rage. The scene advanced. The dragon clan pursued secretly, but was repeatedly intercepted. They traced the clues to the Phoenix clan's borders, but the trail ended. They followed the merchant routes of the Chilan clan only to encounter new bloodshed. The envoys sent by the three clans either went missing or were killed. Each death happened at the most provocative moment. Kunlun Mountain. The South Pole Immortal spoke softly. "Master this technique." Yuan Shi replied, lightly, "Very familiar. I dare not ask further." In the calamity of consecration, many conflicts were not irreconcilable from the start. But once someone died, the disciples would resent it, and with faces bruised, even the saints would be pushed forward. The most terrifying aspect of calamity is that it makes everyone believe they are making their own choices. Ling Mountain. Zhuan-Ti's face turned pale. Demonic aura. Jie-in opened his eyes. "Luoho." Zhuan-Ti said quietly, "The calamity of the three clans indeed has him secretly pushing it." Jie-in shook his head. "It may not only be him." Zhuan-Ti was startled. In the sky, several shadows remained blurred. The demonic aura was just one thread. There were even fainter grayish-white essences floating in the dark. In the depths of chaos, Su Ming watched this segment with narrowed eyes. The information provided by the system confirmed that Luoho indeed played an important role in the calamity of the three clans. But the aura of the heavenly Tao also flickered in and out. Luoho wanted to kill to create chaos to attain the Tao through slaughter. The heavenly Tao sought balance to weaken the strong and to bring the three clans to ruin. Their purposes were different, yet at a certain stage they converged onto the same path. The debt owed by the ancestor dragon cannot all be pushed onto Luoho. Su Ming said softly, some should be revealed, but not all at once. The forbidden secret is part of the later summary. What needs to be summarized now is the regret. The ancestor dragon's regret is not that he did not know someone was stirring trouble, but rather that he knew something was wrong yet could no longer stop. In the sky, the ancestor dragon finally dispatched troops. Millions of dragons surged from the east sea, blotting out the sun. Dragon clan battle flags filled the sea and sky, and war drums thundered. The ancestor dragon donned the azure golden dragon armor personally, leading the 9 major dragon lords, 36 sea commanders, and billions of aquatic beings to the south wilderness. The Phoenix ancestor also moved. In the fire sea of the south wilderness, the Phoenix clan took to the sky, flames consuming the clouds. The Chilan ancestor led the beast army to crush the mountains of the central state, pressing against the borders of the two clans. The great battle of the three clans erupted. In the first battle, the dragon clan emerged victorious. With a single claw, the ancestor dragon tore apart the Phoenix clan's fire formation, unleashing a torrent of water and thunder into the south wilderness, resulting in the fall of 30,000 fire phoenixes. The dragon clan cheered with thunderous applause. In the second battle, the Phoenix clan triumphed. The Phoenix ancestor burned through 3,000 water veins, turning 7 true dragons of the dragon clan into ashes. In the third battle, the Chilan clan launched a surprise attack on the East Sea's flank, shattering the dragon clan's crystal formation, causing 100,000 aquatic beings to perish beneath the sea. News of the battles returned one after another. Hatred thickened layer by layer. Su Ming did not deliberately incite emotions, but allowed the scene to progress rapidly. At first, the dragon clan sought justice. Later, it became about avenging blood debts. Eventually, it evolved into a struggle for the rightful claim of the primal wilderness. The ancestor dragon's expression shifted from its original calm to gradually become cold and hard. He remained powerful, still majestic, yet was pushed deeper into the sea of blood by the tide of events. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Guang watched as the ancestor dragon ordered reinforcements, his lips pressed tightly together. Ao Lai whispered, "Was ancestor dragon wrong?" No one answered. After a moment, the Turtle Prime Minister said hoarsely, "In the midst of calamity, everyone believes they cannot retreat. But if one does not retreat, they can only go further and further away." Ao Lai clenched his fists. "If we do not fight back, should we just let ourselves be slaughtered?" The Turtle Prime Minister sighed. "That is why it is called a calamity." The scene in the sky shifted to a post-battle beach. Dragon corpses floated, phoenix feathers charred, and Chilan bones shattered like stone. The ancestor dragon stood atop the mountain of corpses, injured. An old dragon minister knelt behind him. "Ancestor dragon, we cannot fight any longer. Although the dragon clan has won, our foundation is already damaged. If we continue to fight, all three clans will perish." The ancestor dragon remained silent for a long time. In the distance, a young dragon cried out, clutching his mother's corpse. On the other side, a dragon warrior dragged his severed arm, still pleading for battle. The ancestor dragon looked up at the sky. Above the heavens' calamity, clouds gathered thickly. He actually saw that behind this great battle lay more than just the enmity of the three clans. Yet he could not stop. If he were to cease fighting, how could he account for the blood debts of the fallen clan members? If he were to retreat, would the other two clans seize the opportunity to counterattack? As the clan leader, he could not gamble solely on the doubts that he perceived. The ancestor dragon slowly closed his eyes. "Send the order." The old minister shivered. The ancestor dragon's voice was deep. "Gather the dragon veins from the 4 seas, prepare for the decisive battle at the northern part of Buzhou Mountain." In front of the sky, all beings of the primal wilderness felt a heaviness in their chests. They knew that the true climax of the great calamity was about to arrive. Outside the purple cloud palace, the master of heaven suddenly spoke coldly. "What a calamity!" A deep chill was evident in his eyes. Emperor Jun was pushed forward by the tide of events. Hutu was bound by responsibility and propelled forward. The ancestor dragon was driven forward by blood debts. But what about Tongtian? Within the consecration, had he not also been pushed step by step to the front of the array of 10,000 immortals? In the depths of chaos, the system panel flickered. Dragon clan resonance value rapidly rising. True spirit fluctuation of the ancestor dragon enhanced completeness 2. 1 to 3. For Su Ming looked at the numbers and nodded lightly. Not enough. He raised his hand and pointed. The scene in the sky suddenly darkened. North of Buzhou Mountain, the three clans were set for battle. In the heavens and earth, the sounds of dragon roars, phoenix cries, and beast howls resounded simultaneously. Countless cultivators felt a chill run through their bodies. Su Ming's voice fell heavily. Next comes the battle where the dragon clan will fall from its peak. In the north of Buzhou Mountain, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. As the scene unfolded, the myriad beings of the wilderness could smell the scent of blood. The sky should not have a scent, yet at this moment all observers felt as if they were standing on that ancient battlefield. The nostrils were filled with the metallic scent of blood, the ears resonated with the shattering roars that could fracture the soul, and beneath their feet lay a ground elevated by corpses. The dragon clan approached from the east. Billions of water beings filled the river of the heavens, true dragons coiled in the skies, and the Jiao clan formed ranks with the Qiu Long, Qi Long, Ying Long, and Song Long, each occupying their own territory. The dragon veins of the four seas were drawn forth, transforming into four colossal pillars of water that supported the body of the ancestor dragon. To the south, the Phoenix clan set the heavens ablaze. The myriad birds flapped their wings and fire clouds stretched for thousands of miles. The Phoenix ancestor stood in the center of the sea of flames, a feather crown shining like the sun, and as she spread her wings, countless sparks rained down upon the earth. In Zhongzhou, the Qilin clan stepped onto the mountains. The Qilin ancestor was adorned with thick patterns of earth, and with each step he took the mountains and rivers undulated. The myriad beasts surged forth their roars like thunder. Su Ming said, before this battle the three clans have no retreat left. The dragon clan has lost far too many dragon sons and grandsons. The Phoenix clan has burned half of the fire forests, and the Qilin clan's ancestral veins in Zhongzhou have been severed in 3 places. They are not unaware that continuing to fight will harm their foundations. However, with blood debts accumulating to this extent, whoever retreats first will have to bear the resentment of their own clan and the backlash of their enemies. Thus, the 3 clan leaders chose the final battle. In the heavens, the ancestor dragon was the first to strike. With a claw extended, the waters of the 4 seas transformed into a massive azure palm, pressing down upon the Phoenix clan's sea of flames. The Phoenix ancestor let out a long cry, and the true fire of the south surged upward, colliding with the water palm. Water and fire exploded. Billions of soldiers were swept away by the shockwave. The Qilin ancestor stepped onto the battlefield, and the thick earth divine mountain rose from the ground, directly crashing into the abdomen of the ancestor dragon. The tail of the ancestor dragon swept across, shattering 3 divine mountains, yet was struck on the back by the fiery feathers of the Phoenix ancestor, scales exploding like rain. Blood fell to the earth, transforming into a 1,000-mile river. In the dragon palace of the East Sea, light trembled all over. It was not fear. It was the shudder of a bloodline ignited. Every dragon could sense the source of power emanating from the ancestor dragon. That spirit of standing tall against the heavens, not bowing to any existence, was like a knife slicing through their years of numbness. Outside the hall, countless dragon descendants knelt before the crystal steps, gazing up at the sky. Some cried softly. Some gritted their teeth. Others dug their nails into their palms. The scene in the heavens continued to advance. The 9 dragon lords of the dragon clan fell one after another. A golden dragon lord sacrificed himself to protect the ancestor dragon, taking on a fiery feather from the Phoenix ancestor, his body reduced to ashes. Even in death, he crashed into the Phoenix formation, exploding into a golden light that reached the heavens. A black dragon lord was crushed by the Qilin ancestor, yet he fiercely bit onto the opponent's foreleg, buying the ancestor dragon a moment. The 36 sea generals fought to the end, leaving only 7. The billions of the water tribe filled the northern rift with corpses. Yet the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan were not faring much better. Phoenix feathers fell like snow, and Qilin blood stained the yellow earth. The elite forces of the 3 clans were gradually worn down in this battle. Su Ming's voice was heavy. If someone could make them stop, now perhaps the 3 clans would still have a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, the hidden forces have been waiting for this moment. At the edge of the ancient battlefield, demonic energy surged into the sky. It was not a wisp, but thousands of strands. From the corpses of the 3 clans, countless grievances were extracted, merging into a pitch-black, killing array. In the center of the formation, a blurry black shadow laughed maniacally. The laughter pierced through the heavens, making countless cultivators' scalps tingle. Kill. The more you kill, the more my path will be realized. Luo Ho. Although the heavens did not name him, many powerful beings had already recognized him. In the sea of blood, the ancestor of the underworld river sat up, straight, his eyes gleaming. Such heavy killing intent. He licked his lips, then frowned again. But there is another taste in this killing array. In the chaos, Su Ming's gaze remained calm. He did not allow the scene to delve deeper behind the black shadow. Some things, if revealed now, would provoke the heavens to retaliate in advance. For now, all he needed was for all beings to know that the three clans were not simply fighting foolishly. In the heavens, the ancestor dragon also sensed the killing array. He suddenly turned around, fury igniting in his dragon eyes. Someone is plotting against the three clans. The Phoenix ancestor and Qilin ancestor also halted simultaneously. The three ancient overlords finally saw the truth. But it was too late. The killing array had formed. The grievances of the dead from the three clans rebounded against the heavens, and the calamity clouds descended completely. Endless karmic retribution fell like black rain upon the three clans. The ancestor dragon roared towards the heavens. Retreat. This was the first time he ordered a retreat during the great battle. But the karmic black rain had already sealed off the battlefield. Once the soldiers of the three clans retreated, they would be torn apart by the grievances that shattered their souls. The Phoenix ancestors' wings were stained black, and the Qilin ancestors' forehooves sank into the flames of karma. The ancestor dragon watched as large numbers of the Sea Dragon clan fell, and a trace of pain finally appeared in his eyes. He knew that the Dragon clan was finished. They had not been defeated by the Phoenix clan, nor had they fallen to the Qilin clan. But they were defeated by a calamity that had long been set. The ancestor dragon charged toward the killing array. He crashed into the black mist with his own dragon body, tearing apart the formation with his claws, and dragon blood scattered across the void. The black shadow laughed incessantly. Ancestor dragon, you cannot save them. The ancestor dragon remained silent. He ignited his dragon soul, forcibly tearing open a path for retreat. Dragons of the clan, heed my command. His voice resonated across the battlefield. Live on. Countless dragons raised their heads. Ancestor dragon. The ancestor dragon roared once more. Live on. This roar nearly shattered the heavens. The remaining dragon soldiers retreated with tears in their eyes, passing through the gap opened by the ancestor dragon's dragon soul. The Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan also paid a heavy price to protect their remaining members and withdraw. The great calamity of the three clans descended with the most tragic scene amidst blood and fire. Yet the ancestor dragon did not leave. He stood in the center of the killing array, his massive dragon body already burned through by karmic flames. Dragon scales fell away, dragon horns shattered, one eye was corroded by demonic energy, leaving only the other eye fiercely staring at the black shadow. My dragon clan may fall, but my dragon clan shall not be enslaved. The black shadow sneered. After you die, who will remember this statement? The ancestor dragon did not respond. He turned back one last time, gazing toward the eastern sea. In that gaze was unwillingness, anger, and a sense of entrustment. Then he detonated the remaining dragon souls. Boom. The heavens turned white. After the white light dissipated, the ancient battlefield was left with only scorched earth. The ancestor dragon was nowhere to be found. Only a broken dragon horn fell toward the east sea, sinking into the endless abyss. Su Ming's voice gradually echoed. The ancestor dragon did not die at the hands of the Phoenix ancestor, nor did he die beneath the feet of the Qilin ancestor. He died in a plot at the final moment of protecting the clan's retreat. But this is not the most painful part of the eighth great regret. The myriad beings of the wilderness felt a tightness in their hearts. The scene changed. Years flowed by. The three clans declined. The dragon clan, burdened with karmic retribution, bowed to the new order for survival. The descendants of the myriad dragons once protected by the ancestor dragon began to accept titles. Sea kings of the four seas, masters of clouds and rain, minor gods of river guardians, spirit beasts of the heavenly court. Until an image appeared. A true dragon was adorned with a golden saddle, its neck bound with reins, pulling a heavenly treasure carriage, slowly traversing through the clouds. On the carriage, immortals laughed drunkenly. The strength of the dragon clan is indeed steady. The dragon's eyes were dull, its head lowered, not daring to resist. In the dragon palace of the East Sea, some dragons vomited blood on the spot. Ao Lai's eyes turned red, and he suddenly drew his weapon. I will kill him. Ao Guang pressed down on his shoulder, but his palm trembled as well. In the heavens, Su Ming's voice was as cold as iron. The descendants protected by the ancestor dragon with his last breath. Later they were ridden upon. The treasure carriage in the heavens slowly advanced amidst golden light. The wheels crushed the clouds and rainbows, and the crisp sound of golden bells echoed through the 9 heavens. The immortal leaned against a softly glowing couch, surrounded by celestial maidens dancing and offering wine, while his feet wantonly rested upon the back of a pure-blooded true dragon. The true dragon stepped on the clouds with its 4 claws, moving heavily forward. At its neck, a golden saddle inscribed with the runes of heavenly suppression was deeply embedded into the dragon's flesh, the long-standing bloodstains having congealed into dark red scabs that cracked apart, with movement releasing fresh dragon blood. The scene in the heavens did not obscure the immortal's face, nor did it deliberately magnify anything. Yet the myriad beings of the primal wilderness felt their scalps tingle with dread. This immortal was merely a second-grade immortal official of the heavenly court, not a disciple of a saint nor an ancient powerhouse, with cultivation only at the level of Tai Golden Immortal. And that true dragon toiling, without complaint, was also a Tai Golden Immortal. Same realm, same tier. One reclined high on the soft couch, drunkenly lying in the clouds, the other with a lowered head bore the saddle and pulled the carriage. Su Ming did not immediately begin to explain, because sometimes a scene of deathly silence is more like a dull knife scraping bones than any words could convey. In the depths of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Boom. Ao Lai's entire body surged with uncontrollable power, the silver spear in his hand, emitting blinding white lightning, his eyes red as blood. But in the next moment, an ancient yet immovable hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. Ao Guang's 5 fingers tightened increasingly, almost crushing Ao Lai's protective dragon aura. Sit down. Ao Guang's voice was terrifyingly hoarse. Father, you still want me to sit? Ao Lai's jaws clenched, blood spilling from his mouth, his chest heaving violently. If you rush out now, how many immortal officials can you kill, eh? Ao Guang stared at him fiercely. Killing one is still killing. I would rather stand and die. Ao Guang trembled all over, his eyes piercing through to his son's gaze. And for the millions of water beings in the East Sea who will accompany your swift death in their burial. Ao Lai stood frozen, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Outside the great hall, suppressed cries of grief rolled in like tidal waves. An elderly dragon nearing the end of its lifespan collapsed onto the ground, its forehead banging against the cold crystal tiles, trembling like a chaff. Ancestral dragon. We have been unfilial. We have been unfilial. In the four seas, whales arose one after another. In the West Sea, an aged dragon mother tightly covered the eyes of the still immature dragon, while she looked up at the heavens, tears streaming down like a fountain. In the South Sea, several dragon generals, who survived the calamity of the witch and demon era, smashed their life treasures in anger, their Tao hearts nearly collapsing. In the North Sea, beneath the extreme cold abyss, countless silent ice dragons surfaced, their mournful roars low and sorrowful, like a long tolling bell. Above the heavens, the scenes continued flashing like a revolving lantern. A blue dragon was shattered by a Buddhist arhat's adamantine pestle, forcibly converted and bound tightly to a begging bowl, reduced to a guardian beast. A red dragon was forcibly stripped of its spine and dragon tendons by the heavenly court's artifact refining division, its wails echoing through the skies merely to forge a binding rope for a celestial maiden. A black dragon was sentenced to the execution platform for being half an hour late in summoning rain. As the cold light passed, a massive dragon head rolled away, dragon blood flowing like muddy water into the ditches, while a recording official indifferently made a mark on a bamboo slip. In a certain lower realm, a severe drought left mortals weeping blood and praying to the heavens for rain. The local dragon king had gathered the true waters of the four seas, yet due to the heavenly court's documents not arriving, did not dare to take a step. After 100,000 lives perished from the drought, the heavenly court's official issued a decree shifting all blame onto the dragon king for neglecting his duties, stripping him of 300 years of Tao fruit. Scenes flashed by, neither fast nor slow. Each scene was like a soul-piercing nail driven deep into the heart of the countless dragons of the primordial wilderness. At this moment, Su Ming's voice, seemingly penetrating through the ages, finally resonated in the heavens. In the era of the ancestral dragon, the dragon clan controlled the heavens and the waters, for they were born of water, protected by water, and fought in water, with all waters returning to their origin. But what about later? The dragon clan summoned clouds and rain, yet had to wait for a light and fluttering decree. When the decree arrives, even if it floods the 9 underworlds, rain must fall. If the decree is delayed, then one can only watch helplessly as the living perish from thirst. If there is too much rain, it is the dragon clan's sin. If there is too little rain, it is also the dragon clan's sin. When calamities befall the heavens and earth, the dragon clan is sacrificed as the flag of blame. Yet the merits of saving the world are wholly collected by the myriad gods and Buddhas. Upon uttering these words, countless low-ranking cultivators across the primal wilderness felt their hearts tremble violently. In the East Victory Divine Continent, within a tea house in Hongjun City, a loose cultivator suddenly smashed the wooden table, his eyes blood red. Isn't this just the same fate as us lowly loose cultivators? We are the ones who risk our lives to fill the array and explore the secret realms while the high and mighty reap the rewards of merit. When karmic retribution strikes, it is we lowly ones, without backing, who bear the lightning. The one-armed elder's expression changed, and he whispered silence. Are you looking for death? That loose cultivator pointed at the heavens and laughed bitterly. What do I fear? Look at the heavens. Even the once glorious dragon clan is now treated like pigs and dogs by the heavens. What are we loose cultivators whose lives are as fragile as grass? Inside the tea house there was an eerie silence. The heavenly scene cut through the dragon clan's rotting flesh and struck at the most helpless pain of the countless beings in the primordial wilderness. They may not have the brilliance of the ancestral dragon, but they empathized with the same feeling of being oppressed, blamed, and without support. In the 33 heavens in the Lingxiao treasure hall, the Emperor Haoshan's face was as dark as water, the true chi of the 9 dragons violently swirling around him. The Tai Bai Jinxing was sweating profusely, and the celestial officials in the hall were silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to breathe. There were indeed some disgraceful matters in the heavenly scene that certain immortal officials in the hall had personally handled. Normally it was merely using things to their fullest, but once laid bare before the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness, it threatened to shake the very foundations of the heavenly court's laws. Issue a decree. Hao Yan coldly uttered 2 words, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Thoroughly investigate the matters revealed in the heavenly scene. If any immortal officials overstep the boundaries and shame the true dragon, they shall be immediately stripped of their immortal rank and sent to the execution platform. To uphold the heavenly laws. Tai Bai Jinxing bowed down. Your Majesty is wise. Hao Yan stared intently at the heavenly scene. He understood all too well he must act swiftly to quell the impending fury of the 4 seas. But in his heart he secretly vowed investigate, if necessary kill a few immortal officials if needed, but the seal of the East Sea Dragon Tomb must be reinforced threefold. In the depths of chaos, Su Ming watched Haoshan's decision, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Abandon the carriage to protect the commander, quite skilled indeed. But can the heavenly court stop the blood he wants to shed? The heavenly scene suddenly darkened. The image pierced through the mist of time, returning to the East Sea Dragon Palace many yuan hues ago. At that time Ao Guang still appeared young, yet he already showed signs of fatigue. In the center of the great hall, a spirited young dragon prince at the level of great Luo Golden Immortal knelt on the ground, his eyes bloodshot. Father. An immortal official from the heavenly court insulted my sister, forcibly taking her to the 9 heavens to serve as a foot soldier. This is an unbearable humiliation that the dragon clan cannot tolerate. Ao Guang on the throne closed his eyes, his voice trembling. I will submit a memorial requesting the heavenly court to make a fair judgment. Request. By the time those hypocritical immortal officials approve the decree, my sister will have already had her dragon spine ripped away. The young dragon prince drew out his life sword, the sound echoing through the dragon palace. If father doesn't dare, then I shall go and seize her. Having said that, he transformed into a beam of golden light soaring towards the East Sea. The scene turned with extreme cruelty. There was no grand battle, only a dragon corpse battered and torn to shreds, thrown by the heavenly soldiers onto the surface of the East Sea like garbage. In front of the crystal palace, Ao Guang stood alone, staring intently at the broken dragon horn, speechless. The heavenly court's decree official looked down from above. The eldest prince crashed into the southern heavenly gate, intending to rebel, and according to the law his entire clan shall be executed. The great heavenly venerable, considering your past merits in bringing rain, has returned your corpse to you. You may do as you will. In the scene, Ao Guang slowly knelt down. He prostrated in his son's blood, heavily knocking his head. Minister. Thanks the great heavenly venerable for the grace. He lowered his head. No one saw that within the wide sleeves of his dragon robe his fingers crushed and broken pierced through his palm as hot dragon blood dripped drop by drop, silently landing on the white jade steps. In reality, the East Sea Dragon Palace was a deafening silence. Countless gazes converged on Ao Guang sitting on the throne. Ao Lai was struck by lightning, frozen in place, as if a mouthful of yellow sand had lodged itself in his throat. He never knew that the father he had always deemed weak and servile once lost a long son who dared to draw his sword to the heavens. The turtle prime minister collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face, his frail fingers gripping the floor tiles. That was the eldest prince. Ao Guang remained seated expressionless, but the fingers in his sleeves trembled slightly. Some say the dragon kings of the 4 seas are extremely cowardly. Su Ming's deep voice echoed in the ears of every being. Indeed, he is cowardly. But have you ever thought about it? A father, after personally retrieving the corpse of his long son who died tragically and whose soul was extinguished, still has to bend his back and kneel to express gratitude. What is the taste of that kneeling along with the blood and bones that he swallowed down his throat? Boom. At this moment, the suppression of emotions reached its peak. The heavenly scene suddenly plummeted, crashing directly into the deepest, most unfathomable darkness of the East Sea. That was the end of the dragon tomb. A rusty, ancient bronze giant door stood lifelessly in the dark waters. 99 thick heavenly locks tightly bound the door, and countless heavenly suppression runes exploded with piercing ghostly light. Beyond the giant door there was only a faint dark golden true spirit drifting through the ages. The true spirit of the ancestral dragon has not perished. He has been sealed beneath the East Sea all along. When the dragon clan suffers humiliation, he cannot hear. When his descendants are flayed and skinned, he cannot move. He fought a final battle that shattered his soul, carving out a retreat for the dragon clan, yet could only feel the sadness of the myriad dragons bowing their heads in endless darkness. At this moment, in the profound depths of the sea, the 99 heavenly chains suddenly tightened, producing a metallic explosion that made one's teeth ache. Within the bronze giant door, the dark golden light that had been silent for countless epochs suddenly surged violently, igniting into a blazing sun that illuminated the entire deep sea. Su Ming's every word resonated like thunderclaps, splitting the heavens. If today he can sense the outside world through the seal, what he wants to ask the myriad gods and Buddhas may only be one question. The heavenly scene trembled violently, the golden light shattering. Within that blazing dark golden sun, an ancient brutal dragon eye belonging to an old dominator suddenly opened. That gaze fiercely tore through the heavenly scene, directly sweeping through the 33 heavens. A hoarse broken roar, as if it had been suppressed in the chest for countless millennia, exploded in the sky above the entire primordial wilderness, carrying a wave of bloody scent. We, the dragon clan, have never been willing to be mere servants. The voice of the ancestral dragon descended. For a moment the four seas were silent. Then the dragon's roar soared into the sky. In the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, all dragon clans felt a sudden stirring of their shared bloodline. Regardless of age or strength, whether in the Dragon Palace or in distant water realms, all raised their heads and roared at this moment. Our dragon clan has never been willing to be mere servants. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Lai could no longer suppress the fury within him and transformed into a white dragon bursting out of the hall. Ao Guang did not stop him. It was not just Ao Lai. Outside the hall, thousands of dragons soared into the air, their shadows swirling above the crystal palace, their roars shaking the undersea mountains with tremors. Prime Minister Turtle looked up, tears streaming down his face. Ao Guang stood at the entrance of the hall, watching the dragon's shadows, bloodshot eyes betraying an emotion he could not contain. He did not roar, but his fists were clenched tightly in his sleeves. In the celestial realm, Su Ming did not interrupt this dragon's roar. He allowed the sound to spread throughout the primordial chaos. The dragon clan needed this roar. If a suppressed clan could no longer even roar, it would truly be hopeless. In the Lingxiao Hall, Hao Yin suddenly stood up. Outside, the sea of clouds churned, and one could faintly hear the roars of the four seas echoing through the water veins. This was not an ordinary roar, but a resonance of bloodlines, and if left unchecked, it could very well stir the tides of the four seas. Impudent. Hao Yin slammed his palm onto the imperial table, causing cracks to form in the jade surface. The Venus Star hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Now is not the time for suppression. If the heavenly court immediately subdues the four seas, it will only confirm the words of the celestial realm." Haoshin's gaze was cold. "Should we just let them create chaos?" The Venus Star whispered, "First stabilize the Dragon King. If the four sea Dragon Kings do not rebel, the anger of the dragons below will not amount to anything." Hao Yin looked at the celestial realm, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. After a moment, he said solemnly, "Convey the edict to Ao Guang, commanding him to restrain the East Sea and order the Heavenly River's naval forces to take position around the Dragon Tomb. No dragon clan is to approach." The Venus Star sighed inwardly. The first instruction was to stabilize. The second, however, was adding fuel to the fire. But he did not dare to advise too much, only accepting the command. In the skies above the East Sea, when Deng Chun received the urgent order from the Lingxiao Hall, he was already shaken by the dragon roars resonating through his blood. He looked at the sea's surface, a flash of apprehension crossing his eyes. "Press the forces down 3,000 zhong and secure the entrance to the Guishu." The deputy general hesitated, saying, "General, the dragon clan's emotions are running high at this moment. If we press down, could it not provoke a conflict?" Deng Chun replied coldly, His Majesty has given orders. The deputy general dared not speak further. The Heavenly River's naval forces donned their armor and entered the sea, their formation stern and pressing toward the direction of Guizhou. Inside the Crystal Palace, the second edict from the Venus Star quickly arrived. When Ao Guang received the edict, the dragon's roar still echoed outside the hall. The smile of the Venus Star's phantom was no longer as natural as before. Your Majesty, His Majesty understands the emotions of the Dragon Clan. As long as the four seas are stable, the Heavenly Court will not pursue today's uproar. However, the sealing of the Dragon Tomb concerns the order of heaven and earth, and I hope Your Majesty will take the bigger picture into consideration. Ao Guang lowered his head. I understand, my lord. The Venus Star continued, His Majesty commands that Your Majesty personally restrain the East Sea Dragon Clan and not allow them to approach Guizhou. Ao Guang remained silent for a moment. I will obey the edict. After the phantom dissipated, Ao Lai descended from outside the hall, transforming into a human form, his white armor stained with blood, his gaze intense. Father, the Heavenly River's naval forces are closing in on the Dragon Tomb. Ao Guang looked at him. Do you wish to go? I do. And if you go, what then? Engage in battle with the Heavenly River's naval forces? Ao Lai replied, They are guarding my ancestor's tomb. Ao Guang said, They are waiting for you to say this. Ao Lai was taken aback. Ao Guang turned towards the dragon table, picking up the golden seal bestowed by the Heavenly Court. The seal was inscribed with the characters for King of the Seas, proclaiming virtue and grand benevolence, its radiant light exuding authority. Ao Guang stared at it for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand, slamming the golden seal onto the table. Bang! The seal did not shatter, but the dragon table cracked. Convey the order. The East Sea Dragon Clan must not take the initiative to attack the heavenly soldiers. Ao Lai's disappointment was just beginning to form when Ao Guang continued, but all dragon ministers above the great Luo realm shall accompany this king to Guizhou. Prime Minister Turtle suddenly looked up. Your Majesty, Ao Guang replied indifferently, the Heavenly Court commands this king to assist in guarding the Dragon Tomb. It is only reasonable for this king to go personally. Ao Lai's eyes brightened. Father, Ao Guang glanced at him. You will stay behind. Ao Lai's expression changed. Why, oi? Because you will not be able to endure it. Ao Lai was about to argue, but Ao Guang had already waved his sleeve. Prime Minister Turtle, keep an eye on him. Prime Minister Turtle bowed. Old Minister will obey. Ao Guang left the Crystal Palace with more than 10 old dragon ministers heading toward Guizhou. Ao Lai stood in place, fists clenched tightly. After a moment, he suddenly looked at Prime Minister Turtle. Prime Minister, can you stop me? Prime Minister Turtle sighed. Third Prince, it is not that the king does not allow you to go, but he fears you will be used as a pawn. Ao Lai gritted his teeth. The ancestral dragon has awakened, and I can only wait here. Prime Minister Turtle said solemnly, waiting is also a skill. Meanwhile, deep within the chaos, the system panel's resonance value was jumping wildly. Dragon Clan's bloodline resonance, explosion resonance value 51,000 to 68,000. Ancestral dragons, true spirit completeness 3.4 to 7.9. Dragon Tomb seal, shaking Heavenly Court sealing power, is increasing. Su Ming gazed at the panel, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. 7.9. It was still not enough to stabilize communication, but sufficient for positioning. He closed his eyes to sense. The system gradually unfolded the coordinates of the East Sea Dragon Tomb. Countless Heavenly Court seals, waves of karma and remnants of ancient battlefields interwove into a dense net. In the center of the net, that strand of the ancestral dragon's true spirit resembled a spark trapped at the bottom of the sea. Weak, yet undying. Inventory subject has reached a climax. Is it time to enter the evaluation of regrets? Su Ming did not immediately click. He looked towards the East Sea. The Heavenly River's naval forces were closing in on Guizhou. Ao Guang was also on his way. If a conflict broke out at this moment, the effect of the celestial realm would be manipulated by the Heavenly Court into portraying a rebellion of the Dragon Clan. Su Ming could not allow the rhythm to fall into Haoshan's hands. He raised his hand and pointed. The celestial realm's image froze on the unwilling gaze of the ancestral dragon. Su Ming's voice resonated once more, suppressing the dragon roars of the four seas and the murderous intent of the Heavenly Court's army. Everyone quiet down. The evaluation of the ancestral dragon's regrets has not yet concluded. If at this moment someone uses the Dragon Clan's fury to ignite the flames of war, they are merely reenacting the old events of treachery from years past. As soon as these words fell, Deng Chun, who was about to give the order to advance, froze in place. All eyes were drawn to the celestial realm. Su Ming's tone was cold. Why did the three clans perish back then? Because they were driven by hatred. If today the Dragon Clan blindly rushes at the heavenly soldiers fueled by anger then in death, they will only become evidence of treason in someone else's report. The ancestral dragon wishes for the descendants to survive, not to line up for death. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Lai's face flushed red, yet he forcibly halted his steps. Outside, Guishu Ao Guang also heard these words. He looked up at the celestial realm and suddenly said softly, "Thank you." The celestial realm continued. Golden characters emerged from the blood-red sea of clouds. Eighth name Ancestral Dragon's Destruction Core of Regret, the innate noble, the ancestor of a clan. Fought to the point of the true spirit being shattered to protect the descendants, yet saw countless dragons bowing their heads, while future generations donned armor and became enslaved. The reversal stage is about to commence. Countdown 1 incense. Stick. The breathing of the 4-Sea Dragon Clan tightened. In the Lingxiao Hall, Haoshan's expression suddenly darkened. Deep within the East Sea, Guishu 99 chains lit up simultaneously, as if someone was frantically reinforcing the seal. A single incense countdown hovered over the celestial canopy, its pulsing golden light striking the hearts of the 4 Seas dragonkind like a heavy hammer. Outside Guishu in the east, the furious waves had stilled, leaving only deathly black water slowly heaving. Ao Guang, clad in the Xianlong imperial robe, led a dozen or so De Luo elders standing like iron towers before the Black Sea. 100 zhang away, the Tianhe navy had already formed its battle array. General Deng Chun gripped a steel-tipped spear, his armor radiating a cold austerity. Behind him, the ranks of heavenly soldiers bristled with rows of barbed dragonlock hooks that gleamed a chilling pallid light, making the dark water seem bleached. 100 zhang of water was but a thought step to a De Luo golden immortal. Yet in the dead silence no one moved. Ao Guang stood with hands clasped behind him, head lifted to the sky screen, his expression calm and as deep as still water. Across from him, Deng Chun likewise watched the sky screen, but the palm that held his spear was slick with cold sweat. He did not fear Ao Guang. The East Sea Dragon King stood at the De Luo pinnacle, but the heavenly court had ruled for ages and kept countless trump cards. Containment was not impossible. What he truly dreaded was the lofty sky screen. Su Ming's offhand remark had fixed the gaze of the myriad sages of Hongjun upon this very Guishu. If the Tianhe navy dared to move first now, they would instantly be branded by all living things as the heavenly court acting from weakness and abusing its power. Deng Chun could not shoulder such a stain that might spark rebellion across the 4 seas, yet the Lingxiao Palace's death order sat heavy on his shoulders. He stood frozen in place, tormented. On the sky screen, the countdown continued merciless. 10 breaths. 9 breaths. At that moment, the billions of dragons across the 4 seas all held their breath. At the same time, in the depths of chaos, Su Ming leaned against the void, his eyes scanning the system panel. 8th place, Zhu Long's annihilation. Inventory complete. Resonance value settling. Zhu Long true spirit localization complete. Current true spirit integrity 8. 6%. Evaluating reversal conditions. As I thought, Su Ming had already made plans in his mind. Zhu Long was not like the earlier Di Jun. Di Jun's remnant soul drifted in the chaos, broken but not directly suppressed. Zhu Long's true spirit, however, was nailed fast at the core of the Dragon Tomb. There the heavenly court's later added seals held sway, and upon it lay the threefold karmic legacy left by the Longhan primal calamity. To revive Zhu Long, one must first open the Dragon Tomb. To open the Dragon Tomb is to brandish a sword at the heavenly court. This was no longer merely a matter of collecting fragments, but a strategic contest for the whole of Hongjun. The countdown reached 0. Golden characters on the sky screen shattered and reformed into a new dazzling proclamation. 8th, Zhu Long's annihilation. Reversal condition evaluation complete. Result: current conditions are insufficient for a full reversal. At these words, a suffocating, profound lament rose from the depths of the 4 seas. Within the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Lai suddenly crushed a jade table, blood-red, eyes blazing. Still insufficient. Silence watched the sky screen. The Turtle Chancellor gripped his shoulder, his aged fingers trembling. More words continued to surface upon the sky screen. Required 3 mid-sized reversal fragments, or 1 large reversal fragment. Additional condition: the outer seals on Zhu Long's true spirit must be lifted and a stable true spirit anchor established. Currently held 3 small reversal fragments. Special note: small reversal fragments can be converted into a soul-stabilizing golden elixir to temporarily fortify a true spirit and delay its erosion by karmic force. Should one invest a small reversal fragment to forcibly extend Zhu Long's true spirit by 10 years? The primal wilds fell into stunned silence. For once the sky screen had laid the choice open before all. Su Ming regarded the panel, a faint smile at his lips. Without hesitation, he chose to invest. The system confirmed one small reversal fragment consumed. Zulong's true spirit stabilizing. Boom. Deep within Goetiu in the east, see the bronze giant gate that had lain sealed for countless eons issued a muffled boom. A strand of pure golden light beyond cause and untouched by heavenly schemes tore through 33 layers of heaven like a divine needle, slipping precisely through the seal's fissure and driving into the blackest depths. The 99 Tai Shin iron chains that coiled the gate screamed with a cruel, grinding friction. The heavenly court's suppressive runes flared like boiling water in a frenzy to intercept that golden beam, but they were as impotent as ants attempting to shake a mountain and were instantly pierced. Behind the gate, the dark golden true spirit, worn nearly to nothing by the ages, was gently enfolded by the golden light. Zulong's will, silent through endless years, at last steadied a thread of life in that abyss of despair. In the next moment, the water veins of the entire east sea rippled once Goetiu the center, moving with an excruciating slowness. There was no world-shattering convulsion, only the sense of a primeval abyssal leviathan exhaling a long, low breath from the ocean floor. Outside Goetiu, Ao Guang's countenance shifted violently, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. He perceived it, that source breath stamped deepest in the bloodline was no illusion, but an actuality. The 10 or so Deluo elders behind him could no longer maintain an aura of august power. They knelt together in the black water, voices hoarse and choked, intoning, "We bow before Zulong." Across from them, Deng Chun was struck in the chest by that supreme ancestral aura. He stumbled back half a pace and, realizing his loss of composure, became mortified and furious, roaring, "Form the array. Reinforce the seal now." The Tianhe navy hastily unfurled its banners. Golden runes poured like a storm toward the bronze gate, strangling the newly stirring breath. At that moment, Su Ming's half-smiling voice rang across the three realms. "The heavenly court's handiwork is impressively nimble." That light taunt landed like a sharp slap upon Lingshao Palace, forcing the assembled immortals' fate. Hao Tian sat high upon the imperial throne. Imperial majesty clung to him like an abyss and a prison, his gaze razor-cold. Taibai Jinxing forced himself forward and murmured, "Your Majesty, if the seal is forcibly strengthened now and the myriad beings see it, perhaps." "Perhaps what? If Zulong truly awakens, will the four seas still heed the heavenly court's command?" Hao Tian interrupted coldly. Taibai Jinxing fell silent. Hao Tian flicked his sleeve and declared in chilling authority, "I govern the myriad realms. Shall I fear a single remnant soul? I will protect the order that this heaven and earth must not be thrown into chaos." Though noble and righteous on its face, his declaration left the veteran celestial ministers exchanging glances that revealed a different, clearer truth to each of them. Su Ming, weary of trading barbs with Hao Tian at a distance, issued the final adjudication on the skyscreen. Zulong reversal anchor established. Within 10 years, if sufficient fragments are gathered and the outer seals broken, the true spirit can be fully awakened. Inventory rewards: small reversal fragment 1, cultivation stabilized to the pinnacle of midstage quasi-sage. Current fragment reserve, small 3. Note: Zulong's precise true spirit coordinates have been recorded in the map made public. As the golden light dispersed, Hongjun erupted into uproar. Coordinates recorded. This meant that whatever the heavenly court might try, natural CI or water vein exclusion zones, to hide the dragon tomb was now exposed as a joke. Outside Goetiu of the east, Cao Guang watched the skyscreen recede, his heart pounding violently in his chest. The skyscreen had saved Zulong, yet at the same time thrust the East Sea on a Honghuang's most dangerous precipice. Deng Chen clenched his spear and fixed Ao Guang with a cold stare. East Sea King, the Emperor's decree states that the sealing of the dragon tomb concerns the order of heaven and earth and must not fail. From today, the Tianhe navy will jointly guard Goetiu. I hope, Your Majesty, you will consider the greater good." Ao Guang raised his eyelids slightly, his gaze sweeping over the pale, glinting dragonlock hooks. After a long moment, he smoothed the water pattern at his cuff and said in a voice so even it betrayed no emotion, "Thunder and rain alike are heaven's favor. This king will of course cooperate." At those words, the taut cord in Deng Chen's chest loosened a fraction. Before he could show satisfaction, Ao Guang stepped forward, dragon might at the Deluo pinnacle pouring forth without restraint and pressing the front ranks of the navy into silence. "But General, remember, in joint guardianship your troops must not enter within 100 zhang of the dragon tomb. Gix's water veins run viciously and ancient seals lie thick. If your men lack caution and trigger a death array, turning to ash, this king will not be responsible for retrieving their remains." Deng Chen's face went ashen and he ground his teeth. "What do you mean by that, Your Majesty?" Ao Guang touched his beard and coldly smiled. Old as I am, this is merely a benevolent warning. Their gazes met in the air like clashing thunder. Under the black water dark currents churned and lethal intent glinted. Deep in the chaos, Su Ming had already withdrawn his consciousness from the skyscreen's main display. He flicked his hand and pulled up a 3D schematic view of the East Sea Dragon Tomb. Layer upon layer of seals overlapped like mildew-eaten spiderwebs. The outermost layer bore the heavenly court's gilded suppressive runes, the middle layer the crimson karmic residue of the Longhan primal calamity, the innermost lay the amber of Zhu Long's self-congealed true spirit from before his fall. You cannot smash into the Dragon Tomb, Su Ming mused, stroking his chin. Brute force would give the heavenly court an excuse for war if the threefold tribal karma detonated, and Zhu Long could not be retrieved. The entire East Sea would be blasted to ash first. System suggestion: the host may use the inventory's causality ignoring concealment privilege to infiltrate the East Sea and first contact an internal guide among the dragonkind. Optional target analysis: AO Guang steady, but cautious. AO Lai valiant, but impetuous. Turtle Chancellor learned in ancient history, but lacking martial force. Su Ming looked at the three names and chuckled softly. None are perfect. Then use each according to its strength. Use all three together. He snapped his fingers and 3 threads of dark gold light visible only to the chosen streaked through the chaos, like falling meteors, toward the East Sea. 1 thread slipped into the Dragon King's main hall, 1 wormed into the White Dragon's seclusion chamber, 1 alighted upon the ancient turtle's hell that never left the Turtle Chancellor's sleeve. The secret messages differed by recipient. To AO Guang it conveyed a most private hint to save Zhu Long meet at Chinju Cliff at the midnight hour 3 days hence. Before AO Lai appeared 4 blunt modern characters: bring your spear, do not be reckless. Etched upon the Turtle Chancellor's shell was a top-secret schematic traced in ancient water patterns. The map clearly marked an ancient waterway encircling Guishu that Heaven's Way had long forgotten. In the Dragon Palace's main hall, AO Guang stared at the fleeting golden inscription and his pupils narrowed. He swept his sleeve to smooth his breath and returned to his throne with practiced calm. In the side hall, AO Lai stared at the 4 characters, first exultant, then his eye twitched. Don't be reckless. The proud 3rd Prince of the Dragons ground his teeth, clutching his bright silver spear and muttering, when have I ever been reckless? In the corridor, the Turtle Chancellor cradled the now warm shell, staring at the ancient waterway diagram, while his old hands trembled like a sieve. This is the old waterway that existed only in Zhu Long's era before the Longhan calamity. He snapped his head up and looked out beyond the Crystal Palace. Above the sea, the Tianhe Navy's golden formation light lay like a lid suppressing the East Sea. At that moment, AO Guang's cold telepathic summons reached him. Chancellor, come to the main hall at once. The Turtle Chancellor gripped the shell tightly, exhaled a breath that had been held for 10,000 years, and straightened his millennia-bent spine. In the depths of chaos, Su Ming rose with leisurely grace. A titanic quasi-sage mid-stage aura flashed over him, and was immediately devoured by the system's domineering concealment. He dusted his sleeve and fixed his gaze through the void toward the East Sea. Inventory complete. Now it's time to go see how hard that ancestor's prison really is. Above the East Sea, the formation of the Heavenly River Navy still pressed down upon the surface of the sea. Golden symbols like a net, silver armor like a forest. Troops of celestial soldiers patrolled the perimeter of the Guishu with dragon-locking hooks hanging at their waists, the cold light reflecting off the dark waters. The cultivation levels of these celestial soldiers were not extraordinary, mostly Xianxian and Jinxian, but they excelled in their strict formations with flags and orders connecting seamlessly, establishing a near-impenetrable iron barrel around the Guishu. Inside and outside the Dragon Palace there was also unrest. Deep within the Crystal Palace, AO Guang sat solemnly on the throne, a golden seal bestowed by the Heavenly Court placed before him. The light of the golden seal had not faded, instead it shone even brighter than usual, like an open eye quietly staring at the Dragon King of the East Sea. AO Guang did not touch it. Minister Turtle stood at the foot of the steps, his turtle shell slightly warm in his sleeve. The ancient waterway map only appeared for a moment before sinking deep into the turtle shell. Yet every line and every subtle current was firmly etched in his mind. AO Lai stood at the palace door, his white armor still intact, his eyes aflame with intensity. Father, what are we waiting for? He lowered his voice, but could not hide his impatience. Since the accountant has sent a message, it means he aims to rescue the ancestor dragon. We are to meet at Chinju Cliff by the hour of the rat, and there are less than 2 hours until then. If we delay, the Heavenly Court will surely notice. AO Guang raised his eyes to look at him. What are you so anxious about? AO Lai choked on his words, gritting his teeth. The true spirit of the ancestor dragon has awakened, and the heavenly court has reinforced the seals. If we delay any further, who knows what methods they will employ. Ao Guang replied calmly, thus we must not rush. He placed his hand on the golden seal. The golden seal showed no reaction. However, several faint golden threads slowly emerged from the four corners of the grand hall's stabilizing sea pillars. These were the surveillance restrictions left behind by the heavenly court within the Dragon King's seal. What appeared to be merely a decree of authority in daily life was in fact a means for the heavenly court to detect any significant moves made by the Dragon King. Ao Lai's expression darkened. Have they done this as well? Minister Turtle smiled wryly. Third Prince, this thing has been in the East Sea for countless years. It's just that in the past no one dared to look closely or wished to do so. Ao Lai's temples throbbed. Just as his palm was about to press down on his gleaming silver spear, Ao Guang shot him a glance. Withdraw your hand. Ao Lai's movement froze. Ao Guang flicked his finger, and a sea blue magical power spread out like ripples, temporarily sealing the golden seal within a layer of dragon chi. The seal was exceedingly light, as if a thin veil were draped over a lantern, obscuring its light, but not extinguishing the flame. We can only conceal it for 1 hour. Ao Guang rose. Before the hour of the rat, we cannot enter through the main door. Minister Turtle hurriedly stepped forward, producing the turtle shell from his sleeve. The turtle shell was ancient and cracked, with a line of dark blue water patterns emerging on its surface. Your Majesty, this route is called the Ancient Road of the Sinking Scales. Before the Dragon Han catastrophe, it was a secret waterway established by the ancestor dragon, leading to the whirlpool beneath Chinju Cliff, and from there into the outer edge of the Guishu. Ao Guang looked at the turtle shell, his expression shifting slightly. The ancient road of the sinking scales. Minister Turtle nodded. In my youth, I once heard our ancestors mention it. This road has long been blocked by karmic obstructions, and even the records in the Dragon Palace only hold remnants of its name. If the accountant had not sent the complete map, I would not have dared to recognize it. Ao Lai's eyes brightened. Then let us take this route. However, Ao Guang turned to Minister Turtle. What are the risks? Minister Turtle paused for a moment. Firstly, the ancient road has aged with chaotic currents. A moment of carelessness could lead to being swept into the Gixis maelstrom. Secondly, the waterway still harbors the remnants of the Dragon Han catastrophe's aura. The stronger the dragon bloodline, the easier it is to provoke old injuries. Thirdly, the heavenly court has increased patrols. If they discover the exit of the ancient road, our retreat will be cut off. Ao Lai immediately said, I am not afraid. Ao Guang shot him a sidelong glance. Whether you are afraid or not is unimportant. What matters is whether you will cause trouble. Ao Lai closed his mouth, his expression grim. Minister Turtle lightly cleared his throat, coming to his aid. Your Majesty, the third prince's bloodline is pure. If the ancient formation requires dragon blood to activate, he is indispensable. Ao Guang naturally understood. He fell silent for a moment, then finally waved his hand, extinguishing the lamps in the hall. 3 water shadows quietly emerged from behind the throne, taking the forms of Ao Guang, Ao Lai, and Minister Turtle, their auras remarkably similar. This was the water shadow substitution technique of the East Sea Dragon clan. It could not deceive a true saint for long, but it was sufficient to fool the heavenly court's ordinary investigations. Go! Ao Guang uttered a single word. The 3 figures swayed and vanished into the hidden door behind the grand hall. At the same moment, at the fringe of chaos, Su Ming stood in the void, his aura completely concealed by the system. He held a small reversing fragment in his palm, which shimmered like pale golden glaze with tiny causal patterns floating within. Current reversing fragments, small 3. Ancestor Dragon True Spirit Anchor Point has stabilized. Warning: the density of heavenly court patrols around the East Sea Guishu has tripled. Warning: a peak Tai Jinxian combat force has been added to the Heavenly River Navy. Su Ming's eyebrows twitched slightly. A peak Tai Jinxian. The scene shifted. Above the East Sea, a towering divine General Tinjiang Tal was stepping through the clouds. This man was clad in golden armor, wielding a ceremonial axe, broad-shouldered like a mountain with a strong vitality. Oh, every step he took sent ripples through the sea of clouds. The giant spirit god, the vanguard general of the heavenly court. Su Ming watched the figure and chuckled softly. Hao Tian is indeed cautious. Sending a brute to scout the way, if something goes wrong, it can be said that the subordinate was reckless. He stored the fragment away, his form transforming into a streak of causeless golden light, crossing the boundary between chaos and the primal universe, quietly descending towards the East Sea. Chinju Cliff was located at the furthest eastern point of the East Sea. This place had been without sunlight for 10,000 years, the seabed littered with white sands and shattered pearls. The cliff rose over 1,000 zhang, resembling a broken jade blade thrust into the sea bottom. There were no guards from the Dragon Palace nearby, nor any aquatic tribes residing there, only dark currents flowing around the cliff, emitting a low, mournful sound. The hour of the rat was approaching. Ao Guang and the others arrived first. Ao Lai stood at the base of the cliff, gripping his spear, scanning the surroundings. Though he tried to suppress his aura, his sharp edge could not be concealed, and even through the flowing water one could feel his keen intent. Minister Turtle crouched before a patch of shattered pearls, carefully comparing the water patterns. Ao Guang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm, yet he concealed a dragon scale token in his sleeve. Suddenly a white pearl rolled gently down from the top of the cliff. Ao Lai instantly raised his spear. Who is it? The pearl hovered in midair, suddenly stopping. A figure appeared silently. Dressed in blue with black hair, a gentle expression, yet deep within the eyes lay an unfathomable tranquility. Ao Guang's pupils constricted. He had not sensed the slightest aura before this person appeared. If the other party harbored ill intentions, that brief moment could have taken the lives of all three of them. Su Ming landed on the white sand, glanced at the tip of Ao Lai's spear, and said with a smile, I transmitted the message with a spear. Don't be rash, it's not about stabbing anyone on sight. Ao Lai's expression stiffened, and the spear tip slowly lowered. You must be Su Ming. That's me. Ao Guang clasped his hands, his courtesy neither excessive nor lacking. I am Ao Guang of the East Sea, meeting the accountant. Su Ming waved his hand. The Dragon King need not be so formal. This is not the time for pleasantries. He looked towards the turtle shell in Minister Turtle's hands. Have you found the entrance to the ancient road? Minister Turtle hurriedly replied. We have found it, but the entrance is blocked by the aura of the Dragon Han catastrophe and requires the original dragon blood to open. Su Ming nodded and turned to Ao Lai. It's your turn to exert effort. Ao Lai did not hesitate, raised his hand to cut his palm, and dragon blood dripped onto the patch of shattered pearls, instantly causing the white sand to tremble as ancient water patterns emerged from the ground. Deep within the cliff, a muffled dragon's roar resounded. It was not the sound of a living creature, but more like a door sealed for countless years, finally awakened by bloodline. The water patterns converged into a door. Behind the door was pitch black. Ao Guang stepped forward, just about to enter, when Su Ming raised his hand to stop him. Wait. Ao Guang looked at him. Su Ming stared at the black door, his expression slightly cold. Someone has been here. Minister Turtle's face changed. How is that possible? The ancient road of the sinking scales has long been lost, and even we in the East Sea do not know its complete location. Su Ming pointed a finger, and a strand of golden light entered the door's crack. Moments later, a tiny golden talisman needle floated up from the darkness. The talisman needle was hidden deep within the water patterns. If Su Ming had not used the system's concealment ability to reversec, it would have been impossible to detect. Ao Guang's gaze darkened. Heavenly Court's spirit-probing needle. Ao Lai's anger surged. They are indeed keeping an eye on even Chenju Cliff. Su Ming crushed the talisman needle and said indifferently, It's not that they know about the ancient road, but someone is afraid you might take another route, so they have scattered needles in various hidden veins throughout the East Sea. Minister Turtle felt a chill in his heart. Such tactics were labor-intensive but extremely stable. The Heavenly Court was not unaware of the Dragon Clan's potential for resistance. They simply had never regarded the Dragon Clan as subjects capable of acting freely. Su Ming raised his gaze towards the distant dark waters. The spirit-probing needle has shattered. At most half an incense stick's time the nearby patrols will detect the anomaly. Ao Guang said in a deep voice. Then we must leave immediately. Su Ming nodded. Once we enter the ancient road, do not disperse. The Dragon King should stay at the back, Minister Turtle in the middle, and Ao Lai at the front. Ao Lai frowned. Why should I be at the front? Su Ming glanced at him. Your bloodline is the most intense. If the formation is to bite, it will bite you first, and you can withstand it. Ao Lai opened his mouth, momentarily unsure how to refute. In the next moment, the four of them vanished into the black door. The water patterns closed in. Chenju Cliff returned to silence. Only a few dozen breaths later, a squad of celestial soldiers arrived. By stepping on the water, the leading Jinxian reaching out to grab, but only catching a wisp of the fragmented talisman needle's aura. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately took out the communication jade talisman. But just as the jade talisman lit up, a blast of icy water wind suddenly blew from the seabed. In the wind, a silver-white spirit butterfly landed on the cliff wall. Behind the distant reef, the Holy Mother of the Yao Pool stood quietly, her blue attire as frosty as ice, her gaze indifferent. She watched the location where the ancient road had closed, neither making a move nor sending a message. After a long time, she gently flicked her fingertip. The brilliance of the communication jade talisman in the golden immortal's hand dimmed silently for a moment. In the ancient path of the deep scales there was no light. The surroundings were filled with dark waters thick as ink. Walking within felt less like swimming at the bottom of the sea, but rather like stepping into a belly swallowed by time. With each step, fragmented sounds of bones echoed from the depths of the water. Aolai walked in front, a bright silver spear resting at his side. The wound on his palm had yet to heal, and dragon blood seeped through his fingers, slowly devoured by the water patterns on either side of the ancient path. The water patterns flickered and dimmed, resembling countless sleeping eyes. The tortoise prime minister followed, closely cradling a turtle shell in his hands, his old face taut with tension. Ao Guang brought up the rear, his dragon king imperial robe moving without wind, the overwhelming aura of De Luo condensed to its utmost. Every few dozen steps, he would glance back to ensure there were no abnormal ripples at the entrance. Su Ming walked slightly ahead in the middle. He appeared to stroll leisurely, yet his divine sense was always skimming along the edge of the ancient path. The system had shielded his causality, but it could not conceal the inherent dangers of the ancient path. The residual calamity aura here was too heavy, like pus in an old wound ready to backlash with the slightest touch. Analyzing the ancient path of the deep scales. Ancient Dragon Clan's Water Vein Pathway, damage level 60. Danger sources: Dragon Han Calamity Aura, returning ruins, chaotic eyes, residual formations, misstep, external probing. Recommendation: maintain dragon blood to guide, avoid red patterned water veins. Su Ming's gaze shifted slightly. Ahead, a faint red pattern slowly emerged on the water wall. The red pattern mixed among the blue water patterns, indistinguishable without a close look. Stop! Aolai halted his steps. What is it now? Su Ming pointed to the left front. Don't step on that water pattern. Aolai looked over only to see that section of black water was unremarkable. Here, as he raised his spear to test it, the tortoise prime minister's face changed, suddenly grabbing his wrist. Third Prince, don't touch. Aolai frowned. The tortoise prime minister's voice was dry. That is the calamity blood pattern, a remnant formed when the three clans' essence mixed with the resentment of heaven and earth during the Dragon Han calamity. A mere touch from the Dragon clan's bloodline could lightly injure one's origin, or at worst cause the ancient path to collapse. A chill ran down Aolai's back. He looked at Su Ming. How did you see that? Su Ming replied coolly, my eyesight is good. The tortoise prime minister twitched at the corner of his mouth. This wasn't about having good eyesight. Even he, who had guarded the Dragon clan's ancient texts for countless years, had nearly failed to recognize it. Su Ming only took one glance and pinpointed the location of the calamity blood pattern. Ao Guang's gaze sharpened with scrutiny. Are you well versed in the Dragon clan's ancient formations, Dao friend Su? Su Ming shook his head. Not familiar. He paused before adding, but no matter how ancient the formation, it follows reason. Water flows downhill, and spiritual energy moves through veins. Here, three water patterns lean left, while that one flows against the current. It's either a trap or something harmful. Aolai was momentarily stunned by the statement. It was a simple observation, yet it made sense. Su Ming did not elaborate further. Of course, he couldn't say that the system panel had already indicated the dangers. However, the panel could only provide hints. How to proceed still relied on his own judgment. If he relied solely on the system, he would eventually be backstabbed by the heavenly path. The four of them circumvented the red patterns and continued forward. The ancient path grew narrower the deeper they went. Dragon clan relief sculptures gradually appeared on the water walls, many of which were already broken. Some were left with only half a dragon claw, while others had dragon heads eroded into hollows by calamity aura. Occasionally, a complete sculpture could be seen depicting an ancient Dragon clan maritime patrol map. Countless dragons soared across the sea with aquatic beings kneeling in reverence. The scene was radically different from the current Four Seas Dragon Palace. Aolai breathed heavily as he looked at it. So this is how my Dragon clan truly was. Ao Guang remained silent. He too was observing. These reliefs were something he had never seen before. In the Dragon clan texts sealed by the Heavenly Court, only a few words remained from the era of the ancestral dragon. Most records were either lost or classified as forbidden volumes. The tortoise prime minister stroked the turtle shell, his old eyes reddening. In my youth, I heard my grandfather say that the ancestral dragon governed the sea not through oppression of the myriad clans, but by nurturing life with the water veins. All who entered the sea were protected by the laws of the Dragon Court. At that time, although there were conflicts among aquatic beings, they did not dare to indiscriminately slaughter the weak. Later, with the calamity of the three clans, many rules ceased to exist. Su Ming spoke softly. With the rules gone, the shackles have multiplied. Ao Guang's eyelids drooped slightly. Though the statement was harsh, it was the truth. At that moment, a faint tremor suddenly came from behind the ancient path. Ao Guang whipped around. The water patterns trembled slightly. Someone was probing the Chunju cliff from the outside. Su Ming raised his hand, his fingertip condensing into a small mirror of golden light. The mirror reflected the scene outside Chunju cliff. A troop of celestial soldiers was inspecting the shattered probing needle, and the leading golden immortal appeared anxious, constantly trying to send messages. In the distance, a giant figure in golden armor strode across the water. The Xuanhua axe rested on his shoulder, and the water was forcefully parted by him. The giant spirit god. Ao Lai murmured, "Who is that?" Ao Guang's expression darkened slightly. The Heavenly Court's vanguard general, the giant spirit god at the peak of the Tai golden immortal stage. Though his cultivation isn't the highest, he possesses immense strength, and is known for charging into battle. If he discovers the entrance of the ancient path, and uses brute force to cleave it open, the ancient path of the deep scales may not be able to withstand it. The tortoise prime minister's face paled. What should we do? Su Ming gazed at the mirror's image, narrowing his eyes. The giant spirit god approached the Chunju cliff, seized the golden immortal, and bellowed like thunder. Why is the probing needle shattered? The golden immortal hurriedly replied, General, perhaps it was the impact of an undercurrent. The giant spirit god slapped him on the helmet. Nonsense. Can a needle forged in the hall of heavenly craft be shattered by an undercurrent? The golden immortal dared not speak. The giant spirit god scanned the surroundings, his nostrils flaring. There is a scent of dragon blood. Ao Lai's expression changed. His palm was still dripping blood. Su Ming immediately looked at him. Stop the bleeding. Ao Lai channeled his dragon energy to seal the wound. However, the ancient path had already absorbed his blood, and the aura of his bloodline still flowed within the water patterns. In the mirror, the giant spirit god looked down at the shattered pearl beach, gripping the Xuanhua axe. There is something strange here. He exerted his arms, seemingly preparing to cleave the cliff directly. Ao Guang stepped forward. He must not be allowed to strike. Su Ming, however, raised his hand to stop him. If you go out now, you will be perceived as the Dragon King's talisman, trespassing into the returning ruins. The Heavenly Court can issue a decree tomorrow accusing the Four Seas Dragon Clan of treason. Ao Guang said solemnly, if the ancient path is cleaved apart, we will still be exposed. Not necessarily. Su Ming pointed his finger. A small golden talisman flowed against the water patterns of the ancient path, passed through the sealed entrance, and landed on the other side of the Chunju cliff. In the next breath, a faint ancestral dragon aura suddenly emanated from outside the cliff. It was very subtle, yet it was astonishing enough. The giant spirit god halted abruptly, turning around. Over there. He abandoned the shattered pearl beach and charged towards the source of the aura. The tortoise prime minister sighed in relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. Ao Lai looked at Su Ming. What did you just release? Su Ming withdrew his hand. A trace of the true spirit of the ancestral dragon. Just a scare tactic. Ao Lai's expression was complex. This person had an audacity too great. Using the ancestral dragon's aura to bait the celestial general, if not handled well, the entire returning ruins would be stirred. Ao Guang, however, remained silent. He understood that Su Ming was not reckless. That faint trace of aura was just enough to alert the giant spirit god, yet insufficient to provoke the backlash of the Dragon Tomb seal. The precision was astonishing. The four of them continued forward. Half a stick of incense later, the ancient path suddenly opened wide. Ahead, a stone door submerged in the black water appeared. The stone door stood 100 feet tall, adorned with 9 remnants of dragon reliefs. In front of the door stood a faceless stone statue holding a long spear with an ancient dragon script carved on its chest. Guard. The tortoise prime minister's voice trembled. The guardian of the dragon tomb. Ao Guang's expression turned serious. Ao Lai also ceased his impatience and lowered his head. The stone statue slowly raised its head. On its empty face, 2 dark golden light cracks suddenly appeared. An ancient and muffled voice resounded through the ancient path. Who approaches? Ao Guang stepped forward and said solemnly, I am Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, a descendant of the ancestral dragon, seeking entry to the dragon tomb to pay my respects to the true spirit of the progenitor. The stone statue fell silent. Then its gaze fell upon Su Ming. Not of the dragon clan. The long spear slowly lifted. The black water suddenly solidified. Ao Lai immediately leveled his spear. But Su Ming did not retreat. He gazed at the stone statue and calmly said, I am not of the dragon clan, but I have come to unlock the prison door. The golden light in the stone statue's eyes surged fiercely. The dragon tomb is sacred ground. Those without dragon blood shall die upon entry. The spear plunged down. There was no killing intent. Yet the weight of the entire ancient path's water veins pressed down upon Su Ming's brow. As the long spear fell, the black water parted silently. The thrust was extremely slow enough for Ao Lai to see every rust mark on the spear blade, and the water flowing on both sides of the edge pressed into thin lines. Yet he also understood that this thrust could not be avoided. For what came was not a weapon, but the protective array surrounding the entire dragon tomb. Ao Lai shouted in anger, sweeping the bright silver spear horizontally, causing a phantom of a white dragon to emerge, crashing directly into the long spear. Bang! The white dragon phantom shattered. Ao Lai was knocked back 3 steps, his tiger's mouth split, blood droplets scattering in the water. Ao Guang waved his sleeve, the dragon energy forming a barrier in front of Su Ming. Yet the long spear merely paused slightly before continuing to press down. The aura of the Dragon King at the peak of the Great Luo seemed to struggle before this statue. The Tortoise Chancellor said urgently, the Guardian is the will of the array from the Ancestor Dragon era. It recognizes neither the Celestial Court nor the Dragon King's seal, only the blood laws of the Ancestor Dragon. Su Ming did not make a move. He focused on the ancient dragon script on the chest of the statue. Guard. The Guardian was not guarding a gateway, but the blood laws. In other words, a forceful intrusion would only invite a stronger backlash. To pass through this gate, one could not rely on strength, but must allow it to recognize that they had a reason to enter the dragon tomb. Su Ming raised his hand. A strand of golden light lifted the dragon blood that Ao Lai had just spilled. Ao Lai frowned. What are you doing? Su Ming did not answer him, sending the strand of dragon blood to the statue. This blood is from the descendant of the ancestor dragon. The long spear paused slightly. The golden lines in the statue's eyes flickered. Yes. Su Ming continued, this blood comes to save the ancestor dragon. This blood may enter. The statue fell silent for a moment. Humans may not enter. Su Ming smiled. How many years have you guarded the dragon tomb? The statue did not respond. The Tortoise Chancellor murmured, since the Dragon Han Great Calamity, I do not know how many epochs have passed. Su Ming continued to look at the statue. Since you've guarded for so long, you should know that the true spirit of the ancestor dragon is sealed within the tomb. The golden light in the statue's eyes trembled. The long spear steadied itself even further. Su Ming took a half step forward. You should also know that it is not the blood laws of the dragon clan that seal the ancestor dragon. Deep within the black water, a low rumble of thunder rolled. The statue's hand gripping the spear tightened slightly. Ao Guang's expression changed. The Guardian was reacting. Su Ming's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached every ripple in the array. The dragon tomb was originally a resting place, not a prison. The ancestor dragon, to protect the remnants of the true spirit of its descendants according to the old laws of the dragon clan, the later generations should honor its spirit, nurture its soul, and await its return. But what about now? He raised his hand, pointing deep into the stone gate. Outside there is the celestial court's ceiling, inside there is the karmic force grinding the soul. The ancestor dragon can find no rest, cannot awaken, and cannot return. As the Guardian, what exactly are you guarding, the dragon tomb, or this prison? The golden light in the statue's eyes flickered violently. Ao Lai stood frozen in place. Ao Guang's fingers in his sleeve tightened slightly. The Tortoise Chancellor lowered his head, nearly shedding tears. These words the dragon clan dared not speak. It was not that they did not understand, but that they dared not. The Guardian was silent for a long while. Those who are not of dragon blood may not enter the tomb. It repeated. Yet the pressure from the long spear had already decreased by 30%. Su Ming knew that it was not heartless, but rather that the will of the array was constrained by rules. If the rules did not change, it could not make way. Thus Su Ming looked at Ao Lai. I need to borrow a drop of your original blood. Without hesitation, Ao Lai raised his hand to his heart and forced out a drop of dark golden dragon blood. Ao Guang's complexion changed slightly. Liar. The original blood was extraordinary. Losing a drop would injure the source. Yet Ao Lai grinned. Father, if the ancestor dragon can awaken, what is a drop of blood? Su Ming took the original blood, not directly merging it into himself, but wrapping it with resonant golden light, suspending it 3 inches in front of his forehead. Detected the original blood of the descendant of the ancestor dragon, can construct a temporary dragon blood pass, duration 3 incense sticks, risk, triggering deep bloodline, trials. Su Ming's heart stirred. Construct. The golden light trembled gently. Ao Lai's drop of original blood transformed into a dragon scale-shaped talisman, landing in Su Ming's palm. As the talisman solidified, the golden light in the statue's eyes immediately retracted slightly. Su Ming raised the talisman. I used the blood of the descendant of the ancestor dragon as a guide, without seizing its blood, without disturbing its veins, only borrowing a path for 3 incense sticks. If I cannot rescue a trace of the true spirit of the ancestor dragon within 3 incense sticks, I will retreat. The statue fell silent. The entire ancient path quieted down. After a long while the statue slowly retracted the long spear. The blood may guide the way. Humans may attempt to pass. If there are evil intentions, the array will kill them. The stone gate shook violently. 9 remnants of dragons carved in relief opened their eyes and sprayed out 9 streams of black water. The black water intertwined in front of the gate, forming a narrow passage that only allowed one person to proceed. The tortoise chancellor exhaled deeply. Aolai looked at Su Ming, his expression complex. Do you still understand the laws of the dragon clan? Su Ming replied casually, I do not understand. Aolai's mouth twitched. Su Ming continued, but those guarding the gate think this way. You cannot argue with it about who is stronger, you must argue with it about the rules. As long as there is a gap in the rules, it will make way on its own. Ao Guang listened in silence. These words were simple yet accurate. Many great powers from the prehistoric era broke arrays accustomed to overwhelming them with force. But the most troublesome aspect of ancient arrays was often not strength, but rules. Su Ming's few words were like a knife tip picking bones, striking at the gaps in the responsibilities of the guardian. The 4 entered the passage. The scene behind the stone gate was completely different from the outside. Here it was no longer a narrow ancient path, but a submerged burial ground of the dragon clan. Countless dragon bones lay across the seabed, some stretching for 1,000 feet, others coiling into mountains. On the bones grew ghostly blue aquatic plants, and among the plants floated flickering soul fires. There was no stench, only heaviness. Aolai stepped in, and his complexion instantly turned pale. Countless dragon bones seemed to look at him simultaneously. Deep within the bloodline, there were mournful cries, roars of rage, unwillingness, and even reproach. The tortoise chancellor quickly supported him. Third prince, guard your heart. Aolai gritted his teeth, propping the spear against the ground. I'm fine. Yet the veins in his palm bulged, clearly not feeling well. Ao Guang approached a broken dragon bone and slowly bowed his head. Ao Guang, descendant of the Eastern Sea, disturbs the ancestral spirits, a grave sin. The surrounding soul fires swayed gently. Su Ming did not speak. He could feel that this burial ground did not welcome him. Had it not been for that temporary dragon blood talisman, he would have been torn apart by the remnants of 10,000 dragons the moment he stepped in. Layer 1 of the dragon tomb, the burial ground of 10,000 bones, protective mechanism, bloodline examination, malicious killing, non-dragons repelled tip, maintain a stable heart, do not touch the nameless dragon bones. After proceeding 100 feet, the water ahead suddenly turned red. A river of blood spanned the center of the burial ground. There were no bridges over the river. Floating in the river were broken dragon scales, each carrying the spirit of ancient battles. The tortoise chancellor looked at the turtle shell, his expression grim. This river is not on the map. Ao Guang said in a deep voice, this is a change of the later generations, likely formed from the accumulation of the calamity of the Dragon Han. Should we fly over? Aolai raised his spear. Su Ming shook his head. We cannot fly. This place forbids flight. If we go up, the remnants of the dragon bones will see it as an offense. Aolai frowned. Then how do we cross? Su Ming squatted down, reaching out to touch the edge of the blood river. Golden light flashed, and the river water did not harm him, but reflected countless remnants. The battle among the 3 clans. The dragon clan was forced to retreat. The ancestor dragon burned its soul to break the array. 10,000 dragons were injured and entered the sea. Scenes of war surged within the blood river. The battle among the 3 clans. The dragon clan was forced to retreat. The ancestor dragon burned its soul to break the array. 10,000 Su Ming stood up. To cross the river, we cannot step on the water. We must let this memory recognize that we come to continue the dragon clan, not to consume the old grudges of the dragon clan. Aolai's face flushed red. Consume old grudges. Su Ming looked at him. You harbor hatred for the celestial court, or resent the immortals, and despise the dragon clan for bowing their heads. This is not wrong, but if you enter the dragon tomb only thinking of going out to kill indiscriminately, causing blood to flow like rivers, this river will not let you pass. Aolai's hand gripping the spear stiffened. The blood river surged, seemingly responding to Su Ming's words. Ao Guang looked at Aolai, not scolding him. This time Aolai had to come to understand for himself. After a long while, Aolai inserted the bright silver spear into the seabed and knelt before the blood river. He lowered his head, his voice hoarse. I, Aolai, descendant of the dragon, enter the tomb today to save the true spirit of the ancestor, not to vent a moment's anger. The blood river continued to surge. Aolai continued, I hate the celestial court's humiliation, despise the dragon clan's servitude, resent my own powerlessness, but if the ancestor returns and asks me to endure, I will endure. If the ancestor asks me to fight, I will fight. Ao Lai is willing to heed the Ancestor Dragon's commands not to let personal anger disrupt the great matters of the Dragon Clan. As soon as the words were spoken, a large dragon scale slowly floated from the blood river. Stop. The dragon scale unfurled, transforming into a blood-colored floating bridge. Su Ming looked at Ao Lai, gently nodding. This time do not act recklessly. Ao Lai raised his head and glared at him, but did not refute. The four stepped onto the floating bridge. Just as they reached the center of the bridge, a point of golden light quietly lit up on the periphery of the burial ground. It was a communication talisman from the Celestial Court's hidden sentinels. The blood-red floating bridge silently spanned the river's surface. Beneath the bridge, memories surged, intertwining dragon roars and sounds of battle. With each step taken, Ao Lai was haunted by scenes of past battles. Broken claws, shattered scales, of burning sea, collapsing mountains, and the unwilling gaze of the ancestral dragon as it looked back. His breaths grew heavier. Su Ming walked beside him and calmly said, "Watch your step." Ao Lai gritted his teeth and replied, "I can see. What you see is the past, not what lies beneath your feet." Ao Lai lowered his head and realized that he had half a foot already stepped outside the bridge. Outside the bridge, the blood river surged, and a strand of calamity chi slithered like a snake, nearly brushing against the soles of his boots. He hurriedly pulled back his foot. The Turtle Prime Minister was so frightened that he nearly dropped his shell. Ao Guang spoke in a deep voice, "Liar, keep your mind steady." Ao Lai responded softly, no longer daring to be distracted. After the four crossed the bridge, the blood-red floating bridge slowly faded away. The dragon scales fell back into the river, sinking with the currents. Ahead, the ridge deepened, and the dragon bones became fewer, replaced by broken stone pillars. The stone pillars were covered with dragon inscriptions. The Turtle Prime Minister recognized them one by one and whispered, "This is the roster of the former ministers of the Dragon Court." Ao Guang stopped, gazing at the tallest stone pillar. The pillar was broken halfway, yet one could still see several lines of ancient characters inscribed upon it. Songming, Dragon Lord Guardian of the North Sea, fell in battle against the Zhouqing. Xuanjia, Dragon Marquis, protected 3,000 young dragons, souls scattered in the West Desolation. Qingli, Dragon Maiden, held back for 7 days, her remains never returned. Beneath each name, there was a cause of death. Ao Lai silently gazed, the fire in his eyes no longer visible, leaving only a suppressed sorrow. Su Ming did not urge him. The Dragon Clan needed to save the ancestral dragon, not only to rescue a strand of true spirit, but also to remember where they came from. If they only sought to rise again, without understanding why their ancestors fell, they would merely exchange one shackle for another. At that moment, his fingertips twitched. A system prompt appeared. Detected external Heavenly Court talisman, energy location 300 Zhang southeast of the 10,000 Bones Ridge, type lurking lookout, concealed talisman, array communication talisman, not fully activated. Su Ming's gaze turned cold. Someone is following us. Ao Guang's expression darkened. Heavenly soldiers. They did not enter from the entrance. Su Ming looked southeast. It should be a lookout buried by the Heavenly Court around the dragon tomb, awakened by the ancestral dragon's aura just now. The Turtle Prime Minister was filled with a mix of shock and anger. How dare they set a lookout in the dragon tomb? Ao Guang was not surprised. Since the Heavenly Court dared to seal the ancestral dragon's true spirit, what was a few hidden sentinels? Ao Lai drew his spear and was about to charge. Su Ming pressed down on his shoulder. "Don't rush." Ao Lai furiously replied, "Not rush. Are we to wait until he sends word out?" Su Ming looked at the faint golden light in the distance. If he could send it, he would have done so already. The dragon tomb repels Heavenly Court talisman energy, and that communication talisman is heavily suppressed. We have half a tea's worth of time. Ao Guang asked, "What should we do?" Su Ming said, "We cannot let the talisman explode. If the talisman energy explodes within the dragon tomb, the heavenly army outside will immediately locate this place." Ao Lai frowned. "Then we should kill them quietly." Su Ming glanced at him. Finally, a sensible word. Ao Lai's expression darkened. The four of them concealed their presence, sneaking past the stone pillars towards the southeast. 300 zhang away, beneath a collapsed dragon bone, 3 Heavenly Court lookouts were hiding within a concealed talisman array. They were not ordinary heavenly soldiers. All were latest-stage golden immortals clad in water-repellent soft armor, with avoidance talismans affixed to their foreheads. Suspended above the 3 was a golden communication talisman, its body covered in cracks, yet still struggling to absorb the external array's light. The leading lookout whispered, "Almost there, hold on for 10 more breaths, and the message can be sent." Another person's voice trembled. "This is the Dragon Tomb. If the Dragon Clan discovers us." "Shut up. His Majesty has a secret order. If there are any movements from the ancestral dragon's true spirit, we must report immediately." This merit is enough to exchange for a breaking realm pill. The third person swallowed hard. But I always feel like these dragon bones are watching us. The leading figure sneered. Just a pile of dead bones. Just as the words left his mouth, a hand emerged from the black water and gently pressed against his mouth. Su Ming's voice echoed in his ear. In the presence of the dead, speak more politely. Golden light entered his body. That lookout froze, his celestial power instantly sealed. At the same time, Aolai shot out like white lightning, the spear's tail shaking to shatter the protective celestial light of the second lookout. Ao Guang pointed with his finger, and the third lookout, caught off guard, was bound in water ropes. The Turtle Prime Minister lunged for the communication talisman, forming seals with his hands, attempting to suppress the talisman light. But once the communication talisman was disturbed, a blinding golden light erupted from the cracks. Not good, the Turtle Prime Minister exclaimed. The talisman wasn't sending a message, it was going to self-destruct. Su Ming's expression darkened, his palm glowing with golden light directly enveloping the communication talisman. Heavenly Court's specially made communication talisman contains self-destructing talisman core. Countdown 3 breaths can use resonance value to forcibly delay. Resonance value consumed 500. The golden light suddenly stalled. 3 breaths were stretched to 30 breaths. Su Ming raised his hand, virtually grasping his fingertips, delicately peeling away each layer of the talisman patterns from the communication talisman. He did not comprehend all the mysteries of Heavenly Court talismans, but the system could mark out the talisman core's veins. He only needed to avoid the most dangerous parts. Aolai's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Can you dismantle Heavenly Court talismans? Su Ming did not look up. No. Aolai gritted his teeth. If you can't, why dismantle? If I can, I need to be more careful. Almost there, the Turtle Prime Minister nearly fainted. The golden light flickered ominously. The communication talisman seemed ready to explode at any moment. Yet Su Ming's fingers were terrifyingly steady, pulling out strands of golden lines and tossing them into the adjacent black water. With each strand drawn, the talisman's breath weakened by 1 part. After 20 breaths, the talisman core was revealed. It was a golden pearl the size of a grain of rice, faintly bearing the mark of the Lingxiao Palace. Ao Guang's gaze turned icy. The seal of Hao Yin himself. This was no ordinary lookout. It was an eye set by Hao Yin himself. Su Ming grasped the golden pearl, but unexpectedly did not destroy it. Instead, he sealed it within a layer of reversing golden light. Ao Guang frowned. Why keep it? Su Ming replied, it's useful. He tucked the golden pearl into his sleeve and looked at the 3 lookouts. The 3 were sealed of their celestial powers, their eyes filled with terror. Aolai pressed the tip of his spear against the throat of the leading lookout. Who sent you here? How many more lookouts are in the dragon tomb? The man gritted his teeth and refused to answer. Aolai's wrist tightened, and the spear tip pierced the flesh. Ao Guang, however, said no need to ask further. He raised his hand to press against the man's forehead, initiating the soul-searching technique of the dragon clan. After a moment, Ao Guang's expression grew even gloomier. They only know about this one place. The Heavenly Court set up 12 hidden talismans around the dragon tomb in the past, each one unaware of the others. If the ancestral dragon's true spirit stirs, the hidden talismans will awaken. The Turtle Prime Minister trembled with anger. 12. What do they take the dragon tomb for? Of course a prison needs many eyes, Su Ming said. Aolai looked at the 3 lookouts. Shall we kill them? The 3 lookouts turned pale. Ao Guang fell silent. By rights, anyone who intruded into the dragon tomb should be killed without mercy. However, killing Heavenly Court lookouts, if their bodies were discovered, would become a leverage against them. Su Ming saw his concerns and raised his hand. Golden light enveloped the 3 lookouts, and their breath rapidly fell silent, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. Seal them for 3 days, they won't awaken within 3 days, and won't be able to send a message. As for after 3 days, the dragon tomb will no longer be in this situation. Aolai wanted to say something, but suddenly looked up. In the distant water flow, a silver-white spirit butterfly slowly flew by. It landed on a broken pillar, its wings gently trembling. Ao Guang's expression changed. Someone is watching us. Su Ming looked at the spirit butterfly, but his expression showed no surprise. It's her. Aolai gripped his spear. An enemy. Su Ming thought for a moment. Not for now. In another part of the water shadow outside the dragon tomb, the Holy Mother of the Yaoqi stood quietly. She did not step into the guardian stone door, only observing from afar with the ice butterfly. The entire process of Su Ming subduing the lookouts and sealing the communication talisman had fallen within her sight. She could have sent the message back, but she did not. She saw Aolai kneeling before the blood river, and also saw the Heavenly Court lookouts hiding beneath the dragon bones. At that moment, her fingers gently tightened within her sleeve. The heavenly court indeed never leaves room for maneuver, she murmured to herself. The ice butterfly lingered on the broken pillar for a moment, then suddenly flapped its wings and flew deeper. Su Ming's gaze sharpened. The direction the ice butterfly flew was not a retreat, but towards the entrance of the second layer of the dragon tomb. The turtle prime minister exclaimed, "Su Taoist, that spirit butterfly has gone ahead." Indeed, Su Ming nodded. "She is warning us." Ao Guang asked, "Warning us of what?" Su Ming looked towards the darkness ahead. "There are still things ahead. The entrance to the second level of the dragon tomb is hidden at the end of the Wangu tomb plain. It is a chasm that descends into the depths. 3 dragon pillars stand at the edge of the chasm, their surfaces mottled inscribed with the ancient characters for blood, name, and heart. A silver-white spiritual butterfly landed on the middle dragon pillar, its wings gently fluttering before transforming into a wisp of icy light and vanishing. Aolai stared at the spot where the butterfly had disappeared and whispered, "Who exactly is she?" Ao Guang replied, "She is the Holy Mother of Yaoqi, an innate divine being with quasi-saint cultivation. She once sought Taoist friend Su at the edge of chaos." The turtle prime minister's expression changed in astonishment. Quasi-saint. Aolai's expression shifted as well. If a quasi-saint truly wanted to take action, they would never have made it this far. Su Ming looked at the 3 dragon pillars and said calmly, "If she does not intervene, then she can be considered non-existent. We must first pass this test." At that moment, the 3 dragon pillars illuminated simultaneously. A voice of the guardian spirit echoed from the depths of the chasm. "Those who enter the ancestral dragon resting place must answer 3 questions. The first question is about blood." The left dragon pillar lit up. "Does your blood carry the name of your ancestor?" Ao Guang stepped forward. As the dragon king of the East Sea, he should answer first. However, the light of the dragon pillar bypassed Ao Guang and fell upon Aolai. Aolai was taken aback. The turtle prime minister whispered, "Third prince, you just guided Taoist friend Su with your origin blood. The blood question recognizes you as the responder." Aolai took a deep breath and approached the left pillar. Numerous dragon shadows appeared on the dragon. There were battle dragons from the era of the ancestral dragons from various seas throughout history, as well as young dragons ridden by immortals, sinful dragons skinned for their scales, and small dragons trapped in wells praying for rain. All the dragon shadows gazed at Aolai. Their stares felt like mountains pressing down on his shoulders. The dragon pillar posed a question. Dragon blood was once esteemed, yet also once scorned. When it was esteemed, it quelled the seas, when it was scorned, it bore the saddle. Do you bear this blood as a mark of glory, or as a mark of humiliation? Aolai clenched his fists. This question felt like a knife. To answer glory would deny the suffering of future generations. To answer humiliation would betray the ancestors' reputation. Ao Guang remained silent. Su Ming did not speak either. Aolai was silent for a long time before finally raising his head. Both are true. The light of the dragon pillar shifted slightly. Aolai's voice was hoarse yet steady. "Glory is where my dragon clan comes from, and humiliation is what my dragon clan faces now. To only accept glory would be self-deception. To only accept humiliation would be to demean oneself. Aolai inherits the power of his ancestors, but also bears the pain of future generations. This blood is not proud due to its esteem, nor does it sever itself due to its scorn." The left pillar roared. A dark golden dragon pattern appeared on Aolai's forehead before quickly vanishing. Blood question passed. Aolai staggered back a step, his face pale. A glimmer of relief flashed in Ao Guang's eyes. The second dragon pillar lit up. The second question is about the name. This time the light fell upon Ao Guang. Ao Guang stepped forward slowly. A golden seal appeared on the dragon pillar. It was the royal seal of the Dragon King conferred by the heavenly court. Then the broken horn of the ancestral dragon, the water veins of the 4 seas, the edict of the heavenly court, and the genealogy of the dragon clan emerged. The dragon pillar asked, "Your name is Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea. Is this name that of the descendant of the ancestral dragon, or that of a subject of the heavenly court?" The turtle prime minister's expression tightened. This question was harder than the blood question. Over the years, Ao Guang had followed the heavenly court's orders, managed the storms of the 4 seas, and received the heavenly court's conferred title. If he said he was not a subject of the heavenly court, it would be a betrayal of his own heart. If he said he was merely a subject of the heavenly court, he would feel ashamed of the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Ao Guang stared at the golden seal on the dragon pillar, remaining silent for a long time. Aolai could not help but say, "Father." Ao Guang raised his hand, silencing him. He extended his hand, and a phantom golden seal floated in his palm. It was the aura projection of the Dragon King's seal. This seal has weighed heavily in the East Sea for many years. Because of it, the four seas could find temporary peace. Also because of it, all dragons bowed their heads. The light of the dragon pillar rippled like water. Ao Guang continued, I, Ao Guang, am conferred by the heavenly court. This is not false, but before the conferred title, I was first a descendant of the ancestral dragon. The heavenly court can command me to bring rain, can command me to pay respects, but cannot command me to forget my ancestors. He clenched his 5 fingers, and the phantom golden seal shattered into light points. The name Ao Guang comes from the genealogy of the dragon clan, not from the edict of the Lingxiao. The middle pillar trembled. A deep blue light fell upon Ao Guang. Name question passed. The turtle prime minister's eyes turned red, and he bowed his head in silence. The third dragon pillar lit up. The final question is about the heart. The light descended, but did not fall upon Ao Lai nor upon Ao Guang. Instead it landed on Su Ming. Ao Guang's expression shifted slightly. Taoist friend Su is not of the dragon clan. Oh, why ask him about the heart? The guardian spirit's voice rang out. Those without dragon blood entering the tomb must be questioned about their hearts. Su Ming approached the right pillar. The temporary dragon blood talisman in his palm felt slightly warm. More than half of the incense time limit had passed. The dragon pillar did not reveal any old tales of the dragon clan. Instead it displayed the heavenly curtain. Jun's fall. Buddhist reincarnation. The ancestral dragon trapped in the tomb. Countless primordial beings gazed at the heavenly curtain, crying, angry, bowing, and silent. Then the scene shifted. It showed Su Ming himself. In the depths of chaos, sitting alone before a light curtain, manipulating resonance, collecting fragments, and enhancing his cultivation. The dragon pillar asked, You reveal the regrets of the primordial times, and disturb the tranquility of heaven and earth. Is it for the sake of all beings, or for your own self? As this question was posed, Ao Lai and Ao Guang simultaneously turned to look at Su Ming. The turtle prime minister also held his breath. This question was one that many in the primordial times wished to ask. Su Ming's reckoning of regrets indeed brought a glimmer of hope to Jun Hutu and the ancestral dragon. But he also gained power from it, with his cultivation rising from the early stages of Deluo to the peak of the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. To claim he was entirely selfless, who would believe it? Su Ming looked at the dragon pillar and suddenly smiled. Both. I can't say that I would sacrifice myself for all beings, but I can say that with this power, I will do what needs to be done. He raised his eyes. If I were only for myself, I could easily pick soft persimmons to squeeze, reckon some old matters that no one would dare pursue, and hide once I profited enough. Why bother with Jun Hutu and the ancestral dragon, these hot potatoes? The light and shadows on the dragon pillar surged and flowed. Su Ming continued, The benefits I gained are because I have done something. The powerful beings of the primordial world possess their own domains, receiving the worship of myriad spirits, yet allowed Hutu to remain trapped in reincarnation, the ancestral dragon to be confined in the tomb, and Jun's residual soul to drift in chaos. Now that I extend my hand to save them, it is not excessive to ask for some reward in return. Ao Lai's lips moved slightly. His words were not flowery, but even somewhat blunt. Yet they were undeniably irrefutable. Su Ming's voice grew heavy. I dare not claim to sacrifice for all beings, but I dare to say that with this power, I will do what is necessary. The debts owed by Jun Hutu and the ancestral dragon will all be paid by someone. The right pillar fell silent. After a long while, a golden light fell, transforming into a dragon-shaped mark and merging into the blood talisman in Su Ming's palm. Heart question passed. In the chasm, the black water parted to the sides, revealing a spiraling staircase leading downward. The guardian spirit's voice rang out once more. The ancestral dragon resting place is below. The outer seal was not set by the dragon clan. We cannot break it. Whether you can bring back the true spirit of the ancestor relies on your abilities. Su Ming looked toward the depths of the staircase. A system prompt appeared. Second level of the dragon tomb. Temporary dragon blood passage certificate enhanced. Remaining time 1.5 incense sticks. Warning: the number of awakened heavenly court dark symbols has increased. Ao Guang's expression darkened. How many have increased? Su Ming glanced at the panel. Out of 12, 7 have awakened. The turtle prime minister gasped in shock. Ao Lai tightened his grip on the bright silver spear. How much longer can we keep this hidden? Su Ming stepped down the staircase. If no one helps us conceal it, half an incense stick. Ao Guang pressed. What if someone helps? Su Ming raised his eyes, looking toward the faint, icy light deep within the water shadows. Then it depends on how long she is willing to keep it hidden. Outside the dragon tomb, the Holy Mother of Yaoqi stood beside a broken pillar, 7 heavenly court dark symbols flickering in front of her. Each attempted to send a message outward, but was halted by the ice butterfly one by one. Her expression was calm, but her fingertips shimmered with fine white frost. Suppressing the 7 dark symbols was not difficult. The challenge lay in preventing the talisman makers from noticing her interference. She gazed toward the direction of the chasm. I will only help you this once. As soon as her words fell, the 8th dark symbol lit up in the distance. Yao Qi frowned slightly. Meanwhile, in the camp of the Heavenly River Water Army outside the Guishu, the giant spirit god suddenly turned around. He held a probing talisman that had cracked with a fine line. There is activity in the dragon tomb. Deng Qin's expression changed drastically. General, this matter must be reported to His Majesty first. The giant spirit god picked up his declared flower axe and snorted coldly. By the time you finish reporting, the people will have already fled. He strode toward Guishu. Heavenly River Water Army, heed my command, follow me into the sea and investigate the dragon tomb. The spiraling stone steps extended downward. The deeper one ventured, the heavier the water pressure became. This was not the ordinary pressure of the sea, but rather the weight of countless years of sealing power accumulated by the dragon tomb itself. In every inch of the black water, ancient dragon might the karma of the dragon Han and the lingering resentment of countless slain true dragons mingled together. The water flowed against the skin like fine needles, piercing through the scales and meridians inch by inch towards the primordial spirit. Cold sweat soon beaded at the temples of Ao Lai. With his pure dragon bloodline, he should have been more suited to this place than Su Ming. Yet the closer he got to the ancestral dragon's tomb, the stronger the resonance of his bloodline became, and the backlash intensified. Voices buried deep within his bloodline awoke, as if from eons past, drilling into his ears. Why have the juniors arrived late? Why does the dragon clan bow their heads? The ancestral dragon still exists, oh why do you not bow? These voices were not reprimands, yet they weighed heavier than any rebuke. Like ancient dragon tombs pressing down on his shoulders. Ao Lai staggered, nearly collapsing to his knees. Ao Guang glanced at him and pressed a hand on his shoulder, channeling a strand of calming dragon energy into him. Steady yourself. Just 2 words, yet Ao Guang's palm trembled slightly. Ao Lai gritted his teeth and nodded. Su Ming walked at the forefront. The pressure he bore was equally significant. The temporary dragon blood token in his palm was burning hot, its dark golden patterns flickering in and out of existence, with fine cracks appearing along its edges. The temporary proof was ultimately just a token. It was not the true dragon bloodline. The deeper they ventured into the dragon tomb, the stricter the scrutiny of the formation became. With each step it felt as if ancient eyes opened at the end of the black water, coldly scrutinizing this outsider. A system prompt then appeared. Warning: dragon blood passage token degradation intensifies, remaining stable time 1 instance, stick distance to the core of the ancestral dragon's true spirit, 800 zhang estimated strength of the outer seal, saint level. Su Ming's expression darkened. The system had warned before that the seal of the East Sea Dragon Tomb was extremely formidable. Yet only upon arriving here did he truly understand what formidable entailed. This was not a prison. This was a realm of deathly silence, forcibly created with the East Sea water vein as the foundation, the karma of the Dragon Han as the lock, and the order of the Heavenly Tao as the seal. A saint-level seal did not imply that Hao Yin possessed the power of a saint. Quite the opposite. The very fact that Hao Yin lacked such qualifications indicated that there were higher-level forces behind this seal. Hao Yin could command the heavenly court, summon myriad celestial beings, and leverage the legitimacy of the Heavenly Tao to suppress the 4 seas. But he could never by his own power keep the ancestral dragon's true spirit sealed in the depths of the Guishu for so many years. There must be deeper causes behind this. Was it the decree of Hongjun? Or could it be that the Heavenly Tao, through the hands of the Heavenly Court, imposed the final shackles on the ancestral dragon? Su Ming did not rashly jump to conclusions. Without sufficient evidence, he would not make unfounded accusations. The Heavenly Curtain recounted the truth. To reverse regrets, one must grasp the anchor of causality. Every word must rest upon the foundation of causality. Otherwise, it would give the Heavenly Tao a chance to retaliate. The stone steps finally reached their end. Ahead lay an almost eerily silent Blackwater Plaza. Surrounding the plaza stood 81 dragon-subduing pillars. Each pillar was 100 zhang tall, inscribed with ancient runes. Some of those runes belonged to ancient dragon formations, some were for suppression by the Heavenly Court, while others bore no resemblance to any celestial or divine script. They were gray-white, cold, formless, and intangible, like the eyes of the heavens hanging down. Between the 81 dragon-subduing pillars were thick chains of mysterious iron binding the sea. The chain spanned the plaza, cutting through layers of black water, ultimately coiling around a massive piece of dark golden amber in the center. Within the amber, there was an extremely weak dragon shadow. This dragon shadow was only 3 feet long, curled up in a ball. Its eyes were tightly shut. Its horns were broken. Its scales were dim. Yet even with such a feeble remnant, it still exuded an ancient, suffocating majesty. As if at the moment it opened its eyes, the 4 seas would bow down. The true spirit of the ancestral dragon. When Ao Guang beheld this moment, his knees nearly buckled. He struggled to remain standing. It was not a lack of respect, but rather a fear of disturbing the seal. However, Ao Lai could no longer contain himself. He collapsed onto the stone steps with a thud, pressing his forehead heavily down, sending ripples spreading through the black water. Junior Ao Lai pays respects to the progenitor. The tortoise prime minister had already broken down in tears and knelt alongside him. With this kneeling, his back straightened. It was as if he was compensating for the East Sea Dragon Palace, for the dragon clan of the 4 seas, and for all the dragons over the years who had bowed their heads, bent their backs, and swallowed their blood, paying this tribute to the ancestral dragon. In the center of the plaza, within the dark golden amber, that 3-foot dragon shadow seemed to have heard the voices. Its whiskers trembled slightly. Just once. Boom! The 81 dragon-subduing pillars lit up simultaneously. Golden runes exploded like the blazing sun, and the chains of mysterious iron clanked forcefully, suppressing that fleeting tremor. The dark golden amber outside the true spirit of the ancestral dragon instantly revealed numerous fine cracks. Yet in the next moment, deeper gray-white lock marks illuminated. Those cracks were forcibly smoothed over. It was as if an invisible hand pressed back that breath of life the ancestral dragon had just struggled to reclaim into the darkness. Ao Lai's eyes were about to burst. Bastard! He drew his spear, ready to charge forward. Su Ming grabbed the nape of his neck and forcefully pulled him back. If you want to die, don't drag the ancestral dragon down with you. Ao Lai suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Can't you see? They are tormenting the progenitor. I see it. Su Ming's voice turned cold as well. Precisely because I see it, I cannot act. He fixed his gaze on Ao Lai, speaking each word deliberately. If you strike with that spear, it may not be the chains that shatter. It could be the last breath of the ancestral dragon. Ao Lai's body stiffened. His fingers around the spear turned pale, the joints nearly cracking. Ao Guang took a deep breath, raising his hand to rest on Ao Lai's shoulder. Liar, listen to Taoist Su. These words were spoken slowly, and they were heavy. How could Ao Guang not want to rush forward? But he was the Dragon King of the East Sea. He could not rely solely on hot blood. He had seen too many dragons labeled as traitors due to momentary fury, their corpses never returning to the East Sea. Ao Lai gritted his teeth, finally taking a step back. Su Ming did not look at him again. He approached the edge of the plaza, crouching down to examine the first rune carefully. The rune gleamed with golden light, carrying the aura of the Heavenly Court. It was the dragon subduing rune formation of the Heavenly Court. Majestic, solemn, grand. Yet if one looked deeper into the rune, they would see a faint layer of gray-white pressing down beneath the golden light. This gray-white aura was formless and intangible, unlike spiritual energy, magic power, or common celestial laws. It was like the cold eye of the heavens descending. Not angry, not hateful, merely disallowing. The moment Su Ming's fingertips touched the edge of the rune, a terrifying backlash suddenly struck. Buzz. The Blackwater Plaza shook violently. Su Ming immediately withdrew his hand. Even so, a blood mark was left on his fingertip from the shock. The blood seeped out and was swallowed by the black water, leaving not even a trace of red. Ao Guang's expression changed suddenly. Su Dao Yu. Su Ming shook his hand, his expression unchanged. It's nothing. Analyzing the seal structure. Outer layer, Heavenly Court Dragon Suppression Formation. Middle layer, Heavenly Dao Order Lock. Inner layer, Dragon Han Karma Binding. Overall strength, Saint level. Current host cannot forcibly break the seal. Consequences of forceful breaking: 70% chance of the true spirit of the ancestor dragon collapsing. 90% chance of chaos in the Eastern Sea. 60% chance of imbalance in the 4 seas water veins. The voice of the Turtle Prime Minister trembled. After coming this far, still unable to break it. As these words escaped his lips, he felt as if he had aged thousands of years. They had exerted every effort to reach this point. Avoiding the Heavenly Court's dark scouts. Passing through the ancient path of deep scales. Crossing the Blood River, past the 3 questions, evading the Heavenly River's naval forces. Finally, they encountered the Ancestor Dragon. Yet in the end, they still could not break it. Ao Lai stared fixedly at the dark golden amber, his chest heaving violently. Su Ming did not answer immediately. He walked around the square. Each dragon suppression pillar was connected to the water veins deep within the Eastern Sea. If the pillars were destroyed, the water veins would surely be disrupted. Each chain was hooked onto the shell of the true spirit of the ancestor dragon. If a chain were to break, the true spirit might first be torn apart by the dragon Han Karma. The most troublesome aspect was that layer of heavenly Tao order lock. It appeared formless, yet it seemed to place an irrevocable seal upon the entire structure. It was not merely a matter of strength. Rather, this world was telling you, this object must not be touched. To forcefully attempt it is a path to death. Ao Lai could no longer hold back, his voice hoarse and strained. Su Ming. He did not address him as Dao Yu for the first time. Did you not say you could reverse regrets? He lifted his reddened eyes. The ancestor is right before us, locked, suppressed, and ground down for so many years. Are you asking me to kneel and watch? Ao Guang said in a low voice. Liar. Ao Lai did not continue, but that sentence pierced through the black water like a knife. Su Ming was not angry. Throughout this journey, Ao Lai had already suppressed too much anger. Now, with the ancestor dragon right before them, yet unable to save him, no one could tolerate it. Su Ming looked towards the dark golden amber on the outer side of the true spirit of the ancestor dragon. That amber was not set by the heavenly court. Rather, it was the true spirit shell condensed from the last remnants of the ancestor dragon's essence before its fall. It was this layer of shell that prevented the ancestor dragon from being entirely obliterated under the forces of Dragon Han Karma and the heavenly Tao lock. If they could extract a wisp of the true spirit from the edge of the shell, there would be no need to break the entire seal. The problem was that the seal locked all of the ancestor dragon states. Even moving just a wisp would be seen as breaking the seal. Su Ming's gaze sharpened slightly. He saw a wisp of ethereal spiritual light at the edge of the dark golden amber, as fine as a hair. That wisp of spiritual light was not complete, like a breath unconsciously emitted during the ancestor dragon's slumber. It was pressed by chains, but had not yet fully merged with the seal. In an instant, a thought flashed through Su Ming's mind. Almost simultaneously, a system prompt appeared. Feasible path detected. Path reverse partial sealing state. Explanation: this action does not break the complete seal, but rather consumes reversal fragments to temporarily return the target to a state prior to being locked by the outer layer. Operable target: a wisp of ethereal spiritual light at the edge of the true spirit of the ancestor dragon. Required consumption: small reversal fragment 1, resonance value 10,000. Success rate 67%. Risk: 1, trigger heavenly court seal alarm. Risk: 2, trigger backlash of heavenly Tao order. Risk: 3, the true spirit of the ancestor dragon may awaken briefly, potentially causing a bloodline resonance riot among the dragon clan. Risk: 4, if the reversal deviation exceeds a breath, the ethereal light will be crushed by the heavenly Tao lock. Su Ming's eyes brightened. Ao Guang immediately noticed his change. Is there a way? Su Ming slowly spoke. The seal cannot be broken. The light that had just shone in Ao Lai's eyes flickered. But the next moment Su Ming said, but we can steal a line. The Turtle Prime Minister was stunned. Steal it? Su Ming pointed to the edge of the dark golden amber. Before the true spirit of the ancestor dragon was sealed, there was a very brief moment when the outer spiritual light had not yet been completely locked by the chains. I can use reversal fragments to reverse that wisp of spiritual light back to the moment it was not locked. Then it will not be as if I forcibly pulled it out from the seal. Rather, it will be as if it had not been locked at all. Ao Lai listened, somewhat understanding, but grasped the most important point. Can the ancestor awaken? Su Ming shook his head. Not fully awake. Ao Lai's eyes darkened. Su Ming continued. But if that wisp of true spirit can be brought out, the ancestor dragon can have a conscious awareness. It can communicate with the outside world. And it can also become the true anchor point for complete revival in the future. Ao Guang's gaze trembled. This was already far better than they had anticipated. With consciousness, it would no longer be merely a remnant spirit trapped deep within the dragon tomb. With an anchor point, they could continue to scheme within the next 10 years. The ancestor dragon was no longer just a legend, nor was it merely a roar suppressed back by the chains. The Turtle Prime Minister hurriedly asked, what will happen to the seal after success? Su Ming was silent for a moment. It will sense it. Ao Guang's expression became serious. The heavenly court will come. They are already on their way. Su Ming raised his hand and waved. A golden water mirror appeared. In the mirror outside, the Guishu, the giant spirit god, was forcibly leading the heavenly river naval forces. Deng Chun tried to intervene, but could not stop it. The dragon locking hooks fell in sheets. The military formation's golden light illuminated the black water ominously. Further away, several beams of communication fairy light surged towards the 33 heavens. The Yao pool suppressed most of the dark symbols. But on the giant spirit god's side, the patrol had already detected the anomaly. Ao Lai tightened his grip on the shining silver spear. They'll go block them. Su Ming shook his head. You cannot stop the giant spirit god's military formation. Aolai gritted his teeth. Even if I cannot stop them, I must block. Su Ming looked at him. If you die outside, the first thing the ancestor dragon wakes up and asks me might be, why did I let his descendant die in vain? Aolai's breath hitched. Su Ming did not say more, turning to Ao Guang. Dragon King, you suppress the water veins of the square. Do not let the seal backlash spread. Ao Guang nodded. All right. Su Ming then looked at the Turtle Prime Minister. Prime Minister, keep an eye on the ancient road's retreat path. If there is any change in the ancient path of deep scales, alert us immediately. The Turtle Prime Minister wiped away the tears on his face and nodded solemnly. I understand, my lord. Finally, Su Ming looked at Aolai. You guard behind me. If any sealing spiritual weapons manifest, smash them immediately. Aolai took a deep breath. He compressed all his anger into the tip of the spear. All right. Su Ming walked to the edge of the square and took out a small reversal fragment. As the fragment emerged, golden light illuminated the black water. The golden light was not blinding, yet it seemed to coalesce from the regrets of eternity. Within the dark golden amber, the true spirit of the ancestor dragon seemed to sense something. The tightly shut dragon eyes trembled slightly. Boom. The 81 dragon suppression pillars roared simultaneously. The chains tightened. The heavenly quartz golden symbols shone brightly. The dragon Han karma surged. Deeper down, that layer of gray-white heavenly Tao order lock, like a cold gaze that had slept for countless years, slowly opened. A cold and vast will awakened from deep within the seal. Ao Guang's complexion turned pale. The Turtle Prime Minister's shell made a clicking sound. Aolai stood with his spear horizontally, the tip already starting to tremble. Su Ming looked up, gazing at that will seemingly originating from the end of the heavens. He remained calm. Don't rush. I won't break down your door. He let the reversal fragment in his palms slowly melt, transforming into a wisp of golden stream, silently reaching towards the edge of the dark golden amber. Su Ming's voice was soft, yet in the dead silence of the dragon tomb, it was remarkably clear. Just through the crack of the door, to borrow a breath of life back for the ancestor dragon. A small fragment of reversal hovered in Su Ming's palm. It was not large, only the size of a fingernail, yet it caused subtle ripples throughout the entire Blackwater Square. The golden patterns within the fragment slowly rotated, resembling a small grinding wheel grinding the past causes and effects. The runes on the dragon suppression pillar sensed a threat. 81 beams of golden light descended simultaneously, coalescing into armored phantoms. These phantoms were faceless and silent, wielding chains and long spears, their auras hovering between golden immortal and Tai. They were not living beings, but rather spirit soldiers sealed and born from the protective formation. Aolai stepped forward. Leave these to me. He shook his silver spear, and the phantom of the white dragon spiraled around him. As soon as the first spirit soldier solidified, he pierced its chest with a single thrust. The spear's tip flicked, shattering the phantom into golden light. Yet in the next breath, 3 more spirit soldiers emerged from beneath the dragon suppression pillar. Ao Guang spread his sleeves wide, the vast dragon aura suppressing the water veins around the square. The water veins struggled like dragons under his palm. He dared not exert too much force, instead, using his peak Deluo cultivation to stabilize the tremors bit by bit. The Tortoise Prime Minister guarded the stone steps, the tortoise shell floating before him. The changes in the ancient water patterns were constantly reflected on the tortoise shell, and with each bright spot a layer of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Su Taoist friend, the retreat route is currently stable, but the outer ancient road is under impact. At most it can hold for a stick of incense. Su Ming did not turn back. A stick of incense is enough. Consume small reversal fragment 1, resonance value 10,000, execute partial reversal. Target the outer edge of the ancestor dragon's true spirit's drifting spiritual light. Time anchor point the moment before the outer seal was applied. Success rate 67%. Execute. The reversal began. The fragment suddenly melted, transforming into a drop of golden liquid. As the golden liquid fell into the black water, it did not spread, but instead transformed into an extremely fine golden thread. The golden thread wound around the dragon suppression pillar bypassed the chains and navigated around the heavenly quartz talisman array like a slender fish swimming towards the dark golden amber along the seams of the seal. The seal immediately reacted. Golden runes layered down, trying to crush the golden thread. Su Ming formed seals with his hands, pouring out the power of resonance. The anger, admiration, and unwillingness of the myriad beings born from the ancestor dragon's reckoning transformed into golden light, supporting that thin thread. At this moment, beyond the east sea, many dragons suddenly felt something. The water shadow doppelganger in Aolai's closed door room trembled slightly. Above the East Sea Crystal Palace, thousands of dragons simultaneously looked up. They did not know what had transpired deep within the dragon tomb, but felt a wisp of fire in their bloodlines being carefully protected by someone. Outside the return to ruins, the giant spirit god also sensed something unusual. The aura of the ancestor dragon has stirred again. He exclaimed, his eyes widening as he rushed towards the seal outside the dragon tomb, while carrying the Xinhua axe. Deng Chun hurriedly said, "General, do not recklessly intrude into the core of the dragon tomb. The Emperor has decreed that only the periphery may be reinforced." The giant spirit god turned back to glare at him. "The Emperor ordered me to investigate the anomaly. Now the anomaly is right inside. Do you want me to just stand by and watch?" Deng Chun felt distressed. The giant spirit god was indeed loyal, but it was precisely because of his loyalty that he was more prone to causing trouble. He wanted to persuade further when suddenly the water flow in the distance turned cold. Several silver-white spirit butterflies flew over and landed on the flags of the Heavenly River Water Army. The symbols on the flags momentarily stagnated, and the military formation slowed down by half a beat. Deng Chen's expression changed. "Who?" No one responded. In the shadows, the Holy Mother of Yaoqi emotionlessly withdrew her hand. She could not confront the Heavenly Court's army directly. However, causing the flags to be damp for a moment was still feasible. The giant spirit god did not notice the subtle changes, only feeling that the military formation behind him had slowed down, cursing. "Have you all not eaten any immortal pills? Hurry up." In the core of the dragon tomb, the golden thread finally approached the dark golden amber. Sweat also began to trickle from Su Ming's forehead. The pressure from the saint-level seal was too intense. Even if he did not break the seal but only slipped through the cracks, it was like a mortal using a needle to pick at a mountain stone. With every inch of progress, the consumption was immense. Resonance value consumption intensified, interference from the locks of Heavenly Order success rate decreased 62%. Su Ming's eyes turned cold. "You want to suppress me?" He raised a hand, and a remnant golden light from the heavens appeared in his palm. It was the residual wave of resonance from the reckoning earlier, though not as precious as the reversal fragment. It was pure. The golden tears of the remnant soul of Emperor Jun. The gentle call of the consciousness of the Earth Mother. The long chant of the Dragon Clan across the four seas. The three resonances intertwined fiercely to support the golden thread. Success rate rebounded 71%. The golden thread pierced the edge of the amber. The ancestor dragon's true spirit suddenly trembled. 81 chains tightened instantly, and the number of sealing spirit soldiers surged. Aolai was surrounded by 6 spirit soldiers, the spear shadows like snow piercing 18 times, shattering 3 of them, while he himself had a blood mark drawn across his shoulder by the chains. "Faster!" He gritted his teeth and shouted. Su Ming closed his eyes tightly, his divine sense following the golden thread to probe that moment of old time. He saw the instant of the ancestor dragon's fall. Deep within the East Sea, a broken horn fell. The ancestor dragon's true spirit was shattered, yet still with its last will it formed a protective shell, trying to preserve a sliver of life. At that time, the Heavenly Court had yet to be established, and the outer seal had not yet formed. Only the karma of the dragon Han surged like a black tide. In the next moment, an invisible gigantic hand pressed down using the heavenly order, nailing the true spirit into the dragon tomb. Su Ming's heart jolted. That was not Hao Yin, nor was it an ordinary Kwasa saint. He did not have time to see more clearly when the system's warnings flashed wildly. "Do not delve too deep. Current host level insufficient. Continued probing will trigger the heavenly order's gaze." Su Ming immediately withdrew his mind. Just this moment, the golden thread suddenly pulled. At the edge of the dark golden amber, a slender dragon-shaped spiritual light was drawn out. As soon as that spiritual light left the amber, the seal erupted in furious rage. The golden light from the dragon suppression pillar shot into the sky, and the entire core of the dragon tomb trembled violently. Ao Guang let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The water veins almost went out of control. The tortoise prime minister exclaimed, "The ancient road has cracked." Ao Lai roared in anger, sweeping his spear to shatter the 2 spirit soldiers charging towards Su Ming. Su Ming clasped his hands together, absorbing that wisp of dragon-shaped spiritual light into the residual golden liquid of reversal. The golden liquid transformed into a small dark golden pearl, within which a small dragon shadow slowly coiled up. Partial reversal successful. Obtained a wisp of the ancestor dragon's awakened true spirit. Current separation degree of the ancestor dragon's true spirit 1 wisp. Current complete consciousness capacity low. Warning: the heavenly court's sealing alarm has been triggered. Warning: the backlash of heavenly order is gathering. Su Ming was just about to put away the small pearl when a cold, booming sound suddenly echoed from above the square. A gray-white light streak fell from the void, striking Su Ming's brow. The backlash of heavenly order was imminent. Ao Guang's expression changed drastically. Dodge? Yet Su Ming knew he could not dodge. This backlash did not target his physical body, but rather the causality. Even if the system concealed it because he had activated the reversal fragment, he had left a moment's trace. Just before the gray-white light streak descended, the small dark golden pearl suddenly had its slender dragon shadow open its eyes. A weak yet majestic dragon roar echoed. The gray-white light streak paused slightly. Su Ming seized this moment, striking out all the remaining golden resonance light. Boom! The golden light collided with the gray-white light streak. Su Ming staggered back 3 steps, his chest surging with blood, nearly spitting it out. But that backlash was blocked. Within the dark golden pearl, the dragon shadow slowly raised its head. Its eyes were weary yet clear. Ao Guang, Ao Lai, and the Tortoise Prime Minister all knelt simultaneously. We pay our respects to the Ancestor Dragon. The true spirit of the Ancestor Dragon did not immediately look at them. It first looked at Su Ming. That gaze pierced through the golden light, through the system's concealment, as if looking at a very ancient source. Kid. The voice was deep and weak, yet it made the entire dragon tomb fall silent for a moment. Why is there the aura of the Pangu great god on you? As the words of the Ancestor Dragon fell, the Heishui square fell into silence. Su Ming cradled the dark gold pearl in his palm, and his eyes revealed a noticeable fluctuation for the first time. Pangu, the great deity. These 4 characters are known and respected by all in the vast wilderness. Pangu opened the heavens, transforming into all things. The mountains and rivers, the sun and moon, the flora and stars of the wilderness are all blessed by his legacy. The Witch clan claims to be of Pangus bloodline, and the 3 pure ones claim to be manifestations of Pangus' primordial spirit. Even the saints who attain enlightenment cannot escape the foundational essence of the world established after Pangu opened the heavens. Yet Su Ming never imagined that this name would fall upon him. He gazed at the true spirit of the Ancestor Dragon. Senior, you must be mistaken. The phantom of the Ancestor Dragon coiled around the pearl, its dragon eyes half open. Though I possess only a wisp of true spirit, I cannot be mistaken about the source of the opening of the heavens. Ao Guang knelt beside him, his mind shaken. Does the one who counts possess the aura of Pangu? What does this imply? Both the 3 pure ones and the Witch clan can be connected to Pangu, yet Su Ming is neither of them. His origins were already mysterious, and now that the Ancestor Dragon has pointed it out, it adds another layer of fog. Ao Lai looked up at Su Ming, suspicion filling his eyes. Are you of the Witch clan? Su Ming glanced at him. Have you ever seen such a refined ancestor witch? Ao Lai was momentarily speechless. The Tortoise Prime Minister couldn't help but cough, then immediately bowed his head. In such a moment, only Su Ming could still crack jokes. But Su Ming himself did not feel at ease. The system had never informed him of this. Unfortunately, while the counting system provided him with concealment, resonance, and fragments, it was silent about his true origins. Now that the Ancestor Dragon could discern the aura of Pangu from just a wisp of true spirit, it indicated that this was no coincidence. He called out to the system in his heart. System, explain. Current permissions insufficient. Su Ming's gaze darkened slightly. What is the aura of Pangu on me? Current permissions insufficient. The Ancestor Dragon can see it, but you cannot say. Host permissions insufficient. Su Ming nearly laughed in anger. What a fine case of insufficient permissions. Being mute at a critical moment, it seemed quite skilled. The Ancestor Dragon seemed to sense his silence, and spoke slowly. You do not know yourself. Su Ming calmly shook his head. I do not know. The true spirit of the Ancestor Dragon gently swished its tail, causing ripples to form on the surface of the dark gold pearl. After the opening of the heavens, the great deity Pangu transformed into the wilderness. Logically, his complete will should have returned to the heavens and the earth, and no independent aura should remain in existence. But this wisp on you does not belong to the 3 pure ones' primordial spirits, nor to the bloodline of the Witch clan. It is more like. The voice paused slightly, as if recalling something from long ago. Like a lingering unwillingness of Pangu after the heavens were opened. Su Ming's heart trembled. Unwillingness. These 2 words resonated subtly with his power of regret. Counting regrets, collecting resonance, reversing destiny. If it truly relates to Pangu's unwillingness, then why did the system choose him? It seems there is an additional thread. Ao Guang spoke respectfully. Ancestor Su Dao friend took the risk to enter the dragon tomb and rescue a wisp of your true spirit. Without him, the dragon clan would still be unaware of when you would awaken. At last, the gaze of the Ancestor Dragon fell upon Ao Guang, Dragon King of the East Sea. Ao Guang's body trembled. Junior Ao Guang, I am ashamed before the Ancestor. The ancestor dragon stared at him for a long time. That gaze held neither anger nor reproach. There is no need for self-reproach. Your ability to maintain the bloodline of the four seas is already quite remarkable. Ao Guang suddenly bowed his head, his forehead touching the black stone. This statement weighed more than any scolding. Ao Lai's eyes turned red. He had thought that when the ancestor dragon awoke, he would scold the later generations of the dragon clan for being subservient, berate their weakness, and order them to rebel against the heavens immediately. Yet the ancestor dragon's first words to Ao Guang were that maintaining the bloodline was already difficult. The ancestor dragon looked at Ao Lai. You are full of vigor. Ao Lai immediately straightened his back. Junior is willing to fight to the death for the dragon clan. The ancestor dragon replied indifferently, fighting to the death is easy, surviving is difficult. Ao Lai was stunned. Although the ancestor dragon's voice was weak, each word pressed heavily. In those days I too believed that fighting to the last would protect everything. But the great calamity of the three clans taught me that without anger there is no insight. One will be led to a dead end. Ao Lai lowered his head slowly, loosening his grip on the spear. Su Ming listened nearby, feeling a newfound respect for the ancestor dragon. Truly, he was the progenitor of a clan. Even with only a wisp of true spirit remaining, he could still see through the situation. The tortoise prime minister said tremulously, Ancestor, now, there is the heavenly court, suppressing externally, and karmic forces sealing internally. Su Dao friend says that if we gather the fragments and break the outer seal within 10 years, we can completely awaken you. The ancestor dragon looked at Su Ming. Reverse the fragments. Su Ming nodded. The regrets collected from counting are not enough right now. Oh, I can only take a wisp of your true spirit, and full revival will require more time. The ancestor dragon remained silent for a moment. Do not rush. Ao Lai said anxiously, Ancestor, you are still locked inside. The ancestor dragon replied, I have been locked for countless years. 10 more years do not matter. This statement was so calm it was heart-wrenching. Ao Guang whispered, but the heavenly court has already sensed unusual movements. As if to respond to his words, the dragon-suppressing pillar above the square trembled again. From a distance came the heavy sound of axes striking. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike caused the water patterns outside the dragon tomb to tremble. The tortoise prime minister's expression changed drastically. The giant spirit god is chopping through the outer seal. The ancient path is also affected. The retreat is becoming unstable. Su Ming put away the dark gold pearl, protecting it with the golden light of resonance. A wisp of the ancestor dragon's true spirit has been contained. Stabilization time, 10 years. Current reverse fragments, small 2. Warning, the heavenly court's vanguard giant spirit god is 100 zhang away from the second layer entrance of the dragon tomb. Warning, the water army of the heavenly river is pressing into the return void. Suggestion, evacuate. Immediately, Ao Lai stood up. I will hold them off. Ao Guang said in a deep voice, you cannot hold them off. Ao Lai exclaimed, then we cannot let Su Ming be pursued with the ancestor's true spirit. Su Ming looked to the other side of the square. There was a narrow path concealed by the shadow of the dragon-suppressing pillar. The tortoise prime minister followed his gaze and hurriedly flipped through the turtle shell. This route is not on the map. The true spirit of the ancestor dragon spoke. That is the burial scale's secret passage, a retreat left when the ancestor dragon's tomb was built. It can only be used once, and after entry the water vein will self-destruct. Ao Guang looked up. Ancestor, where does the secret passage lead? To the old tide, eye of the East Sea. The tortoise prime minister exclaimed, the old tide, eye is in the southeast of the return void, perfectly avoiding the main formation of the heavenly river's water army. Su Ming immediately said, let's take the secret passage. Ao Guang looked towards the true spirit of the ancestor dragon. Will the ancestor leave with Su Dao friend? This wisp of true spirit departs, the main body remains sealed. You must protect this pearl. If the pearl shatters, my consciousness will dissipate completely. Su Ming tucked the dark gold pearl into his sleeve, sealing it with a triple layer of golden light. Senior, rest assured, as long as the pearl exists, I will be safe. The ancestor dragon gazed at him. You must not die. Su Ming was taken aback. The voice of the ancestor dragon grew even lower. The unwillingness of Pangu resides within you. The path you must walk will undoubtedly be more perilous than saving me. Before Su Ming could respond, there was another loud crash from outside. The giant spirit god's roar came through the water veins. Those inside listen. Trespassing into the dragon tomb is a grave crime against the heavenly court. Come out and submit immediately. Ao Lai scoffed. He certainly knows how to shout. Su Ming patted the small pearl in his sleeve. Senior, please bear with me for a moment. We can discuss Pangus matters after we get out. The ancestor dragon did not respond further. Surrounding the square, the ceiling's spiritual soldiers began to coalesce once more. Su Ming waved his hand to unleash a beam of golden light, temporarily concealing their presence, as the four quickly rushed towards the burial scale's secret passage. As soon as they entered the secret passage, the sound of the stone door shattering echoed from behind. The gigantic figure of the giant spirit god crashed into the edge of the second layer, the golden light on his axe shining brilliantly. He scanned his surroundings and saw the lingering reverse golden light, his eyes widening in shock. Indeed, there are people here. He raised his axe in anger. A beam of axe light tore through the black water, chasing straight for the entrance of the secret passage. The axe light came swiftly. The entrance of the burial canal had not yet fully closed, and the golden axe beam tore through the black water, striking hard against the stone wall of the entrance. Boom! The burial canal trembled violently. Fragments of stone and dragon scales mixed with the rushing water, causing the turtle minister to stagger, nearly crashing into the canal wall. Ao Guang quickly turned his hand to steady him, while simultaneously striking backward with one palm. The dragon energy formed a wall. The residual force of the axe light collided with the dragon energy, producing a dull explosion. Ao Guang let out a muffled groan, his face slightly pale. This axe from the giant spirit god draws power from the heavenly river military formation. Su Ming glanced back. Outside the entrance, the colossal figure of the giant spirit god was being distorted by the black water. He did not recklessly charge into the burial canal, but kept swinging his axe, trying to collapse this old waterway directly. Ao Lai angrily said, "I'll go meet him." Su Ming grabbed him. "Have you forgotten what the ancestor dragon just said?" Ao Lai's chest heaved. "He is destroying the burial canal." "He is destroying the entrance, not the exit," Su Ming replied. "The burial canal can only be traversed once. Self-destruction is its rule. What we need to do is collapse it faster." The turtle minister urgently said. Ahead, the water vein branches into three paths. The left leads to a dead flow, the right enters the chaotic eye of the return void, and the middle connects to the old tidal eye. But the middle path has a fracture. Someone must use dragon blood to continue the vein. Ao Guang immediately said, "Use my blood." Ao Lai interjected, "Use mine." Ao Guang shot him a glare. "Your origin is already damaged. Oh, what are you trying to prove?" Suddenly Su Ming said, "No need to argue. Let's reach the fracture first." The burial canal was narrow, and the four could only run in a line. The water flowed rapidly beneath their feet, with large patches of dull dragon scales embedded in the walls on both sides. Those dragon scales were not mere decorations, but were laid down by the ancient dragon clan, using their own shed scales to guide the water veins. The roaring behind them continued. With each swing of the giant spirit god's axe, a section of the burial canal collapsed. Su Ming felt a subtle warmth emanating from the dark golden bead in his sleeve. The true spirit of the ancestor dragon seemed to be sensing this old path. Moments later, a deep voice came from the bead. "Ahead lies a fracture. It cannot be restored with blood." Su Ming did not stop his footsteps. "Then how should we proceed?" "Call forth the tide with the name of the dragon." Ao Guang's expression shifted. "Is the ancestor referring to the tidal decree of the ancestor dragon era?" The turtle minister urged. "That decree has long been lost to time." The ancestor dragon said, "I remember. You shall act accordingly." Su Ming looked at Ao Guang. "Dragon King, prepare." Ao Guang nodded, his expression solemn. After traveling another 300 zhang, the water path indeed broke open ahead. The burial canal appeared as if it had been severed by a blade, leaving only a pitch-black abyss ahead. From below the abyss came the pull of the chaotic eye of the return void, and as the water approached, it was torn into swirling fragments. The exit of the middle path was faintly visible across 100 zhang gap. The axe sounds behind them grew closer. Ao Lai looked back. "There's no time." Su Ming raised his hand. Golden light transformed into ropes binding the waists of the four. "Invoke the tidal decree." The true spirit of the ancestor dragon spoke, its voice resonating through the bead into Ao Guang's mind. Ao Guang formed ancient seals with both hands, his dragon king imperial robe billowing as he uttered obscure dragon scripts. "Azure waters heed my name, the old tide returns to the vein." As the first phrase fell, the dragon scales at the edge of the fracture glimmered faintly. The ancestor dragon continued to chant. Ao Guang followed suit, reciting, "The ancestral home remains unbroken. All streams have a source." Below the abyss, the previously chaotic whirlpools suddenly halted. The turtle minister trembled with excitement. "It's working." The roaring of the giant spirit god was already close behind. "Found you." The entrance collapsed, a beam of golden light shining into the burial canal. The giant spirit god charged in with his axe, followed by dozens of elite soldiers of the heavenly river. Due to the narrowness of the burial canal, the army could not spread out, but these elites were all golden immortals, and combined with the dragon-locking hooks they were enough to hold everyone back. Ao Lai turned around, raising the tip of his spear. This time we can finally fight right. Su Ming looked at the still-forming tidal path. 10 breaths. Ao Lai grinned. That's enough. He stepped forward. The shadow of the white dragon spear erupted, forcefully blocking the narrow burial canal. Upon seeing Ao Lai, the giant spirit god immediately shouted, "Third prince of the East Sea. It's indeed you, dragon clan, causing trouble." Ao Lai scoffed. "You invade my ancestral tomb, and then accuse me of causing trouble." The giant spirit god swung his axe to strike. The heavenly court has decreed that the sealing of the dragon tomb concerns the order of heaven and earth. If anyone who approaches shall be captured. The axe and spear clashed. Ao Lai was pushed back half a step, his arms numbed. Though the giant spirit god was reckless, his strength was genuine. At the peak of Tai, golden immortal combined with the battle body of a heavenly court divine general, he far surpassed an ordinary Tai in a heated confrontation. Ao Lai was merely a talented dragon beneath the great Luo, barely hanging on due to bloodline and terrain. The second axe swung down. Ao Lai's spear bent at an arc, and an old wound on his shoulder burst open. Su Ming frowned at the sight. 8 breaths. Ao Lai shouted, "Stop counting." He suddenly transformed into a half-dragon form, white scales covering his arms, his strength surging as the spear's tip slid past the axe blade, stabbing toward the throat of the giant spirit god. The giant spirit god did not dodge or evade, crashing straight in. Bang! Ao Lai was knocked back, crashing against the wall of the burial canal. Several elite soldiers of the Heavenly River seized the opportunity to throw out the dragon-locking hooks. The hooks, shining with symbol light, were designed specifically to break dragon scales. Su Ming flicked his fingers. The previously received golden bead of the Heavenly Emperor's personal seal suddenly flew out. The golden bead exploded in midair, transforming into a false imperial aura. The heavenly court symbols on those dragon-locking hooks suddenly stalled, as if subjects had seen the imperial seal, not daring to act recklessly. The hooks veered 3 inches, grazing past Ao Lai's shoulder. Seizing the chance, Ao Lai rolled over, sweeping his spear to break 2 chains. The giant spirit god stared wide-eyed. "Your Majesty's personal seal. If Deng Shen were here, he would surely sense something amiss." However, the giant spirit god was straightforward. Upon seeing the imperial aura flash, his movements slowed by half a beat. That half beat was precisely what Su Ming needed. Run! Ao Guang's final tidal decree fell. With the dragon's name in the sea, the tide does not cease to flow. Between the fractures, the water surged violently, forming a deep blue tidal bridge. The tidal bridge was unstable, able to last only a few breaths. The turtle minister was first thrown onto the bridge by Su Ming's golden rope, followed by Ao Guang. Su Ming grabbed Ao Lai by the shoulder, pulling him back from beneath the axe of the giant spirit god. Ao Lai angrily said, "I can still fight. Even if you can fight, we must flee." Su Ming urged him onto the tidal bridge. The giant spirit god reacted, letting out a furious roar as he hurled his flower axe. The massive axe swung down, slicing through the watery light of the tidal bridge. Su Ming's expression hardened, and the dark golden bead in his sleeve suddenly trembled. The true spirit of the ancestor dragon exhaled a wisp of dragon breath, landing on the tidal bridge. The tidal bridge glowed brightly, propelling the 4 forward with great force. The giant axe missed its target, crashing into the chaotic eye of the return void. Amidst the thunderous roar, the latter half of the burial canal completely collapsed. The giant spirit god was forced back by the tumultuous flow, his hair and beard bristling with fury. "Chase! I command you to chase." A heavenly soldier trembled and said, "General, the burial canal has collapsed. Ahead lies the old tidal eye, and the army cannot pass." The giant spirit god flipped him over with a slap. "Then send a message to Lingxiao Palace. Inform them that the East Sea Dragon clan is colluding with the plunderer to steal the true spirit of the ancestor dragon." In the distant black water, the Holy Mother of Yaoqi heard these words and frowned slightly. She knew that once this message was sent, peace would no longer exist in the East Sea. But she had already suppressed the Dark Talisman for too long. If she further intervened to intercept the Heavenly Court's main army's message, she would expose herself. She let a silver butterfly rise from her fingertips, only to slowly fall again. At the exit of the old tidal, Su Ming and the others were flung out by the tide, landing in a desolate sea valley. Above the sea valley, grayish-white corals were abundant, the water murky, yet there was no Heavenly Court military formation. The turtle minister lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Ao Lai's shoulder bled, yet he still tightly gripped his spear. Ao Guang immediately looked towards Su Ming's sleeve. "Is the true spirit of the ancestor safe?" Su Ming took out the dark golden bead. The shadow of the ancestor dragon within the bead, though faint, was still conscious. It is still well. Ao Guang sighed in relief. However, Su Ming did not relax. On the system panel, warnings kept. The main army of the Heavenly Court has sent a message. Lingxiao Palace will soon be informed of the disturbances in the Dragon Tomb. The giant spirit god is requesting reinforcements. Recommendation: immediately evacuate from the primary water vein of the East Sea. Su Ming looked at Ao Guang. Dragon King, it seems we cannot return to the Crystal Palace. Ao Guang's expression was grave. Where to go? The turtle minister propped himself up, suddenly recalling something. Below the old title, there is an abandoned city of clams that has been desolate since the Dragon Han calamity, and it may not be recorded on the Heavenly Court's water map. Su Ming nodded. That is also a good place to take refuge. Let's head there first. Ao Lai gazed towards the return void direction, his eyes filled with reluctance. But the main body of the ancestor dragon is still inside, so close at hand. Leaving like this would be a pity. The true spirit of the ancestor dragon said faintly, only by living to escape can there be a next time. Ao Lai lowered his head. Yes. As the four were about to move, the distant sea suddenly brightened with dozens of golden lines. The Heavenly Court's sea-searching talisman. The golden lines spread rapidly from the direction of the return void like a giant net, sweeping through all water veins surrounding the old tidal eye. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. They arrived faster than expected. The sea valley beneath the old tide eye is cold and desolate. Gray-white corals resemble a forest of desiccated bones densely planted in the black sand. The water flows with a faint metallic taste, occasionally stirring up broken shells that clink softly against the stones. The tortoise chancellor leads the way ahead. Though he is old, he walks briskly at this moment. The turtle shell hovers above his head, casting a curved line of water. That line of water avoids the direction of the sea-searching symbols spread, threading through the chaotic rocks at the bottom of the sea valley. Ao Guang suppresses his aura, his wide sleeves concealing the movements of the group. Ao Lai's shoulder wound is still bleeding. He grits his teeth, enduring the pain, not daring to let the blood energy spill out. Dragon blood is too conspicuous to the Heavenly Court's sea-searching symbol, as noticeable as a lantern in the night. Su Ming walks at the back, occasionally raising his hand to erase the residual fluctuations of spiritual energy behind him. The dark, golden small orb quietly hovers in his sleeve. The true spirit of the ancestral dragon remains silent. It has just broken free from its seal, yet it exhales a breath of dragon energy to stabilize the tidal bridge, its consciousness clearly weakened. Su Ming can sense the fluctuations of energy within the orb like a dying ember in the wind. Status of the ancestral dragon's true spirit: weakened stability 73. Suggestion: avoid intense battles for 3 days. Suggestion: place in a gentle water vein. Su Ming looks around. This place cannot be considered gentle. Although the old tide eye avoids the main formation of the Heavenly Court, it is close to the chaotic currents of the return ruins with a disordered water vein. If there were anywhere else to go, he would never bring the true spirit of the ancestral dragon here. Ahead, the tortoise chancellor stops. Behind a collapsed stone slope, half of a city buried in black sand is revealed. The city walls are constructed from gigantic clamshells and white corals long since in ruins. The city gate is tilted with the words Mingzhu carved on it, only half remaining. There are no lights in the city, only a few strands of old water plants drifting from the rooftops, giving a sense of desolation and abandonment. The tortoise chancellor whispers, Mingzhu Clam City. During the ancestral dragon era, this was once the dwelling place of the Pearl people in the East Sea. After the great catastrophe of the 3 clans, the water veins were diverted, and the Pearl people migrated, leaving this city in ruins. The Heavenly Court's water map does not show this city. Ao Guang observes as a Dragon King's water map floats in his palm, revealing a blank space near the old tide eye, with only the words chaotic ruins written. Su Ming responds, that's quite good, let's head inside first. The 4 enter the city. The streets inside are narrow, paved with broken shell stones, with many small houses having collapsed. Occasionally one can see stone tables, clam beds, and broken lamps. This place once bore countless traces of life, but these have slowly been covered by the dust of time. The tortoise chancellor leads them into a half-collapsed hall of pearl sacrifice. In the center of the hall is a dry well with no water visible inside, yet a soft blue light emerges from the depths. The tortoise chancellor's face lights up. Fortunately, the pearl spring is not extinguished. Su Ming approaches to take a look. At the bottom of the well lies a pool of clear spring water only about a foot wide. The water does not flow, but is extremely still, imbued with gentle spiritual energy untainted by the chaotic intent of the return ruins. Detected gentle water vein pearl spring suitable for temporarily nurturing true spirit. can enhance the stability of the ancestral dragon's true spirit. Su Ming takes out the dark golden small orb and suspends it above the pearl spring. After the ancestral dragon's true spirit absorbs the spring energy, the dragon shadow becomes slightly more solid. Both Ao Guang and Ao Lai let out a sigh of relief. Ao Guang bows to Su Ming, solemnly stating today's events the East Sea owes a great favor to Dao friend Su. Su Ming waves his hand. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. The trouble has only just begun. Ao Guang's expression darkens. He knows Su Ming is right. The Heavenly Court's main army has already sent messages, and the giant spirit god has witnessed Ao Lai. Even if they temporarily hide the ancestral dragon's true spirit, the Heavenly Court will not relent. Ao Lai says solemnly, if they dare to come to the East Sea to take someone, I'll take the blame. This matter is my doing and has nothing to do with my father. Ao Guang looks at him coldly. If you take the blame, will the Heavenly Court let the East Sea go? Ao Lai is speechless. The Tortoise Chancellor sighs. Third Prince, the Heavenly Court desires not just a sinner, but a pretext. Whether you take the blame or not is unimportant. What matters is whether they can use this to pressure the Four Seas. Su Ming nods. Thus we cannot allow the Heavenly Court to easily achieve their aims. Ao Guang looks at him. What are your plans, Dao friend Su? Su Ming extends his hand, and several water mirrors appear in midair. The first mirror shows the outskirts of the Return ruins. The giant spirit god is assembling the troops, and Deng Chun looks grim as the Heavenly River Navy splits into 6 teams searching around the old tie-dye. The second mirror shows the Lingxiao Palace. Messages of divine light rush into the palace where Hongjun sits upon the imperial throne, his expression terrifyingly grim. The third mirror reveals the East Sea Dragon Palace. The Water Shadow avatar remains in the palace, but the thin veil outside the Dragon King's seal has begun to tremble. In half an hour, at most, the Heavenly Court surveillance will notice Ao Guang's true body is absent. Seeing the third mirror, Ao Guang furrows his brows. I must return. Ao Lai anxiously says, Father. Ao Guang replies, if I am not in the Dragon Palace, the Heavenly Court can solidify the claim that the East Sea Dragon King has infiltrated the Dragon Tomb. If I am present, they at least need to verify. Su Ming contemplates for a moment. You can return, but not immediately. Ao Guang looks puzzled. Su Ming points to the water mirror of the Lingxiao Palace. Haoyan has just received news. His first reaction will surely be fury, and his second will be to investigate the Dragon King. If you appear in the Dragon Palace at this moment, it will be too coincidental. He will suspect you prepared the avatar in advance. Ao Guang asks, then when should I return? After he sends a decree to the East Sea. Su Ming states, let Tai Bai Jinxing or an angel enter the palace and see your water shadow avatar. When they become suspicious and approach, you can then return in your true form. The overlapping auras of the water shadow and the true body will confuse their judgment. The Tortoise Chancellor's eyes brighten. Alternating between true and false with overlapping water energy, the Heavenly Court's surveillance restrictions are already separated by the Dragon King's seal. If your Majesty returns while obscured by the East Sea's water veins, it can indeed draw out a blurred account. Ao Guang looks at Su Ming. You seem very adept at exploiting the gaps in the rules. Su Ming smiles slightly. When watched by strong beings, if one doesn't find loopholes, one dies early. Ao Lai cannot help but ask, what about me? Su Ming glances at his shoulder. You stay here to recuperate. Ao Lai immediately protests, no way. How can I hide with the ancestral dragon's true spirit here? Precisely because the ancestral dragon's true spirit is here, you must guard it. Su Ming states, the giant spirit god has seen you. If you return to the Dragon Palace, it will serve as evidence. You stay in the Clam City. You can protect the pearl and also avoid the gaze of the Heavenly Court. Ao Lai wishes to argue further. The ancestral dragon's true spirit suddenly speaks. Listen to his arrangements. Ao Lai immediately lowers his head. Yes. Su Ming secretly laughs. Indeed, a word from the ancestral dragon outweighs 10 of his. Just then a chill suddenly wafts outside the Hall of Pearl Sacrifice. A silver-white spirit butterfly flits through the broken window and lands on the edge of the well. Ao Lai instantly raises his spear. Su Ming raises his hand to indicate it's fine. The spirit butterfly's wings tremble lightly, and the voice of the Yaoqi, Holy Mother, emanates from within. The Heavenly Court has called upon 2 of the 9 luminary star officials, and they are heading towards the East Sea. The giant spirit god is merely the vanguard. Behind him are the Tai army formation and the star-locking sea disk. Ao Guang's expression changes. The star-locking sea disk. The Tortoise Chancellor exclaims in shock. That is a major artifact used by the Heavenly Court to seal the water veins of the 4 seas. Once deployed, even the old tide I cannot hide. Su Ming looks at the silver butterfly. Why tell me this? The spirit butterfly remains silent for a moment. Yaoqi's voice softly responds, I do not wish to see the dragon tomb sealed with another layer of locks. Su Ming asks the one behind you, will they blame you? The spirit butterfly stiffens. Both Ao Guang and Ao Lai detect something amiss. Yaoqi does not answer the question. She continues, leave the old tide eye within half an hour. If you are late, you will be swept out by the star disk. Su Ming asks, how long can you delay them? At most a quarter of an hour. That's enough. Just as the spirit butterfly is about to disperse, Su Ming suddenly says Yaoqi. The spirit butterfly halts. Su Ming looks at it, his tone calm. Are you helping the dragon clan today, or yourself? There is a long silence. After a while, Yaoqi's voice lowers. Perhaps both. The spirit butterfly transforms into ice light and dissipates. The Hall of Pearls sacrifice falls silent. Ao Guang looks at Su Ming. It seems the plan must change. Su Ming nods. The Dragon King will still return to the Dragon Palace, and the Tortoise Chancellor will accompany you to help disrupt the aura of the Dragon King's seal. The Tortoise Chancellor hurriedly says, what about the ancestral dragon's true spirit here? Su Ming looks towards Ao Lai. Ao Lai will take the pearl with me. Ao Lai is taken aback. Where to? Su Ming raises his hand, and a dark sea trench appears in the water mirror. It is deeper beneath the Mingzhu Clam City, an abandoned cold spring path leading to the edge of the East Sea. Leave the main water vein of the East Sea and head to the cold tide rift at the junction of the North Sea and the East Sea. The water veins there are chaotic, making it difficult for the star-locking sea disk to sweep through. Ao Guang says seriously, the cold tide rift is perilous. Even a Deluo may get lost within. Su Ming puts away the water mirror. Peril is good. The harder it is to traverse, the less the heavenly court dares to send their main forces in. The ancestral dragon's true spirit slightly opens its eyes above the pearl spring. Deep within the cold tide rift, there is an old outpost of the dragon court. If it has not been destroyed, we can take refuge there. The Tortoise Chancellor quickly says this old minister has noted it down. In the distance, the sea suddenly shimmers with a faint starlight. That starlight is not natural, but descends from a great height, penetrating layers of seawater beginning to sweep towards the old tide eye. The star-locking sea disk has arrived. As the starlight fell into the old tide eye, the remnants of the Pearl City began to glow. The light was not scorching, yet it was as fine as needles cascading down from the high sea surface, piercing through the fathomless waters, sweeping over gray-white corals, black sands, and the shattered tiles and shells outside the half-collapsed shrine of pearls. Inch by inch, it was as if the heavenly realm had opened countless eyes at the bottom of the sea. The expression on Minister Turtle's face turned pale. The starry sea locking plate has already been deployed. Ao Guang raised his head, gazing through the remnants of the hall's ceiling. The strands of starlight were slowly converging around the old tide eye. There was no rush, yet it was terrifyingly steady. Ordinary currents and residual dragon chi could not escape its illumination. Even a single drop of dragon blood falling into the mud would be slowly unveiled by the starlight. Su Ming waved his hand. The remaining reversing golden light in the Shrine of Pearls was pressed into his sleeve, leaving only a faint, almost imperceptible dark pattern that gradually faded along the water vein. Warning: the starry sea locking plate covers the periphery of the old tide eye. Estimated complete lockdown time 15 minutes. Recommendation: leave the main water vein of the East Sea immediately. Su Ming looked at Ao Guang. Dragon King, follow the original plan. You return to the Crystal Palace. Minister Turtle accompanies you. Ao Lai will take the true spirit of the ancestor dragon and follow me into the cold tide rift. Ao Lai was about to speak when the dark golden pearl slowly opened the eyes of the true spirit of the ancestor dragon. In that moment, the light of the pearl trembled slightly. An ancient majesty silenced the waters in the Shrine of Pearls for a brief moment. The ancestor dragon uttered just 2 words. Heed orders. Ao Lai felt a lump in his throat, all words stuck in his chest. He clasped his fists and bowed his head. Yes. Ao Guang gazed at the dark golden pearl, his fingers in his sleeve tightening gradually. He was the Dragon King of the 4 seas, accustomed to great waves and enduring humiliation, and he had learned to bend and bow under the pressure of the Lingxiao Hall. But at this moment, handing over a thread of the ancestor dragon's true spirit to Su Ming felt like delivering the last breath of the entire dragon clan. It was not just a pearl. It was the root of the dragon clan that had not yet been severed. Su Ming noticed his hesitation and softened his tone. If you stay here, the East Sea Dragon Palace will surely descend into chaos. You return, and the heavenly court will still have to consider some semblance of reputation. I will protect the ancestor dragon here. Ao Guang took a deep breath and solemnly bowed to Su Ming. If something happens to you in the East Sea, Ao Guang will risk this old body to bring help from the East Sea. Su Ming smiled. Don't be too hasty to speak of burial. This life of mine the heavenly court is not yet qualified to collect. Aolai glanced at him. This remark was bold, but for some reason hearing it from Su Ming's lips did not sound as jarring. Minister Turtle sighed bitterly and took out a worn turtle talisman from his sleeve, handing it to Aolai. Third Prince, the old waterway of the cold tide rift is chaotic. This turtle talisman can discern the old tide of the East Sea. He paused and then whispered a warning. If you get lost, stick to the cold current, do not follow the warm current. The warm current is mostly connected to the return ruins, and if you enter it, even this old minister won't be able to retrieve you. Aolai took the turtle talisman and nodded earnestly. I have noted it down. The starlight in the distance brightened by 3 points. The shattered shells outside the Shrine of Pearls began to rise, as if being slowly inspected by an invisible giant hand. Su Ming no longer hesitated, raised his hand to tuck the dark golden pearl into his sleeve, and covered Aolai's shoulder wound with a strand of golden light. Let's go. The two turned and swept into a collapsed well behind the Shrine of Pearls. The well was dry, only a thin cold current flowed. As soon as they entered, the chill pierced to the bone. Aolai's shoulder wound, which had already scabbed over, was now wrapped by the cold current, causing sharp pain to pierce through the flesh. He couldn't help but shiver and whispered, "Why is this water vein so cold?" Su Ming sped along the dark current without looking back. Cold is good. The star plate chases dragon chi, and the cold current disrupts blood veins. The more uncomfortable it is, the safer it is. Aolai gritted his teeth. You speak so lightly. If I cried for you, the heavenly court wouldn't withdraw its troops. Aolai was momentarily caught off guard. After a while he muttered, You are as sharp-tongued as the return ruins. Thank you for the compliment. Su Ming replied flatly. The two descended one after the other, diving deeper along the dark current. The Pearl City gradually faded into the distance. As the starlight swept past the mouth of the collapsed well, it illuminated only a scattering of broken shells and murky waters. The murky water was disturbed by the cold current, and the starlight bent and twisted within, ultimately failing to reveal the figures of the two. On the other side, Ao Guang and Minister Turtle returned from the side path of the old tie-dye. Minister Turtle held the Dragon King's seal with both hands, chanting an ancient water incantation. The water patterns on the seal rippled outward, dividing Ao Guang's aura into 3 streams. One stream returned to the Dragon Palace. One stream sank into the old tie-dye. One stream dispersed toward the outer edges of the return ruins. All 3 streams of aura were both true and false, like chaotic tides overlapping. Minister Turtle's forehead broke out in fine sweat as he quietly said, Your Majesty, this method can only conceal for a moment. A moment is enough. If the heavenly court seeks evidence, I will give them a tangle of accounts. As the words fell, the Dragon King's seal trembled lightly. Ao Guang stepped out using the main water vein of the East Sea, his figure blending with the tide. Minister Turtle followed closely behind, smoothing out the residual waves of the water seal layer by layer. East Sea Dragon Palace. In the main hall, the water shadow avatar still sat before the throne. The surveillance prohibitions on the golden seal were at their peak, like an eye hidden within the seal, ready to open at any moment. A celestial light descended from the heavens. The phantom of the Venus star appeared in the hall, looking much more serious than usual. Where is the East Sea Dragon King? The water shadow avatar slowly raised its head before the throne. This old minister is here. The Venus star narrowed its eyes. It stared at Ao Guang, seemingly trying to find a flaw in that aged face. His Majesty has decreed. There have been unusual movements at the Dragon Tomb. The East Sea must cooperate immediately with the Heavenly River Water Army for a search. Does the Dragon King know this? The water shadow avatar bowed its head. This old minister abides by the decree. Just as the Venus star was about to ask again, the water vein outside the hall suddenly trembled. The real Ao Guang stepped into the main hall. With a single step, the water shadow and the true body overlapped. In that instant, the Dragon King's seal hummed, the water vapor in the hall surged, and the true and false auras mixed into a tangle. Even the golden patterns on the surveillance prohibitions momentarily became disordered. The Venus star frowned. The Dragon King's water vapor just now was unusual. Did you use the avatar water technique? Ao Guang cupped his hands, his voice steady. The East Sea water vein is unstable. This old minister was merely adjusting to calm the sea. He raised his eyes to look at the Venus star, still wearing that aged and compliant expression. Why does the esteemed Venus star ask this? The Venus star looked at the Dragon King's seal. The water patterns on the seal were chaotic, as if Ao Guang had never left the hall, yet also as if his avatar had entered the water, meandering through the East Sea water vein. If one were to pursue this matter forcefully, it would necessitate admitting that the heavenly court was surveilling the East Sea Dragon King with the Dragon King's seal, and moreover that the surveillance was unclear. Such words could not be spoken publicly. The Venus star remained silent for a moment before saying, "The great spirit god has reported that the third prince of the East Sea Ao Lai has appeared at the Dragon Tomb." Ao Guang's expression remained unchanged. "My third son is seriously injured and is currently in closed-door retreat at the palace." He slightly turned to the side, making way for half a step. "If the esteemed one does not believe, you may search." The main hall fell silent. The Venus star did not respond immediately. Searching the Dragon Palace was easy. But if nothing was found, it would be the heavenly court humiliating the four seas. Now the echoes of the dragon roar in the four seas had not dissipated, and the ancestor dragon's tally had just concluded. Countless aquatic creatures were watching the East Sea. Without the clear decree of the supreme heaven, if a mere Venus star were to search the Dragon Palace, it would mean the heavenly court was forcing the dragon clan down a path of resistance. The Venus star sighed inwardly. This old dragon had become 3 points tougher today than before. Yet his toughness seemed to have reason and evidence. In the Lingshao Hall, the supreme heaven stood with hands behind his back. Before him, the starry water mirror reflected the entire East Sea, the vast maritime territory undulating within the mirror. The old tide, the return ruins, the Dragon Palace, and the northern sea boundary were intertwined with strands of starlight, like silver threads, almost weaving the entire East Sea into a net. 2 officials of the 9 luminaries stood beneath the hall. One held the star plate. The other wielded the star flag. The message from the great spirit god still echoed within the hall. The East Sea Dragon clan colluded with the Tallykeeper, stealing the true spirit of the ancestor dragon. The expression on the supreme heaven's face darkened. The golden patterns of the 9 dragons behind the imperial throne seemed to come alive coldly, overlooking the group of celestial beings in the hall. "Find them." The star officer holding the star flag bowed, cold sweat already forming on his forehead. "Your Majesty, the starry sea locking plate has swept through the old tide, but has not yet detected the aura of the ancestor dragon." Not yet detected does not mean there isn't any. The supreme heaven's eyes flashed with cold light. "What about the cold tide rift?" The star officer hesitated for a moment. "The water veins of the cold tide rift are disordered, connecting to the old cold abyss of the northern sea. If we force a search, it may alarm the northern sea dragon clan." The supreme heaven coldly said, "Then we shall monitor both the northern sea as well." In the celestial light, the voice of the Venus star returned. "Your Majesty, if we push too hard now, chaos may arise in the four seas." The Lingshao Hall fell into silence. The supreme heaven did not speak. After a long while, he slowly said, "Surround, but do not kill, investigate, but do not pressure. I want evidence. I also want the four seas to bow their heads." In the dark currents of the cold tide, Su Ming and Ao Lai had been swept away by the icy blue waters for thousands of miles. The surroundings were so dark that one could not see their own fingers, with only the occasional glimmer of cold crystals floating by, resembling the eyes of dead fish. Ao Lai's shoulder wound was frozen by the cold, the blood no longer flowing, but his face grew even paler. He gritted his teeth and asked, "How much farther?" Su Ming looked at the system's water pattern map. "The perimeter of the cold tide rift has already entered. The intensity of the star plate's probe is decreasing. The stability of the ancestor dragon's true spirit, 76%. Almost there." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark current ahead suddenly broke apart. A massive chasm lay across the seabed, bottomless. Cold air erupted from the chasm, forming ice flowers that bloomed briefly before being crushed by the turbulent flow. On both sides of the chasm, ancient dragon patterns could be faintly seen on the shattered stone walls. Some dragon patterns had been cracked by the frost, leaving only half a dragon claw and half a scale shadow, like remnants of an era buried by time, revealing a bit of skeletal remains in the cold mist. The true spirit of the ancestor dragon in the sleeve whispered, "Go down." Ao Lai looked at the chasm, his throat moving. "Is there really an old dragon court outpost here?" Su Ming patted his shoulder. "Your ancestor has already said so. Trusting him is more reliable than trusting me." Ao Lai remained silent for a moment. "What about you?" "Me?" Su Ming gazed at the churning cold mist below, chuckling softly. "I am responsible for turning the unreliable path into a path of survival." After saying that, a golden pattern flashed in his sleeve, protecting the dark golden pearl. The two leaped into the cold tide rift. The cold mist instantly engulfed their figures. After they vanished, a beam of starlight slowly swept to the edge of the chasm. The starlight descended, and as soon as it touched the cold mist, it was torn into several segments by the turbulent flow. Deeper within, the aura of the ancient cold abyss of the northern sea surged faintly, like a slumbering ancient beast that opened one eye in the darkness. The starlight paused for a moment. Ultimately, it did not dare to descend. The heavenly court star plate could see Dragon Chi, but it could not penetrate this cold abyss buried with the remnants of the old dragon court. Beneath the cold tide rift the water no longer resembled water. Layer upon layer pressed down hard and cold as iron. With every 100 feet descended it felt as if passing through an invisible ice gate. The chill drilled into the bones beneath the scales. Even Aoi, a pure-blooded dragon, felt a throbbing pain deep within his dragon bones. Su Ming's golden light around him had grown extremely thin. The light did not shine outward but protected his heart and the dark golden bead within his sleeve. Ancestor, can you hold on? The dark golden bead flickered slightly. The voice of the ancestral dragon. Ancestor, can you hold on? The dark golden bead flickered slightly. The voice of the ancestral dragon emerged from within the bead, deep and hoarse, yet still carrying an undeniable authority. It's more comfortable than those 99 chains. Aoi paused in his steps. His eyes suddenly reddened, and he hurriedly lowered his head, gripping the shining silver spear tightly, not daring to let anyone see. Su Ming did not offer any words of consolation. Some pain cannot be alleviated by mere words from others urging him to be more open-minded. He merely continued to look downward. Deeper within the rift, a faint blue light was concealed behind the sloping mountain wall. That was not the light of the cold crystal was cold and scattered, yet the blue light seemed sentient, like a candle flickering in the wind, suppressed by the endless cold tide for countless years, still not completely extinguished. The ancestral dragon said, "We have arrived." Aoi's spirit lifted. Half of his dragon form manifested with dragon horns emerging from his forehead and his arms covered in platinum dragon scales. He braved the cold current and moved forward. The two circled around the mountain wall. Before them suddenly appeared an ancient stone platform. The stone platform was half embedded in the cliff, surrounded by 7 broken pillars. The dragon patterns on the pillars were mostly sealed by frost and snow, with some areas already cracked, leaving only half a dragon claw and fragmented scales. It resembled a military fortress forgotten by time. In the center of the stone platform stood a small hall. The name of the hall was incomplete, with only 2 characters remaining, listening to the tide. Aoi stepped forward and brushed off the frost in front of the hall. Ice shards fell, revealing a line of ancient dragon script below. East Sea Outpost, obeying the decree of the ancestral court. Listen to the tides, observe the northern cold. Aoi's voice trembled slightly. It really is the outpost from the era of the ancestral dragon. Su Ming stepped into the hall. The hall was very empty. The stone table, remnants of armor, and broken spears were all covered in thick frost. Along the wall hung a half-split dragon scale flag. Though the patterns were aged, the outline of the Sea Patrol dragon from back then could still be discerned. In the corner there was a bronze lamp. The wick had long since withered, yet a flicker of spiritual essence remained. The true spirit of the ancestral dragon looked towards the lamp within the dark golden bead. Light it with dragon blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Aoi lifted his hand and cut open his palm. Dragon blood fell into the lamp. Buzz! The bronze lamp trembled gently at first. In the next moment, a flicker of blue flame ignited. The firelight was not fierce, but extremely steady. The blue flame spread open, and the chill within the hall immediately retreated by 3 points, while the ancient dragon patterns on the walls awakened one by one, lighting up slowly, forming a broken water map. On the water map, East Sea, North Sea, Old Tide Eye, and Cold Tide Rift were all marked. Deeper within there was a dark spot encircled by 3 layers of dragon patterns. Su Ming gazed at the dark spot, his eyes shifting slightly. The ancestral dragon said, "This place is called the Listening Tide Outpost. In the past, when the Dragon Court controlled the 4 seas, if there were any disturbances in the northern cold, the first tide's roar would be transmitted back to the ancestral court from here." Aoi stared at the water map on the wall, rendered speechless for a long time. Since childhood, he had only seen the Dragon Clan obey orders, seen them bring rain, seen them bow their heads and comply with commands. It turned out that long ago the Dragon Clan also had such an outpost, listening to the tides, observing the northern cold. It was not for serving anyone nor waiting for someone to decree rain, but rather to guard the sea, to protect the land. The ancestral dragon continued, "The bronze lamp's rekindling can conceal the old formation for 3 days. After 3 days the cold tide will change direction and the starlight will flood in from the northern cold. This place will no longer be able to conceal it." Su Ming nodded. 3 days will be enough. Aoi asked, "Enough for what?" Su Ming glanced at him. "Enough time to wait for the dragon kings of the 4 seas to meet the ancestral dragon, and enough to see what step the heavenly court will take next, whether to keep their face or draw their blade." Aoi was taken aback. "Will father notify the other 3 seas?" Su Ming chuckled. If your father cannot even anticipate this step, he would not have maintained his position as the head of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings for so many years. East Sea Dragon Palace. After Ao Guang sent away the illusory figure of the Tai, by star the compliant expression on his face gradually faded. He waved away the attendants, leaving only the tortoise prime minister. The hall doors closed. Within the crystal palace the water pressure was heavy. The heavenly court golden seal on the table still emitted a faint glow akin to an eye hidden within the seal, coldly staring at this dragon palace. Ao Guang raised his hand, sweeping his sleeve. Dragon chi enveloped the golden seal, temporarily obscuring it. Send the secret order of the 4 seas. The tortoise prime minister's hand trembled. Your Majesty, once this order is issued, the West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea will all know that the true spirit of the ancestor has changed. His voice was kept extremely low. If among them there are those with divided hearts. Ao Guang looked at him. That gaze was heavy, but not angry. The dragon clan has bowed its head for too long. If at this moment we cannot even trust our own brothers, what use is it to rescue the true spirit of the ancestral dragon? The tortoise prime minister remained silent for a long while, then finally nodded heavily. This old minister understands. He took out 4 dark green dragon scales from his sleeve. Each scale was an imprint of the life and death scales exchanged between the 4 Sea Dragon Kings in their early years. They cannot be used unless it is a matter of exterminating the clan. Ao Guang sliced his fingertip, writing 8 characters in dragon blood on the scales. The ancestor has spirit, the cold tide heeds the call. This was a location. It was also an old covenant. Furthermore, it was a secret language that the 4 Sea Dragon clans would only employ in their most difficult times. The 4 dragon scales silently transformed into water, dispersing along the secret veins of the 4 seas. West Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Run was currently meeting with the sea monitoring celestial official sent by the heavenly court. The celestial official spoke very politely, every sentence containing phrases like, "Your Majesty cares for the 4 seas," and "the heavenly court sympathizes with the dragon clan." Yet his eyes continuously swept over the dragon ministers in the hall, as if trying to discern dissent from every dragon scale. Suddenly, Ao Run felt a chill in his sleeve. His expression remained unchanged as he continued to listen to the celestial official read the comforting decree. Once the celestial official departed, the hall doors closed. Returning to the rear hall, Ao Run's palm revealed a dark green dragon scales water shadow. 8 characters reflected in his eyes. The ancestor has spirit, the cold tide heeds the call. Ao Run remained silent for a long time. After a moment, he closed his eyes. The ancestor has spirit. When he opened his eyes again, there was no trace of hesitation left. Prepare the carriage. Your Majesty is going out the front door. A nearby dragon minister was startled. Ao Run replied indifferently, I will not go out the front door. Today the West Sea Dragon King is unwell and will see no one. South Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Chin had the fiercest temperament. The moment he saw the secret order, he smashed the coral table with a palm. Finally the day has come. An old minister beside him was so frightened that he knelt down. Your Majesty, be cautious in your words. The heavenly court has ears and eyes all over the South Sea. If they overhear. Ao Chin let out a cold laugh. Then let them hear. He rose, his scarlet robe flowing like fire billowing in the water. Send the order. I will go inspect the water disaster in the northern cold. Water disaster. The old minister was taken aback. Ao Chin glanced at him. What does the South Sea Dragon King need to ask for a decree from the Lingxiao Palace before patrolling the waters? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I shall take care of it right away. The old minister choked back a lump in his throat and bowed his head. In the North Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Shun stared at the secret order, silent for a long time. The North Sea is closest to the cold tide's rift. If the heavenly court intends to seal off the area, he will be the first to be monitored. This mission is the most perilous and also the easiest to expose. Outside the hall the cold air was heavy and the vast North Sea resembled a frozen black mirror. After a long while, Ao Shun summoned an old dragon with a white beard. I will enter seclusion for 3 days. Any envoy from the heavenly court shall be told that I am suffering from a recurrence of my cold illness and will not see any guests. The old dragon asked softly, Your Majesty, where are you going? Ao Shun crushed the secret order in his palm. The shattered light scattered into the cold current. He said viciously 4 words. Go meet the ancestors. At the same time in the 33 heavens the atmosphere in the Lingxiao Hall was chilling. Hao Ian stood with his hands behind his back before the imperial steps. The immortals in the hall bowed their heads, no one daring to speak lightly. After Tai Bai Jinxing finished reporting on the matters of the East Sea Dragon Palace, the only sound left in the hall was the gentle tapping of the imperial table. Each strike grew heavier, echoing in the hearts of the immortals. Tongtian slowly asked, "Is Ao Guang in the hall?" Tai Jinxing bowed. "Yes." "What about Ao Lai?" "The East Sea reports that Ao Lai is seriously injured and is currently in seclusion within the palace." Hao Yin chuckled softly. There was not a trace of warmth in that smile. Seriously injured in seclusion. That is indeed reasonable. The giant spirit god knelt below the hall, his face turning red. "Your Majesty, I saw Ao Lai with my own eyes. It cannot be wrong." Hao Yin looked down at him. "I believe you." Just as the giant spirit god was about to raise his head, he heard Haoshin's next words. "But the myriad beings of the wilderness do not trust just your words." The giant spirit god paused. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Then search the dragon palace." Tai Jinxing immediately stepped forward. "Your Majesty, that is not possible. The ancestor dragon census has only just passed, and the bloodlines of the Four Seas are in turmoil. If we search the palace at this time, it will only push the Four Seas dragon clan towards the census taker." Haoshin's gaze shifted slightly. The census taker. Su Ming. This name has now become like a thorn piercing deep into the order of the heavenly court. Di Jun. Hutu. Ancestor dragon. Each one more troublesome than the last. Every time the heavens curtain falls, the old debts of the wilderness are peeled back a layer. Yet many of those old debts cannot even be denied by the heavenly court. Hao Yin raised his eyes. Behind the imperial throne, the golden dragon patterns seemed to come alive, coldly gazing down at the immortals in the hall. "Keep a close eye on the dragon kings of the Four Seas." His voice was not loud, but it silenced the entire Lingxiao hall, especially the North Sea. The 9 luminary star officials all bowed in unison. "We shall arrange the stars at once." Hao Yin added, "Surround, but do not kill, investigate, but do not pressure. I want evidence, and the Four Seas must bow their heads." In the cold tide's rift within the listening tide watchtower, the bronze lamp quietly burned. Su Ming sat cross-legged beside the lamp, finally having time to check on himself. Current resonance value 58,920. Current reversal fragments, small 2. A trace of the ancestor dragon's awakened true spirit has been placed. Conditions for the main body of the ancestor dragon's reversal: medium reversal fragments 3, or large reversal fragments 1. Additional conditions: lift the outer seal, establish a stable true spirit anchor. Su Ming looked at the panel and gently tapped his knee with his fingers. The small fragments are depleting too quickly. The debts with Di Jun have not yet been fully settled. On Huda's side, there is still a 10-year deadline. Now with the ancestor dragon's matter, there are additional layers of outer sealing, true spirit anchor points, and fragment gaps. One matter after another, like the old debts of the wilderness, all piled into his hands. Su Ming chuckled softly. The ledger is getting thicker and thicker. The dark golden small pearl glimmered slightly. The ancestor dragon said, "Regret it." Su Ming looked up. "Not to that extent. I was just thinking that when the debts are all settled, the debtors should bleed a bit more." The ancestor dragon did not smile, but the dragon shadow within the pearl seemed to stabilize a little. Ao Lai sat at the door of the hall, guarding with his spear. He occasionally glanced at the true spirit of the ancestor dragon, his eyes filled with both respect and shame. The ancestor dragon suddenly said, "Ao Lai." Ao Lai immediately stood up. "The junior is here. Do you hate the heavenly court?" Ao Lai did not hesitate in the slightest. "I do hate it." The ancestor dragon asked again, "Do you hate yourself?" Ao Lai was taken aback. The blue flames in the hall flickered slightly. His hands slowly clenched, knuckles turning white. The ancestor dragon said softly, "It is natural to hate oneself for being powerless, to hate the previous generation for bowing their heads, and to hate one's kin for their tolerance. But if hatred only drives you to rush out and seek death, it is better not to have it." Ao Lai lowered his head. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. After a long time, he finally whispered, "Ancestor the Junior understands." Su Ming sat nearby, not interrupting. Some words he spoke to advise. When the ancestor dragon spoke, it was a teaching of ancestors. The bronze lamp flickered suddenly. Su Ming looked up. In the depths of the cold tide outside the hall, a water shadow quietly emerged. It was not the starlight of the heavenly court. It was the dragon clan's innate water escape. The first figure stepped out. Dressed in a dark robe, his temples frosted, it was none other than the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang. Following him, 3 more water shadows solidified in succession. The West Sea Ao Run. The South Sea Ao Qin. The North Sea Ao Shun. They did not come through a single waterway, but instead used the dark veins of the old tides of the Four Seas, employing their innate reverse scales as a guide. Their true forms intertwined with the water shadows, skillfully avoiding the main light of the heavenly court star plate. The 4 dragon kings of the Four Seas arrived at the cold tide's rift. The moment they stepped into the listening tide watchtower, their gazes fell upon the dark golden small pearl beneath the bronze lamp. At that moment, even the fiery-tempered Dragon King Ao Qin of the South Sea froze in place. Something deep within their bloodlines rumbled. This was not a subject meeting their sovereign, nor was it a son meeting his father. It was the severed roots of countless Yuan meetings finally hearing the sound of the tide from the source once more. In the next moment, the 4 Dragon Kings of the 4 seas knelt simultaneously. Junior Ao Guang, Junior Ao Run, Junior Ao Qin, Junior Ao Shun. We pay our respects to the ancestor. From within the dark golden small pearl, the true spirit of the ancestor dragon slowly opened its eyes. Those dragon eyes were weak, yet still seemed to bear the weight of the eternal 4 seas. He looked at the 4 Dragon Kings kneeling before the lamp, remaining silent for a long time. Then the ancestor dragon spoke. All rise. The dragon clan of the 4 seas has knelt for too long. Today, upon seeing me, there is no need to learn to kneel first. The bronze lamp's flame suddenly surged. The bodies of the 4 Dragon Kings trembled simultaneously. Ao Guang pressed his forehead against the cold stone floor, and finally a drop of dragon tear fell from his aged eyes. This drop of tear fell silently, yet it felt as if it had dropped into the entire cold tide's rift. The vast cold current in response let out a low murmur. Within the tide listening outpost, the bronze lamplight rose inch by inch. Beneath it knelt the 4 sea dragon kings, heads bowed low, breathing so softly it seemed they dared not stir the air. Outside the hall, icy tides howled. Inside, silence reigned, so profound one could hear the faint whisper of the wick burning. The ancestral dragon's true spirit gazed upon them, a mere wisp of light, frail as if ready to dissipate at any moment. Yet when that gaze swept across them, a tempest surged deep within their bloodlines. Ao Qin could no longer bear it. He struck his forehead hard upon the floor. Ancestor, the South Sea has failed you. The West Sea has failed you. Ao Run whispered, closing his eyes. Ao Shun's voice cracked with strain. The North Sea has failed you. Ao Guang prostrated himself deepest of all. Ao Guang of the East Sea bears the gravest guilt. Ao Lai stood aside, his eyes burning. He had never seen his father kneel like this. Not before Heaven's court. Not before imperial edicts. Not before Heaven's court. Not before imperial edicts. But as descendants returning to their ancestral root, ashamed to face their forebear. The ancestral dragon remained silent for a long while. Raise your heads. The 4 sea dragon kings lifted their faces slowly. The ancestral dragon asked, how many great Luo remain among the dragon race? Ao Guang replied, 27 great Luo are publicly acknowledged across the 4 seas. 9 elders dwell in hidden lineages. Over a dozen lie wounded or sealed in self-imposed tribulation retreats. And Tai cultivators. Across all maritime palaces, river bureaus, wells, and springs, no fewer than 3,000. Yet most are bound by heaven's talismanic decrees, unable to leave their fiefs. What of the younger generation? Ao Run murmured. They possess both fire and fury. Having endured humiliation too long, even the smallest spark can ignite them. The ancestral dragon turned his gaze toward Ao Lai. Such as him. Ao Lai flushed. Damn, now he'd been singled out. Yet before the ancestor, defiance was unthinkable. He merely lowered his head and feigned stillness. Ao Qin gritted his teeth. Fury is no ill omen. If not even rage remains, then the dragon race is truly dead. Ao Guang frowned. Brother. Ao Qin gave a cold snort. Elder brother, I know you seek stability. But after decades of restraint, what has it brought us? Dragon livers and phoenix marrow. Dragon locking hooks. Stripped sinews and flayed scales. And our own descendants harnessed to pull celestial officials' chariots. A shadow darkened Ao Guang's eyes. Do you think I am blind to this? The air in the hall chilled instantly. Ao Run cleared his throat softly. The ancestor stands before us. Let there be no quarrel. The ancestral dragon did not rebuke them. He simply watched these 4 descendants. After a pause, he said, to argue means the heart still beats. Ao Guang and Ao Qin bowed their heads simultaneously. The ancestral dragon spoke slowly. Long ago I commanded the dragons to survive, not to serve eternally as slaves. Yet survival does not mean marching blindly into death. Heaven demands legitimacy. The dragons require timing. The Reckoner granted the dragon race one more breath. How that breath becomes life, that burden rests upon you alone. The 4 sea dragon kings answered as one. We humbly accept the ancestor's instruction. Su Ming sat quietly beside them, saying nothing. He saw clearly, though the ancestral dragon's true spirit was feeble, its mind remained sharp. What the dragon race lacked most was not fury. Fury. One need only pluck a young dragon from any sea. It would roar for 3 days and nights without pause. What they lacked was someone who could forge that fury into a blade, and sheathe it with discipline. Ao Guang said, the ancestor's main body remains entombed in the dragon tomb, sealed by heaven's external wards, bound by Taoist imprints from heaven's will, and entangled in the karmic residue of the Dragon Han era. Within 10 years, Taoist Su must gather the force capable of reversal. Until then, how shall the four seas act? The ancestral dragon turned to Su Ming. Speak. All 4 dragon kings shifted their gaze toward him. Su Ming did not hesitate. He raised a finger and tapped beside the bronze lamp. Golden light coalesced into a simplified hydrographic map. First, do not rebel. Ao Qin's brow furrowed. Su Ming met his gaze. Rebellion now would delight heaven most. Hao Tian himself seeks pretext to strike decisively. Should you raise banners, he will summon heavenly legions to crush the 4 seas without delay. Then the celestial sages need only utter cosmic order, and the dragons will bear the stigma of treason before even drawing breath. Ao Qin's voice hardened. So we endure further. Su Ming shook his head. Second, endure no old humiliations. He pointed to locations across the 4 seas on the map. Compile names of all who have privately dishonored true dragons, those who stripped sinews, flayed scales, or seized dragons as mounts. Gather evidence, witnesses, heaven's official talismans, and the names of offending celestial officials. Leave nothing out. Then submit formal petitions, strictly according to heaven's own statutes. Ao Run's eyes lit up. Use heaven's own laws to purge heaven's own servants. Su Ming smiled. He craves order. Then let order strike him in the face. Ao Qin stared, then broke into a grin. That is satisfying indeed. Su Ming continued. If Hao Tian acts, resentment will boil within heaven's ranks. If he refuses, heaven has just reopened the dragon race's ancient grievances, and all of the primordial realms watch. Then shame falls not upon the dragons, but upon the Lingxiao palace. Ao Guang pondered briefly. This strategy holds merit. Su Ming said, third, consolidate the bloodline. Young dragons of the 4 seas must not intrude upon heaven's domain, nor engage in private duels with celestial officials. Whoever strikes first hands heaven the hilt of the blade. Ao Lai lowered his head silently and rubbed his nose. Su Ming glanced at him, especially those bearing spears. Ao Lai flushed. Yet the ancestral dragon stood nearby, so he muttered, understood. Ao Qin suddenly asked, then what does Taoist Su desire? The hall fell still. Ao Guang too fixed his gaze upon Su Ming. It was a blunt question, but one that had to be asked. In the primordial realms, causality weighed heavier than any oath. Su Ming risked heaven's wrath and tampered with heaven's Taoist seals to draw forth this fragment of the ancestral dragon's true spirit. To claim no expectation. Who would believe it? Su Ming smiled. When the ancestral dragon awakens, I ask only that the dragon race stand beside me. Ao Qin narrowed his eyes. Should you one day oppose heaven? That is inevitable. Should you oppose the celestial sages? Su Ming paused thoughtfully. Not impossible. Ao Shun drew a sharp breath. Ao Run offered a wry smile. Taoist Su speaks with remarkable candor. Su Ming spread his hands. Better to speak plainly now, lest accounts grow murky later. As for solemn oaths sworn upon the heavenly Tao, spare me. I place no faith in the heavenly Tao. The 4 sea dragon kings' hearts skipped a beat. Few in the entire primordial realms dared utter such words. The ancestral dragon's true spirit let out a low, quiet laugh. Good, he declared, the dragon race owes you a debt of causality. When I awaken, that debt shall be repaid. Su Ming bowed slightly. Then let us record it, for now. My ledger grows thick lately, one more page won't weigh it down. Ao Lai's lips twitched involuntarily. Only Su Ming could speak thus before the ancestor himself. Another soul might already have been hurled into the icy tides by the South Sea Dragon King's palm. At that very moment, beyond the tide-listening outpost, the icy tides convulsed. The bronze lamplight flickered. Turtle Prime Minister emerged urgently from a water reflection, his expression grave. Your Majesty, the celestial star chart has begun scanning the northern border of the North Sea. The 9 luminaries have deployed triple stellar arrays, now tracking the 4 sea dragon kings' innate water traces. So soon. Ao Shun paled. Su Ming looked at the hydrographic map. Alert stellar sea locking disk activated, second deployment. Target innate water traces of the 4 sea dragon kings. Tracking method altered from direct stellar illumination to reverse refraction through the North Sea's frost abyss. Risk of exposure in the frost abyss rifts rising. Ao Guang said grimly, we cannot linger here. The ancestral dragon commanded go. Ao Qin protested unwilling. Ancestor, we have only just beheld you. The ancestral dragon's voice remained steady. We shall meet again. While you walk abroad, you are the spine of the dragon race. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings bowed once more. Su Ming suddenly interjected, wait. He raised his hand and drew forth 4 faint golden threads from the residual resonance of the celestial firmament, each settling gently into the sleeves of the Dragon Kings. Veil tracing gold light, each shields against 1 stellar reverse refraction. If pursued en route, cast them forth. Ao Guang accepted the gift with solemn reverence. Gratitude. Ao Qin glanced at Su Ming. My earlier words were brash. Do not take them to heart. Su Ming replied, no harm done. Were the South Sea Dragon King utterly without temper, I would worry far more. Ao Qin laughed softly and turned, vanishing into the icy tides. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings dispersed in 4 directions. Only Su Ming, Ao Lai, Turtle Prime Minister, and the Ancestral Dragon's true spirit remained within the hall. Ao Lai watched their retreating forms and murmured, will they face peril? Su Ming studied the ever-shifting stellar lines flashing across his inner system. Yes. Ao Lai tightened his grip on his spear. Su Ming added, so from this moment forward, neither shall we sleep soundly. Even as he spoke, a slender thread of starlight pierced the frost abyss rift beyond the outpost, and fell upon the first broken pillar. The bronze lamplight shrank instantly. The Ancestral Dragon's true spirit lifted his gaze. Someone borrows the North Sea's ancient frost abyss for reverse refraction. Su Ming rose slowly. It seems heaven's ranks contain no mere fools. Outside the hall, a second beam of starlight descended. When starlight fell upon the broken pillar, it did not spread immediately. Instead, it descended as a slender, delicate thread, piercing the ancient dragon motif etched into the fractured stone and slowly burrowing inward. The bronze lamp's flame shrank to a mere speck. Cold air seeped back inch by inch into the tide-listening outpost. Turtle Prime Minister's expression shifted sharply. He raised his hand, ready to form a mystic seal. Su Ming intercepted him. Do not move. If you stir, it will know living beings are here. Turtle Prime Minister froze, mixture sweat beading on his brow. Ao Lai gripped his gleaming silver spear, standing rigid beside the hall's entrance. Then shall we let it shine unimpeded. Su Ming kept his gaze fixed on that slender thread of starlight. It has not yet found us. It is merely scenting the ancient dragon motifs. Ao Lai. Scenting. Why did that word sound so unsettlingly visceral? Su Ming paid him no heed. From his sleeve, he withdrew a shard of scale, retrieved casually from the 10,000-bone wastelands. It bore the withering aura of primordial dragons and faint traces of the Dragon Han tribulation. Under ordinary circumstances, such a fragment held little value. Now it was precisely what they needed. Su Ming flicked his finger. A golden radiance enveloped the scale shard, launching it toward another shattered wall outside the hall. The thread of starlight paused. Then it withdrew from the broken pillar and swept toward the scale shard. Ao Lai's eyes lit up. It's drawn away. Do not rejoice yet. Su Ming said calmly. This is only the first thread. No sooner had the words left his lips than 2 more threads of starlight descended from the fissure above. One veered left, the other right, beginning to circle outward along the perimeter of the tide-listening outpost. Ao Lai's face darkened instantly. Damn it. So this was a net. Within the Lingxiao Palace, the Starsea locking disc hovered at the hall's center. Its surface shimmered with celestial light. Where the eastern and northern seas converged, thick, cold mist obscured the frost-tide fissure, its contours indistinct, its depths impenetrable. Star-Lord Tanling frowned. Your Majesty, the frost tide here is overwhelming. Over half the starlight will dissipate upon descent. Star-Lord Ju Min spoke gravely. Dissipate it must, but the light must still fall. General Juling witnessed Ao Lai himself. And the ancestral dragon's aura vanished precisely at the old tide-eye. They are most likely concealed within the frost-tide fissure. Upon the imperial throne, Hao Tian's expression was grim. What I demand is not probability. I demand certainty. Tanling lowered his head hastily. Your Majesty, if we wish to fully dispel the frost-tide veil, we must activate the celestial auxiliary stars. Yet such an act would provoke immense resonance. The Northern Sea Dragon clan would surely awaken. Hao Tian turned his gaze toward Tai by Jinxing. Tai by Jinxing stepped forward half a pace and murmured softly, Your Majesty, all 4 Sea Dragon Kings currently reside in their palaces. On the surface, none show signs of rebellion. Should we now deploy the celestial auxiliary stars over the Northern Sea? The myriad realms of the primordial chaos may well interpret it as Heaven's court preparing to purge the dragon clans. Upon hearing this, General Juling grew visibly agitated. Then shall we simply watch them escape? Tai Bai Jinxing cast him a sidelong glance. Had the general not spoken so definitively earlier, our position would not now be so precarious. Juling's face flushed crimson. He opened his mouth to retort, but Hao Tian raised a hand. Silence descended instantly across the hall. Surround, but do not slay. Let the star disk continue its illumination. The heavenly river fleet shall seal the old tide. The 9 luminaries shall monitor the 4 sea dragon kings. Without my explicit decree, none shall enter the dragon palaces, nor shed dragon blood. Your Majesty, Zhuling cried out urgently. Hao Tian's gaze settled upon him. Do you imagine you have not already burdened me enough? Zhuling dropped to his knees without hesitation. This servant dares not. Hao Tian's gaze returned to the star disk. The resolver who saved the ancestral dragon seeks something in return. He will not remain hidden forever. Watch closely for the next moves of the 4 seas, especially those dragon clans submitting petitions to redress old grievances. Tai Bai Jin Xing's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, the emperor had foreseen it too. Should the dragons follow protocol and petition heaven regarding past injustices, the court would face grave complications. To adjudicate would expose scores of celestial officials within heaven's own ranks. To ignore would betray heaven's recent reckoning of dragon clan transgressions, while the entire primordial chaos watched. Either choice struck like a stinging blow. Hao Tian's voice turned icy. Issue the edict. All cases involving private humiliation of dragons shall first undergo internal review by the Celestial Law Bureau. Proceed swiftly. Make examples of several cases immediately. Tai Bai Jin Xing bowed deeply. This servant receives the mandate. Within the frost-tide fissure, Su Ming cast 3 scale shards in succession, diverting the starlight toward disparate broken walls. Yet the starlight multiplied steadily. Though chaotic, the frost tide could not withstand heaven's methodical granular scrutiny. Risk of exposure 32. Risk of exposure 41. Recommendation: relocate the ancestral dragon's true spirit. Su Ming studied the system prompt, his brow subtly furrowed. Remarkable. This time Hao Tian truly spared no expense. The ancestral dragon's true spirit hovered beside the bronze lamp, a faint dusky golden dragon silhouette. Beneath the tide-listening outpost lies a concealed well. It leads to the northern frost abyss. There no dragon motifs exist, making pursuit by the star disk impossible. Turtle Prime Minister paled. The northern frost abyss. Ancestor, this is a land of stagnant waters. Legends say ancient frost malevolence sank there, capable of freezing even dragon souls into splinters. Indeed, frost malevolence resides there, yet it shields against the star disk. Ao Lai declared instantly, I shall scout ahead. Su Ming glanced at him. Your wounds have not healed. What path could you possibly scout? Ao Lai blurted anxiously. Then who will go? I will. Ao Lai blinked stunned. Turtle Prime Minister also grew frantic. Brother Su, you must not venture alone into peril. Su Ming waved dismissively. I bear no dragon motifs. Thus the star disk cannot track me. Should disaster strike, your lamentations will still arrive in time. Ao Lai's lips twitched. That remark was genuinely infuriating. Yet at this moment, he truly had no rebuttal. The ancestral dragon exhaled a thread of dusky gold light, which settled behind the bronze lamp. Stone slabs parted silently to either side, revealing a black well. No water echoed from its depths. Only frigid mist spiraled upward. Su Ming approached the edge and peered down. Pitch black. No bottom visible. He sighed. This primordial chaos offers no proper paths, only secret doors one after another. He leapt in. The well plunged unfathomably deep. After falling 100 zhong, all trace of moisture vanished. Only biting cold remained. This cold was no ordinary chill. It pierced straight into the soul. Golden radiance around Su Ming crackled faintly under pressure. His protective cultivation slowed thick as congealed syrup. Ancient frost malevolence detected. Source: residual energy from the northern sea's ancient frost abyss. Extremely hazardous to spirit forms. Su Ming scanned the interface and clicked his tongue. No wonder Turtle Prime Minister's face drained of color. This place truly suits no living thing. He extended his hand, releasing a thread of golden light. 10 zhong out, the frost malevolence devoured it, leaving only a dying ember. Su Ming continued descending. At the well's base lay a vast hollow cavern. Its walls glittered with ice crystals, within which were entombed fish bones, broken weapons, tattered banners, and skeletal remains whose identities had long since dissolved into oblivion. This was no waterway. It resembled a graveyard forgotten by the northern sea. Su Ming stepped onto the ice, advancing slowly. After a short distance, he halted. Ahead, sealed within the ice wall, stood a solitary figure. His back was hunched, his robes tattered, appearing no more than a Taoist elder frozen to death in this desolation. Yet in his hand rested a withered branch, and upon that branch bloomed a single tender green shoot. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. That defied all logic. The northern frost abyss, the repository of ancient frost malevolence. Even dragon souls could not endure it. How could a dead branch sprout life? Preposterous. He drew no nearer, instead gathering golden light at his fingertip. The moment the light flared, the Taoist's eyes opened within the ice. Clouded and dim they were, yet brimming with quiet mirth. Young man, no need to shine so brightly. A voice emerged from the ice, languid and tinged with the impatience of one just awakened. Su Ming's heart sank, though he did not reveal it on his face. Which senior is this? The ice cracked open. An old Taoist stepped out, shaking off the frost from his body and shouldering a withered branch. He smiled cheerfully without a trace of an aloof demeanor. Just passing by. Su Ming looked at him, passing by in the north cold wasteland ice. The old Taoist yawned. I overslept, is that a problem? Su Ming. All right. You are the senior, whatever you say goes. On the system panel there was a blank space. No cultivation level. No aura. No background. Not even a danger alert. Su Ming felt even more vigilant. Things that the system couldn't detect were generally not ordinary. Cough. Not an ordinary person. He took a half step back, golden light swirling around his fingers. The old Taoist glanced at him. Don't be nervous. If I truly wanted to kill you, you wouldn't see me awake. Su Ming fell silent for a moment. Is the senior waiting for me here? The old Taoist smiled and said, not exactly waiting. I was asleep, but I heard the commotion outside. The heavenly court is using the star disk to illuminate the sea. The dragon clan is fleeing with their ancestors, and you, Emir Jr., are running around in the middle of it all. Quite lively. Su Ming's eyelid twitched. This old man seemed to know quite a bit. The old Taoist, carrying the withered branch, leisurely took 2 steps forward. With each step the ice surface left no trace. Su Ming observed this, his conviction growing. This was certainly not an ordinary ancient being. The old Taoist looked towards the black well above. Hongjun has the ambition of an emperor, but unfortunately lacks the courage. The dragon clan has ancient bones, but they've been suppressed for too long. The ancestral dragon has a destiny, but the door remains locked. He looked back at Su Ming at this point. As for you, Su Ming asked, what about me? The old Taoist laughed. You are the most troublesome. Su Ming, I don't quite like hearing that from you, senior. I am generally quite well behaved. The old Taoist seemed to have heard something amusing. You well behaved? You have uncovered the old destiny of Emperor Jun, revealed the regrets of Hutu, and even stolen a breath from the ancestral dragon's true spirit from its seal. Now the heavenly court is in chaos, and the dragon clan of the 4 seas is secretly rising. You call that well behaved? Su Ming touched the tip of his nose. Objectively speaking, I am merely taking stock. Their emotions are too intense, you cannot blame it all on me. The old Taoist laughed, even more heartily. Interesting. No wonder that thing chose you. Su Ming's gaze shifted slightly. That thing. The old Taoist did not answer. He raised the withered branch and gently pointed at the icy walls. The buds on the withered branch shook slightly. In the next moment, the entire cold malice of the north cold wasteland actually opened a path. Not scattered, nor suppressed. Instead it actively parted ways. Su Ming cursed inwardly. What level is this? The old Taoist turned back to look at him. Bring the ancestral dragon down. This place does not allow the star disk to shine through. Su Ming did not move immediately. Why are you helping me, senior? The old Taoist smiled. Helping you? Don't think too much. I have just slept for too long, and I want to see some excitement. Su Ming looked at him. What is your esteemed title, senior? The old Taoist, carrying the withered branch, turned and walked deeper into the cold malice. Names are meaningless if said too early. If you must call me. He paused. Just call me Old Tree. Su Ming washed his back the corner of his mouth. Old Tree. This name sounded so dismissive. Yet the more dismissive he was, the more Su Ming felt a prickling at the back of his head. Few dared to act so foolishly in the wilderness. Above the well, Ao Lai's voice came through. Su Ming, what is the situation below? Su Ming looked up and shouted, we can leave for now. Is there any danger? Su Ming glanced at the old Taoist carrying the withered branch. He remained silent for a moment. Not necessarily dangerous. Just encountered an old senior who was a bit muddled from sleep. Ao Lai, huh? The old Taoist laughed from a distance. Kid, don't fabricate tales about me behind my back. Su Ming remained unperturbed. Your hearing is truly impressive, senior. The old Taoist replied, it's not about having good hearing. This distance is no different to me than standing right beside you. Su Ming fell completely silent. All right, not worth provoking. He raised his hand to unleash a beam of golden light, sending it back to the listening tide. Lookout. Soon the true spirit of the ancestral dragon Ao Lai and Minister Gui fell down the dark well. As the true spirit of the ancestral dragon entered the wasteland, it looked towards the direction of the old Taoist. The dark golden dragon shadow trembled slightly. Is it you? The old Taoist turned back smiling. Little dragon, long time no see. Ao Lai was instantly dumbstruck. Little dragon. He looked at the ancestral dragon, and then at the old Taoist, completely bewildered. This old man calls the ancestor little dragon. Then what must his seniority be? Minister Gui nearly collapsed to the ground. Watching this scene, Su Ming was filled with only one thought. It's over. This old man is more significant than I imagined. The true spirit of the ancestral dragon remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Yang Meidasian. Ao Lai nearly dropped his spear. Minister Gui stared wide-eyed. Su Ming was also momentarily stunned. The space demon god, Yang Meidasian, an ancient monster who awakened his intelligence even before Hongjun. No wonder the system couldn't find anything. It would be strange if it could. Yang Meidasian waved his hand. No need for such formality. I am just a sleepy old man now. As he spoke, he looked at Su Ming. Kid, what you are doing is interesting. However, this little commotion from the heavenly court is merely a prelude. The real spectacle is yet to come. Su Ming gazed at him. Is the senior referring to the Tao of heaven? Yang Meidasian smiled without answering. The buds on the withered branch shook gently. In the depths of the north cold wasteland, the cold malice parted, revealing a dark ancient path. First, survive tonight. Once you survive tonight, you will have the right to ask about what comes next. Above, within the listening tide lookout, starlight finally pierced through the remnants of the bronze lamp. On the 9 luminaries star disk, the position of the cold tide rift lit up with blinding starlight. Inside the Lingxiao palace, the face of the greedy wolf star lord changed. Your Majesty, we found the lookout. The giant spirit god was overjoyed. I request permission to head to the sea immediately. Hao Ian stared at the star disk, his expression cold. The star disk showed the listening tide lookout was empty. The ancestral dragon's aura, Su Ming's aura, Ao Lai's aura, all vanished. Only a chaotic old dragon pattern remained, blown by the cold malice. Haoshan's expression darkened further. The Tai-Bai Jinxing said quietly, Your Majesty, they have left again. The hall fell silent for a moment. The joy on the giant spirit god's face vanished completely. Hao Ian slowly tightened his grip on the armrest. Search. Check all the wasteland's old tide eyes and ancient waterways in the North Sea for me. I want to see where he can hide now. Meanwhile, in the depths of the North Cold Wasteland, Su Ming followed Yang Meidasian forward, already beginning to devise a plan. The ancestral dragon must be saved. The heavenly court must be guarded against. The Tao of heaven must be evaded. Now another Yang Meidasian has appeared. This wilderness is becoming increasingly lively. He sighed. I just want to settle down and secure a place. Ao Lai whispered beside him. Do you believe that yourself? Su Ming glanced at him. No, I don't. But saying it makes me seem more innocent. Ao Lai. The true spirit of the ancestral dragon chuckled softly. Yang Meidasian also chuckled. At the end of the ancient cold path, a faint light appeared, like a door sealed for years being pushed open from within, revealing a glimpse of light. In the north cold abyss, the cold mist hung like fog, and the ice walls stood tall and foreboding. The old Taoist stood amidst the icy rubble, his tattered clothes resembling those stripped from a beggar in the mortal realm, his hair a disheveled mess, with a chipped gourd hanging from his waist. If he had not awakened from 10,000 years of cold ice, anyone who saw him would merely take him for a down-and-out wandering Taoist. Yet Su Ming dared not underestimate him in the slightest. With no system visible, no divine sense apparent, and no involvement in cause and effect, such a figure was far from an ordinary quasi-saint. A true grand performance. Su Ming fixed his gaze on the old Taoist. Are you referring to the heavenly court or the Tao of heaven? The old Taoist grinned widely. You have quite the audacity asking about the Tao of heaven right off the bat. If I were timid, I wouldn't have dared to steal a breath of life from the ancestral dragon in the dragon tomb. A commendable theft indeed. The old Taoist squatted down, picked up a piece of ice, and weighed it in his hand. To steal a wisp of true spirit from a saint-level seal, without losing oneself in the process, your skills are commendable. Su Ming asked, have you been watching for long, senior? Not particularly long. I caught a glimpse back when Emperor Jun was counting, dozed off when Hotu was around, and only now has the ancestral dragon awakened. Su Ming felt a slight chill in his heart. Had he been observing during Emperor Jun's count? In the wilderness, those who could so casually observe the heavenly canopy while evading system scrutiny were few and far between. The old Taoist seemed to sense his thoughts and waved his hand. Stop guessing. Even if you figure it out, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Not knowing is no shame either. Su Ming fell silent. Though the old Taoist's words were infuriating, they were likely true. Leaning on a withered branch, he slowly circled around Su Ming. The spirit of Pangu, unwilling and regretful, counts the losses. Tisk with several things converging, it is no wonder the Tao of Heaven would open its eyes. Su Ming's gaze sharpened. Senior, you know my origins. The old Taoist paused and looked at him. You don't know yourself? I know a little. Then know a little for now? Knowing too much will draw attention. Su Ming frowned. This statement was nearly identical to the system's insufficient permissions. Who will see? The old Taoist raised his withered branch and pointed upward. He was not pointing to the sea surface or the heavenly court, but to an even higher place. That one pretending to be asleep. Su Ming's heart sank. The Tao of Heaven. The cold mist in the abyss abruptly halted for a moment, as if even these two words could not be easily spoken. The old Taoist withdrew his branch and casually remarked, what you are doing now is akin to poking at the heavenly net with a needle. If you poke, well, you might tear a hole in the net. If you poke poorly, the needle breaks, and you are lost as well. Su Ming replied, Is Senior here to advise me to stop? The old Taoist scoffed. Advise you to stop? Am I so idle? I'm just here to see which young fellow is causing such a stir. Su Ming looked at him. Have you finished watching? Not yet. The old Taoist leaned in closer, and a deep green glimmer suddenly flashed in his murky eyes. In that moment, Su Ming seemed to see countless hollow willows standing in the chaos, their branches crossing the river of time, their roots sinking into the void. He suddenly took a step back, golden light spontaneously shining from his chest. The old Taoist withdrew his gaze. The remnants of Pangus intent are indeed within you. Su Ming's fingertips tightened slightly. Who exactly are you, Senior? The old Taoist smiled and said, Yang Mei. As those two words fell, the cold mist in the abyss receded silently by 3 feet. Su Ming's pupils constricted slightly. Yang Mei, the great immortal. The first innate immortal who awakened wisdom even before Hongjun, rumored to command the Tao of space, long transcended the mundane, indifferent to the matters of the wilderness. He actually appeared here. Su Ming cupped his hands. I have met the esteemed Yang Mei. Yang Mei waved his hand. Skip the formalities, I don't accept gifts, nor do I owe anyone a favor. Su Ming's heart steadied slightly as he asked, since Senior neither advises nor assists, why do you show yourself? Yang Mei stroked his chin. Who said I wouldn't help? Su Ming was taken aback. Yang Mei raised his hand, lightly tapping the withered branch. Suddenly the cold mist in the depths of the abyss parted, revealing a curved hollow. The hollow was not long, but it precisely circumvented the thickest ancient cold mist, leading to another layer of stagnant waters. Bringing the ancestral dragon's true spirit here can hide for 7 days. The star plate won't reach here, and the Tao of Heaven's locking traces also dislike probing into this stinky place. Su Ming did not immediately express his gratitude. What is the price? Yang Mei's eyes brightened. You are quite understanding, young man. He rummaged in his bosom for a while, pulling out a crumpled green fruit, taking a bite, then finding it sour, stuffing it back into his sleeve. The price is noted for now. Su Ming shook his head. Owing a favor to someone like Senior is likely not inexpensive. Rest assured it won't cost your life. That might be even more expensive. Yang Mei laughed heartily. Interesting. Don't worry, what I want is not what you can give now. When you stretch your knife towards those who shouldn't be counted, then we'll talk. Su Ming's heart stirred. Those who shouldn't be counted. Yang Mei squinted. In the regrets of the wilderness, some are calculated by men and some by the heavens. Only when you extend your knife towards the old accounts of the Tao of Heaven can it be considered the true beginning of the feast. As soon as his words fell, a panicked voice came from above the abyss. Su Ming, are you still alive? Su Ming looked up. For now? Ao clearly sighed in relief, but then felt the words sounded unpleasant, muttering, If you're alive, come up. Yang Mei heard this and chuckled, his beard shaking. This dragon cub is not bad, he is a bit reckless. Su Ming gazed at the open dark lair. Does Senior wish to see the ancestral dragon? Yang Mei shook his head. If he sees me now, he will only remember the old matters of Longhan. There's no need. Were you also there in the old matters of Longhan? I was sleeping nearby. Su Ming did not believe him. Yang Mei offered no further explanation, merely waving his withered branch. Let's go, the star plate is about to sweep over the outpost. If you keep dawdling, those little fellows above will jump down the well to find you. Su Ming cupped his hands. I will remember today's assistance. Whether you remember or not is up to you. Yang Mei's figure swayed, leaning back against the ice wall, as if to continue sleeping. As Su Ming was about to leave, Yang Mei suddenly spoke. Young man. Su Ming turned around. Yang Mei had half closed his eyes. Don't place too much faith in that thing on you, nor should you dismiss it. A tool is a tool, and the person wielding the knife must know where the handle is. Su Ming's mind trembled slightly. When he looked again, the ice wall had closed back up. The old Taoist figure sealed within his aura entirely vanished, as if he had never awakened. The tender shoots on that withered branch swayed gently, and the last traces of spatial ripples also disappeared. Su Ming returned along the dark well to the listening tide outpost. Ally saw him come up and immediately asked, what was down there? Su Ming glanced at him. An old man who was sleeping. Ally frowned. What kind of old man can sleep in the north cold abyss? A very deep sleeper. The turtle prime minister looked puzzled. However, the ancestral dragon's true spirit stirred slightly, as if sensing something. Yang Mei. Su Ming nodded. Ally looked bewildered. The turtle prime minister's expression changed drastically, nearly dropping his turtle shell. The great immortal Yang Mei. The ancestral dragon fell silent for a moment. He has awakened as well. Su Ming replied. He pointed out a path that can hide for 7 days. The ancestral dragon urged go. Outside the bronze lamp, the starlight had approached the second broken pillar. Su Ming no longer delayed, stowing away the dark golden pearl, and descended into the black well with Ally and the turtle prime minister. Just as the three entered the well, the first ray of starlight finally shone into the listening tide outpost. It swept over the bronze lamp, over the remnants of armor, over the empty hall, illuminating only a patch of ancient frost. The dark depths of the northern cold abyss were silent. There were no howling cold tides, nor did starlight descend. The surrounding waters seemed dead for many years, stagnant and murky, pressing against the rock walls, inch by inch, squeezing against the bones of the living. The hollow pointed out by Yang Mei was hidden deep within the folds of the abyss. Externally, ancient cold was obscuring it, while internally there was spatial dislocation. Let alone the celestial quartz star plate, even the breath of the true spirit of the ancestral dragon that fell here was suppressed to the point of being just a wisp of faint dark golden radiance. Su Ming placed the dark golden pearl on a piece of bluish-black stone and raised his finger to drop 3 beams of golden light. The golden light wove together like threads, forming a formation. The first layer locked the aura. The second layer isolated causality. The third layer concealed the heavenly mechanisms. The system light curtain subsequently materialized. Ancestral dragon's true spirit stability 80%. Current environment extremely high concealment. Temporary evasion 7 days. Su Ming glanced at it, his heart slightly reassured. 7 days. For ordinary cultivators, it was merely the blink of an eye during a closed-door retreat. But for the current dragon clan, 7 days was enough to stir up a dark tide. Aoli sat by the stone. The wound on his shoulder finally stopped bleeding. He lowered his head to wipe his spear. The silver spear still bore the golden scratches of the dragon tomb's protective formation, and each time the spear tip was wiped, a cold light flickered in the dark waters. The turtle chancellor held a turtle shell and muttered, Yang Mei, the great immortal, actually still resides in the primordial chaos, still sleeping in the northern cold abyss. If this matter spreads, I'm afraid all the saints will be unable to sit still. Su Ming closed his eyes to regulate his breath and said faintly, so don't spread it. The turtle chancellor shrank his neck and immediately fell silent. Aoli endured for a while, but could not help but ask, why is he helping us? Su Ming opened his eyes. Perhaps he finds it interesting. Aoli frowned just like that. Such a person does not necessarily need to give you a reason for their actions. Su Ming looked towards the dead waters outside the dark depths, his voice calm. A mortal passing by an ant hill casually brushes aside a fallen leaf. To the ant it is a great favor. To the mortal it may just be an itch of the hand. Aoli tightened his grip on the spear. I don't like this feeling. Su Ming said, I don't like it either. He paused. So we must become stronger. Aoli glanced at him. This time he did not refute. Su Ming lowered his head to check the system panel. The ancestral dragon's true spirit was temporarily stabilized. The celestial quartz star plate was momentarily shaken off. Yet Su Ming knew very well that the real battlefield ahead did not lie in the cold tide rift nor in the northern cold abyss, but in the four seas, in the celestial quart's celestial laws, in those rules written by the celestial court and forgotten by the celestial court itself. He pointed with his finger. A water mirror appeared. In the mirror was the East Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Guang had already moved. A series of old cases from the Dragon Clan were sent into the celestial court's celestial law office through the water vein orders. The case files did not cry, did not shout, nor did they write a single word of complaint. Each one was itemized according to the celestial court's old laws. Which year? Which month? Where? Who? What law was violated? Where was the evidence? Dragon blood seals, water vein shadows, witnesses of the water tribes, soul oaths, celestial courts, decree numbers, all were complete. The first case. The celestial court's second-rank celestial official Lu, when while drunk, forced the true dragon to pull a cart, tightening the golden saddle against its reverse scales, injuring the source of the dragon clan. The second case. The equipment refining division secretly extracted the red dragon's spine and tendons without the celestial court's explicit order, using them to forge celestial binding ropes without entering the celestial craftsman's records. The third case. The Western Arhut forcibly converted the Azure Dragon, though belonging to the Buddhist sect. It entered the sea with the celestial court's pass, making the celestial court difficult to absolve of blame. The fourth case. The lower realm's drought disaster. The rain decree was delayed, and the river dragon dared not bring rain under orders. Afterwards, the celestial court further punished them with a 300-year reduction of their Tao fruit for the drought disaster. One case after another. There were no cries of sorrow, yet it was louder than cries of sorrow, because these case files were not crying for injustice. They were handing over knives, handing them over to the celestial court's own celestial laws. Inside the celestial court's celestial law office, on the jade-green long table, the case files piled up like small mountains. The dragon blood seal at the edge of the case files had yet to dry, the dark red color shimmering with a piercing coldness under the celestial light. A group of celestial officials surrounded the case files, each face more grim than the last. Who taught the Dragon Clan to write these documents? Every word follows the law, every sentence must be checked, even the decree numbers from back then are included. Shall we check? His Majesty has decreed self-investigate. Then check a few light ones, and suppress a few heavy ones. Can we really suppress them? A celestial official's voice grew tense. The ancestral dragon's inventory just passed. All beings in the primordial chaos are watching the four seas. If the Dragon Clan hands these case files over to the heavenly screen. He dared not say more. In the corner, a young celestial official whispered, then it wouldn't be the Dragon Clan filing a complaint. All the celestial officials turned to look at him. The young celestial official's face turned pale, and he immediately lowered his head. The head of the celestial law office sat at the top, remaining silent for a long time. The candlelight in the hall flickered. He finally spoke. First, take action against that drunken celestial official. Someone hurriedly said. Chief Lu Wen has a Star Lord behind him from the Department of Conflict. The head of the celestial law office sneered. Then let the Department of Conflict ask His Majesty. Are we to protect a drunkard, or to sharpen the knife for the Dragon Clan even more? Once this was said, the entire hall fell silent. Soon the celestial court's celestial ranking trembled. A golden list descended from the southern heavenly gate. Each word was like thunder. Second-rank celestial official Lu Wen, privately using a true dragon, dishonoring the celestial court's decree regarding the water tribe, violating celestial laws, breaking heavenly rules. Deprived of celestial status. Sent to the immortal execution platform for punishment. Stripped of 1,000 years of Tao achievements. News spread, causing an uproar in the primordial chaos. In the East Victory Divine Continent in Hongjun City, tea houses were filled with scattered cultivators. Some looked up at the celestial court's new list, lost in thought for a while. They really dealt with it. Second-rank celestial official, just like that, stripped of his status. Once the ancestral dragon's inventory was released, the celestial court was also frightened. Frightened of what? This is the celestial court enforcing the rules. Someone nearby sneered. Rules? Why didn't they enforce them before? In a corner of the tea house, an old man with a severed arm sat at a broken wooden table, holding a bowl of murky wine, without even lifting his eyelids. He merely said lightly, it's not that the rules have awakened. It's that someone has brought the old accounts to the table. A young cultivator nearby couldn't help but ask, old man, do you think the Dragon Clan will retaliate? It's hard to say. He took a sip of wine, lowering his voice a few degrees. But they have begun handing over knives. Ling Mountain. Zhuan Ti gazed at the celestial court's disposition, noticed the beads in his hand slowly rotating. One bead. Another bead. The motion was exceedingly slow. The old case of the Dragon Clan involves the Buddhist sect. Jain sat with his eyes closed. It seems we cannot avoid the case of the Azure Dragon. Zhuan Ti furrowed his brows slightly. If the celestial curtain continues to turn, it may not just be the Dragon Clan that suffers. Jain said, once the cause is sown, it will eventually echo back. Zhuan Ti glanced at him. Senior brother, you seem to take it lightly. Jain opened his eyes, his expression calm. What if I cannot take it lightly? The auditor has already placed the knife against the old accounts of the primordial era. Every detail will be scrutinized. Who among us is without a ledger? Zhuan Ti paused, the beads in his hand. The light in the hall dimmed slightly. Yusu Palace. Yuan Shi Tianzun sat upon a cloud bed. Before him floated a roll of the Dragon Clan's old case. The imprint of dragon blood was starkly visible on the roll. Guang Qingzi stood below, his expression cautious. Master, is the Dragon Clan's action guided by Su Ming? Yuan Shi replied indifferently. Ao Guang does not have the gall nor the cunning for such a scheme. Guang Qingzi whispered. If the celestial court is forced to retreat, the order of the primordial era may change. Yuan Shi sneered. A mere dragon clan cannot upheave the heavens. His gaze fell upon the roll of case, a flicker of coldness stirring in his eyes. The real trouble lies with the auditor. He will make everyone believe the old accounts can be reopened. Regrets can be amended. Wang Chengzi felt a chill in his heart. Then will Master take action? Yuan Shi's eyes flashed coldly. Why the haste? A mere clown, let him jump around for a few more days. As the words fell outside the Yusu Palace, the sea of clouds suddenly stilled for a moment. Outside the 8 Scenery Palace, Taishang Lao Jun gazed towards the eastern sea, his expression indifferent. The attendant stood beside, unable to help but whisper, Master, the celestial court has suffered losses. Taishang did not turn around. He simply said, let it be. The attendant dared not ask further. In the dark layers of the north cold wasteland, Su Ming watched the reactions in the water mirror, lightly tapping the dark green stone surface with his fingertips. Aolai stared at the celestial court's immortal list, his eyes shining with intensity. Is that drunken immortal truly being sent to the immortal execution platform? Su Ming replied, it is merely punishment. He likely will not die immediately. But he has lost his immortal status, his cultivation diminished, and his reputation ruined. Aolai grinned widely. Delightful. Yet the turtle prime minister did not smile. He held the turtle shell, his brow tightly furrowed. The celestial court's concession does not imply surrender. The future will likely be even harsher. Su Ming nodded. Thus the dragon clan must remain composed. Aolai frowned. They have already stripped the immortal officials. What more can we do? Su Ming glanced at him. The celestial court's retreat is not an admission of error. It is merely waiting for the knife. If the dragon clan descends into chaos, first the knife will fall upon their own necks. Aolai fell silent. The true spirit of the ancestral dragon slowly opened its eyes within the dark gold pearl. Although its dragon eyes were weak, they still bore the majesty of the ancestor of the clan. Are there dissenters within the dragon clan? The turtle prime minister hesitated for a moment. Ancestral dragon. The dragon clan has been suppressed for too long. Some harbor hatred for the celestial court, while others fear it. Moreover, some branches have benefited by attaching themselves to the celestial court. Aolai's eyes flared with anger. Feeding on the blood of the clan for benefits, can they still be called dragons? Su Ming looked at him. Do not rush to say that. In times like this, it is vital to distinguish people. Some genuinely betray the clan. Others merely fear the entire clan will perish. Aolai opened his mouth, but ultimately did not refute. The true spirit of the ancestral dragon fell silent for a moment. Then it spoke. Summon them. The turtle prime minister was startled. Summon whom? The ancestral dragon's voice was not loud, yet it pressed down on the dark layers, causing the still waters to ripple slightly. The heads of the branches across the 4 seas. The old ministers of the hidden dragon. The representatives of the young bloodlines. Within 7 days come to the outer edge of the cold tide. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Is the ancestor convening an internal meeting of the dragon clan? The ancestral dragon glanced at him. You said that anger must be suppressed into the sheath of the sword. If the sheath cracks, the sword has not yet drawn, but will first harm oneself. Aolai immediately clasped his fists. The junior is willing to deliver the message. Su Ming looked at him. You cannot go. Aolai grew anxious. Why not? The giant spirit god has seen you, and the star plate is searching for you. Su Ming's tone was calm. If you go out now, it will not be called delivering a message, but delivering a head. Aolai's expression stiffened. The turtle prime minister silently raised the turtle shell. Then the old minister shall go. Su Ming shook his head. You also cannot move too frequently. The celestial court is not foolish, with Ao Guang visibly maneuvering. If you frequently disappear, they will eventually grow suspicious. Within the dark gold pearl, the true spirit of the ancestral dragon stirred slightly. A thread of dark gold dragon pattern flowed out from the pearl, landing in Su Ming's palm. The dragon pattern was as fine as a hair, yet as heavy as a mountain. Su Ming's palm tingled slightly. The system prompt subsequently appeared. Acquired ancestral dragon command pattern effect can transmit an ancestral dragon summons to the dragon clan bloodlines. Once hint, this command pattern originates from the ancestral dragon's source bloodline and can be transmitted through the old tide of the dragon Han. It is not part of the celestial court's current symbolic system, thus offering higher concealment. Su Ming slowly smiled. This is quite convenient. The ancestral dragon said, transmit it. Su Ming raised his hand. The dark gold dragon pattern in his palm suddenly dispersed. There was no earth-shattering dragon roar. No water veins erupted. Only countless fine dark gold water lines quietly seeped out from the depths of the north cold wasteland, avoiding the waterway swept by the celestial locking sea plate and drilling into the long-forgotten old tide veins of the Dragon Han. One line entered the Eastern Sea. One line entered the Western Sea. One line entered the Southern Sea. One line entered the Northern Sea. Moreover, even more fine lines drilled into rivers, lakes, deep wells, and quiet pools penetrating broken water veins, and those places long unrecorded by the celestial court. At the same moment, deep in the Eastern Sea, a withered old dragon lifted its head from the coral tomb. Under the wild reefs of the Western Sea, a one-eyed dragon lord suddenly crushed the wine cup in his hand. In the fiery coral forest of the Southern Sea, a red-scaled dragon mother opened her eyes that had been sleeping for 1,000 years. In the lowest level of the ice palace in the Northern Sea, a black dragon half-bound by chains suddenly began to laugh softly. In the shadows of the four seas, many old dragons that had been silent for years simultaneously heard a voice from the deepest part of their bloodlines. Ancient, weak, yet it could not be defied. Come, see me. That night the seas were calm. Yet countless dragon shadows opened their eyes in the darkness. The ancestral dragon's decree silently submerged in the water. It did not follow the celestial map of the heavens or go through the Dragon King's seal, but instead traversed the most ancient sensing of the dragon lineage, crossing rivers, wells, sea eyes, and reefs, falling into various forgotten caverns. Deep in the East Sea, an old one-eyed azure dragon was in a deep slumber. His body was pierced by 9 cold iron chains, not binding outsiders, but himself. Many years ago, he had furiously killed 3 dragon officials who insulted him, and Ao Guang personally pressed him to the seabed, proclaiming to the outside world that he had died suddenly, when in truth he had been spared. The dark golden water line fell upon his broken horn. The old azure dragon suddenly opened his eyes. Ancestral. In the desolate salt abyss of the West Sea, a slender dragon maiden sat within a salt crystal, cradling a broken sword. She was once the sharpest sword of the West Sea, later recruited by the heavens and appointed as a water deity, but was stripped of her divine rank and had half of her dragon veins severed for refusing to pull the chariot for the officials. The decree mark entered her brow. She slowly rose, and the salt crystal shattered piece by piece. In the South Sea's fiery coral sea, an old red-bearded dragon was telling tales of the ancestral dragon to the young dragons. The young dragons listened half-understandingly, feeling that the ancestral dragon was a distant legend. The old dragon suddenly stopped. He knelt upon the coral ground, tears falling like pearls. It is not a legend. The ancestral truly still exists. In the icy caverns of the North Sea, a completely snow-white young dragon was being reprimanded by an elder of his clan. The celestial star disk is pressuring our territory. No one is allowed to act rashly. The young dragon's face was full of unwillingness. If the third prince of the East Sea dares to enter the dragon tomb, does our North Sea only know how to withdraw? Before his words could finish, the decree mark entered his blood. He trembled all over, and his expression changed. The elder also sensed that ancient summons and trembled, saying the edge of the cold tide. The dark currents of the four seas began to stir. It was not a grand spectacle, nor was it a rebellion against the heavens, but rather silent old dragons and remote branches starting to approach the northern cold in the most ancient way. Some were overjoyed. Some were half-skeptical. Others turned pale. In a river war dragon mansion sanctioned by the heavens, the river guardian dragon, Lord Ao Jun, looked at the dark golden decree mark in his palm, silent, for a long time. Dressed in the water deity robe bestowed by the heavens, a plaque reading "Loyal and Obedient" hung in his mansion. Over the years, he had gained many benefits by being obedient. The river domain under his jurisdiction was favorable in weather, and the heavens never held him accountable. His wife said softly, "Husband, the ancestral dragon's decree must not be ignored." Ao Jun's expression was grim. "What if this is a trap set by the auditors?" His wife replied, "Bloodline sensing never lies. The heavens will not spare traitors." Anger rose in his wife's eyes. To meet the ancestral, how could that be betrayal? Ao Jun fell silent. After a long while, he took out a jade talisman. His wife's expression changed drastically. "Are you going to inform on them?" Ao Jun paused. "I just seek a way to survive." His wife slapped him across the face. The sound echoed in the hall. Ao Jun covered his face, anger and shame flashing in his eyes. But the jade talisman ultimately lit up. In the rear hall of the Celestial Regulations Department, an official received a secret message, his expression changing slightly, and he immediately reported it to the Lingxiao Hall. Hao Yin looked at the information within the jade talisman, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Ancestral dragons, decree edge of the cold tide. Tai Bai Jinxing sighed. "Indeed, they have begun to gather." The giant spirit god immediately said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead troops to hunt them down." Hao Yin paid him no mind. The greedy Wolf Star Lord said if the news is true, a large number of dragons will gather at the edge of the cold tide. But that area is close to the North Sea. If we move troops, the four seas will surely be alarmed. Hongjun asked, can we set a trap? Tai Bai Jinxing replied, we can have the Celestial Regulations Department send people under the pretext of investigating, and then have the star officials secretly lock onto their direction. Only focus on the instigator without moving the main army. Hongjun nodded. Ao Jin. Tai Bai Jinxing understood. Using him as bait. Since someone among the Dragon Clan is willing to relay information to the heavens, let him relay it to the end. Haoshin's voice was calm, yet it sent chills through the hearts of the immortals. Give him a protective celestial talisman and a blood-tracking star needle. Let him go to the edge of the cold tide and uncover the whereabouts of the auditors and the true spirit of the ancestral dragon. Tai Bai Jinxing hesitated. Your Majesty, if discovered, the Dragon Clan will surely hold him accountable. Ao Jin will not survive. Hongjun said indifferently, he seeks a path to live, I will give him one. Whether he can complete it depends on himself. In the dark layers of the North Cold Abyss, Su Ming looked at the sudden alert that popped up in the system, raising an eyebrow. Warning: abnormal reflection occurred during the spreading of the ancestral dragon's decree. Suspected Dragon Clan bloodline actively contacting the Celestial Monitoring Talisman. Ao Lai suddenly stood up. Who? The Turtle Prime Minister's expression was also grim. The ancestral dragon's decree just came out, and someone has already informed on us. Su Ming, however, was not surprised. That's normal. The clan is large, and there are all kinds of people. Ao Lai angrily said such traitors must be killed. The true spirit of the ancestral dragon did not speak immediately. Su Ming looked at the system's water map, where a faint star trace appeared beside a dark golden decree mark. It is not time to kill yet. Since the heavens have set a trap, let's see how deep this trap can be dug. Ao Lai was puzzled. You want to let him go? Of course. Su Ming pointed gently, tilting the abnormal decree mark, not severing it, but making it appear smoother. The Turtle Prime Minister understood partially. Are you planning to use this person against them? Su Ming said the heavens want to find the true spirit of the ancestral dragon. We will give them a shadow of the true spirit of the ancestral dragon. The heavens want to catch the Dragon Clan gathering. We will let them see a meeting that should not be seen. Ao Lai's eyes lit up. Let them misjudge. Misjudgment is just the first step. Su Ming raised his head to look at the ancestral dragon. Ancestral within the Dragon Clan, there are those who are afraid, and those who betray. They should hear from you directly. Hiding will only make ghosts arise. The ancestral dragon replied, very well. The Turtle Prime Minister asked softly, then will the assembly at the edge of the cold tide still take place? It will. Su Ming smiled. But we will hold 2 sessions. One for the Dragon Clan and one for the heavens. Ao Lai grinned. I like this. The Turtle Prime Minister thought for a moment, and then worriedly said, what if the heavens really send experts? Su Ming replied, that would be even better. As long as they act first, the Dragon Clan will be more united. Ao Lai looked at him. You are truly cunning. Su Ming gave him a glance. If I weren't cunning, I would have been cleaved in 2 by the giant spirit god long ago. 3 days later, at the edge of the cold tide, in an abandoned water area known as Ice Shard Bay. This place is not far from the North Sea, with turbulent water veins where cold and warm currents intertwine. Many Dragon Clan branches secretly arrived, hiding behind the ice reefs. The one-eyed old azure dragon, the salt abyss dragon, maiden, the red-bearded old dragon, the snow-white young dragon, and dozens of hidden dragon elders successively appeared. They exchanged glances, some excited, some wary, and some whispering questions. Is the true spirit of the ancestral really here? The ancestral dragon's decree cannot be false. But if the heavens were to find out? Before he could finish, a water shadow approached from afar. Ao Jin, dressed in the water deity robe with the blood-tracking star needle hidden in his sleeve, wore a respectful expression. The river guardian dragon, Lord Ao Jin, summoned to come. Behind the ice reef, Su Ming looked at him through the water mirror and smiled gently. The bait has arrived. The cold currents of broken ice bay intertwine with chaotic sounds of water. Blocks of floating ice slowly rotate in the dark undertow, resembling countless grayish-white eyeballs. The various dragon clans hide behind ice reefs, communicating with each other through their bloodlines, not daring to speak loudly. When Ao Jin arrived, many gazes fell upon him. The water god robe of the river dragon lord was too conspicuous. It was a garment bestowed by the heavenly court, with star patterns embroidered at the collar and the insignia of the Celestial Law Bureau at the sleeve. At such a time, wearing this robe to attend the ancestral dragon summons was utterly glaring. The one-eyed old azure dragon spoke coldly. Ao Jin, do you still dare to wear this skin? Ao Jin's expression stiffened slightly, and he cupped his hand, saying, Ancestor, the younger generation governs a region of water and the heavenly court's decree has not been revoked, so I dare not abandon it." The old red-bearded dragon sneered. "You dare not abandon the heavenly court robe, yet you dare to see the ancestor." Jun lowered his head. "The younger generation is also of the dragon clan." As these words were spoken, the surroundings fell even quieter. Some were disdainful, while others hesitated. Dragons like Jun were not uncommon across the seas. They relied on the heavenly court or received decrees, guarded small water territories, and enjoyed temporary stability. To say they had forgotten their ancestors was too heavy. To say they were innocent was also unreasonable. Deep within the ice reefs, Aolai lowered his voice and said, "I don't think he looks like a good person." Su Ming asked, "Who do you think looks like a good person?" Aolai pondered seriously. "The ancestor father and Prime Minister Turtle." "What about me?" Aolai glanced at him. "You don't look like a bad person." Su Ming nodded. "Thank you for the compliment." Prime Minister Turtle nearby couldn't help but cough. The true spirit of the ancestral dragon hung in the dark golden formation, remaining unseen. Today's gathering at Broken Ice Bay was merely a false assembly. The true core summoning of the Dragon Clan was elsewhere in the depths of the cold tide, where Ao Guang, the Sea Dragon King, would take trustworthy old ministers in batches. This side of Broken Ice Bay was merely for the heavenly court to observe. Su Ming extended his hand and pointed, causing a shadow of a dark golden small pearl to slowly rise above the distant ice platform. Inside the shadow was the aura of the ancestral dragon, albeit extremely faint, a wisp of unconscious dragon breath personally exhaled by the true spirit of the ancestral dragon, then wrapped in inverted golden light by Su Ming to create a false image. It looked real, but was not. It was enough to bait the stars. When Jun saw the shadow of the dark golden small pearl, the blood-chasing star needle in his sleeve trembled slightly. His heart tightened, and he forced himself not to lower his head. Around the ice platform, the Dragon Clan members all knelt. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." A low voice emanated from the shadow of the small pearl. "The Dragon Clan has been humiliated for years. Do you all harbor resentment?" This was a true voice left in advance by the ancestral dragon. The dragons replied in unison, "Yes." The voice was kept very low, yet it caused the cold currents of Broken Ice Bay to surge. Jun also knelt down, his lips moving. The small pearl shadow added resentment can be kept in the heart, but not acted upon. "Today I summon you not to rebel against the heavens, but to rectify clan rules, settle old accounts, and collect bloodlines." The one-eyed old azure dragon looked up, tears welling in his single eye. "Ancestor, will we still be able to await your return?" The shadow fell silent for a moment. This time, it was Su Ming who secretly drew upon the true intent of the ancestral dragon. 10 years. The dragons trembled all over. 10 years. To mortals it was a span of time, but to dragons it was merely a period of closed-door cultivation. Yet when these two words fell, it was as if a lamp had been lit in the endless night. The star needle in Jun's sleeve trembled even more. Far in the 33 heavens, the star disk in front of the greedy wolf star lord suddenly brightened. "Found it." The spirits of the celestial beings in Lingshao Palace perked up. On the star disk, the dark golden glow of Broken Ice Bay appeared, surrounded by a significant amount of Dragon Clan bloodline fluctuations. The giant spirit god rejoiced. "Your Majesty, I request to dispatch troops." The Taibai Jinxing frowned. "It's too smooth." Hao Yin looked towards the star disk. "What do you mean?" Taibai Jinxing said, "The surveyor is cunning. It shouldn't be this easy to reveal the true spirit of the ancestral dragon." The giant Gate Star Lord said the star needle was personally brought in by Jun using the Dragon Clan's bloodline as a guide. The aura cannot be faked. Taibai Jinxing still felt uneasy. But the location of Broken Ice Bay is too external, as if waiting for someone to come and see. Haoshin's gaze deepened. He naturally knew there could be a trap. But with the true spirit of the ancestral dragon appearing and the Dragon Clan branches gathering, if such an opportunity was not explored, it would be equivalent to allowing the Dragon Clan to secretly conspire. Who should be dispatched? The giant spirit god immediately stepped forward. "I am willing to go." Hao Yin glanced at him. "No unauthorized killings, no initiating attacks. Bring the star officials to monitor and only collect evidence." The giant spirit god was taken aback. "Only collect evidence?" Hao Yin said coldly, "If you ruin things again, I will first strip you of your divine position." The giant spirit god lowered his head. "I obey the decree." Taibai Jinxing said, "I suggest letting Deng Chen accompany." Hao Yin nodded. At Broken Ice Bay, Su Ming saw the celestial light of the heavenly court beginning to converge through the water mirror, a slight smile gracing his lips. "They've come." Aolai gripped his spear. "Can I fight?" "No." "Why not?" "Because as soon as you show up, the giant spirit god can solidify his words." Aolai looked frustrated. Prime Minister Turtle asked, "Then, who will take the stage?" Su Ming looked towards the dragons of Broken Ice Bay. They will do it themselves. Above Broken Ice Bay, the celestial light of the heavenly court broke through the cold tide. The giant spirit god arrived with his axe, followed by Deng Chun and dozens of elite soldiers from the heavenly river. Another star official held the star disk, casting a cold gaze over the crowd of dragons. The dragon clan immediately stirred. The one-eyed old azure dragon stepped forward, blocking the front of the ice platform. Heavenly court deities intruding upon the dragon clan's bloodline sacrificial assembly. What is your intention? The giant spirit god glared. Sacrificial assembly. You gather in the cold tide, hiding the true spirit of the ancestral dragon, yet you dare to argue. Deng Chun hurriedly whispered, General, the Emperor has decreed to only collect evidence. The giant spirit god snorted and raised his axe, pointing at the shadow of the dark golden small pearl. Hand over this item and return with me to the heavenly court for trial. The crowd of dragons glared in unison. Ao Jin knelt among the crowd, his face pale. The star needle in his sleeve had already transmitted the scene to the heavenly court, and he knew he had no way out. The one-eyed old azure dragon sneered. This is the ancestral dragon's sacrificial spirit. Must the dragon clan's ancestral sacrifices also be subject to the heavenly court's trial? The giant spirit god said, the seal of the ancestral dragon concerns the order of heaven and earth. Any aura of the ancestral dragon falls under the supervision of the heavenly court. As these words were spoken, the expressions of the dragons at Broken Ice Bay completely changed. Subject to the supervision of the heavenly court. Must even ancestral sacrifices receive permission from the heavenly court? In the depths of the cold tide, Su Ming gently tapped the water mirror. This statement is good. Prime Minister Turtle gasped. The giant spirit god is pushing the dragon clan together. Ao Lai gritted his teeth and said, has he always been this articulate? Surviving until now relies entirely on the heavenly court's vast power and wealth. In Broken Ice Bay, the star official sensed that the atmosphere was off and immediately said, everyone, do not misunderstand, the general's intention is. Before he could finish, the one-eyed old azure dragon had already raised his head and saying loudly, fellow clan members, did you hear? Our dragon clan's ancestral sacrifices are also subject to the supervision of the heavenly court. The crowd of dragons roared. The giant spirit god's expression darkened, and the golden light of the axe in his hand surged. Deng Chen's face changed drastically. General, do not. But it was already too late. This general will see who dares to defy the decree. As the Xuanhua axe descended the waters of shattered ice, Bay suddenly sank fiercely. The one-eyed old Qing Long did not retreat. He was of extreme old age, with a broken horn, a single eye, and numerous old wounds across his body. In his prime, he might have been able to confront the giant spirit god Hedon. Yet now, having been self-sealed for many years, his essence had long been depleted. Faced with the giant spirit god, who drew power from the heavenly court, his chances of victory were exceedingly slim. As the Xuanhua axe descended the waters of shattered ice, Bay suddenly sank fiercely. The one-eyed old Qing Long did not retreat. He was of extreme old age, with a broken horn, a single eye, and numerous old wounds. The one-eyed old Qing Long's voice was hoarse. But if you dare to strike at my ancestor spirit with your axe, you will have to step over my corpse first. The giant spirit god glared furiously. Dare you defy the heavens? The one-eyed old Qing Long chuckled coldly. What I defy is the axe that insults my ancestors. The giant spirit god increased the force of his axe. Deng Chun hurriedly positioned himself in front. Dare you defy the heavens? The one-eyed old Qing Long chuckled coldly. What I defy is the axe that insults my ancestors. The giant spirit god increased the General, the star map is currently transmitting back to the Lingxiao Palace. The giant spirit god's arm stiffened. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, Haoshan's expression was as dark as water. The celestial mirror in the hall clearly reflected the scene of Shattered Ice Bay. The giant spirit god's declaration that any trace of the ancestor dragon shall be monitored by the heavenly court was heard clearly by the assembly of immortals. The Taibai Jinxing sighed deeply. This statement should not have been made. The heavenly court could seal the dragon tomb, could investigate the true spirit of the ancestor dragon, could invoke the order of heaven and earth, but should not declare before so many dragon clans that even ancestral sacrifices were subject to heavenly court surveillance. Once the distinction crosses the line, it becomes oppression. Hao Tian spoke coldly, let him retreat. Taibai Jinxing immediately transmitted the message. A beam of celestial light fell into Deng Chen's palm above Shattered Ice Bay. After reading it, Deng Chun felt a sense of relief and immediately declared loudly, His Majesty has decreed that the heavenly court will only investigate disturbances in the dragon tomb and will not involve the dragon clan's ancestral sacrifices. Giant spirit god, stand down. The giant spirit god's expression darkened. Deng Chun, do you dare to relay a false decree? Deng Chun held the command symbol before him. It is a personal order from His Majesty. The giant spirit god stared intently at the command symbol, ultimately not daring to disobey. He slowly lowered his axe, but continued to point at the one-eyed old Qinglong. The events of today will be remembered by the heavenly court. The one-eyed old Qinglong replied indifferently, the dragon clan will remember them as well. The two sides confronted each other, and a chilling current flowed like a knife. At that moment, the dark golden small pearl shadow on the ice platform suddenly trembled, gently releasing a trace of dragon aura. The star official's eyes lit up. The aura of the ancestor dragon. He instinctively activated the star map to capture it. Su Ming had been waiting for this moment. In the depths of the cold tide, he pointed with his fingertip. That trace of dragon aura suddenly reversed, transforming into a pre-prepared image transmitted back to the Lingxiao Palace through the star map. The image was not of the true spirit of the ancestor dragon. Instead, it depicted the humiliating scenes of the dragon clan that had once been broadcasted on the heavenly screen. The true dragon pulling a cart. The red dragon being flayed to forge a weapon. The black dragon delayed by rain being slain. The young dragon being dragged by the dragon hooks. These images had already appeared on the heavenly screen, but at this moment, through the heavenly court's star map, they reignited in the Lingxiao Palace, carrying entirely different meanings. The expressions of the immortals in the hall changed simultaneously. Haoshan's gaze turned icy. Who permitted the star map to connect to this image? The Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf hurriedly knelt. I failed to notice. Tai Bai Jingxing looked at those old scenes with a chill in his heart. The auditor had turned the heavenly court's eyes into the mirror of the heavenly screen. At Shattered Ice Bay, the star official's complexion turned pale, and he hurriedly cut off the star map. But it was already too late. Those images not only returned to the Lingxiao Palace, but also through the residual waves of the star map were reflected in the eyes of all the dragon clan in Shattered Ice Bay. The dragons looked at the old humiliations, their anger hard to suppress. Aojin also saw it. He witnessed a small river dragon being punished for a delayed order, stripped of its Dao fruit. That small dragon belonged to the same lineage as him and had even been his younger brother. His face turned pale, the protective celestial talisman in his sleeve burning like fire. The one-eyed old Qinglong turned his head to look at Aojin. It was you who brought the heavenly court here. Aojin stiffened. Gazes from all around focused on him. Aojin retreated a half step. I was just afraid that the dragon clan would be implicated. The red-bearded old dragon shouted angrily, afraid of implicating, so you sold the ancestor dragon's summons to the heavenly court. Aojin hurriedly said the heavenly court promised to only investigate and not resort to violence. I did it to protect my river's dragon folk. The dragon lady of the dry salt abyss drew her broken sword. Your survival was bought at the expense of your kin's lives. Aojin's lips trembled as he looked towards the heavenly court's side. Divine General, save me. The giant spirit god frowned. He had not intended to care about such a small dragon, but Aojin was a spy for the heavenly court. If he did not save him publicly, who would dare to convey messages in the future? Deng Chun cursed inwardly. As expected, the giant spirit god stepped forward. Aojin acts on the orders of the heavenly court. Who dares to harm him? This statement was like pouring oil into fire. The one-eyed old Qinglong chuckled lowly. Now I see. The eyes of the dragons turned completely cold. The heavenly court not only monitored ancestral sacrifices, but also buried nails within the dragon clan. In the depths of the cold tide, the turtle chancellor gripped his shell tightly. Su Dao, friend, the situation is about to spiral out of control. Ao Lai's eyes reddened in anxiety. Let me go out. Su Ming looked at the water mirror and shook his head. It is not yet the time. If it is not soon, a fight will break out. The true spirit of the ancestor dragon spoke. Let them see clearly. Ao Lai was taken aback. Su Ming whispered, the abscesses within the dragon clan, if not squeezed out, will forever fester within the flesh. The pain today surpasses the stab in the back in the future. In Shattered Ice Bay, the one-eyed old Qinglong stepped towards Aojin. The giant spirit god blocked the way with his axe. Deng Chun hurriedly said, both sides retreat. This matter can be reported to the heavenly court for adjudication by the Celestial Law Division. The dragon lady of the dry salt abyss sneered, handing over the heavenly court's nail to the heavenly court for judgment. Deng Chun was left speechless. Suddenly Aojin knelt down and bowed to the assembly of dragons. I never intended to harm the ancestor. I was just afraid. I was truly afraid that the heavenly court would search the river domain and strip my clansmen of their water positions. If I do not comply, what will happen to my river's dragon children and grandchildren? The one-eyed old Qinglong came to a halt. He looked at Aojin, his single eye still filled with anger, yet it contained a hint of complexity. Fear is not a reason to betray your kin. Jin's tears streamed down his face. I know I was wrong. The giant spirit god grew impatient. Enough talk, Jin, come with me. He reached out to grab him. At that moment, from the depths of shattered ice, a deep dragon's roar echoed. It was not an illusion. It was not a lingering sound. Rather, it was a true trace of the ancestor dragons while descending through the cold tide and desolate abyss. Let him stay? All the dragons simultaneously knelt down. The giant spirit god's palm froze, and the moment the ancestral dragon's eyes opened, all the water in the frozen ice bay froze for an instant. The cold tide ceased to surge. The shattered ice did not crack. Even the divine light descending from the giant spirit's palm seemed to be held in place by some ancient bloodline. It was merely a wisp of will, so faint that it could hardly shatter a piece of cold ice. Yet it came from the ancestral dragon, from the very source of the myriad dragon bloodlines. The giant spirit's palm froze before Jin's shoulder, unable to grasp or retract. In the frozen ice bay, the dragons had all prostrated themselves. The one-eyed old azure dragon's voice trembled. In his single eye there were tears as well as a fire suppressed for countless years. Jin knelt in the icy sand, his face pale, his forehead nearly pressed into the cold mud, lacking even the courage to raise his head. The giant spirit gritted his teeth and forced out a sentence. A mere phantom dares. Before he could finish, Deng Chun pressed down on his arm, his voice extremely low. General, the Lingxiao Palace is watching. The giant spirit's chest heaved. The golden patterns on the axe shimmered multiple times, but ultimately did not strike. The ancestral dragon's gaze slightly turned to Jin. There was no war, no pressure. Only a voice that was hoarse to the point of decay resounded along the dragon clan's bloodline. Are you afraid? Jin trembled all over. The younger generation is afraid. Afraid of the heavenly court. Afraid. Afraid of the extermination of your clan. Afraid. Afraid of death. Jin closed his eyes, his teeth chattering. Afraid. Around him some dragons glared angrily, some sneered, and some remained silent. They might not be unafraid, but no one was willing to speak that word before the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon asked again, do you know that when you issued a summons to the heavenly court, you were not just delivering a message, you were also offering the spine of your kin? Jin's forehead pressed against the ground, tears mingling with the cold sand. The younger generation knows their crime. The ancestral dragon declared, the crime deserves death. Those 3 words fell. The last trace of color drained from Jin's face. Just as the giant spirit was about to speak, the ancestral dragon's gaze suddenly turned to him. In that moment, the giant spirit felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. The ancestral dragon said lightly, when has the heavenly court had the right to plead for the dragon clan? The giant spirit's face twitched. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, Hao Yin sat upon the imperial throne, the scene of the frozen ice bay reflected in the celestial mirror. The crowd of immortals in the hall fell silent. Even the green smoke in the incense burner seemed to freeze. Haoshin's eyes grew colder. The ancestral dragon did not look at the heavenly generals again, but turned his gaze back to Jin. However, today, I will not kill you. Jin suddenly raised his head, confusion filling his eyes. The ancestral dragon's voice was deep. Your fear indicates that the dragon clan has been suppressed for too long. Your betrayal shows that the dragon clan's rules have decayed. Killing you alone cannot restore the rules. The one-eyed old azure dragon lowered his head, his voice hoarse. Ancestor, this person leaked information leading the heavenly court here. If we do not kill him, how can we pacify the crowd? The ancestral dragon said, strip him of the position of water god in the heavenly court, or remove the title of river dragon lord, and imprison him in the sea of sin and scales awaiting clan judgment. At this point, the ancestral dragon's gaze slightly lowered. The water clans under his command must not be implicated. Jin trembled all over. Not implicating his kin. What he feared the most was that the river's dragon sons and grandsons would accompany him to the grave. In that moment, it felt as if his bones had been pulled out, and he suddenly prostrated himself. Bang! His forehead crashed into the icy sand. Thank you, ancestor, for sparing my life. The dragon maiden of the dry salt abyss looked at him coldly. What you should be thankful for is that your river kin have not yet been harmed by you. Jin's lips trembled, yet he dared not retort a single word. The giant spirit said in a deep voice, Jin acted under the orders of the heavenly court, and the dragon clan has no right to punish him. The ancestral dragon's gaze slightly lowered. He is first a member of the dragon clan. Then he is the water god of the heavenly court. If the heavenly court does not recognize this, they can remove the names of all the sea dragons. The frozen ice bay fell into silence. This statement was too weighty, so heavy that even the cold tide seemed to shrink by a notch. If the Heavenly Court acknowledges that Jun first belongs to the Dragon Clan, they have no right to obstruct the clan's judgment. If the Heavenly Court does not recognize this, it would be equivalent to personally striking the Sea Dragons from the Heavenly Court's roster. This was not merely dealing with Jun. It was forcing the Four Seas to tear apart from the Heavenly Court on the spot. Deng Chen's face turned pale, and he immediately conveyed the message to the Lingxiao Palace. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, the crowd of immortals fell even quieter. Hongjun gazed at the dark golden dragon eyes in the celestial mirror, his fingers tightening bit by bit. The ancestral dragon's true spirit could actually manifest its will across space. Although it was merely a wisp, it was enough to indicate that the enumerator had already pulled the ancestral dragon from the seams of the seal and awakened a breath. This breath could not shatter the Heavenly Court, yet it could make the Four Seas Dragon Clan remember who they were. Tai Bai Jinxing said softly, "Your Majesty, it is not the time to argue over Jun." Hongjun coldly replied, "I know. Arguing over Jun forcing the Four Seas to rebel is not worth it. Not contesting would only solidify the matter of the Heavenly Court's hidden nails. Yet imperial power has never been about choosing good or bad. It is about choosing which knife cuts less deeply." For the first time, Hongjun felt that Su Ming's knife did not cut flesh. It specifically targeted the joints. After a moment, he waved his sleeve and issued a decree. Deliver the decree. Jun acted privately, and the Heavenly Court is unaware of his confidential reports. His position as Water God is temporarily revoked, and he is to be detained by the Dragon Clan awaiting review by the Celestial Law Department. Tai Bai Jinxing's eyes moved slightly. This decree preserved the face of the Heavenly Court, yet it abandoned Jun. In the frozen ice bay after receiving the decree, Deng Chen slowly exhaled a breath and announced loudly, "Your Majesty has decreed. Jun acted privately, and the Heavenly Court is unaware of his confidential reports. His position as Water God is temporarily revoked, and he is to be detained by the Dragon Clan awaiting review by the Celestial Law Department." As the voice fell, Jun felt as if he had been drained of all life. Acting privately, unaware of the confidential reports. It turned out that the path the Heavenly Court had offered him was so light that it could not even withstand a single decree. The protective talisman in his sleeve gradually dimmed. Crack! It shattered into powder. In the depths of the cold tide, Su Ming looked at the water mirror and murmured, "The nail has come loose." The Turtle Prime Minister sighed softly. Indeed, the Heavenly Court has abandoned him. Lai gritted his teeth. He deserves it. Yet the ancestral dragon's true spirit said indifferently, "Remember this day." Lai raised his head. The ancestral dragon said, "When the enemy uses you, they may grant you a path to live. When they abandon you, they will deny even the path you have walked." Lai fell silent. In the frozen ice bay, the one-eyed old azure dragon stepped forward, removing the water god crown from Jun's head and personally tearing off his Heavenly Court water god robe. Jun did not resist. He merely lowered his head, allowing the cold water to soak through his scales. The dragon maiden of the dry salt abyss used a broken sword to extract the blood-tracking star needle from his sleeve and coldly tossed it towards the giant spirit. "The Heavenly Court's belongings return them to you." The star needle shattered before the giant spirit. A speck of starlight splashed onto his battle boots, quickly extinguishing. The giant spirit's face turned iron gray. He wanted to erupt. Yet Deng Shun stood to the side, the star official staring intently at the star plate. The decree of the Lingxiao Palace felt more like an invisible chain tightening around his wrist. In the end, he could not bring himself to strike. Deng Shun clasped his fists, his voice steady, but laced with an unhidden fatigue. "Today's misunderstanding the Heavenly Court will naturally investigate. Since you are here to honor your ancestors, do not gather for too long to avoid any changes in the cold tide." The one-eyed old azure dragon did not respond, only looked towards the ancestral dragon's gaze. Those dark golden dragon eyes slowly closed. Finally, only a single sentence remained. "The various branches of the Dragon Clan return to the sea and await orders. No order, do not resist. No disgrace, do not endure." Within the frozen ice bay, the dragons all bowed in unison. "We will adhere to the ancestral decree." This voice was not loud, yet it traveled heavily along the cold tide, dark veins and old waterways sinking towards the Four Seas. The giant spirit heard the words, "No disgrace, do not endure," and his expression became even uglier. But he could no longer move. The people of the Heavenly Court began to withdraw. The dragons of the frozen ice bay also gradually dispersed. Jun was led away by two old dragons sent to the Sea of Sin and Scales. Before leaving, he turned back to glance in the direction of the Heavenly Court. The giant spirit did not look at him. Deng Chun did not either. After that glance, the last bit of hope in Ao Jin's eyes was completely extinguished. In the depths of the cold tide, Su Ming retracted the water mirror. In this game, the Heavenly Court did not suffer a significant injury, but it was publicly stripped of a layer of face. The Dragon Clan did not retaliate either. However, beneath the waters of the four seas, a common bone had been added. The system's light screen then appeared. Event influence, spreading Dragon Clan bloodline cohesion, increasing ancestral dragon's wisp of awakened true spirit stability, raised to 86%. Reminder, ancestral dragon's true spirit completeness remains at 8.6, still not detached from the main seal. Resonance value increased 3,200. Su Ming looked at the reminder, feeling slightly relieved. Thankfully, he did not force the ancestral dragon's true spirit to push past the boundary. Otherwise, if this wisp of consciousness were to be targeted by the locks of the heavenly order, that previous small reversal fragment would have been for naught. Ao Lai suddenly clasped his fists. Su Ming, moi. If it were me earlier, I might have stabbed Ao Jin with a spear. I know. Ao Lai frowned. Can you not answer so quickly? Su Ming smiled. Being able to realize this point is already an improvement. The ancestral dragon, not killing him, is to allow more fearful individuals to return. Su Ming nodded. Those who are afraid are not necessarily all enemies. If they were all killed, the remaining individuals would only be more afraid and more easily side with the Heavenly Court. Providing a path for clan judgment, they will then know that there is still a way back. The Turtle Prime Minister cradled his shell, letting out a long sigh. The ancestral dragon is still the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon's true spirit said indifferently. This plan was first determined by the enumerator. Ao Lai was taken aback, turning to look at Su Ming. Su Ming waved his hand. I merely handed over a knife. Whether it truly falls or not depends on the ancestor's nod. Do not look at me like that. I am not grand enough to make decisions for the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon's true spirit fell silent. The dark golden pearl hovered at the center of the cold abyss old formation, its brilliance steadier than before, yet still weak, like a dying ember in the wind. Outside the northern cold abyss, the starry light of the heavenly court gradually receded. However, Su Ming knew that this was merely a temporary retreat. The star plate would collect. The eyes would not close. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, Hao Yin waved away the celestial mirror. At the moment the mirror shattered, the crowd of immortals in the hall all lowered their heads. From today onwards, strictly investigate the old cases of the four seas. Dispose of one batch. Pacify another batch. Divide another batch. Tai Bai Jingxing bowed. I understand, Your Majesty. Hao Yin fell silent for a moment, and then said, keep a close watch on the Yaoqi. Tai Bai Jingxing was taken aback. The Holy Mother of Yaoqi. Haoshan's gaze was profound. As for the matters of the East Sea, she has been too quiet. Outside the hall, the starlight of the nine heavens flowed silently. Like a larger net, it was gradually tightening. Outside the palace of Yaoqi, the sea of clouds shimmered like silver. A pond of sky water lay still without a ripple, with spiritual trees hanging their branches and flowers blooming in silence. A few silver-white spiritual butterflies rested on the jade steps, their wings touched by fine frost, as if they were asleep. The Holy Mother of Yaoqi stood before the pond, holding a cup of cold tea. The tea had already cooled, yet she did not drink. Outside the palace, a celestial attendant came to report. Holy Mother, the Tai Bai Jingxing requests an audience. The tip of Yaoqi's finger paused slightly. Please. As Tai Bai Jingxing entered the palace, his face still bore the usual warmth. He first performed a bow, then exchanged pleasantries, his words careful and precise. Holy Mother, have you been well recently? Yaoqi replied coolly, the affairs of heaven are numerous. Does Tai Bai still have time to inquire about my well-being? Tai Bai Jingxing smiled wryly. It is my duty to come. Has His Majesty sent you to inquire about the East Sea? Tai Bai Jingxing fell silent for a moment. His Majesty is concerned about the Holy Mother. Yaoqi finally looked at him. Is he concerned about whether I have interfered with the Dragon Tomb? Tai Bai Jingxing sighed. Holy Mother, the matters of the East Sea are far-reaching. If someone secretly interrupts the secret symbols of heaven, obstructing the military communications, His Majesty is bound to think too much. Yaoqi set down her cold tea. Do you have any evidence? No. Then return. Tai Bai Jingxing was not angry, only softly saying, Holy Mother, what the auditors are doing has already shaken the foundations of heaven. If you get too close to him. Yaoqi interrupted him. I am not close to anyone. Tai Bai Jingxing looked at her, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He understood Yaoqi's character. She appeared cold and stubborn. Many things left unsaid did not mean they were not done. Before the calamity of the function, she had once tried to stop certain events, but was ultimately punished by the Tao, causing her cultivation to fall. That matter was one few in heaven dared to mention. Holy Mother, His Majesty will keep an eye on you. Yao Che replied in a calm voice, let him watch. Tai Bai Jinxing sighed deeply and withdrew with a bow. Once he departed, a silver-white spiritual butterfly flew up from the jade steps and landed on Yao Che's fingertip. She gazed toward the northern direction of the East Sea. You have once again pushed heaven back a step. Moments later, her figure transformed into a wisp of icy light, disappearing within the palace of Yao Che. In the depths of the North Cold Abyss, Su Ming was seated before a dark blue stone reviewing a game at the Shattered Ice Bay. Current resonance value 62120 reversed fragments, small 2 ancestral dragon, true spirit stability, 86 dragon clan cohesion, increasing heaven's vigil level high. Ao Lai practiced his spear beside him. Under the weight of the cold, every thrust of his spear was slow, yet steady. The spear tip broke through the water, producing a dull sound. The ancestral dragon occasionally offered a piece of advice, saving him a lot of detours. Minister Turtle organized the old case files sent from the Four Seas, growing increasingly solemn as he read. Taoist Su, the old cases of the Dragon Clan are more numerous than imagined. If all were handed over to heaven, they may not be able to handle it. Su Ming replied, there's no need to submit them all at once. A case is like a knife, it must be cut piece by piece. Minister Turtle nodded. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly changed. It was not the dead cold of the North Cold Abyss, but a kind of chilly frost. Su Ming raised his eyes and saw a silver-white spiritual butterfly passing through the cold, landing on the dark blue stone. Ao Lai immediately retracted his spear. It's her again. The spiritual butterfly's wings fluttered lightly, and the voice of the Holy Mother of Yao Che resonated. May I have a word? Su Ming looked at the spiritual butterfly. Is this place inconvenient? Are you afraid I will bring heaven here? I fear you may be brought here by heaven. The spiritual butterfly was silent for a moment. I am alone. Su Ming stood up and said to Minister Turtle, watch over the ancestral dragon. Ao Lai frowned. Are you really going? Su Ming said, if she wanted to harm us, she could have sent a message that night in the East Sea. The ancestral dragon, True Spirit, spoke. Go. Su Ming nodded and followed the silver butterfly into the cold mist on the side of the abyss. Beyond the mist lay a small icy platform suspended above the stagnant water with no paths surrounding it. The Holy Mother of Yao Che stood at the edge of the platform, dressed in white, her demeanor cold, and her brows and eyes veiled in a thin frost. She looked at Su Ming. This was the second formal meeting between the two. The first time was at the edge of chaos. She came to probe him, but made no move. Later at the Dragon Tomb in the East Sea, she secretly assisted him several times with ice butterflies. Now upon their reunion, the atmosphere between them had shifted from tentative to an unspoken complexity. Su Ming spoke first. Thank you for your assistance in the East Sea. Yao Che responded, I did not do it for you. For the Dragon Clan. Not entirely for the Dragon Clan. Su Ming chuckled. Then it is for yourself. Yao Che looked at him. You have asked me this question before. You answered perhaps both are true. Yao Che was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, I am monitoring you. Su Ming nodded. I noticed that. His Majesty is also monitoring you. That is more obvious. The saints are also watching you. Those above the golden immortal of the primordial chaos are forced to observe the heavenly screen. They have to watch whether they want to or not. Yao Che's brows furrowed slightly. You don't seem afraid. Su Ming leaned against the icy wall, his tone casual. Is fear useful? If fear could make heaven withdraw its troops, the saints close their eyes, and the Tao pretends to sleep, I could be afraid all day long. Yao Che looked at him for a moment. What you are doing confuses me. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Where is the confusion? You have selfish motives. You utilize the resonance from the audits to gain fragments and cultivation. Yet you do not seem to act solely out of selfishness. Her voice was cold, but serious. Di Jun Ho, 2 ancestral dragon. Each of them carries great karma and significant trouble. If it was just about becoming stronger, you could choose an easier path. Su Ming replied, perhaps I am not very good at picking soft persimmons. Yao Che did not smile. You do not have purely selfish motives. Su Ming shook his head. Do not speak too confidently. Oh, I have selfish motives. I want to live to grow stronger, to not be pressed on the chessboard. I also want to save those who should not suffer so badly. The two are not mutually exclusive. Yao Che's eyes flickered slightly. Why save? Su Ming looked towards the stagnant water beneath the ice platform. Because I cannot bear to see it. Yao Che was taken aback. Su Ming continued. Some fight for their clans until their true spirits are shattered, yet their descendants are ridden upon. I cannot bear to see that. Some transform through reincarnation to save sentient beings, yet are imprisoned in the netherworld for eons. I cannot bear to see that either. Some are schemed against to death only to be accused of bringing it upon themselves. I still cannot bear to see that. He looked up at her. The reason is that simple. If you find it lacking in profundity, then I can't help it. Yaoche lowered her gaze. After a long while she said, back then I too was unable to bear it. Su Ming did not press further. Yaoche's finger moved slightly, and a spiritual butterfly flew out, landing in his palm. Heaven will next divide the dragon clan, handle some old cases, and pacify the four seas. At the same time, they will secretly investigate your hiding place with the ancestral dragon true spirit. Besides the 9 luminary star officials, they may also invoke the old generals of the War Department. Su Ming accepted the spiritual butterfly. You are taking quite a risk by telling me all this. Yaoche replied, I simply do not wish for the dragon tomb to be locked down further. Su Ming looked at her. Just continue to observe. Yaoche raised her eyes. Observe what? Observe how far I can go. The cold mist stirred slightly. Suddenly a faint sound of star bells echoed from afar. Yaoche's expression changed. Someone is following my butterfly's traces. Su Ming's palm froze over the spiritual butterfly, and a faint golden star line appeared on its wings. The sound of the star bell was extremely faint, like silver needles tapping on ice. The silver-white spiritual butterflies at the tip of the Yao pool froze one by one, their wings entwined with faint golden star lines. The star lines slowly tightened along their path, clearly indicating that someone had followed the traces of the spiritual butterflies to the edge of the northern cold abyss. Su Ming looked at her. The heavenly court. Yao Pool closed her eyes to sense. It's not an ordinary star officer, but the star bell technique of the former generals of the Do Department, specifically used to track the remnants of spiritual mechanisms. Su Ming chuckled. It seems that Hongjun is quite concerned about you. Yao Pool glanced at him. Do you still have the heart to discuss this at this time? Being flustered won't solve the problem. Su Ming raised his hand, golden light falling on the ice butterfly in his palm, but he did not forcefully sever the star line. Yao Pool said, do not cut it hard. If the star bell breaks, the caster will know the position instantly. Su Ming nodded. So we need to let it lose its way on its own. He looked towards the still waters below the ice platform. The most troublesome aspect of the northern cold abyss was the distortion of cold and space, making it a perilous place for them, and equally dangerous for tracking methods. Su Ming curled his fingers, and the golden light split into 3 strands. One strand fell into the still waters. One strand circled towards the cold. One strand approached the Yao Pool's spiritual butterfly. Do you wish to consume 1000 resonance points to execute a microcausal disturbance? Target star bell tracing the butterfly traces success rate 84. Su Ming's mind stirred. Execute. The golden light silently merged into the wings of the ice butterfly, causing the star line to tremble slightly, like a guitar string that had been gently plucked. The trajectory that originally pointed towards the ice platform began to veer towards the depths of the still waters. A flicker of surprise flashed in Yao Pool's eyes. You can disturb causality. I can only disturb it a little. I can't handle much more. The sound of the star bell gradually faded away. But just as the two thought they had temporarily evaded danger, a small star point suddenly lit up above the ice platform. The star point was not large, but it was extremely bright, as if someone was opening their eyes in the darkness. Yao Pool's expression darkened slightly. He left the star bell behind. Su Ming whispered, can it be severed? It can be. Yao Pool raised her hand, frost gathering in her palm. Su Ming stopped her. If you sever it, he will know it was you. Yao Pool replied, having already traced to this point, there's no point in hiding anymore. Su Ming looked at that star point and suddenly said, not necessarily. He took out a fragment of a dragon tomb talisman from his sleeve, the residue of the Haoshin's personal seal he had previously dismantled. This item was damaged, yet it still bore a faint aura of the Heavenly Court's imperial seal. Upon seeing this, Yao Pool understood somewhat. Are you going to use the Heavenly Court's own talisman? It's not that I want to use it, it's more about recognizing my roots. Su Ming flicked the fragment towards the star point, golden light enveloping the talisman's aura as it connected with the star line. The star point suddenly brightened as if it had captured a higher-level Heavenly Court mark, and the tracking direction was immediately drawn towards the old tidal eye. In the distance, the sound of the star bell grew urgent. In the 33 heavens in the Do Department's side hall, a middle-aged divine general clad in dark golden star armor sat cross-legged before the star map, suddenly frowning. The Emperor's personal seal. The celestial official beside him asked, can we trace the butterfly traces of the Holy Mother Yao Pool? The divine general coldly replied, the traces have been disturbed by the old talismans of the Heavenly Court, resembling the remnants of the Dragon Tomb seal. Strange, how could they be mixed together? The celestial official hesitated. Should we report to the Emperor? The divine general thought for a moment. First, pursue the old tidal eye. At the northern cold ice platform, the star point gradually dimmed. Yao Pool looked at Su Ming, her expression somewhat complicated. You still kept the remnant of the Emperor's personal seal. Su Ming replied, when one is poor, even broken copper and iron can be of use. Yao Pu fell silent. She noticed that Su Ming possessed a very strange aura. Clearly engaged in a significant matter that could shake the wilderness, he acted as if he were a lowly cultivator scraping by in the cracks, wasting nothing, trusting no titles, and not fearing to tear apart his own dignity. Were you very poor before? Su Ming was taken aback. This question was rather sudden. I suppose so. Is that why you always leave a backup plan? If a poor person has no backup, they can't even afford a coffin. A flicker of a very faint smile crossed Yao Pu's eyes before quickly disappearing. The star bell has been diverted for now, but I cannot stay for long. Su Ming nodded. Thank you for today's matter. Yao Pu said, I didn't come to hear thanks. Then what should I say? Yao Pu looked at him. You told me to keep watching. What if one day I see you making a mistake? Su Ming pondered for a moment. Then remind me. If I don't heed your reminder, then stop me. If you can't stop me, then hit me. Yao Pu was slightly taken aback. Aren't you afraid it'll really take action? If you truly believe I am wrong to the point of needing to take action, then it means the matter has already escalated significantly. At that time, receiving a strike from you would not be unjust. Yao Pu fell silent for a long time. She had seen too many who proclaimed to be the saviors of the world, unable to tolerate the slightest doubt. She had also seen too many players who viewed others' advice as betrayal. Su Ming's words were spoken casually, yet they were not dismissive. I will be watching. She turned the silver butterfly circling around her. The Heavenly Court won't make significant moves across the seas in 3 days, but it will expedite the handling of old cases and use rewards to pacify Ao Guang. If you want the Dragon Clan to stand firm, it's best not to let them only harbor hatred. Su Ming understood her meaning. Hatred can unite people, but it cannot govern a clan. The Dragon Clan must rise from their regrets, relying not only on anger, but also on rebuilding rules, distributing benefits, and settling the younger bloodlines. I will take note of that. Yao Pu's figure transformed into ice light, gradually dissipating into the cold mist. Before leaving, she suddenly said, Su Ming, the Tao of Heaven has begun to observe you. Su Ming's gaze sharpened slightly. How do you know? Yao Pu did not turn back. Many years ago, I was observed by it. The ice light dispersed. Su Ming stood on the ice platform motionless for a long time. When he returned to the dark layer, Ao Lai immediately came up. What did she say? Su Ming replied. She said the Heavenly Court wishes to reward your father. Ao Lai frowned. Reward? The heavier the reward, the thicker the rope. The Turtle Chancellor's expression darkened. The Heavenly Court wants to bind the 4 seas with rewards. The ancestral dragon's true spirit opened its eyes. Let Ao Guang accept it. Ao Lai was puzzled. Why? The ancestral dragon said, what the Heavenly Court gives can be used by the Dragon Clan. The rope can bind people, but it can also be pulled back. Su Ming smiled. What the ancestor said resonates with me deeply. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, Hao Yin indeed sent down a decree bestowing the Dragon King Ao Guang of the East Sea with the title of Jinhai Anlin Guangda True Monarch, and granting him 30,000 measures of Tianhe spiritual sand to repair the water veins of the 4 seas. The southwestern and northern seas also received rewards. As the decree spread across the 4 seas, the myriad beings of the wilderness watched with anticipation. This reward was both a pacification and a test. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Guang received the decree with gratitude. His expression after the heavenly envoy left, he looked at the pile of Tianhe spiritual sand before the hall and said slowly, send orders that the spiritual sand will not enter the Dragon King's private treasury, but will be distributed to various damaged water veins, prioritizing the repair of the Dragon Clan's origins that were damaged by the Heavenly Court's celestial officials. The Turtle Chancellor's water shadow stood beside him, cupping his hands. The old minister will comply. Ao Guang raised his head to look at the empty sky. What Dao Friend Su said is correct. What the Heavenly Court provides can also be used to mend the Dragon Clan's bones. During the 7 days in the northern cold abyss, the wilderness was anything but calm. The Dragon Clan of the 4 seas continuously submitted old cases, causing the Heavenly Court's Celestial Law Department to be overwhelmed. They dealt with several celestial officials, dismissed a few water palace inspectors, and transferred some old cases to the Buddhist sect and local celestial offices. The lower-level cultivators of the wilderness were captivated. In the tea house of Wangxian City, the bulletin changed daily. The loose cultivators who once only discussed which sect was recruiting disciples or which cave was yielding treasures now spoke of the Dragon Clan's old cases. I heard that the celestial official from the equipment refining department was demoted from his 3 flowers atop his head. He deserved it. Pulling dragon tendons to refine ropes, it's no wonder he could lay his hands on it. But some cases have also been suppressed. Suppressed for a time, but not for a lifetime. The heavenly curtain is still there. The one-armed elder leaned against the wall listening to the discussions, and suddenly let out a laugh. Someone asked, "Why are you laughing, old man?" The one-armed elder replied, "In the past the heavenly court judged all beings, but now all beings have begun to focus on the heavenly court. Those words should not be spoken carelessly." The tea house fell silent for a moment. Then someone lowered their voice. The one-armed elder lifted his wine bowl. "As a one-armed loose cultivator, what do I have to fear?" At Wanshou Mountain, Xinyuanzi stood beneath the ginseng fruit tree lightly holding a whisk. Qingfeng and Mingyue listened to the old cases of the four seas, their faces showing compassion. Qingfeng said, "Master, the dragon clan has suffered so much these years. The decline of a clan is like a wall falling with everyone pushing. The wilderness has never lacked those who will step in." Mingyue asked, "Can Su Ming save the dragon clan?" "He cannot save them all, but he will let the dragon clan know that they can still feel pain, that they can still care, which means they are not dead yet." In the depths of the nether, the consciousness of Hutu slowly floated in the cycle of reincarnation laws, counting the residual waves of resonance that still nourished her, allowing her to perceive the outside world. She heard the old cases of the dragon clan, heard the true spirit of the ancestral dragon momentarily at peace, and also heard the Four Seas dragon clan reestablishing rules. She whispered, "So good." This voice went unheard, yet softened the light of the six paths of reincarnation slightly. In the dark depths of the northern cold abyss, Su Ming sat cross-legged for 7 days, finally sorting through his recent gains. The matter of the ancestral dragon seemed temporarily stable, but in reality, it was merely moving the knife half an inch away from his neck. The main body of the ancestral dragon still lay in the dragon tomb. Hutu remained trapped in reincarnation. The conditions for Daijin's return were not yet met. The heavenly court was already on alert, the saints were observing, and the Tao was beginning to open its eyes. Current cultivation level midstage Quasi-Saint peak resonance value 6540 reversal fragments small 2 established anchor points Daijin's residual soul anchor point Huda's consciousness perception anchor point true spirit anchor point of the ancestral dragon pending reversals Daijin's return Huda's escape ancestral dragon's revival. Su Ming looked at the list of tasks, rubbing his temples. The debts are piling up. Ailey, having finished a round of training with his spear, asked, "What debts?" "Your ancestor Lady Hutu and Emperor Jun, each one of them is waiting for me to gather the fragments." "The dragon clan will help you," Ailey said seriously. Su Ming glanced at him. "You should stabilize your spear technique first. Just not getting ahead is helping me." Ailey did not retort this time, silently agreeing. Over the 7 days, the ancestral dragon guided him through various techniques. Ailey's spear technique became less frantic and more composed. While still fierce, it no longer rushed forward blindly. The Turtle Prime Minister transmitted news from the Water Shadow. "Friend Su, the internal situation of the Four Seas has stabilized initially. After Aojin was sent to the Sin Scales Abyss, many branches that were originally observing felt more at ease. The ancestor does not engage in indiscriminate killings, so they are willing to follow the clan's orders." Su Ming nodded. "What about the Heavenly Court's rewards?" "The rewards have been distributed to the damaged waterways, and the morale of the younger generation in the East Sea has greatly increased. However, the celestial officials sent by the Heavenly Court to monitor the flow of spiritual sand do not look too pleased." Su Ming smiled and said, "Let them see. The clearer they see, the more they will know where the Dragon Clan is using the rewards." The Turtle Prime Minister added, "The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas want to know where the true spirit of the ancestral dragon will be placed next." The true spirit of the ancestral dragon spoke. "Return to the East Sea." Ailey was taken aback. "Ancestor, no. The Heavenly Court is watching the East Sea." The ancestral dragon said, "The most dangerous place is not necessarily the most perilous. My fragment of true spirit has long been hidden in the northern cold, which instead assures the Heavenly Court. Returning to the old waterways of the East Sea can nourish through the sacrifices of the Dragon Clan." Su Ming pondered. The system also provided a hint. Suggestion: the fragment of the true spirit of the ancestral dragon can be moved to a hidden sacrificial vein in the East Sea. Advantages: nourishment from the Dragon Clan's offerings, increased stability. Risks: Heavenly Court surveillance is strong. Su Ming said, "It can go back, but Ailey cannot be the one to take it." Ailey frowned. "Not letting me again. You have already been targeted by the giant spirit god as a living witness of the ancestral dragon case." The Turtle Prime Minister said, "I can guide it." The ancestral dragon said, "Let Ao Guang come personally." Su Ming nodded. "Just in time. I should leave the northern cold as well." Ailey was taken aback. "Aren't you going to the East Sea?" "Not for now. The Heavenly Court is currently watching the Dragon Clan. If I continue to stick with the Dragon Clan, it will only give them reason. Then where are you going? Su Ming looked toward the chaotic direction, going back to wait for the heavenly curtain. As if in response to his words, the system panel in his sea of consciousness suddenly shook. The 8th ancestral dragon's destruction residual waves are being settled. The dragon clan's cohesion increases, generating additional resonance value increased final 0. Current resonance value 700. Detected that the conditions for settling the 7th of the 10 major regrets of the wilderness are about to mature. Su Ming's gaze sharpened. It has finally arrived. Countdown for the 7th, 3 days. Keywords: earth, beast, silence beyond the thick soil, unfinished old debts of the 3 clans. Su Ming slowly raised his head. The ancestral Qilin, the true spirit of the ancestral dragon, fell silent as well. Ailey asked, is the 7th the Qilin clan? Su Ming replied, unless something unexpected happens, it will be the fall of the ancestral Qilin. The Prime Minister inhaled sharply. The great calamity of the 3 clans has yet to be settled. The ancestral dragon said softly, the first Qilin. In that voice there was an old enemy, an old friend, and an indescribable sigh. At the edge of chaos, after leaving the northern cold abyss, Su Ming returned to the nameless small realm. The small realm remained quiet. The remnants of the heavenly curtain hung high like an unblinking eye. As soon as he landed, a lazy voice came from beneath a tree. Back already? Su Ming paused. Beneath the tree lay a disheveled old Taoist, lazily reclining with a dead branch resting on his belly, a half-eaten green fruit in his mouth. It was Yangmei Daxian. Su Ming sighed. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping in the northern cold abyss? Yangmei took a bite of the green fruit, making a sour face. Yangmei took a bite of the green fruit, grimacing at the sourness. Su Ming watched the twitch at the corner of his mouth, and after a moment of silence said, if you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. The great immortal Yangmei turned over with a dry branch resting on his belly, lazily saying, what do you know? Sour fruit sharpens the mind, bitter tea nurtures the heart. After sleeping for so long, one must seek some flavor. In the nameless small realm, the wind was gentle and the clouds light. This place was far from the vast lands of the primordial era, with low mountains, shallow waters, and the vegetation lacking in spiritual elegance. However, ever since the celestial curtain had been counted several times, the outer layer of this small realm had been thoroughly covered by the system's golden light. Ordinary powers could not deduce it, and even the gaze of a sage could only perceive a wisp of faint mist. Su Ming sat down under a tree, raising his hand to rub his forehead. 7 days of rushing around, East Sea Dragon Tomb, Cold Tide Rift, Northern Cold Abyss, Listening, Tide Outpost, Fragmented Ice Bay, one after another, each was a walk on the edge of a knife. The remnant true spirit of the ancestral dragon was temporarily stable, but the main body remained in the Dragon Tomb. The Earth Mother was trapped in the 6 paths, and the return of Emperor Jun had not yet come to fruition. Now the 7th name was about to be unveiled. Su Ming looked at Yangmei and asked, you didn't come here just to eat the green fruit of my realm, did you? The fruit was just a convenient grab. Yangmei sat up, pointing to the remnants of the celestial curtain with the dry branch. I came to see where your next strike will land. Su Ming replied, the system has already given a warning. The land, the beasts, the silence beyond the thick earth. The old debts of the 3 tribes remain unsettled. The ancestral Qilin. Yangmei uttered these 2 words, his tone surprisingly lacking in frivolity. Su Ming's gaze sharpened a bit. Do you know him? Yangmei laughed softly. When the primordial era first opened, who among the innate beings didn't know each other? The ancestral dragon was domineering, the phoenix ancestor was proud, and the initial Qilin was the most sincere. To what extent was he sincere? When others fought over territory, he acted as a mediator. When others bore grudges, he sought to reconcile. When others drew their swords, he would first ask, can we avoid fighting? Su Ming listened, his brows slightly furrowing. That sounds like someone who wouldn't survive to the end. So he died. Yangmei's tone was flat, yet it made the wind in the small realm feel slightly colder. Su Ming did not respond. He pulled up the system panel. Current cultivation peak midstage of quasi-saint resonance value 700 reversal, shards small 2 established anchor points, Emperor Jun's remnant soul, anchor point, Earth Mother's consciousness perception, anchor point, ancestral dragons, true spirit, anchor point, countdown for the 7th name, 2 days and 11 hours, keyword lock, the fall of the ancestral Qilin. Su Ming looked at the 5 characters, the fall of the ancestral Qilin, and gently tapped his fingers on his knee. He was pondering the difficulties of this round. The ancestral dragon still had a true spirit sealed, allowing for a slight chance. The Earth Mother still had consciousness trapped in the cycle, enabling the establishment of anchor points. Although Emperor Jun had fallen, there were remnants of the demon clan's luck, the thoughts of Tai, E, and causal connections from the river diagram and Luo book that could be traced. But if the ancestral Qilin truly dispersed his soul and spirit, it would be different. To disperse one's soul and spirit is not merely to be trapped or confined, nor is it the drifting of a remnant soul. It signifies a complete severance of the connection. Su Ming asked, did the ancestral Qilin leave any remnant souls in the past? Yang Mei did not answer immediately. He looked up at the sky, his eyes reflecting a faint grayish white. After a long while he said, I caught a glimpse many years ago. There was none. Su Ming's expression darkened. Not even you seniors say there was none. None means none, Yang Mei replied. But matters of the primordial era cannot be judged solely by presence or absence. Your method of counting is not about seeking remnant souls, it's about uncovering regrets. As long as regrets exist, the causal connections may not be completely severed. Su Ming understood. People may be gone, souls may be lost, but the multitude still remembers, and the kin still feels the pain. Pain signifies a mark. Regret signifies a thread. He said softly, where is the Qilin clan now? Scattered far and wide. Yang Mei snapped the dry branch. Some have entered the mountains to become spirit beasts, some have transformed into auspicious beasts guarding caverns, and some have simply severed their clan name, identifying only as part of the beast lineage. There is another faction hidden deep within the earth's lungs of Nüwa. Su Ming raised his eyes, current clan leader. Qilin Emotian. Yang Mei said, in the early stage of quasi-saint, as steady as a rock. If you count the ancestral Qilin, he will definitely observe. But he may not act. Why, oi? The Qilin clan has been frightened. Yang Mei tossed the green fruit pit into the grass. The dragon clan still has the sea, the phoenix clan still has the parasol tree, but what about the Qilin clan? The earth is filled with their old lands, and everywhere lies their bones. The beast lineage has been collected by various factions as mounts, guardian spirit beasts, and auspicious beasts. Their lives may seem more dignified than the dragon clans, but in truth their backs have long been bent. Su Ming fell silent. This was not pleasant to hear, but it mostly held true. The dragon clan was burdened and humiliated, while the Qilin clan, if treated as auspicious beasts, would be seen as omens rather than cages. The seventh name will be very difficult, Yang Mei said. Regarding the ancestral dragon, the heavenly court is the most eager to intervene. Concerning the ancestral Qilin, those who come forth may not necessarily be from the heavenly court. Su Ming's gaze shifted. Sages. All sages, remnants of the demon clan, the teachings of the two sects, the westerners, the immortals of the land, mountain spirits, and places of fortune could all be affected. Yang Mei smiled. The Qilin clan doesn't have the obvious status of the Four Seas Dragon Palace. It is scattered across every inch of primordial land. When you lift a corner, you'll find old accounts buried under the dust. Su Ming pressed his forehead. Hearing you say this, I feel even more that this task is not easy. Yang Mei said, if you regret now, it is still not too late. Su Ming glanced at him. It's too late, the countdown has already begun. You can choose not to broadcast. Then the system will be the first to deal with me. Yang Mei chuckled, his shoulders shaking lightly. Just then a heavy earthy aura stirred outside the small realm. Su Ming raised his hand and pointed, and golden light transformed into a mirror. The mirror revealed the depths of Nüwa in the primordial era. Mountains stretched endlessly, ancient trees towered into the sky. Below the earth's lungs, an ancient black stone palace was half buried in the rock layers. In front of the palace, there was no celestial light, no banners, only a few dark-furred old Qilin lying beside the stone steps, their gazes solemn. Inside the ancient palace, a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe slowly opened his eyes. He bore a dark golden Qilin pattern on his forehead, his features square, and his aura as heavy as a mountain. Qilin Emotian. He looked up at the void, seeming to gaze across endless mountains and rivers, seeing the Yedo-Beepin celestial curtain. The name of the ancestors will be brought up again. An elder in the palace said softly, Clan leader, is it a blessing or a curse? Qilin Emotian did not answer. He simply extended his hand and pressed it against the stone table. On the table lay a fragment of a jade horn. Within the jade horn, a yellowish light flickered gently. After a long while he spoke, send word to all branches of the clan within 3 days, regardless of their location, all above the golden immortal must enter seclusion to observe the celestial curtain, and must not act rashly, must not speak, and must not disclose the location of the ancestral court. The elder hesitated. If what the celestial curtain reveals is the old matters of the ancestors. Qilin Emotian closed his eyes, then kneeled to watch. In the nameless small realm, Su Ming watched the water mirror. Yang Mei said lazily, did you see? It's not that it doesn't hurt, it's just that the pain is too much to voice. Su Ming paused, his fingers then waved away the water mirror. The remnants of the celestial curtain flickered in brightness and darkness above. System prompts gradually emerged. Count down for the seventh name, 2 days and 10 hours. Slight tremor in the resonance of the primordial earth veins. The emotions of the beast lineage are subdued. The level of repression is extremely high. Suggestion enhance the stability of the celestial curtain coverage. Before the count begins, Su Ming raised his hand. Golden mist surged from his palm, slowly merging into the remnants of the celestial curtain. He said, since they dare not voice their pain, then this time let the primordial era listen. Yang Mei looked at him and suddenly asked, do you know where the regrets of benevolent and kind-hearted people hurt the most? Su Ming did not turn around. Yang Mei said softly, it hurts because he may not have hated anyone even in death. The remnants of the celestial curtain suddenly trembled as if thick earth were rumbling, emanating from deep within the primordial land. There is 1 day left in the countdown. The primordial earth stirred first. It wasn't a landslide nor an earthquake, and not even a surge of spiritual energy. The movement was subtle, like someone gently turning over deep beneath the soil. Near Mount Zhongyue, the clay statue in the mountain god temple suddenly shed dust. In the ancient forest of Nanhuang, several spirit beasts raised their heads, simultaneously, confusion appearing in their eyes. In the barren mountains of the west, a gaunt earth Qilin lay behind a dilapidated temple, its ears quivering as it caught a whiff of a long-lost ancestral blood aura. In the city of Wangxian, on the Dongxing divine continent, the tea house became lively once more. The one-armed old man sat in a corner, a half-pot of turbid wine on the table. A wandering cultivator slammed the table and said, the seventh item is about to be revealed. Ooh, I've heard it concerns the Qilin tribe. The Qilin tribe? Aren't they spirit beasts? If anyone's cave dwelling has a Qilin guarding it, that would be a great blessing. Blessing? An old wandering cultivator nearby sneered, do you think spirit beasts are easy to come by? Some cave heavens treat the Qilin as a mountain spirit object, offering incense daily and drawing its blood annually to draw in auspiciousness and ward off evil. Have you ever asked the Qilin if it wants that? The tea house fell silent for a moment. Someone whispered, can such words be spoken? The old wandering cultivator lifted his gaze. The old cases of the dragon clan have been dug up. Can we not mention the Qilin tribe? The one-armed old man picked up his wine bowl and took a slow sip. He looked out the window. The heavenly curtain had yet to rise, but all beings had already begun to wait. This was the most crucial change. Previously, beings waited only for the heavenly court's decree for the saints to preach and for the great sects to announce their rankings. Now they waited for the heavenly curtain. On Mount Wanshou, Zenyuanzai stood beneath the ginseng fruit tree, his expression graver than usual. Qingfeng, holding a whisk, could not help but ask, Master, does the Qilin tribe also have great regrets? Zenyuanzai gazed at the earth. The sorrows of the Qilin tribe are even less noticeable than those of the dragon tribe. Mingwei said, just because it's less noticeable doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. Zenyuanzai sighed softly, precisely because it is less visible, it is even harder to express. He had met with the ancestral Qilin several times. That ancestor was not like the proud Zulong, nor like Fengzhu, who carried themselves with arrogance. Whenever they met, the ancestral Qilin was always warm and gentle, speaking neither too fast nor too slow. If not for the innate auspicious light above its head, and its feet grounded on the ancestral veins of the earth, anyone who saw it would only regard it as a kind elder. Yet it was such a person who ultimately perished in the fiercest tribulation. Qingfeng said softly, what do you think the enumerator will say? Zenyuanzai shook his head. The clearer he speaks, the harder it will be for the primordial world to be at peace. On Kunlun Mountain in Yushu Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan sat upon a cloud bed, his gaze fixed on the void. The South Pole Immortal stood at the lower end and said softly, Master, if the seventh item involves the Qilin tribe, it may provoke the lineage of the beast. There are many disciples under the Chan sect who keep spirit beasts in their cave dwellings. Yuanshi's expression remained unchanged. Keeping them is one thing, mistreating them is another. They must not be confused. The South Pole Immortal bowed his head. Understood, Master. Yuanshi fell silent for a moment and said, issue a command to the disciples. When the heavenly curtain opens, do not speak recklessly about the ancestral Qilin. The South Pole Immortal felt a chill in his heart. Do not speak recklessly. These 4 words conveyed much. On Jineo Island in the Bio Palace, Tongtian Zhaozhu sat on the stone steps in front of the hall, the Qingping sword resting on his lap. Daobao Taoist stood beside him. Master, how much do you know about the ancestral Qilin? Tongtian looked up and gazed toward the distant sea of clouds. I know a bit. What kind of person is he? Tongtian pondered for a moment and said, a good person who advises others to kill less, yet ultimately dies in the slaughter's calamity. Daobao fell silent. Tongtian let out a cold laugh. The primordial world lacks neither clever people nor ruthless ones. What it lacks is precisely this kind of good person. Yet when the force of heaven and earth crushes down, it is often these very people who are the first to shatter. Dao Bao said if the heavenly curtain reveals that there was another hidden hand back then it will depend on how much the saints care about their reputation. Tongtian added, and how bold Su Ming is. In an unnamed small realm, Su Ming was busy inscribing golden patterns into the fading remnants of the heavenly curtain. Yang Mei watched from the side yawning. Your enumeration is increasingly like trying to outtalk the Tao of heaven. Su Ming ignored him. The system panel kept flashing. Stability of the heavenly curtain's coverage is improving. Geological interference is increasing. Unknown order fluctuations are attempting to penetrate the enumeration scene. Do you wish to spend 300 resonance points to clear the interference? Su Ming's expression turned slightly cold. Are you reaching out before the broadcast has even started? Yang Mei sat up straighter. The Tao of heaven is very sensitive to the old matters of the three tribes. Regarding Zulong, you merely unveiled the seal. As for the ancestral Qilin, you might uncover even earlier instigations. Su Ming did not hesitate. Resonance points consumed 300, current resonance points 67400, clearing interference. Golden light spread like water sweeping across the remnants of the heavenly curtain inch by inch. The gray-white order fluctuations were forced out to the edges like a thin wisp of smoke dissipating into the void. But just before dispersing, Su Ming seemed to hear a faint cold snort. His fingers paused slightly. Yang Mei looked up. Did you hear that? Are you afraid? Su Ming replied, fear is of no use. Yang Mei nodded. You often say that it sounds like a poor person's way of living. Su Ming said it is exactly that. Yang Mei chuckled. At that moment the system suddenly popped up a new prompt. Detected the closed formation of the Qilin ancestral court. Detected ancestral Qilin relic, a fragment of an ancestral horn. This relic can serve as a clue for future reversals. Su Ming's gaze sharpened. A fragment of an ancestral horn. He immediately conjured a water mirror attempting to lock onto the earth's lung of Nüwa. However, as soon as he touched the periphery, a thick layer of earth light blocked him. It wasn't sharp, but it was extremely heavy, like a mountain blocking his view. Su Ming did not force his way through. Qilin Mo Xian is indeed cautious. Yang Mei said if he weren't cautious, the Qilin tribe would have been gone long ago. Su Ming withdrew the water mirror. Since the ancestral horn is within the ancestral court, after the enumeration, I will inevitably meet him. Yang Mei raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid he won't recognize you? He may not recognize me, Su Ming said, but he recognizes the ancestral Qilin. Time passed slowly. One day later, the primordial sky suddenly darkened for a moment. It was not the sun and moon losing their brilliance, but rather the heavenly curtain slowly unfurling from the void. This time the heavenly curtain was not golden, but a heavy, earthy yellow. Countless illusory mountains and rivers surged within the heavenly curtain, rivers crisscrossing the earth vast. In the hazy distance, myriad beasts ran. Auspicious Qi rose, and a massive, boundless Qilin stood atop the peaks. All beings of the primordial realm looked up. In the dragon palace of the four seas, Ao Guang paused in reviewing old cases. In the dark of Beihan, a wisp of true spirit from Zulong opened its eyes. Above the sky, a yellowish divine light gradually spread out. It was neither the dazzling brilliance of immortals nor the fierce light of slaughter. Rather, it was a gentle and profound radiance. Where the light fell, barren mountains sprouted grass, dry springs gushed forth, and the fractured veins of the earth slowly closed. Injured beasts lay low among the rocks, moaning softly, as if they had encountered a long-lost elder. All beings in the primordial wilderness fell silent. The voice of Su Ming slowly resonated from deep within the sky. In the beginning of the primordial chaos, the remnants of Pangus grace have yet to dissipate. Dragons emerged from the four seas, phoenixes sang in the south, Ming and Qilins tread upon the earth. The scene moved with his voice. Not long after the separation of heaven and earth, the primordial land remained desolate. The mountains and rivers were rough, the waterways uncertain, ferocious beasts roamed freely, and all beings were bewildered. Suddenly one day, the ancestral pulse of the central mountain trembled. The thick soil and divine aura surged from the depths of the earth as countless mountains and rivers sank simultaneously, as if bowing to some existence. The earth cracked open, revealing a gentle ray of light. A Qilin stepped forth from the light, its body resembling a mountain with scales like golden earth and calm eyes. Its hooves touched the ground, without shaking the mountains and rivers. Instead, it smoothed the fractured earth inch by inch. A young deer chased by a wild beast fell into a cliff in panic. The ancestral Qilin raised its hoof and gently stepped down. The earth and stones below the cliff arched upwards, forming a gentle slope. The young deer rolled a few times, but remained unharmed. The wild beast followed closely, its bloodied mouth snarling, filled with ferocity. The ancestral Qilin merely gazed at it. The power of the thick soil silently pressed down. The wild beast's limbs sank into the mud, its back bent, and even its roar was stifled in its throat. It was not immediately slain, but was instead subdued in place. The divine light gradually washed away the crimson in its eyes, and only when its ferocity slightly receded was it driven deep into the barren mountains. In a tea house of Hongjun City, a wandering cultivator watched in a daze. Is this the ancestral Qilin? It does not kill, but that is a wild beast. The one-armed elder said softly, to stop a killing without slaying is far more difficult than killing it with a sword. No one in the tea house refuted. In the sky, the ancestral Qilin walked upon the earth. Seeing rivers flooding, it redirected the mountains to disperse the waters. Upon witnessing wildfires ravaging the forests, it used thick soil to block the flames. Seeing countless beasts fighting for food, it delineated a habitat for them. Over time, the lineage of the running beasts came to rely on it. Countless beast clans surged behind it. There were tigers and leopards, deer and horses, bears and apes, as well as many innate species. They did not understand etiquette, nor did they know the great Tao, yet they knew who had protected their young, and who had shielded them from the earliest storms of the primordial chaos. The ancestral Qilin established its ancestral ground among the mountains. It did not build high palaces, but instead constructed a hall with black stones, inscribing the laws with soil patterns. The first clan law: do not bully the weak, do not seize the young and the solitary. The second clan law: any running beast that enters the land of the Qilin shall receive protection. The third clan law: the Qilin clan shall not rely on auspiciousness to oppress all beings. Outside the sky, many powerful beings shifted their expression slightly. These three laws in the primordial chaos seemed like a joke. The primordial chaos spoke of connections, spoke of strength, spoke of fortune. It was common for the weak to be devoured and the young to be taken. Yet the ancestral Qilin during such times personally engraved these three sentences into the black stone of the ancestral ground. In the depths of the central mountain, within the ancestral ground of the Qilins, the old Qilins knelt before the stone steps, their shoulders trembling slightly. A young Qilin said softly, so the first clan law was indeed inscribed by the ancestor himself. He had heard the elders in the clan speak of it since childhood, but he had never seen such a clear image. The Qilin Mo Xian knelt at the front, pressing his hands to the ground with faint golden patterns glowing on his forehead. He gazed at the ancestral ground being established in the sky, his face devoid of tears, yet his eyes seemed to bear the weight of an entire mountain. The sky continued to advance. The ancestral dragon stood at the peak of the eastern sea, accompanied by myriad dragons with waves crashing high. The phoenix ancestor perched upon the South Ming Polonia with myriad phoenixes singing in unison, the sea of flames reflecting the heavens. Meanwhile, the ancestral Qilin stood in the center of the earth with 10,000 beasts bowing their heads and mountains resembling steps. The three clans stood side by side. The ancestral dragon once traversed the waves to the central mountain to discuss the Tao with the ancestral Qilin. In the image, the ancestral dragon's expression was fierce. As he spoke, the four seas return to the dragon, the earth returns to the Qilin, the sky returns to the phoenix. The primordial chaos can find peace. The ancestral Qilin shook his head. The primordial chaos does not belong to the three clans. The ancestral dragon squinted. Then whose is it? The ancestral Qilin looked towards the myriad beasts that were running, and then at the rivers flowing through the mountains. It belongs to all beings. With this sentence, many powerful beings in the primordial chaos fell silent. In the eastern sea dragon palace, Aoguang looked at the young ancestral dragon and ancestral Qilin standing face to face, and softly said the ancestor once had such a discussion with the ancestral Qilin. The turtle prime minister Shui Ing was beside him, and said softly, the kindness of the ancestral Qilin is indeed well deserved. Ao Lai frowned. If kindness were of any use, how could he die in the great tribulation? Aoguang glanced at him. To maintain kindness in the primordial chaos is far more difficult than charging into battle. Ao Lai opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing more. In the dark corner of the north, cold, a wisp of the ancestral dragon's true spirit gazed at the sky. His voice was hoarse. Old Qilin still has that temperament. Su Ming's narration sounded once again. Many believe that the Qilin clan can stand alongside the dragon and phoenix because of their auspicious reputation. Wrong. The ancestral Qilin is kind, yet not weak. He protects all beings not merely on account of kindness. The scene abruptly changed. A remnant of chaos crawled out from the depths of the earth, devouring myriad beasts and polluting the veins of the earth. Wherever the black mist passed, the mountains and forests, rotted rivers flowed backward, and dozens of beast clans were forced to flee in all directions. When the ancestral Qilin arrived, the ground was littered with blood and bones. He did not roar in anger. He merely lowered his head and buried the corpse of a dead young beast in the ground. Then he stepped forward. The remnant of chaos lunged at him, the black mist obscuring the sky. The sand-mile veins of the earth were pressed down by that fierce aura, emitting mournful cries. The ancestral Qilin raised his head. His twin horns glowed with the divine light of the thick soil. With just one impact, the mountains and rivers trembled. The massive remnant of chaos collapsed, flying backward 1,000 miles, shattering 7 barren mountains. The ancestral Qilin took another step. The earth closed in like a grinding disk, and the yellow divine light surged from all directions, gradually crushing the remnant of chaos. Black blood seeped into the soil, only to be burned into azure smoke by the divine light of the thick soil. The myriad beasts lay prostrate, raising their voices in a long cry. The ancestral Qilin stood among the corpses, injured himself, with dark golden blood flowing between his scales. Yet he merely spoke softly, "From now on, do not fear." On Janeo Island, the Tongtian master observed the scene, his grip on the Qingping sword tightening slightly. The benevolent are invincible. Taoist Duo Bao looked towards his master. Tongtian laughed coldly. Unfortunately, the primordial chaos does not determine rankings based on benevolence and righteousness, but rather on whose fist strikes first. In the Yushu Palace, the primordial lord's expression was complex. On the western spirit mountain, Jian and Zhuanti exchanged glances, yet said nothing. In the 33 heavens within the Lingxiao Hall, Hao Yan gazed at the sky, his face calm, yet secretly ordered someone to investigate the current affiliations of the lineage of the running beasts. Tai Bai Jinxing stood beside him, softly sighing. The old grievances of the Dragon clan have yet to be resolved, and the ancient matters of the Qilin clan arise again. The net of the heavenly court may be becoming increasingly chaotic. Within an unnamed small realm, Su Ming sat behind the sky, the system prompts continuously flashing. Resonance of the lineage of running beasts rises. Qilin clan's suppressed emotions loosen. The divine aura of the earth veins responds and strengthens. Resonance value increases 4,800. Su Ming glanced at it, but showed no joy. The thicker the image, the more painful the blades behind it felt. Yang Mei sat under a tree, unusually refraining from making jokes. He gazed at the ancestral Qilin in the sky, and softly said many laughed at him for being obstinate back then. But when the great tribulation came, those who laughed at him ran away faster than anyone else. Su Ming did not look back. He raised his hand and pointed. The sky's image slowly dimmed. At the border of the 3 clans, demonic energy began to manifest. The corpse of a torn Qilin cub appeared beside the Dragon clan's patrolling road. The auspicious patterns on the cub's forehead had yet to dissipate, but blood had already stained the coastal rocks red. In the distance, a shadow flickered and then vanished. Su Ming's voice fell low. And this is one of the earliest poison stings of the 3 clans' killing tribulation. The body of the young Qilin was very small, so small that many people outside the heavens didn't even see it clearly at first glance. It curled up by the side of the Dragon clan's patrolling sea route, its scales not fully grown, and the auspicious patterns on its forehead only partially glowing like a lamp that had yet to be lit, extinguished by a mere finger. There was a deep wound in its throat. The blood had already dried up, yet around the edges of the wound lingered a faint aura of Dragon clan's water salinity. It did not emanate naturally. Instead, it was deliberately pressed there by someone like a nail, firmly embedded in the young Qilin's wound. Outside the heavens, the descendants of the Qilin clan froze in place. In the depths of the central mountains before the ancestral hall, a young Qilin suddenly lifted its head, blood surging in its eyes. "Who is it?" An elder Qilin pressed down on its shoulder, his voice trembling. "Look down." In the heavens, several Qilin clan ground patrols arrived. The leader picked up the young Qilin, his fingers probing the wound, and his face instantly turned pale. Dragon clan's water salinity. The Qilin beside him had crimson eyes, almost drawing his weapon on the spot. The Dragon clan is too much. Not quite. The leader suppressed his anger, staring intently at the wound. This place is too close to the Dragon clan's patrolling sea route. If it were truly the Dragon clan's doing, how could they leave such a distinct aura? Before he could finish speaking, waves churned in the distance. A team of Dragon clan patrols broke through the waves. The 2 sides confronted each other beside the corpse. The waves crashed against the shore. The earth trembled. No one moved first, but weapons were already being drawn inch by inch. The Dragon clan leader, upon seeing the corpse of the young Qilin, was momentarily stunned, then frowned. "This matter is not the doing of my Dragon clan." The Qilin patrol shouted angrily, "The corpse is by your Dragon clan's patrolling sea route, and the wound carries water salinity. You say it's not so, it isn't." The Dragon clan leader's face darkened. The Dragon clan never leaves evidence behind when killing. He glanced at the young Qilin's corpse, his voice growing colder. "If we were to go to war, we wouldn't use a mere young Qilin as a pretext. This statement carried arrogance, yet it also sounded like the truth. But the corpse lay before them, and the auspicious patterns on the young Qilin still clung to the blood-soaked ground. Who could accept this? The argument between the two sides grew increasingly intense. At that moment, a wisp of black energy silently drilled into the earth beneath the corpse. It was as thin as a snake, yet as cold as a blade. Following the confluence of water and soil, it burrowed beneath the feet of both clans' cultivators, inching towards their foreheads. A flash of red light flickered in the eyes of the leading Qilin. He suddenly struck out towards the Dragon Clan leader. The Dragon Clan leader, who had already reached his limit, immediately brandished his spear to meet the attack. Boom! Water and earth collided. The patrolling sea route shattered. The first drop of blood splattered into the air. In an unnamed small realm, Su Ming observed the wisp of black energy, his expression turning icy. This tactic again. The great immortal Yang Mei leaned against a tree, the nonchalance on his face fading somewhat. Simple yet effective. The ancient tribes are never lacking in bloodlust. As long as you sprinkle some salt into the wound, they will unsheath their own blades. Su Ming raised his hand slightly. The heavens suddenly magnified that wisp of black energy. Everyone take a good look. In the scene, the black energy, like a calamity serpent, drilled into the foreheads of both clans' cultivators. The anger that had been barely contained was ignited in an instant. In the tea house of Wangxian City, a scattered cultivator gasped in cold air. Was it this kind of demonic energy from the Dragon Clan back then? No wonder the three clans couldn't stop until the end of the battle. It's true that fighting for territory is real, but so is forming blood feuds. He paused, gazing at the heavens, his voice lowering further. But some people are best at using real events to create fake scenarios. The scene in the heavens continued to unfold. The news returned to the Qilin Ancestral Hall. Inside the Grand Hall, many Qilin powerhouses were filled with rage. The Dragon Clan killed our young Qilin. This vengeance must be avenged. Please, Ancestor, give the order to level the eastern sea border. The Dragon Clan has become increasingly tyrannical in recent years. It is high time they received a lesson. The ancestral Qilin sat heavily in the hall. He did not issue an immediate order. Instead, he first asked, can the corpse be examined clearly? Someone below gritted their teeth and replied, the water salinity remains and dragon scale fragments are all present. The ancestral Qilin then asked, are there any witnesses? The crowd in the hall fell silent. The ancestral Qilin slowly rose. No witnesses, no declaration of war, no prior causes. Only a single corpse and a few traces of energy. Too coincidental. An old minister murmured, does the ancestor suspect someone is instigating? Not suspecting. The ancestral Qilin looked towards the darkened sky outside the hall. It is certain. He immediately ordered that the Qilin clan could not retaliate on their own. Then he personally left the ancestral hall to investigate the Dragon Clan's border. This scene made many people outside the heavens secretly breathe a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, the scene in the heavens changed. To the south, at the border of the Phoenix clan, a roosting phoenix forest was burned to ashes. Charred wutong trees lay broken on the ground, their branches and leaves still holding remnants of the southern bright, true fire. Yet deep within the ashes, a circle of thick earth array patterns was pressed down. The array patterns were too orderly. So orderly that they did not seem like the result of a hasty battle, but rather like evidence that had long been prepared, waiting for the Phoenix clan to discover. The Phoenix clan was enraged. An elder of the Phoenix clan stood upon the scorched earth, his feathered crown stained with blood, his eyes ablaze. The Qilin clan first killed the young Qilin framing the Dragon clan. Now they have destroyed my roosting phoenix forest. What a benevolent ancestor, what a thick earth auspicious beast. A wisp of black energy quietly spread beneath the charred tree roots. The fiery intent in the Phoenix elder's eyes suddenly became violent. From the remnants of the Phoenix clan that still existed in the old land of the southern bright, a wailing sound arose. They looked at the old scenes with hatred and suspicion in their eyes, because the heavens illuminated that wisp of black energy clearly. Su Ming's voice slowly descended from deep within the heavens. The great calamity of the three clans has never erupted in a single day. It is like water dripping through stone. A drop of blood, a corpse, a false letter, a wisp of fabricated energy. The knife need not be held in one's own hands, as long as you let your enemies draw their own blades. The primordial world fell silent. Countless mighty beings had their expressions darken. In the heavens, the ancestral Qilin personally arrived at the Dragon clan's border. The ancestral dragon stood atop the waves, a myriad of dragons arrayed behind him. The sea roared, and the dragon's might was like prison. While the ancestral Qilin stepped upon the earth, mountains rolling behind him, the thick earth's auspicious light remained tranquil as a mountain. The two ancestors stood facing each other. The ancestral dragon's voice was deep. The matter of the young Qilin is not the doing of my dragon clan. The ancestral Qilin nodded. I believe. Many people outside the heavens were taken aback. Even the ancestral dragon's wisp of true spirit in the dark north fell silent. In the scene, the ancestral dragon's gaze flickered. You believe. The ancestral Qilin replied calmly, if you wish to go to war, you wouldn't use such despicable means. Nor would you kill a young Qilin to humiliate the Qilin clan. There must be another hidden hand behind this. The ancestral dragon stared at him for a long time, then suddenly asked, the matter of the Phoenix clan's roosting Phoenix Forest is also not your doing. Not me. I believe as well. The two clan leaders fell silent for a moment. At that moment, between the rising tides and the earth, there was a brief moment of peace. If the hidden hand could be revealed at this moment, perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope for the three clans. But that hidden hand was waiting for this very moment, waiting for the two ancestors to meet, waiting for both clans' armies to suppress their fury, waiting for everyone to hold their breath in the tensest moment. In the distance where the sea met the sky, a scream suddenly rang out. A dragon clan patrolling army was trapped and killed by the thick earth formation. The array patterns bore the unmistakable mark of the Qilin ancestral hall. The ancestral dragon's expression turned icy. The ancestral Qilin suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp for the first time. Fake. He stepped forward, intending to personally break the formation and investigate. However, the remaining dragon clan members in the array had been corrupted by demonic energy. Upon seeing the ancestral Qilin approach, they all reversed their origins. In the next moment, they self-destructed. Boom! Blood surged into the sky. Fragments of dragon scales mixed with the remnants of souls, showering the ancestral Qilin. A dragon lord behind the ancestral dragon roared. The Qilin clan eliminated evidence before our eyes. The murderous intent of the myriad dragons surged. The roar of dragons nearly tore the heavens apart. The ancestral dragon raised his hand to suppress his clan. Yet on his arm the veins bulged inch by inch. The position of clan leader was not something determined by the heart of one alone. He could trust the ancestral Qilin, but the myriad dragons behind him could not. The ancestral Qilin stood in the blood rain, drenched in dragon blood. He looked at the ancestral dragon. Someone is afraid of us investigating further. The ancestral dragon replied coldly, I know. Then stop for now. The ancestral dragon's eyes reflected struggle, but with the dragon clan's corpses still warm and the fury of the myriad dragons like a tide. At that moment, a firelight surged from the south. The phoenix's cry tore through the clouds. The southern bright, true fire came pouring down, turning half of the primordial world into a golden hue. The Phoenix clan's army pressed forward. The Phoenix ancestor stood atop the raging flames, his voice cold, penetrating mountains and seas. Ancestral dragon, ancestral Qilin. You two clans have performed a splendid play. At the boundary of the three clans, the killing intent finally converged. The waves crashed violently. The thick earth shook. The southern bright fire ignited. The three forces that were supposed to guard the primordial world truly collided for the first time on that day. In the unnamed small realm, Su Ming watched the scene in the heavens, his palm slightly clenching. The system prompt appeared line by line. The old hatred of the three clans resonates and intensifies. The Qilin clan's emotional fluctuations are drastic. The remnants of the Phoenix clan awaken in resonance. Interference of the heavenly order reappears, warning the core scene countdown is about to touch the node of the great calamity. It's coming again. At the edge of the heavens, a gray-white light spreads silently, like an eye, slowly opening. As the gray-white light flickered, the boundaries of the three clans in the sky suddenly became blurred. The figures of the ancestor dragon, ancestor phoenix, and ancestor Qilin appeared as if shrouded in a layer of cold mist. The roar of the dragon clan faded into the distance. The fiery cries of the phoenix clan diminished. Even the thick earth's auspicious light of the Qilin clan darkened inch by inch, as if something had erased it from the depths of time. Beings of the wild raised their heads, feeling a dryness in their eyes. In the tea house of Xian City, a wandering cultivator suddenly rubbed his eyes. Am I seeing things? Just a moment ago, everything was clear. No, it's not an illusion. It's as if someone covered the sky with a gray cloth. The one-armed old man set down his wine bowl, his remaining arm pressing against the table as his brows tightened. He stared at the sky for a long time, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. It's not the sky that's covered. It's us. At these words, the tea house fell silent. Someone held a teacup, their fingers frozen in midair, oblivious to the hot tea spilling over, to obscure the eyes of the beings. These four characters sent a chill down their spines, even more than the blurriness of the sky itself. In a nameless small realm, Su Ming did not speak immediately. He stood under a tree, his eyes narrowed slightly as golden light continuously surged from his palm into the sky. However, that gray-white light was extremely strange. It did not collide directly with the golden light, nor did it forcibly tear the image apart. It simply clung to the edges of the sky, like spider silk, gradually erasing the most critical details. It was not about destroying the truth. Rather, it was about preventing beings from seeing the truth. The system prompt appeared urgently. Interference of the heavenly Tao order has increased. Objective obscure the nodes driving the initial calamity of Longhorn. Current completeness of the sky image 89. Do you wish to consume 0 resonance points to forcibly maintain the core image? Su Ming looked at the words forcibly and did not agree immediately. He had suffered losses before. In the dragon tomb, a single vibration from the heavenly Tao order had nearly shattered his divine sense. Now the sky covered the wilds with all saints watching and myriad spirits observing. If he forcefully tore away this layer of concealment, the backlash might not fall solely on the image. The great immortal, Yang Mei, slowly stood up. A dry branch gently rotated in his hand, causing the surrounding space to ripple like water. Even the shadows of the trees shifted slightly. Don't be reckless. He looked up at the gray-white light at the edge of the sky, the laziness on his face finally fading. What it doesn't want you to see is not just Luo, who's sowing discord among the three clans, but rather the true hand that controls the board behind Luo Hu. Su Ming said, if we don't uncover it, the Qilin's move will lose half its meaning. Half a move is better than you being pierced by the heavenly Tao right now. Yang Mei narrowed his eyes. You can borrow the eyes of the beings. There's no need to use your own eyes to forcibly look. Su Ming's heart stirred. Borrowing the eyes of the beings. He immediately understood Yang Mei's meaning. The tally of the sky had never been something he alone spoke about. The stronger the resonance of the beings, the more stable the image. If the myriad spirits of the wild could see the unreasonable aspects for themselves, piecing together the obscured thread, what the heavenly Tao wanted to conceal would no longer be just Su Ming's eyes, but the eyes of the entire wild. The price would then be great. Su Ming did not choose to forcibly maintain the core image. He raised his hand and pointed, mobilizing the resonance golden mist he had previously accumulated, breaking down the image in the sky that was about to be obscured into countless tiny fragments of light. Each piece was not the final truth, just details. The direction of the flowing water spirit from the corpse of a Qilin cub. The intricate patterns etched in the scorched earth beneath the roosting phoenix forest. The fleeting black line that appeared between the brows of a dragon clan patrol before their self-detonation. The gray light that flickered in the depths of the pupils of a furious Phoenix clan elder. And beneath the boundary of the three clans, that cold order that did not belong to the dragon, the Phoenix, or the Qilin. The fragments fell like rain, covering the vast sky of the wild. Su Ming's voice then rang out. Everyone, if you cannot see the whole picture, then look closely at the details. Water spirits can be fake, dragon scales can be framed, formations can be reversed, and evidence can pile up like mountains. But the one truly playing the game will always leave traces that do not belong to the pieces. Across the wild, many powerful beings raised their eyes simultaneously. In the blood sea, the ancestor of the Nether River sat upon a 12-petal fire lotus, staring at the strands of black gas and gray light, suddenly grinning. Good boy. Instead of tearing the heavenly Taoist concealment, you let the beings piece together the puzzle themselves. He lightly flicked his fingertip, causing the waves of the blood sea to roll silently. The demonic energy does have the flavor of Luo Hu. But that gray-white thing. The blood color in the depths of the Nether River's eyes deepened. It doesn't seem like demonic energy. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, his gaze slightly lowered. The light and shadows of the sky fell into the palace, but were blocked 3 feet away by an invisible Tao rhythm. He watched the gray-white light, his fingertips in his sleeve moving slightly. In the end, he did not make a move. It's not time yet. His voice was extremely soft, so soft that it seemed to be meant for the silence of the Zixiao Palace. On Golden Ao Island, the master of the Tongtian let out a cold laugh. What are you trying to conceal, eh? The more you conceal, the more it seems there's a ghost. Taoist Duobao said softly, master this gray-white light. Don't ask. Tongtian interrupted him, his gaze heavy. Some things knowing too early is a calamity. Let's see how Su Ming pries it open. In the Yushu Palace, the primordial heavenly master's expression was grim. He naturally also noticed the unusualness of the gray-white traces. If it were just Luo Hu's demonic energy, why the need for such concealment? But as a sage, he understood one thing better than others. Some names once spoken will draw attention. In the western spirit mountain, Jane's brows furrowed even deeper. Zhuan Ti said softly, Senior brother, if the calamity of Longhorn is dug too deep, it may have far-reaching consequences. Jane sighed. It is already being dug. In the nameless small realm, Su Ming heard the system prompts continuously flashing. Beings autonomously distinguished triggered the cost of obstructing the heavenly Tao order has increased completeness of the image has risen 92 resonance value increased 600. Su Ming's mouth curled slightly. Conceal away. I want to see if you can cover the eyes of the entire wild. Yang Mei glanced at him, a hint of appreciation passing through his eyes. Your temperament sometimes really resembles Pangu. Su Ming did not respond to this. The name Pangu was no longer glory to him. It was a trouble. The image of the sky reformed. The boundary of the three clans. The ancestor phoenix descended. The phoenix fire burned the heavens, the dragon tide rolled the earth, and the thick earth resided in the center. The three strands of innate fortune collided, pressing the sky down like iron. The ancestor Qilin stood between the blood of dragons and the fire of phoenixes, the thick earth's auspicious light, slowly spreading from beneath his hooves, forcibly stabilizing the turbulent earth veins. He looked at the ancestor phoenix, his voice steady. Ancestor Phoenix, this matter is treachery. The ancestor Phoenix stood atop countless flames, his feather crown ablaze, the true fire of the southern Ming in his eyes, almost taking on a tangible form. Treachery. My Phoenix clan's roosting phoenix forest burned all 3,000 young feathers. The thick earth formation locked down our retreat. You say there is treachery. Can it offset this blood debt? The ancestor Qilin said solemnly, today's blood I will investigate with you. If it is truly the work of the Qilin, I will personally give the Phoenix clan an explanation. Investigate. The ancestor Phoenix's voice was as cold as a blade. Until when will you investigate? Until my Phoenix clan's next roosting ground is slaughtered again. The ancestor dragon stepped forward, his dragon might heavy as it suppressed the waves. Ancestor Phoenix calmed down. The ancestor Phoenix turned sharply to look at the ancestor dragon, the firelight in his eyes burning even brighter. You dragon clan's patrol just died, and you stand with the Qilin. Ancestor dragon, do you want to join forces to swallow the Phoenix? The ancestor dragon's expression turned cold. Absurd. None of the three ancestors were fools. But behind the three clans there was more than just themselves. The dragon clan had lost their patrol. The Phoenix clan had destroyed the roosting Phoenix forest. The Qilin clan had lost their cubs. The anger of the powerful beings of each clan had reached its peak, while the demonic energy, resentment, and gray-white order in the formation were silently adding fuel to the fire. The ancestor Qilin still wanted to stabilize the situation. He turned towards the army of the three clans, the thick earth's auspicious light spreading from beneath his feet like a steady giant hand pressing down the boiling earth veins. Retreat 100 miles. The Qilin clan members were the first to hear the order, gritting their teeth as they withdrew. Seeing this, the ancestor dragon also raised his hand to signal the dragon clan to retreat. A hint of hesitation flashed in the ancestor Phoenix's eyes. If the three clans retreated now, there would still be leeway. But just then, at the back of the Phoenix formation, a severely injured young Phoenix suddenly let out a piercing cry. On its chest, a thick earth prohibition pattern suddenly lit up. Deep within the prohibition, the gray-white light flashed against its flesh and blood before vanishing. In the next moment, the prohibition exploded. The young Phoenix's flesh and blood turned into a rain of fire falling before the Phoenix clan army. Before it died, it let out only half a cry, but still managed to scream its final words. The Qilin killed me. The Phoenix clan army erupted completely. Thousands of phoenixes wailed, the true fire of the southern Ming soaring into the sky. The flames on the ancestor Phoenix instantly burned through the clouds. The ancestor Qilin's expression changed drastically. It wasn't me. But these three words had already been drowned out by the wails of thousands of phoenixes. The ancestor Phoenix struck down with his palm. The sea of fire transformed into countless red feathers directly slashing through the Qilin army formation. The ancestor Qilin did not counterattack the Phoenix clan's main formation. He merely raised the thick earth barrier to protect the young Qilin beasts behind him that had not yet matured. Boom! The red feathers struck the thick earth barrier, shattering mountains and causing the earth to wail. The ancestor Qilin's four hooves sank into the earth veins, the auspicious patterns on his back glowing bright, then dimming beneath the firelight. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Clan formation, a forged phoenix fire suddenly exploded. Dozens of true dragons had no time to react before being burned to charred bones. Dragon blood fell into the sea, instantly turning the water crimson. The last thread of restraint in the ancestor dragon's eyes was shattered by the blood color. He let out a low roar, the dragon's roar shattering the clouds for miles. Those who retreat will guard the formation. Those who advance follow me. Break the game. He spoke of breaking the game. But on the battlefield, breaking the game and starting a war were only a thin line apart. The dragon tide surged towards the phoenix fire. The phoenix fire pounced towards the thick earth. The thick earth was forced to rebound. The armies of the three clans finally clashed together. That clash was not merely a meeting of weapons. It was the sea tide crushing the mountains. It was the phoenix fire burning through the clouds. It was the thick earth rolling for miles, burying one unnameable corpse after another. Outside the sky, the beings of the wild felt a heaviness in their chests. They saw the ancestor Qilin wanting to retreat. They saw the ancestor dragon also wanting to retreat. They saw the ancestor phoenix's previous hesitation. Yet every time the three clans were about to stop, new blood deaths would fall. Each blade pushed them forward, until no one could turn back. Su Ming's voice resonated deeply. The first regret of the ancestor Qilin is not defeat. It is knowing there are hidden hands, but being unable to stop beings from being pushed forward by blood deaths. In the earth of Zhongyue, before the Qilin ancestral hall, Mo Xian closed his eyes. Behind him, young Qilins gritted their teeth, their jaws clattering with anger and sorrow intertwined. An old Qilin lay on the ground, weeping, his forehead pressed against the cold stone steps. Ancestor, you truly did your best back then. In the sky, the ancestor Qilin stood alone in the center of the battlefield. The thick earth's auspicious light opened repeatedly, only to be torn apart again and again by dragon breath and phoenix fire. He did not retreat, nor could he retreat. In the distance, a young Qilin cub, frightened and curled up, was overturned by the remnants of the battlefield, the auspicious patterns on its forehead flickering dimly. The ancestor Qilin saw it. In that moment, this ancestor, who bore the weight of all beasts upon the thick earth, showed an unmistakable pain in his eyes for the first time. Once the battlefield opened, it became impossible to retract. In the sky, the boundaries of the three clans no longer resembled the desolate earth, but rather a volcano soaked in blood. The Dragon Clan came from the east, with tidal waves crashing over mountains and water spirits soaring into the sky. The Phoenix Clan approached from the south, their fiery feathers raining down, incinerating the forests and plains. The Qilin Clan resided in the heart of the land, previously setting up defensive formations. However, once the defensive formations were shattered, the rebound force of the thick earth could also crush flesh and blood. The ancestral Qilin stood at the forefront. He did not allow the cubs of his clan to approach the battlefield, nor did he let the elderly and weak on armor to face death. His first command was to retreat. The young shall return to the ancestral hall. The injured shall return to the earth's lungs. The beasts of the wild must not venture out recklessly. The Qilin warriors had bloodshot eyes, nearly grinding their teeth. Ancestral Master, the dragons and phoenixes have reached our doorstep. The ancestral Qilin turned to glance at him. That glance was not filled with anger, yet it weighed heavily like mountains. Defending our land does not mean filling the earth with the lives of our kin. The warrior's chest heaved violently before he finally lowered his head. Understood. Yet the cruelest aspect of the great calamity was that even if one did not wish to kill, death would still seek you out. The scene shifted. A migrating group of wild beasts was caught in the rift caused by the clash between the dragons and phoenixes. Tens of thousands of souls were trapped in the gorge. Above them fell the fiery rain of the phoenixes, and below them surged the tidal waves of the dragons, while ahead loomed a pack of ferocious beasts corrupted by demonic energy. An old beast carried its cub in flight, while a hornless spirit deer crashed against the rock wall, still turning back to retrieve its fallen young. Ground birds with their wings underdeveloped were scorched by the fiery rain, half of their wings charred black, yet they dared not emit a cry. By the time the ancestral Qilin arrived, the gorge had already collapsed halfway. He shouted with a low voice, his hooves pounding the ground. Boom! The earth trembled for thousands of miles. A divine light from the thick earth spread out from beneath his feet, transforming into a colossal hand that propped up the collapsing mountains. Run! The myriad beasts fled. A little beast with a broken leg was trapped under a falling stone, crying incessantly. The ancestral Qilin lowered his head and used his horn to lift the boulder gently, sending it back to the group. At that very moment, the fiery breath of the phoenix and the breath of the dragon struck simultaneously. The ancestral Qilin did not dodge. He faced them with his back. Boom! The scales on his body shattered. The auspicious patterns broke apart. Scalding blood splattered onto the thick earth, dyeing the charred ground a dark golden hue. Outside the sky, countless hearts tightened. It was not that he could not dodge. With the power of the ancestral Qilin, if he truly wished to evade, the fiery breath of the phoenix and the breath of the dragon would hardly touch him. But behind him were the wild beasts who had not yet fled far. In the tea house of Hongjun City, the originally chattering loose cultivators fell silent. Someone spoke in a hoarse voice, softly asking, why doesn't he fight back? Because if he fights back, those little things behind him will be gone. That person opened his mouth, but could not speak further. The sky continued to unfold. The ancestral Qilin protected one clan and rushed to another place. He was like a moving mountain. Wherever the earth veins fractured, he would mend them. Wherever young beasts were trapped, he would go. Wherever the Qilin clan was about to be overwhelmed by fury, he would personally suppress it. Yet the battlefield was too vast. The calamity was too ruthless. He could save one place, but not 10. He could save today, but could not block tomorrow. Su Ming's voice resonated in the sky. The ancestral Qilin is not incapable of slaying enemies. Throughout his life, he has engaged in bloodshed rivaling the ancestral dragon and the phoenix ancestor. But during that great calamity, every time he acted he first thought about saving as many lives as possible. The scene shifted again. An innate ferocious spirit shrouded in demonic energy charged into the rear of the Qilin, opening its mouth to devour the young. The ferocious spirit had 9 heads and 100 legs, and with each step it took, black blood corroded the earth veins. It laughed sharply, its mouth still gnawing on the remnants of a Qilin cub. The ancestral Qilin rushed over. In that moment, all warmth in his eyes vanished. Only coldness remained. The divine light of the thick earth coalesced into the shadows of mountains behind him, and the power of the earth's veins flowed into his horn through his 4 hooves. With just one strike, the ferocious spirit's divine form was pierced through. 9 heads cried out in anguish simultaneously. The ancestral Qilin took another step. The earth veins closed like a millstone. Crack. The ferocious spirit's primordial spirit was ground into ashes by the laws of the thick earth. In that moment, the ancestral Qilin's killing intent was as heavy as mountains. The beings of the primordial world finally saw clearly. Kindness does not mean one cannot kill. It means one is unwilling to kill indiscriminately. In the depths of the earth's lungs, the young Qilins gasped heavily. They had heard their elders speak of the ancestral master's warmth, kindness, and protection of all beings since childhood. But after hearing the words warmth for so long, they felt it lacked sharpness. Only at this moment did they see the true strength of the ancestral master. An old Qilin said tremulously, "The ancestral master does not avoid conflict. What the ancestral master fights for is the path of survival." Qilin Mo Xin pressed his palm against the ground, slightly exerting force. The stone steps cracked with fine lines. He still did not speak. Only the blood vessels in his eyes slowly crept up. In the sky, the war dragged on for hundreds of years. The old grievances among the 3 clans deepened. The misunderstandings that could once be explained were now no one wished to hear. The Dragon Clan claimed the Qilin killed their Dragon Lord. The Phoenix Clan said the Qilin destroyed their nesting forests. The Qilin Clan stated the dragons and phoenixes trampled their ancestral veins. The truth was buried beneath the bones. Hatred had grown into a new truth. In the western lands, demonic energy surged. Luo Hao's figure became clearer for the first time in the sky. He stood outside a black killing formation, gazing at the battlefield of the 3 clans, his laughter low. Let the killing begin. The kinder one, the more they suffer. The more one wishes to save, the less they can rescue. His fingers moved the killing formation, and countless grievances transformed into black lines entwining towards the battlefield of the 3 clans. But behind him in the higher void, a thread of gray-white order flashed and vanished. That was not demonic energy, nor was it killing intent. It was cold, straight, and devoid of joy or sorrow. Like an invisible hand pressing down on the chessboard, allowing the pieces to crash into each other. Outside the sky, all beings saw, but for a moment. Yet that moment was enough to silence countless mighty beings. Luo Ho was a manipulator. But Luo Ho was not the only manipulator. Demonic energy was killing. Yet that gray-white order seemed to be determining the outcome. In an unnamed minor realm, Su Ming did not forcefully break it. He knew that at this moment he could not nail the words heaven's path onto the scene. The evidence was insufficient. The strength was also lacking. Recklessly shouting it out would only provide a reason for heaven's path to retaliate. He merely raised his hand, pausing the sky at the point where the gray-white order flashed. He paused for a breath. After a breath, the scene continued. The great immortal Yang Mei gently nodded. That's enough. A wise person will understand, and an unwise person will also have doubts. Su Ming gazed at the sky, his voice calm. Once suspicion arises, one will no longer easily trust the so-called great trend. The system light curtain then floated into view. Resonance value increased. 8,200 Qilin clan bloodline resonance. Erupted emotions of the wild beast lineage began to ease the disturbance of the order of heaven's path. Temporarily retreated, Su Ming glanced at the panel. The resonance value was rising, but he did not feel at ease. The regrets of the ancestral Qilin were different from those of the ancestral dragon. The pain of the ancestral dragon was like a broken knife glaringly inserted into the spine of the dragon clan. The pain of the ancestral Qilin was like blood buried in the mud. If you do not dig, it remains. But if you do dig, your hands are full of old stench. In the sky, the last clan meeting of the Qilin Ancestral Hall was convened. The Great Hall was no longer tranquil as it was upon its initial construction. The stone pillars were shattered, the walls bore burn marks and claw scratches. Outside the hall the injured groaned, the young beasts wept, and the old Chilans ground the last remaining spirit herbs into paste, applying it to the warrior's wounds. The ancestral Chilan stood in the hall. His injuries had not yet healed, and there were large gaps in the scales on his back, still seeping blood. The generals requested to fight. Ancestral Master, the dragons and phoenixes are bullying us too much. If we retreat again, the ancestral hall will have no ground to retreat to. The wild beast clans are watching us. If the Chilan clan does not fight, who will still believe we can protect them? Please, Ancestral Master, give the order to gather the earth veins for a decisive battle. The voices rose higher and higher. It was not that they were unaware of death, but reaching this point, even the words "not fighting" felt like knives slicing through them. The ancestral Chilan closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, he did not look at the generals who requested to fight. He looked outside the hall. There several young Chilan cubs who had yet to transform curled up in their mother's embrace, their auspicious patterns dimmed, and their eyes filled with fear. The ancestral Chilan asked, if we go for a decisive battle, what about the young ones? The hall fell silent. Someone spoke softly, they can be sent deep into the earth's lungs. What if the earth's lungs are breached? No one answered. The ancestral Chilan slowly said, I can die, you all can die. The Chilan warriors can die, but the young ones cannot all perish. A warrior with red eyes exclaimed, Ancestral Master, do you want us to continue enduring? The ancestral Chilan looked at him. It is not endurance. He raised his hand and pressed it against the map of the earth's veins. The moment his palm landed, the map of the earth's veins trembled slightly. It was as if even this ancestral land that had borne the Chilan clan for countless years understood his decision. We will relocate the ancestral hall. The faces of everyone in the hall changed simultaneously. Relocating the ancestral hall meant acknowledging that the ancestral land could not be defended. It meant admitting that the Chilan clan would no longer gather as a clan to compete for supremacy. It meant uprooting the roots laid down by their ancestors inch by inch from the earth. That was not retreat. That was severing their roots. Some old ministers trembled, nearly unable to stand. Some warriors suddenly lowered their heads, their shoulders trembling violently. Others from the Chilan clan gripped their weapons tightly, their knuckles splitting, blood dripping down their palms onto the ground. The ancestral Chilan's voice was steady, yet every word felt like a stone knife cutting into the hearts of the people. Split into 3 routes. The young ones shall enter the hidden paths of the earth's lungs. The elderly and weak shall scatter with the wild beasts into the primordial world. The battle division will follow me as the rear guard. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over all the clansmen in the hall. From this day forth the Chilan clan shall no longer gather to compete for supremacy. Survive. The hall fell into silence. Then all the powerful Chilans knelt down. They were unwilling, yet they obeyed the orders. Outside the sky, the descendants of the Chilan in the earth's lungs were already in tears. Chilan Mo Xian's forehead touched the ground, his voice hoarse to the point of being nearly inaudible. The younger generation Mo Xian will remember the ancestral master's orders. Behind him, countless Chilan clan members lay prostrate in reverence. They were not bowing to the sky. They were bowing to the ancestral master who, amid the calamity, personally uprooted the ancestral hall only to leave a path of survival for the younger generation. At the moment the migration of the ancestral hall began in the sky, deep within the battlefield of the 3 clans, a pitch-black, killing formation slowly closed in. Within the killing formation, the vengeful souls wailed, and demonic energy surged like a tide. Countless black lines spread along the earth veins, silently entwining towards the route of the Chilan ancestral hall's retreat. Luoho raised his hand, pointing towards that dark path. He laughed. His laughter was not loud, yet it sent shivers down the spines of countless people outside the sky. What do the kind fear the most? It is not their own death. It is that those they protect, none escape. The migration of the Chilan ancestral grounds was devoid of drumbeats. Only the soft sound of hooves echoed deep within the earth. The night sky was heavy, and the ancestral veins of Nüwa were shrouded by the thick patterns of soil, while the hidden pathways of the earth opened one after another. The young Chilan was tearfully pushed into the dark passage by the elders of its maternal clan, each beast quietly supporting the elderly and weak, retreating into the shadows of the mountain. No one dared to cry out. A single cry would disrupt the atmosphere. A disruption could attract pursuers. The ancestral Chilan stood at the highest point of the ancestral grounds, watching the various clans depart. A young Chilan broke free from its mother, stumbling back to bite at his clothes. Ancestral, aren't you leaving? The ancestral Chilan bent down and gently stroked its head. I will come later. The young Chilan blinked. Really? The ancestral Chilan smiled. Really? Beyond the sky, countless hearts were heavy. They all knew that this statement was mostly a lie. But the young Qilin did not understand. When it was taken away by its mother, it looked back and waved its little hoof. The ancestral Qilin stood in place and waved its hand, until that small figure disappeared at the end of the dark passage. The smile on its face slowly faded. The Qilin War Division gathered outside the ancestral grounds. There were not many of them. Compared to the past when thousands of beasts would pay homage, now only remnants of armor and broken horns remained with bloodstained clothes and tattered flags. An old war general stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Ancestral, the rear guard of the War Division, 37,000 has all arrived. The ancestral Qilin looked at them. Does anyone wish to leave with the young clan? No one spoke. The old war general grinned, revealing a mouthful of bloody teeth. We old bones would only take up space if we left. Better to stay here and shield the little ones a while longer. The ancestral Qilin fell silent for a moment and bowed to them. Upon this bow, the 37,000 Qilin War Division all changed color. Ancestral, you must not. The ancestral Qilin said, you all die for the clan, thus deserve my bow. The members of the War Division had red-rimmed eyes, all bowing in reverence. On Golden Ao Island, the Tongtian master watched this scene, gripping his sword, knuckles turning white. He recalled the myriad immortals of the Jia sect. He thought of those disciples who, knowing the great array would break, still knelt before him seeking battle. Taoist Duobao stood beside him, his throat tight. Suddenly Tongtian said, remember, if one day the Jia sect reaches such a moment, I will not let you all remain behind. Taoist Duobao whispered, Master. Tongtian coldly said, be quiet. His gaze remained on the sky, yet there was already thunder in his eyes. In the sky the pursuers arrived. First were the remnants of the dragon clan. They were not led by the ancestral dragon, but rather by several dragon factions driven by blood feuds and demonic energy. The leading dragon lord had half of his body charred, clearly having just experienced the flames of the phoenix. Upon seeing the traces of the Qilin ancestral grounds migration, he roared, the Qilin clan is fleeing. Block them. Following them were the fire riders of the Phoenix clan. Their wings were shattered, their eyes blood-red, shouting for revenge for the Qi Feng forest. Further off there were also demonic beasts corrupted by the demonic energy, surging like a black tide. The ancestral Qilin stepped forward. The earth trembled. A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, spanning miles. This road is closed. The dragon lord roared. Ancestral Qilin, your clan has killed my dragon clan, yet you wish to protect the young clan to escape. The ancestral Qilin replied, if you wish to investigate, I can stay behind. The young clan is innocent. The Phoenix clan leader said sharply, is my Phoenix clan's young feather guilty? The ancestral Qilin closed his eyes. They are all innocent. Then let blood repay blood. The dragon breath and Phoenix fire surged simultaneously. The ancestral Qilin did not attempt to persuade further. He knew persuasion would not work anymore. The 37,000 Qilin War Division stomped the ground in unison, the thick earth patterns glowing, and each warrior ignited with a yellowish blood light, using their bloodlines as nails to pin themselves to the earth. The battle began. There were no flashy abilities. Only collisions, stomping, tearing, and blocking. The Qilin War Division used their bodies to block the gap. When dragon claws tore into their chests, they embraced the claws and self-destructed. When Phoenix fire burned away their scales and armor, they used their remains to extinguish the flames. When ferocious beasts charged, they drove their horns into the throats of their foes. Blood stained the thick earth. Every inch was bought with lives. The somber narration of Su Ming echoed. Many later only remembered that the Qilin clan scattered. Yet they forgot why they could scatter. Because some remained behind to block the dead end for them. In the tea house of Hongjun City, some wandering cultivators lowered their heads. Some quietly wiped their eyes, but dared not let others see. The one-armed elder held his wine bowl, staring blankly for a long time without drinking. He had seen small sects perish. He had seen his master stuff disciples into a cellar while he guarded the door with a sword. The matters unfolding in the sky were too great enough to concern the calamity of the three clans. Yet in the hearts of the people it felt like the lamp of a family in peril. In the earth's lung of Zhongyue behind Qilin Mo, Xian, a young Qilin, suddenly stood up. Clan leader. The ancestral has suffered this great injustice, why must we still hide? The old Qilin shouted, kneel down. The young Qilin's eyes turned blood red. The dragon clan dares to seek justice for the ancestral dragon, oh why does the Qilin clan not dare? The atmosphere in the hall tightened suddenly. Qilin Mo Xian slowly stood up. The aura of a nascent saint pressed down like a mountain. The young Qilin trembled, but still gritted its teeth to stand firm. Qilin Mo Xian looked at him and asked, what is your name? Mo Yen. Do you want to go out? I do. What do you want to do outside? To tell the wasteland that the Qilin clan is not dead. Qilin Mo Xian fell silent for a moment, then waved his hand. Mo Yin was pressed to the ground by the force of the thick soil. He glared up angrily. Qilin Mo Xian's voice was deep. The ancestral allowed the young clan to survive, not to let you lead the clan out to establish your might for others. Mo Yan's eyes showed defiance. Qilin Mo Xian continued, the dragon clan has the 4 seas dragon kings and the true spirit of the ancestral dragon outside. What do we have? He pointed to the old and weak outside the Blackstone Hall. We have these clansmen who have hidden for countless years bloodlines scattered across the wasteland, who dare not acknowledge their ancestry, a broken horn, and an ancestral ground that dares not light a lamp. Mo Yin was stunned. Qilin Mo Xian said, if you want the wasteland to know that the Qilin clan is not dead, do not rely on shouting. Rely on surviving until the day we can stand out. The hall fell silent. The young Qilin finally lowered its head. Mo Yin knows he is wrong. Qilin Mo Xian looked again at the sky, pressing his palm against the broken ancestral horn. But from today onward, all those above the golden immortal in the clan shall enter the ancestral veins for quiet cultivation. If Su Ming comes seeking, open the outer courtyard, but do not open the inner courtyard. If the heavenly court or various sects come to investigate the ancestral grounds, shall be sealed off. The old Qilin was startled. Does the clan leader want to meet with the enumerator? Qilin Mo Xian replied, the ancestral's past has been revealed. We can no longer hide. Within the nameless small realm, Su Ming felt something amiss. System notifications appeared. The attitude of the Qilin ancestral grounds has changed. The current clan leader Qilin Mo Xian has expressed a willingness to make contact. The clues to the relics of the ancestral Qilin have stabilized. Hint, the broken ancestral horn may carry a trace of regret. An echo. Su Ming's eyes brightened slightly. An echo of regret. Not a remnant soul. Yet it could be a trace that is easier to seize than a complete severance. Yang Mei leaned over to take a glance, and clicked her tongue. There is a door, but it is narrow. Su Ming said a narrow door is still a door. Behind the door may be a pit. Better than a wall. In the sky, the rear guard battle reached its final phase. The 37,000 Qilin war division had dwindled to less than 1,000. The ancestral Qilin was covered in wounds, with its back torn by dragon claws, the left horn cracked by phoenix fire, and one foreleg deeply immersed in demonic energy, blood flowing endlessly. Yet he still stood. Behind the thick earthen wall, the last batch of the young clan was nearing the end of the dark passage. At that moment, the killing formation of Luo Ho finally descended. Pitch-black patterns converged from all directions, sealing off the thick earthen wall and blocking the ancestral Qilin's retreat. The voice of Luo Ho echoed across the battlefield. Ancestral Qilin, can you save them for a moment or save them for a lifetime? The ancestral Qilin looked up, his gaze calm. If I can save a moment, then I will save a moment. He stepped forward, the thick earthen ancestral veins rumbling beneath his feet. Today no one shall cross this line. As the killing formation descended, there was a moment of silence both inside and outside the celestial dome. The pitch-black great formation was unlike any ordinary array. It was built upon bones woven with vengeful spirits, fueled by the blood feuds of 3 clans. With each rotation of the formation's patterns, countless wails of the deceased echoed out. Dragon roars, phoenix cries, beast howls, and the sorrowful lament of the Qilin intertwined, resembling a gaping wound torn across the primordial earth. The ancestral Qilin stood at the front of the formation. Behind it was a thick earthen wall. Beyond the wall lay the final hidden passage of the earth's core. Within the passage, the young ones were still fleeing. A small Qilin fell, blood trickling from its mouth, but was swiftly picked up by an old beast beside it, continuing forward. It looked back to the distance, only to see the dark light pressing down from the horizon, unable to glimpse the figure of the ancestor. On the battlefield, the ancestral Qilin glanced back. Across the vast expanse of land, through smoke and blood, it seemed to see those small figures. Its gaze softened. Luo Ho stood deep within the killing formation, his black robes fluttering. If you step aside now, I can grant you a path to survival. Where does the path you offer lead? Asked the ancestral Qilin. It leads to the road of life. If I am the only one who survives, it is not a path. Luo Ho's smile deepened. Foolish. The ancestral Qilin did not respond further. It lowered its head, gazing at its blood-stained hooves. In the next moment, a radiant light of thick earth ignited from within its body. It did not spread outward, but rather burned inward. The remaining hundreds of warriors of the Qilin battle division changed their expressions drastically. Ancestor. The ancestral Qilin spoke, gently, retreat behind me. The old warrior, bloodied and battered, struggled to stand. We can still fight. I know. The ancestral Qilin looked at them. So keep an eye on whether they have gone far. The old warrior was stunned, and then tears streamed down his face. He understood. The ancestor did not want them to fight again. He wanted them to carry that glance and live on. but they had very few who could even walk now. The old warrior gritted his teeth and led the remaining troops to retreat behind the thick earthen wall. Each step back felt like pulling bones from their bodies. The ancestral Qilin faced the killing formation alone. Outside the celestial dome, the myriad primordial beings held their breath. Su Ming also did not speak. At this moment no narration was needed. The scene itself was heavier than any words. The killing formation roared into motion. Thousands of black lines shot towards the ancestral Qilin. The ancestral Qilin charged forward with its horn. The divine light of thick earth moved like a mountain, shattering the first layer of black lines. The remnants of the dragon clan's killing moves surged from the left, transforming into 9 water-like dragon shadows, biting towards its neck. It twisted its body, taking 3 hits on its shoulder and shattered 6 lines with its dual horns. The remnants of the Phoenix clan's fiery feathers fell from above like countless red blades. The ancestral Qilin arched its back to absorb the flames, its scales crackling as they burned flesh-charred black, yet it still did not retreat, even a single step. The ferocious beast, driven by demonic energy, pounced wildly. With a stomp of its hoof, the earth cracked open, swallowing the pack of ferocious beasts into a deep ravine. Yet with each strike, the light surrounding it dimmed by a fraction. Luo Hao's voice echoed. The young ones you protect may not remember you in the future. The ancestral Qilin remained silent. The beast you shelter will eventually be ridden by men domesticated and their blood taken to refine talismans. Finally, a flicker of emotion appeared in the ancestral Qilin's eyes. Luo Hao chuckled. You see, you too can feel pain. The ancestral Qilin lifted its gaze towards him. To feel pain is to still be alive. Luo Hao's expression turned slightly cold. The killing formation suddenly tightened. This time it was not just demonic energy. A gray-white order descended from the deepest part of the killing formation, like an invisible nail driving towards the ancestral Qilin's brow. The celestial dome's image blurred once again. Su Ming's eyes turned icy. Trying to obscure again. A system prompt appeared. Core image is obstructed by the will of heaven. If the complete source of the gray-white order is forcibly revealed, a high-risk backlash will occur. Suggestion: retain traces, do not mark the source. Su Ming gritted his teeth. Retain traces. He did not overreach. The names that could not be spoken now would eventually be uttered. But for now he needed to let the primordial realm see how the ancestral Qilin died. Within the celestial dome, that gray-white nail did not reveal its full form, only transforming into a cold light. As the cold light fell, the ancestral Qilin's body trembled. The radiant light of thick earth within it was forcibly suppressed for a moment. In that moment, countless black lines of the killing formation pierced through. Poof! The colossal body of the ancestral Qilin was pinned in the center of the battlefield. Blood gushed from the wound, pooling onto the ground, forming a stream of earthy yellow. In the heart of the mountain, the descendants of the Qilin wailed in unison. An old Qilin fainted on the spot. Qilin Imo Xian closed its eyes, its forehead heavily striking the ground. Ancestor. Outside the celestial dome, the dragon clan fell silent as well. In the east, Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Lai gripped his spear tightly, his knuckles turning white. He witnessed the remnants of the dragon clan's killing moves descend upon the ancestral Qilin, and his heart felt as if it were being pricked by needles. Farther back in the day, the dragon clan. Ao Guang spoke solemnly. The dragon clan is also a blade. A blade held by others can also cause harm. In the shadows of the north cold, the true spirit of the ancestral dragon remained silent for a long time. After a long while he spoke softly. Old Qilin, I owe you a word. In the celestial dome, the ancestral Qilin could no longer stand. Yet it still held itself upright. It looked towards the thick earthen wall. There the last batch of young ones finally reached the end of the hidden passage of the earth's core. The old warrior used his last bit of strength to turn back, shouting hoarsely across the crumbling earth to the ancestral Qilin ancestor. They've gone far. The ancestral Qilin heard it. A smile appeared on its face. Very faint, but extremely gentle. Luo Hao frowned. What are you smiling about? The ancestral Qilin's voice was soft. As long as they can live. It paused as if afraid that its voice might be too heavy and disturb those departing young ones. That's good. Once the words fell, the last bit of radiant light of thick earth within it suddenly burned out. It was not an explosion of the killing formation. It was not an attack on Luo Hao. Rather, it transformed into a vast river of thick earth, chasing after those fleeing young ones, obscuring their presence one by one. From then on, the Qilin clan scattered into the primordial realm. Their ancestral home vanished, and their bloodline fell silent. Meanwhile, the body of the ancestral Qilin gradually disintegrated within the killing formation. Its scales turned to earth. Blood and bones sank into the ground. Its primordial spirit was ground down inch by vengeful energy, demonic energy, and gray-white order. No remnants of its soul escaped. No true spirit to seal. In the end, only a fragment of an ancestral horn remained falling deep into the earth's veins. Outside the celestial dome, the primordial lands trembled simultaneously. It was not a shattering. It was a lament. Mountains crumbled, rivers turned murky, and countless beasts knelt on the ground. Countless Chelan bloodlines hidden in caves, forests, temples, and sects could no longer hold back, and they all let out a suppressed sob. On Golden Turtle Island, the Master of Heaven sighed deeply. The benevolent are invincible. He gazed at the celestial dome, his voice heavy. Yet the benevolent always die the earliest. Taoist Duobao's eyes turned slightly red. In the Yusu Palace, the primordial heavenly sovereign closed his eyes in silence. On Mount Wanshou, Zhun Yuanzi bowed to the celestial dome. Deep within the underworld, the consciousness of the Earth Mother trembled gently. She understood the sorrow of thick earth the most. The ancestral Chelan entered the earth to protect the path of the young ones. She transformed into reincarnation, safeguarding the return of all beings. Different yet similar. In the nameless small realm, Su Ming slowly exhaled. The system's light screen manifested. 7th of the 10 great regrets of the primordial realm, the fall of the ancestral Chelan. Core of the regret, the origin of benevolence, the revered of thick earth. Knowing that a great calamity had hidden hands, still sacrificing himself to protect the young ones and the beasts through the calamity. Not a word of complaint until death's spirit scattered, leaving only regrets buried deep in the earth. Resonance value surged violently. Current resonance value 93,600. The count has entered the evaluation phase. Su Ming looked at the word spirit scattered, frowning tightly. He knew the hardest part was yet to come. The sky froze at the moment when the fragmented ancestral horn fell into the earth's veins. The earth-toned halo slowly spread like a ripple that refused to dissipate. Across the wilderness, countless beasts lay prostrate. This time the cries were not as earth-shattering as those of the Dragon Clan. The Chelan clan was adept at enduring. Enduring until the sorrow felt buried within the earth, seeping out only a hint of dampness from the cracks. Su Ming did not rush to speak. He let the sky remain silent for 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, his voice finally sounded. The fall of the ancestral Chelan is the 7th great regret of the wilderness. This regret is not defeated by the dragon and phoenix, nor by the solitary Luo Ho. It was defeated by the blood debts pressing down, defeated by the hidden hands pushing and robbing, defeated by the benevolent protecting the living, yet no one could protect the benevolent. Each word fell, causing the great land of the wilderness to rumble. In the earth's lungs of Zhongyue, Chelan Mo Xian rose and deeply bowed towards the sky. As a descendant of the Chelan, I thank the record keeper for naming the ancestor rightly. His voice was not loud. However, it was transmitted into the earth's veins through the ancestral formation captured by the sky, echoing throughout the vast wilderness. Those Chelan bloodlines hidden in mountains, forests, caves, and sacred grounds heard this voice and all bowed their heads. Some auspicious beasts enshrined on celestial mountains lifted their heads for the first time, looking towards the sky beyond their master's caves. Some earth Chelans who had their blood drawn to paint charms licked their old wounds on their wrists, their eyes no longer filled with mere numbness. An old Chelan guarding the incense of the mountain god temple whimpered softly, pressing its forehead to the ground. Su Ming observed these scenes, lightly tapping the surface with his fingertips. He knew that the influence had already spread. Next would be the reversal. Yet the prompts on the system panel were even colder than the last time with the ancestral dragon. 7th reversal condition assessment in progress. Target ancestral Chelan current state: soul scattered, true spirit non-existent, causal mainline severed, residual detectable echo of ancestral Chelans, regret fragmented ancestral horn memory of Chelan bloodline, old traces of the earth's ancestral veins. Preliminary conclusion: current conditions insufficient for resurrection type. Reversal required permissions several. Medium or higher grade reversal fragments or higher level rewriting permissions. Current holdings: small reversal fragment, 2 current permissions, partial reversal, anchor point, establish suggestion, record, regret coordinates, establish latency, causal markers, and restart the reversal when permissions are upgraded. Su Ming stared at the 4 characters, true spirit non-existent, for a long time, without moving. The ancestral dragon was sealed, which was difficult, but at least there was a door. The Earth Mother was trapped, which was difficult, but consciousness still remained. Yet the ancestral Chelan had no door left, only a shadow buried in the earth. Yang Mei sighed beside him. I told you long ago there is no residual soul. Su Ming said, what can the echo of regret do? Yang Mei did not answer, looking at the system panel. Although he could not see the complete light screen, he could guess a few things from Su Ming's expression. Su Ming continued to ask the system. If an anchor point is established with a small reversal fragment, can the echo of the ancestral Chelan's regret be preserved. The system responded quickly. Viable consumption, small reversal fragment 1. Resonance value 20,000 effect establishing regret coordinates between the fragmented ancestral horn and the old traces of the earth. Limitations: cannot awaken consciousness, cannot generate residual soul, cannot directly resurrect additional effects, stabilizing memory of Qilin bloodline, preventing further natural erosion of causality related to the ancestral Qilin. Execute. Su Ming looked at the consumption, his eyes twitching slightly. Only 2 small fragments remained. Although the resonance value rose to over 90,000, the subsequent Jun Earth Mother and Ancestral Dragon were all resource consumers. Once this one was cast, there was no visible return. It could only buy a future. Yang Mei lazily said, hesitating. Su Ming replied, a poor person spending money must check if there is rice left in the pot. Then do you think it's worth it? Su Ming looked at the fragmented horn in the sky. He recalled the last words of the ancestral Qilin. As long as one can live, it is good. He said softly, worth it. In the next moment, he directly issued the order. Execute. Consumption of small reversal fragment 1. Resonance value consumption 20,000 current reversal fragments. Small 1. Current resonance value 73,600. Golden light rose from the nameless small realm, piercing through the sky and falling deep into the wilderness. This time the golden light did not roar, nor did it carry overwhelming pressure. It was like a thin needle silently piercing into the earth's lungs of Nüwa. Within the ancestral Qilin's courtyard, the fragmented ancestral horn suddenly lit up. Qilin Mo Xian's expression changed, and he immediately raised his hand to suppress the ancestral formation. Do not move. An old minister of the clan exclaimed, clan leader, the ancestral horn. From the fragmented horn, a faint toned glow slowly emerged. It was not the residual soul of the ancestral Qilin. It was not consciousness. It was merely an echo of the old days. Everyone seemed to see an ancient battlefield, witnessing the ancestral Qilin, looking back and waving, seeing the young veins departing, witnessing the thick earth's river blocking the breath. Then a very faint golden mark fell into the depths of the fragmented horn. A system prompt appeared before Su Ming's eyes. Establishment of the ancestral Qilin's regret coordinates. Successful. Fragmented ancestral horn has been recorded. Old traces of the earth's ancestral veins have been recorded. Memory of Qilin bloodline stabilized. Current reversal status awaiting future permission to restart in the sky. Golden characters subsequently appeared. 7th. The fall of the ancestral Qilin. Reversal assessment. Currently unable to resurrect reason. Ancestral Qilin's soul shattered. True spirit non-existent. Residual soul not retained. The record keeper has recorded its regret coordinates. When future permissions are sufficient, reversal can be restarted. When these lines of text appeared, the beings of the wilderness first fell silent. Then discussions erupted. In the tea house of Wangxian City, someone despondently said, cannot be saved. How can one save a shattered soul? The record keeper is not the heavenly Tao, but he recorded it. The one-armed elder looked at the sky and slowly said, recording means there is still hope. Someone whispered, a being who has died countless epochs, can there still be hope? The one-armed elder did not answer. He merely touched his own severed arm. Some hopes were not meant for today. In the earth's lungs of Nüwa, the young Qilin Mo Yan's eyes flashed with disappointment, which was quickly noticed by Qilin Mo Xian. Qilin Mo Xian said, do you think it is not enough? Mo Yan lowered his head, I dare not. It is not enough. Qilin Mo Xian gazed at the golden mark within the fragmented horn. But for countless epochs, no one has even provided us with not enough. Mo Yan's body trembled. Qilin Mo Xian turned towards the sky and said solemnly, the Qilin clan remembers this feeling. His voice once again transmitted from the ancestral courtyard. Record keeper Su Ming, if there comes a day when you arrive at Nüwa, the outer courtyard of the Qilin will open for you. The wilderness was in an uproar. Although the location of the Qilin ancestral courtyard was not revealed, it was equivalent to releasing goodwill towards Su Ming. In the 33 Heavens Lingxiao Palace, Haoshan's expression darkened slightly. The Dragon clan had just been moved by Su Ming, and now the Qilin clan showed intent to engage as well. If the Beast clan stirred again, many mountain gods, land spirits, cave, celestial beasts, and guardian spirits under the heavenly court would be affected. Tai Bai said softly, Your Majesty, the Qilin clan has endured for many years. It is unwise to force them. Hao Yin shot him a cold glance. When did I say I wanted to force them? Tai Bai fell silent. Hao Yin said, issue a decree to all departments, investigate the instances of celestial beasts nurtured in various caves. Anyone who exploits the Qilin bloodline or privately refines spiritual energy must cease immediately, pending investigation by the Celestial Law Department. Tai Bai's heart stirred. Your Majesty is wise. Haoshan's expression was emotionless. Additionally, order the 9 luminary star officials to closely monitor the Earth's veins of Nüwa. Do not disturb, just observe. Tai Bai complied. He understood that the heavenly court would once again extend one hand to appease and another to surveil. This tactic had just been used in the East Sea. In the nameless small realm, Su Ming looked at Qilin Mo Xian's words and exhaled softly. Finally, it was not a total loss. The system's rewards began to appear. 7th assessment completed, reward settlement in progress, gained small reversal fragment. 2. Gained mark of regret from the thick earth. 1. Cultivation progress, increased current cultivation, peak mid-stage croissant, still needing accumulation to reach latest stage croissant. Current reversal fragments, small. 3. Current resonance value, 73,600. Su Ming watched as the fragments returned from 1 to 3 in. His expression finally improved. Yang Mei smiled and said at least it wasn't too much of a loss. Su Ming replied, in business, it doesn't matter if the capital is thin as long as there are returning customers. Yang Mei was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Do you consider the Qilin clan returning customers? They are allies. Su Ming corrected, future allies. The final comments began to coalesce on the sky. Within the toned light screen, the figure of the ancestral Qilin reappeared. He stood atop the mountains with countless beasts rushing behind him. The image did not pause at the moment of his death, but rather at the moment he first established the ancestral courtyard and bent down to save a fawn. Su Ming's voice slowly spread throughout the wilderness. May the wilderness remember the Qilin is not something to be taken for auspiciousness. May all beings remember benevolence is not weakness. May the descendants of the Qilin remember your ancestor once exchanged his life for your path to survival with his own thick earth. In the earth's lungs of Nüwa, the Qilin clan bowed their heads in unison. The final golden characters fell from the sky. 7th assessment concluded. The 6th assessment will open in 7 days. Keywords: giving up a seat, purple energy, good-natured person, death, leading to the dissolution of the Tao. The wilderness was immediately shaken. In Wuzhuang, Guanzhen Yuanzi's expression changed drastically. He silently broke a white thread from his whisk. Hongjun. When the words Hongjun fell from Zhen Yuanzi's lips, the winds within Wuzhuang temple ceased. Qingfeng Mingwe had never seen such an expression on their master. Zhen Yuanzi was always composed. Even when the celestial curtain tallied Emperor Jun Hotu, the ancestor dragon, and the ancestor Qilin, he would sigh and feel the weight, yet never lose his composure. But at this moment, just a single announcement caused him to lose grip on his whisk. Qingfeng cautiously said, Master is the 6th name referring to ancestor Hongjun. Zhen Yuanzi did not respond immediately. He gazed at the golden characters on the celestial curtain that had yet to disperse. Seat purple chi, a good person dead and gone. These 4 phrases in the vastness of Hong Huang referred to no one else. After a long pause, Zhen Yuanzi softly said, it is him. Mingwe hesitated, but ancestor Hongjun has long since perished. Zhen Yuanzi closed his eyes briefly. Yes, he perished long ago. He turned and walked towards the ginseng fruit tree. The leaves gently swayed as if sensing the mood of their old master. Zhen Yuanzi raised his hand and pressed it against the trunk, a yellowish Tao pattern faintly glowing before sinking back into silence. It was a trace of fire cloud energy left when Hongjun had visited Wuzhuang Temple. Not a remnant soul, not a true spirit. Just a mark of an old friend's visit. Zhen Yuanzi gazed at that almost invisible trace of energy, his voice hoarse. I could not keep him back then. Qingfeng Mingwe dared not speak. The celestial curtain's announcement had already spread throughout Honghuang. In the tea house of Wangxian City, everyone had just recovered from ancestor Qilin's sorrow when they were startled again by the 6th name announcement. Seat purple chi, isn't this about the old affair of the Purple Cloud Palace? Ancestor Hongjun relinquished his mat only to receive the primordial purple chi in the end. But later he was hunted down by Kunpeng, the River of Souls, and others dying and disappearing. Shoo! Ancestor River of Souls is still around. How dare you speak such words? The celestial curtain is about to be revealed. Oh, what does it matter if I say a word? The one-armed elder sat in a corner, his brows furrowed. A good person. He softly muttered these 3 words, then suddenly smiled bitterly. Ancestor Qilin was also a good person, and so was Hongjun. In the realm of Honghuang, good people truly have a hard time surviving. The tea house fell silent for a moment. Then someone sighed, but if there were no good people at all, what would Honghuang become? No one could answer. Deep within the sea of blood, Ancestor River of Souls sat atop a blood lotus, his expression fluctuating. When the announcement appeared on the celestial curtain, the waves of the sea of blood surged thrice. The Azura did not dare approach. A king of Azura knelt at a distance, quietly saying, Ancestor, if the 6th name is Hongjun, it may involve old affairs from back then. River of Souls sneered. Let it involve, let it involve. Many pursued Hongjun back, then why should they only focus on me? Yet despite his words, a hint of caution lingered in his eyes. That primordial purple chi of Hongjun involved more than just Kunpeng and the Sea of Blood. The positions in the Purple Cloud Palace, the cause and effect of the holy rank, the primordial chi given by Hongjun, and the path to sanctification of the saints. Any one of these links being unveiled by the celestial curtain would be enough to unsettle the higher-ups of Honghuang. River of Souls looked up at the fading light of the celestial curtain. Assuming your blade is getting sharper. In the North Sea, the Kunpeng demon master stood above the dark sea, his face colder than that of River of Souls. Since Emperor Jun's tally, the old affairs of the demon race had been revisited. Now that Hongjun was about to rise, the matter of the Purple Cloud Palace relinquishing its seat could not avoid him. Had it not been for Hongjun relinquishing his seat to guide Junti, Kunpeng might not have lost his mat. This grudge he had remembered for countless epochs. But now being brought to light by the celestial curtain, how would the beings of Honghuang view him? Kunpeng waved his sleeve, and the cold waves of the North Sea surged up to 1,000 zhang. Hongjun is already dead, oh why bring him up again? His gaze was sinister. Tallykeepers do not think that the celestial curtain protects you, and that no one can touch you. In the 33 Heavens Lingshao Palace. Upon hearing the 6th name announcement, Hao Yin did not immediately erupt in anger. He leaned against the royal throne, his eyes shimmering with changing light. The matter of Hongjun involved the saints, the Purple Cloud Palace, and the primordial purple chi. In this matter, the heavenly court was not even the main character. For him, this might not be a chance to catch a breath. Tai Bai Jinxing quietly said, Your Majesty, if the 6th name involves ancestor Hong Yin, the saints may take action. Hao Yin replied, Let them move. Tai Bai raised his head. Hao Yin said lightly, The matters of the East Sea and Qilin have pushed the heavenly court to the forefront. It is also time for others to sit by the fire. But do not let your guard down. Order someone to investigate the movements of Wuzhuang Temple, the Sea of Blood, and the North Sea. Especially Jin Yuanzi. Tai Bai responded, I obey the order. Hao Yin looked towards the gradually dispersing celestial curtain. If Su Ming wants to save Hongjun, Jin Yuanzi is the unavoidable gate. In the nameless small realm, the light of the celestial curtain slowly gathered. Su Ming sat under a tree, the system panel before him still not dissipating. The influence of the 7th name tally is spreading, the cohesion of the Qilin clan is increasing, the awakening willingness of the beast's lineage is rising, the heavenly court has initiated a review of the old cases of auspicious beasts, the attention of the saints is increasing, countdown to the 6th name announcement, 7 days, keyword locked, ancestor, Hong Yun. Su Ming looked at the 4 characters, ancestor Hong Yun, and rubbed his forehead. Another good person. Yang Mei lay back under the tree, dry branches covering his face. Good people are good. The regrets of good people are the most piercing. Su Ming glanced at him. It's easy for you to say, senior. The matter of Hongjun involves the mat of the Purple Cloud Palace, primordial purple, Qi, Kunpeng River of Souls, Jin Yuanzi, and also the 2 saints of the West. If things go wrong, half of the higher-ups of Huang may jump out. Yang Mei said, Are you afraid? I am calculating the accounts. Su Ming pulled up the resources. Current resonance value 73,600, reverse fragment, small 3, special mark, thick earth, regret mark 1, established anchor points, Emperor Jun's remnant soul, anchor point, Buddha's consciousness perception, anchor point, ancestor dragons, true spirit, anchor point, ancestor Qilin's regret coordinate, another debt has been added. The coordinates of ancestor Qilin have been established but cannot be revived. Ancestor dragon must be saved within 10 years. Hutu is still waiting to be freed. The return of Emperor Jun has not been completed. Now if Hongjun truly disperses his soul and spirit, it might be yet another significant account. Su Ming sighed. This system is like a loan shark, and I feel like a collector of bad debts. Yang Mei moved the dry branches away, grinning. Aren't you collecting interest too? Interest is life-threatening. Su Ming spoke while his hands did not stop. He began to organize the clues that the 6th name might involve. Ancestor Hongjun, who once received a mat in the Purple Cloud Palace, had relinquished it due to the pleas of Junti. Then Kunpeng was implicated and lost his position, harboring resentment. Hongjun bestowed the primordial purple chi, and Hongyun obtained one, but without the foundation of a holy rank, he became the target of all. Later Hongyun was surrounded and killed, dying and disappearing. Jin Yuanzi was furious about this, but ultimately could not save his old friend. The most crucial part of this is the whereabouts of the primordial purple chi. Su Ming asked senior after Hongyun died, where did that primordial purple chi go? The smile on Yang Mei's face gradually faded. You asked the question you shouldn't have asked. Su Ming sat up straight. It seems you know. I know a little. Yang Mei looked towards the fading light of the celestial curtain. But I advise you before the tally, go to Wuzhuang Temple first. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. To see Jin Yuanzi. Yes. Yang Mei said Hongjun is unlike Ancestor Qilin. Ancestor Qilin has no remnant soul, only echoes of regrets. Although Hongjun died and disappeared back, then an old friend had guarded him for countless epochs. Jin Yuanzi may hold the first thread you need. Su Ming pondered for a moment. Going to Wuzhuang Temple was not without risk. Jin Yuanzi was the ancestor of Earth Immortals, a quasi-saint powerhouse wielding the Earth Book, and had unparalleled defenses. His bond with Hongjun was profound, and he might not harbor ill will towards the Tallykeeper, but goodwill also depends on how Su Ming approaches. More importantly, the Heavenly Court, Kunpeng River of Souls, and the saints would all be watching Wuzhuang Temple. If he revealed himself, it would be tantamount to voluntarily entering the game. But if he did not go, the matter concerning Hongjun might only be a futile endeavor. Su Ming quickly made his decision. Go. Seeing Su Ming's determination, Yang Mei smiled and asked, aren't you afraid of being blocked? Su Ming replied, afraid. That's why I have to go sneakily. He raised his hand and took out a trace of the thick Earth's regret imprint. The earthy yellow imprint hovered in his palm, exuding a gentle aura able to resonate with the ancient scars of the Earth. A system prompt immediately appeared. Is it possible to use the thick Earth's regret imprint to conceal your tracks? Effect temporarily blend with the Earth's chi, reducing the accuracy of the Heavenly Court star plate and general quasi-saint deductions. Risk approaching the range of the Earth Book may attract the attention of Jin Yuanzi. Su Ming smiled. Being detected by Jin Yuanzi would be just fine. I was originally going to see him. Yang Mei sat up and casually tossed him a piece of dry branch. Su Ming caught it and found that the dry branch concealed a faint spatial ripple. What is this? A debt for your travel expenses, Yang Mei said. It will shatter 3,000 miles outside Wanshou Mountain. The rest of the journey you'll have to walk yourself. Su Ming glanced at him. Didn't the senior say that the cost was temporarily owed? This is a new account. Yang Mei lay back down. The old account is still outstanding. Su Ming's lips twitched. Senior really knows how to do business. He stored the dry branch, and the thick earth imprint in his palm transformed into a faint yellow mist wrapping around his body. Moments later, a narrow seam of golden light opened at the outer layer of the nameless small realm. Su Ming stepped inside. The space folded silently. At the same time, 3,000 miles outside Wanshou Mountain, a faint fluctuation from the Earth's pulse quietly approached. Under the ginseng fruit tree, Jin Yuanzi suddenly opened his eyes. He looked towards the mountain, and the Earth Book in his hand opened a page without wind. The gentle breeze and bright moon had yet to notice anything unusual. However, Jin Yuanzi spoke in a low voice. Since you have come, why hide beneath the Earth's pulse? Below the Earth's pulse, the faint yellow mist hesitated slightly. Su Ming did not dive any deeper. He had not expected to deceive Jin Yuanzi. The ancestor of Earth Immortals holding the Earth Book knew the land and pulse of Wanshou Mountain and its surroundings like the lines on his palm. If he used the thick Earth's regret imprint to force his way to the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple without the other party noticing, that would truly be strange. In the next moment, 3,000 miles outside the mountain, a piece of dry branch silently shattered. The spatial ripples dissipated. Su Ming emerged from the shallow layer of the Earth's pulse, the yellow mist on his body slowly retracting. He looked up and saw Wanshou Mountain with its clear and harmonious clouds, ancient trees providing shade, and spiritual springs winding around stones. He could still sense the aura of the ginseng fruit tree through layers of mountains. This place was not as austere as the Heavenly Court, nor as sinister as the Blood Sea, and it was not as lifeless as the northern cold abyss. It was too quiet. So quiet that it felt like an old friend who hadn't spoken for years, yet still left a lantern at the door. Su Ming adjusted his sleeves and bowed towards the mountain. Su Ming has come uninvited. I hope the great immortal Jin Yuanzi will forgive me. His voice was not loud, but it traveled through the Earth's pulse to Wuzhuang Temple. Under the ginseng fruit tree, Qing Feng and Ming Yu suddenly looked up. Qing Feng exclaimed, someone has snuck into the mountain. Ming Yu instinctively glanced at the Earth Book in Jin Yuanzi's hand. Jin Yuanzi's expression was unperturbed as he gently closed the Earth Book. It's not sneaking, it's a visit to pay homage to the mountain. Qing Feng hesitated and said, Master, is it the auditor? Jin Yuanzi nodded. Qing Feng and Ming Yu exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The heavenly curtain had just announced the arrival of the Red Cloud ancestor, and the first to arrive at Wuzhuang Temple was not a heavenly court envoy, nor a Kunpeng scout, nor a Blood Sea demon cultivator, but Su Ming himself. Ming Yu whispered, Master, should we open the door? Jin Yuanzi looked towards the mountain. He was silent for a moment and said, Open the main door. Qing Feng was taken aback. The main door? The main door of Wuzhuang Temple is not easily opened for outsiders. In the past, those who could use the main door were mostly peers from the Zixiao Palace or innate holy beings with a history with Jun Yuanzi. Jun Yuanzi said, "He comes for an old friend, so he should enter through the main door." Qing Feng and Ming Yu dared not ask further and hurried to open the door. Moments later, the clouds and mist outside Wanshou Mountain parted. A blue stone path emerged from the forest leading directly to Wuzhuang Temple. Su Ming looked at the path, his expression shifting slightly. He knew this was Jun Yuanzi's attitude. It was not hostility, but it also did not mean there was no vigilance. He stepped onto the blue stone road. The stone steps beneath his feet were warm, and the grass and trees swayed gently beside the path. Occasionally, a spiritual deer peeked its head out, and upon seeing Su Ming, did not flee in alarm, but merely looked at him with its moist eyes before lowering its head to nibble on the grass. As he walked halfway up the mountain, Qing Feng and Ming Yu were already waiting by the side of the road. The two young attendants appeared youthful with delicate features and tidy robes, each holding a whisk. Qing Feng took the lead and bowed. "Friend Su, the master requests your presence." Su Ming returned the gesture. "Thank you, both of you." Ming Yu secretly glanced at him, seemingly trying to discern the aura of someone who could stir the primordial chaos after the heavenly curtain. But the person before her wore simple blue attire with a restrained aura, a gentle demeanor. Aside from his calm eyes, he did not seem like someone who would dare to continuously challenge the heavenly court or disturb the dragon tomb, or provoke the old grievances of the three clans. Ming Yu couldn't help but ask, "Friend Su, are you really going to audit the Red Cloud ancestor?" Qing Feng lightly coughed. Su Ming looked at Ming Yu, not reproaching her, and simply said, "If the heavenly curtain's announcement is correct, then it is as such." Ming Yu pressed her lips together. "Then can you save him?" This question was too direct. Qing Feng's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Junior brother." But Su Ming stopped in his tracks. He gazed at the phantom of the towering ancient tree at the end of the mountain path, and after a moment of silence said, "I cannot dare to answer that now." Ming Yu was taken aback. Su Ming continued, "The Red Cloud ancestor has fallen for too long, and the cause and effect are deeply entangled. Whether I can save him depends on whether there are still any leads. What if there aren't any? Then we will search. What if we can't find it?" Su Ming smiled. "Then we will keep a record." Ming Yu was somewhat confused. However, Qing Feng felt a stirring in his heart. The ancestral Qilin's soul had scattered, and Su Ming would take note of the coordinates of the regret, waiting until he had enough authority to return. This is what keeping a record means. Some debts cannot be settled today, but they cannot be ignored either. The three continued their ascent up the mountain. The main door of Wuzhuang Temple stood open. The couplets on the door held profound meaning. The immortal abode of eternal life, a family of Taoists that lives as long as the heavens. Su Ming glanced up for a moment and thought to himself that only Jun Yuanzi could write such couplets in the primordial chaos. Upon entering the temple, a refreshing aura greeted them. The courtyard had no lavish furnishings, only a few stone tables, several ancient pines, and a clear spiritual spring. The ginseng fruit tree stood in the backyard, its branches and leaves like clouds, the trunk strong, each line resembling a mark left by time. Jun Yuanzi stood beneath the tree. He wore a Taoist robe, held a whisk, and his gentle appearance carried a weighty aura of the earth. Su Ming approached and bowed solemnly. "I have seen the great immortal Jun Yuanzi." Jun Yuanzi looked at him, his gaze sweeping over him, especially pausing on the trace of the thick earth's regret imprint that had not yet dissipated. Friend Su need not be overly courteous. He raised his hand to invite him to sit. On the stone table there were already 2 cups of clear tea. The fragrance of the tea was faint, not strong, yet had a calming effect. Su Ming sat down, picked up the teacup, and sniffed it first. Jun Yuanzi asked, "Are you afraid I poisoned it?" Su Ming shook his head. "It's just that the tea is too good. I want to smell it first to avoid wasting it by drinking it all at once." Qing Feng and Ming Yu stood by, their expressions peculiar. Jun Yuanzi was slightly taken aback, then chuckled. "You are quite different from those in the heavenly curtain. In the heavenly curtain one must maintain a demeanor." Su Ming took a sip of tea. The liquid flowed down his throat, transforming into a warm spiritual essence, dissipating some of the fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days. He set down the teacup. "Good tea." Jun Yuanzi did not engage in too much small talk. He looked at Su Ming and said, "Did you come for the Red Cloud?" "Yes," Su Ming replied succinctly. A flicker of gloom passed through Jun Yuanzi's eyes. "The celestial curtain's announcement has been released. You arrived faster than I anticipated. The matter concerning old ancestor Hongjun is too significant. If I wait until the broadcast to seek a lead, it may be too late." Jun Yuanzi inquired, "What do you wish for?" Su Ming looked towards the ginseng fruit tree. Somewhere on the trunk, a faint aura of flame cloud flickered in and out of sight. I want to know if after old ancestor Hongjun perished there truly remains no trace of his soul. As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere around Qin Feng and Mingyue grew lighter. Jin Yuanzi paused with the whisk in his hand. After a long silence, he said, I have searched for a long time. Su Ming did not interject. Jin Yuanzi gazed at the flickering flame cloud aura on the tree, his voice somber. The blood sea, the northern underworld, the western wilderness, even the site of his self-detonation in the past. I have searched all these places. What did you find? Fragments. Jin Yuanzi stated, not a remnant soul, not a true spirit, merely the remnants of his existence. Like the scent of smoke lingering in the air after a lamp has been extinguished. Su Ming's heart sank. Once again, it was the most difficult situation. If Hongjun only has fragments left, the difficulty of revival may be no less than that of the ancestral Qilin. However, since Jin Yuanzi mentioned fragments, it indicates there is still a lead. May I take a look, great sage? Jin Yuanzi did not respond immediately. He looked at Su Ming, his gaze calm, yet unfathomable. Friend Su, I have a question as well. Please, great sage. You tally the regrets of the wilderness, seeking resonance fragments and cultivation. If the matter of Hongjun involves the saints, the Zixiao Palace, and even the primordial purple energy, would you still wish to continue? Su Ming replied, the celestial curtain has already announced. Jin Yuanzi shook his head. I am not asking about the celestial curtain, I am asking about you. The wind in the courtyard lightened. Qin Feng and Mingyue dared not utter a word. Su Ming gently traced the edge of the teacup with his fingers. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I wish to grow stronger. Jin Yuanzi looked at him. Su Ming continued, I also fear death. The saints, the heavenly Tao, the celestial court, the blood sea, the northern underworld, none of them are easy to provoke. If I were to claim I had no selfish desires only for the sake of all beings, I doubt the great sage would believe me. Jin Yuanzi did not deny this. Su Ming said, yet if old ancestor Hongjun truly was plotted against to the point of death and annihilation, there are countless Yuan meetings where no one can explain it clearly. I find this unacceptable. He raised his head, meeting Jin Yuanzi's gaze. I am not particularly virtuous. I merely have some accounts laid before me that if not addressed leave my heart uneasy. Jin Yuanzi remained silent for a long time. Then he sighed softly. If Hongjun were to hear these words, he might just laugh. Su Ming replied, does old ancestor Hongjun often laugh? Jin Yuanzi's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. Often. He laughed, even when taken advantage of, and he laughed when others resented him. After the Zixiao Palace offered him a seat, I once scolded him for being foolish. Yet he said, seeing two Western Taoists crying pitifully, if one's Tao heart could be ruined over a seat, how regrettable that would be. Qin Feng and Mingyue bowed their heads. They had never met Hongjun in person, but had heard Jin Yuanzi mention him many times. Each time the elder's tone was light. Yet today it was tinged with pain. Su Ming asked, and then Jin Yuanzi closed his eyes. Later Kunpeng lost his position and resented him. Many great powers saw him obtaining primordial purple energy and coveted it. But Hongjun himself remained unconcerned. Was he unaware of the danger? He was aware. Jin Yuanzi opened his eyes, his voice lower. But he always felt that taking a step back would allow him to pass. If he yielded a little, there would be fewer disputes. However, some people in the wilderness believe that if you yield a little, it means you can yield even more. Su Ming's teacup paused slightly in his hand. These words were heavy. The ancestral Qilin protected the young, while Hongjun yielded his cushion. One was benevolent, the other was warm-hearted. Yet the outcome seemed to have bitten deeply into the wilderness. Jin Yuanzi raised his hand, and a strand of flame cloud aura slowly descended from the ginseng fruit tree hovering between the stone table. This is the energy he left behind during his years at the Wuzhuang Temple. I have protected countless Yuan meetings with this earth script, and this is all that remains. Su Ming immediately focused. The system panel appeared. Detected aura of old friend Hongjun. Quality extremely weak. Can be used as a supporting clue for the tally of Hongjun's regrets. Shall I analyze? Su Ming did not execute immediately, but looked towards Jin Yuanzi. Analyzing this aura may consume a portion of it. Jin Yuanzi's expression shifted slightly. Qin Feng and Mingyue also grew tense. To the Wuzhuang Temple, this aura may not be a treasure, but it is the last trace of a departed friend. Su Ming did not conceal his thoughts. I can refrain from acting. If the great sage is unwilling, I will seek other methods. Jin Yuanzi gazed at the strand of flame cloud, remaining silent for a long time. After a long while he said, if after analysis it can increase the possibility of saving him, then proceed. Qin Feng could not help but exclaim, Elder. Jin Yuanzi raised his hand to silence him. Keeping it is merely my nostalgia. If it can offer Hongjun a glimmer of future, it should not just be reserved for my own viewing. Su Ming's expression grew solemn. I will try my best to preserve its original energy. He raised his hand to draw out a strand of golden light, moving with utmost care. As the golden light touched the flame cloud aura system, prompts flashed continuously. Analyzing. Detected remnants of causality from Hongjun's life. Detected traces of Wuzhuang Temple's stay. Detected causality of the Zixiao Palace offering a seat. Detected correlation with primordial purple energy. Warning: causality of primordial purple energy is too high level, cannot be deeply probed currently. Detected abnormal causal rupture before Hongjun's fall. Su Ming's gaze suddenly sharpened. Abnormal causal rupture. This is not a simple murder. Zhen Yuanzi also sensed the tremor in the flame cloud aura and immediately asked, "What is it?" Su Ming did not respond right away, because the system popped up another line of text. Suspected existence of scattered remnants of Hongjun's benevolence. Vague locations: Old Road of Wanshou Mountain, Northern Underworld Pursuit Line, Blood Seas Edge, Western Causality Shadow. Suggestion: before opening the tally, at least lock onto one point of scattered benevolence. Su Ming slowly raised his head. Great Sage Old Ancestor Hongjun may not be entirely without traces. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean? Su Ming looked at the flickering flame cloud aura before him, and stated clearly, it is not a remnant soul, nor is it a true spirit. But his benevolence was too heavy in life, and before his death there was reluctance. Perhaps it is scattered along the paths he walked, fled, and was pursued. Can we find it? Right now we can only find one place first. Su Ming replied, 7 days from now, when the celestial curtain opens, if we can amplify these scattered benevolences through the tally resonance, we may be able to establish an anchor. For the first time, a noticeable fluctuation appeared in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. It was not joy. It was the feeling of someone who has guarded countless yuan meetings, suddenly hearing a trickle of water from the bottom of a dry well. He took a deep breath. Where should we go? Su Ming gazed at the 4 vague clues listed by the system. The Old Road of Wanshou Mountain was the safest, yet it might not be the deepest. The pursuit from Baiming was entangled with Kunping, fraught with danger. The edge of the Blood Sea was also perilous due to its connection with the Underworld River. The shadows of causality in the west were entangled with the guiding Zhuan-Ti, making it even more challenging. He did not rush to choose. Just then the earth vein outside Wuzhuang Temple suddenly trembled lightly. Zhen Yuanzi's expression darkened slightly. The earth book opened on its own. Qing Feng hurried in and whispered, "Master, a heavenly messenger from the celestial court has arrived from outside the mountain, saying they come with the decree of the emperor to greet Wuzhuang Temple and bring gifts of spiritual fruits and celestial brews." Mingwei frowned. Gifts at this time? Su Ming chuckled. It's not a gift, it's to see if there are footprints at the door. Zhen Yuanzi looked outside, his expression returning to calm. Qing Feng replied to him, "This humble Taoist is in seclusion and cannot see guests." Qing Feng took his leave, but only after a few breaths he hurried back. "Master, the messenger says that there is also a disciple of the Baiming demon master accompanying him who wishes to meet outside the mountain." The atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly turned cold. Zhen Yuanzi's whisk moved without wind. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. The arrival of Kunping's person was swift. It seemed that the name Hongjun had made many old creditors restless. Before Zhen Yuanzi could speak, the fire cloud energy from the ginseng fruit tree suddenly trembled violently, pointing towards a dusty ancient path outside Wanshou Mountain. A system prompt then appeared. Response detected from the scattered good intentions of Hongjun, direction Old Road of Wanshou Mountain, warning external observers are approaching, suggestion address. Immediately, Su Ming raised his eyes to look at Zhen Yuanzi. "Master, it seems the first clue has revealed itself." Zhen Yuanzi's gaze fell upon that strand of fire cloud energy. That energy was so thin that it seemed to scatter at any moment, yet at this moment it stubbornly pointed towards the ancient path outside the mountain. Like a person who has been away from home for many years, leaving half a footprint in the wind, waiting for an old friend to turn back and recognize it. Zhen Yuanzi raised his hand, and the earth book hung in front of him. The pages of the book turned without wind, layer upon layer, revealing the geographical patterns outside Wanshou Mountain. The bluestone path, ancient pine ridge, fragmented cloud slope, and old guest pavilion all emerged on the earth book. Finally, the scene stopped at an ancient path overgrown with weeds. Beside the ancient path stood a stone pavilion. The pavilion's columns were mottled, and the eaves were cracked, faintly inscribed with 2 characters. Lu Yun. Qing Feng saw the pavilion, his expression slightly changed. "Master, isn't that the place where the old ancestor Hongjun used to rest?" Zhen Yuanzi gently nodded. Every time he came to Wuzhuang Temple and reached this place, he would say, "Zhen Yuanzi, this mountain is too high, oh it's exhausting to walk." Mingyue couldn't help but say, "Isn't the old ancestor Hongjun a powerful figure? How could he be exhausted?" Zhen Yuanzi's eyes flickered with a faint smile, which quickly dissipated. He just disliked flying. Su Ming looked at the Luyun Pavilion in the Earth Book. A system prompt appeared again. Response from the scattered good intentions of Hongjun has intensified type of scattered point thought of meeting in old friend stability, level extremely low distance of external observers 300 miles suggestion use a barrier formation to seal off the causal fluctuations around Luyun Pavilion. Su Ming immediately said there's no time for slow investigation. The heavenly messenger outside the mountain and the people from Biming were most likely not just here to deliver gifts. They may not know about the scattered good intentions, but once the Hongjun energy moves there will definitely be traces leaked. Jin Yuanzi's expression was calm. This humble Taoist will seal the mountain with the Earth Book. Su Ming shook his head. We cannot seal it completely. Qing Feng frowned. Why? Su Ming looked outside the mountain. The heavenly curtain has just announced both the celestial court and Biming are watching Wuzhuang Temple. If the master seals the mountain with the Earth Book at this moment, it would be like telling them that something is happening inside the mountain. Kuanpeng may not dare to breach Wuzhuang Temple, but he will certainly guess that the clues of Hongjun are here. Mingyue said anxiously, what should we do? We can't just let them approach. Su Ming raised his hand, and a thick earth regret mark floated up from his palm. Let them see what they should see. Jin Yuanzi's gaze shifted slightly. A distraction. Not a distraction, Su Ming replied. A distraction is too phony and cannot fool the people of Biming. We need to use the old traces of the earth vein to make the Luyun Pavilion appear as though it is merely the residual vibrations caused by the Grand Qilin's assessment. Jin Yuanzi glanced at the yellowish mark on his palm. The regret mark of the Grand Qilin, just acquired, still warm. Qing Feng and Mingyue were taken aback. A mark that could manipulate the regret coordinates of the Grand Qilin sounded like freshly baked pastries coming from his mouth. But Jin Yuanzi did not smile. He knew Su Ming was deliberately downplaying the situation. The more urgent the matter, the less one could be chaotic. What should we do? Su Ming said, Master, stabilize the entire earth vein of Wanshou Mountain with the Earth Book. Do not seal it completely, just let the earth energy around Luyun Pavilion slow down a bit. I will cover the Hongjun energy with the thick earth regret mark and then use the system's golden light to retrieve the scattered good intentions. Qing Feng and Mingyue will go to the main gate to hold back the celestial messenger and the Biming disciples. There's no need for many words, you just say the master is in seclusion. Qing Feng hesitated. What if they force their way in? Jin Yuanzi said lightly, at the front of Wuzhuang Temple, they are not yet qualified to force their way in. This single sentence was not heavy, yet it caused the clear energy in the courtyard to thicken a bit. The ancestor of the Earth Immortals was not one to compete, it was just that no one dared to force him to do so on ordinary days. Qing Feng and Mingyue immediately took their leave. Jin Yuanzi waved his sleeve, and the Earth Book unfurled, revealing the earth vein of Wanshou Mountain moving like a living snake. The yellowish earth patterns spread from the root of the ginseng fruit tree, quietly merging into the mountain body. There was no earth-shattering commotion. Only the wind in the mountain slowed for a moment. Su Ming closed his eyes, channeling the thick earth regret mark into the earth vein. In the next moment, the scene before him changed. It was as if he was standing on an ancient path. The grass and trees by the path were lush green, and the sky was clear. The Luyun Pavilion had not yet fallen into disrepair. On the stone table inside the pavilion sat a pot of wine and 2 cups. A red-clad Taoist leaned against the pavilion column, his eyes and brows smiling, holding half a ginseng fruit in his hand, waving to the distant mountain gate. Jin Yuanzi, you're really stingy with these fruits. You only give me 2 each time. Su Ming's heart jolted. This was not a remnant soul, nor was it an illusion. It was merely an echo of good intentions and laughter left in this place from a distant time. Outside the pavilion, a Taoist in a blue robe approached slowly, who was none other than a younger Jin Yuanzi. His expression was calm as he said, a ginseng fruit blooms for 3,000 years, bears fruit for 3,000 years, and matures for 3,000 years. You come and want 2 as soon as you arrive. That's already quite generous for this humble Taoist. The red-clad Taoist laughed heartily. Then I'll bring cloud and mist wine next time to exchange. You said that last time too. You said it last time as well. So this humble Taoist doesn't believe you. The 2 sat facing each other. The wind passed through the ancient pavilion, and the shadow of the clouds fell into the cups. Su Ming stood beside them like a guest who had mistakenly wandered into an old dream. The system prompt gently appeared. You have entered the scattered good intentions of Hongjun type, thought of meeting an old friend. Please do not forcibly touch the core echo, as it may cause the scattered point to collapse. Suggestion, extract good intention patterns through observation. Su Ming remained still. He watched as Hongjun and Jin Yuanzi chatted. They talked about Zixiao Palace, the new spiritual roots emerging from the primordial times, the bad temper of a big fish in the North Sea, and how the West had become so barren that even the clouds had lost some moisture. Hongjun always spoke with laughter. Even when mentioning being taken advantage of, it was just a simple forget it. Jin Yuanzi frowned and said, with your temperament you will eventually suffer losses. Eating some losses is not embarrassing. What if it's a big loss? Hongjun pondered and said, then I'll come. The young Jin Yuanzi snorted coldly, you still know how to hide. Hongjun laughed and poured him wine. I'm not foolish. The laughter in the pavilion was light and joyful. But Su Ming listened, only feeling a heaviness in his chest. Because he knew that later, when Hongjun truly encountered a significant loss, he was unable to return to Wuzhuang Temple. Just as Su Ming was preparing to extract the benevolent patterns, a sudden cold wind swept through outside the ancient pavilion. The wind carried the chill of the northern underworld. The red clouds in the scene remained unaware. The system prompt suddenly turned red. External observer touches the periphery of the Luyun Pavilion. Stability of scattered points decreases. Warning, northern underworld demonic energy is probing the ancient traces of the earth's veins outside the Wuzhuang Temple. In front of the main gate, a celestial messenger from the heavenly court held a jade box, wearing a broad smile. Two celestial children, we come on the Emperor's orders to deliver a small gift to inquire after the Great Immortal. The Great Immortal is in seclusion. We naturally do not dare to disturb, just place down the gifts. Qingfeng stood at the door, his expression proper. My master is in seclusion and does not accept gifts from outsiders. Please return, celestial messenger. The heavenly court messenger maintained his smile. Why must the celestial children refuse others so adamantly? The emperor means well. Beside him, a young man in black stood with his hands behind his back. He had a gaunt face, cold eyes, and the cuffs of his robe were embroidered with patterns of the northern underworld sea. His aura was not high, merely a tiny golden immortal, yet there was an air of arrogance about him. He suddenly spoke, what a high threshold Wuzhuang Temple has, refusing the gifts of the heavenly court and the invitations from the northern underworld. Mingyue coldly replied, my master does not see guests. Not seeing guests, or seeing the wrong guests. The young man in black smiled slightly. King Feng's eyes turned cold. The heavenly court messenger hurriedly mediated, fellow Taoist, please be cautious with your words. This is Wuzhuang Temple. However, the young man in black did not restrain himself. He had come on the orders of Kunping to investigate the truths of Wuzhuang Temple. With the announcement from the heavenly curtain, old causes in the northern underworld began to surge, and the demon master concluded that if the old matters of the red clouds were to restart, Xinyuanzi would be the key. Just then the northern underworld cold feather he carried suddenly vibrated. It was a gift from Kunping, capable of sensing the residual fire cloud energy along the old path of the red clouds. Though it only trembled for an instant, it was enough to indicate that there was something unusual within and outside Wuzhuang Temple. The young man in black concealed his fingers within his sleeves, gently crushing a small cold scale. An invisible northern underworld demonic energy crept along the ground, bypassing the main entrance and probing towards the ancient path on the mountainside. Qingfeng and Mingyue remained unaware. But within Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi's eyes turned cold suddenly. A black line on the earth book was approaching the Luyun Pavilion. Xinyuanzi raised his hand to press down. However, Su Ming transmitted a sound through the old thoughts, Great Immortal, do not strike it dead. Let it come in a little. Xinyuanzi furrowed his brow. Do you want to borrow it? Since the northern underworld has sent the line, it would be a waste not to use it. Within the old thoughts of the Luyun Pavilion, Su Ming looked at the gust of cold wind, and a sliver of golden light quietly separated from his palm. If the northern underworld demonic energy invaded, it would scatter the benevolent scattered points. But if handled well, it could also allow the traces related to the northern underworld's pursuit to emerge and advance. This is called using a thief to lead the way. There is a risk, but what he needed most now was time. Do you want to consume 3,000 resonance points to execute a microcausal attraction? Target association traces between northern underworld demonic energy and red cloud benevolent scattered points. Success rate 76. Su Ming did not hesitate. Execute. The golden light silently descended. The sliver of northern underworld demonic energy just entered the old thoughts of the Luyun Pavilion when it was caught by the golden light, like a fish line hooked, extending along the ancient path outside the pavilion into the distance. The old thought scene suddenly changed. The laughter of the red clouds faded away. The wine jar in the pavilion toppled over. The sky darkened. A red shadow staggered across the ancient path, its robes stained with blood seemingly protecting something in its arms. Behind, the cold wind of the northern underworld howled. A cold and harsh voice echoed from the horizon. Hongjun hand over the primordial purple chi. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. The scene lasted only an instant before violently shaking. The system prompt appeared. Captured a fragment of the northern underworld pursuit. Red cloud benevolent scattered points upgraded gained clue. Red cloud once attempted to return to Wuzhuang Temple gained clue during the pursuit. The state of the primordial purple chi was abnormal. Warning, northern underworld observer has detected backlash outside the main gate of Wuzhuang Temple. The young man in black's cold scales suddenly exploded. He grunted, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The heavenly court messenger's expression changed slightly. Fellow Taoist. The young man in black's eyes were filled with shock and anger. In that brief moment, he seemed to see a golden hand grasping his demonic energy across the earth's veins, and it reached out to touch the northern underworld's causality. This was definitely not Xinyuanzi's method. If Xinyuanzi had acted, it would have been heavy as a mountain, directly crushing. But this golden light he had seen in the heavenly curtain. The enumerator. Su Ming was indeed at Wuzhuang Temple. The young man in black suddenly raised his head, about to speak. Within Wuzhuang Temple, a shadow of a page from the Earth Book suddenly fell above his head. Boom. An invisible heavy pressure descended. The young man in black bent his knees, nearly kneeling. Qingfeng coldly said, before Wuzhuang Temple, it is better for you to speak cautiously. The young man in black gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He wanted to send a message. But just as the communication feather talisman in his sleeve lit up, it was dimmed by the power of the Earth Book. The heavenly court messenger immediately retreated half a step, pretending not to see. He was here to scout the path, not to bear Xinyuanzi's wrath on behalf of the northern underworld. Mingwei stepped forward and said, if the two have no other matters, please leave. The young man in black stared intently at the depths of Wuzhuang Temple. He had no evidence. He did not dare to force his way in. The Earth Book of Xinyuanzi hung in the air, and Mount Wanshou was an iron wall. Let alone he was just a disciple under Kunping. Even if the demon master personally arrived, they might not be willing to confront at this moment. The young man in black suppressed his injuries and coldly said, the courtesy of Wuzhuang Temple today, the northern underworld will remember. Qingfeng calmly replied, remember the road, as well take care. The young man in black's face turned ashen, and he turned into a black wind and left. The heavenly court messenger chuckled awkwardly, placing down the jade box and preparing to leave. Mingwei raised her hand to wave, and the jade box fell back into his arms. I said we do not accept it. The heavenly court messenger's smile froze, and he could only hold onto the jade box and retreat. Within Wuzhuang Temple, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes from the old thoughts. The fire cloud energy on the stone table was slightly fainter than before, yet it did not dissipate. On the contrary, supported by the golden light, it produced a weak red glow. Xinyuanzi immediately asked, what did you see? Su Ming's expression was grave. The ancestor Hongjun had attempted to return to Wuzhuang Temple back then. Xinyuanzi's body trembled imperceptibly. As Qingfeng and Mingwei returned to the courtyard upon hearing this, they both halted. Xinyuanzi's voice lowered a few degrees. How far is he from Wuzhuang Temple? Su Ming remained silent for a moment. The old thoughts are too fragmented to be precise. But the direction is correct, and the path is also correct. He indeed escaped this way. Xinyuanzi closed his eyes. The branches and leaves of the ginseng fruit tree rustled. After a long time he asked, why did I not notice back then? Su Ming looked at the words primordial purple chi state abnormal on the system panel. Perhaps someone obscured his path. Xinyuanzi opened his eyes. There was no longer warmth in his gaze, only a heavy aura. Who? Su Ming did not answer immediately. He could not answer recklessly. The matter of the red clouds was too deep. Any unsubstantiated words could push the situation toward uncontrollability. He said it cannot be determined yet. But there was indeed an anomaly with the primordial purple chi at that time. The ancestor Hongjun was pursued, and it is likely more than just a simple theft of the purple chi. Xinyuanzi's grip on the whisk gradually tightened. The white silk of the whisk silently straightened. I want to know the truth. Su Ming nodded. In 7 days the heavenly curtain will open. 7 days is too long. Xinyuanzi looked toward the direction of Luoyuan Pavilion. I will accompany you along the old path. Su Ming's brow twitched. If the great immortal goes, it will attract too much attention. Why can I not go along the path of an old friend? This statement was calm, yet indisputable. Su Ming pondered for a moment, and said, you can go, but you cannot make your presence known. The northern underworld is already startled, and the heavenly court will report to Haoyan. If the great immortal moves, the blood sea the west, and the northern underworld will keep a close watch on Mount Wanshou. Xinyuanzi asked, do you have a plan? You can use the Earth Book to create a shadow of the Earth's veins, carrying only 30 of the perception without the pressure of a sage. I will use the thick Earth's regret mark to conceal it, and walk along the old path for a while. If danger arises, the shadow can disperse, and the main body will not move. Xinyuanzi pondered for a moment. This method was prudent. Also frustrating. But he was not an impulsive person. If he truly wanted to find the line of Hongjun, he could not allow Kunping and the underworld river to cut off their retreat. Agreed. Xuanyuanzi raised his hand and a yellowish figure slowly condensed on the earth book resembling him, but with a much weaker aura. Su Ming also stood up. I will go with the shadow. Qing Feng hurriedly said, Su Taoist, you have already exposed some golden light. The northern underworld may set an ambush on the old path. Su Ming smiled. Their ambush indicates that the path is correct. Mingwei quietly said, what if the ambush is heavy? Su Ming glanced at him. If we can't when we run. If we can't run, we call for your master. The shadow of Xuanyuanzi glanced at him lightly. Qing Feng and Mingwei were momentarily unsure whether to laugh. Su Ming had already retracted the golden light that was overflowing with the fire cloud energy. The system panel appeared. Current clue: the old road of Mount Wanshou, target lock onto one of the red cloud benevolent scattered points, potential enemies, northern underworld, demon master forces, heavenly court spies, unknown causal obstruction, suggestion, proceed cautiously to avoid prematurely triggering the main causality of Hongjun's fall. Su Ming looked at the last line, his gaze slightly heavy. To prematurely trigger the main causality. This indicated that behind the death of Hongjun there were indeed deeper issues yet to surface. Xuanyuanzi's shadow had already begun to walk outside the temple. Su Ming followed. Under the ginseng fruit tree, that sliver of fire cloud energy gently swayed, as if someone was raising their hand in the old pavilion of years past, smiling and saying something. Since we are here, let's have a drink before leaving. Outside the mountain, the ancient path grew colder. And far above the northern underworld, the Kunping demon master received a fragmentary cold scale hurriedly transmitted back by his disciple, and his expression gradually darkened. Within the cold scale there remained only a faint glimmer of golden light. Kunping's fingers closed, crushing the cold scale into powder. Su Ming. He raised his head to look towards Mount Wanshou, his eyes brimming with killing intent like the cold tide of the northern sea. You really went to Wuzhuang Temple. In the next moment, 3 black shadows silently swept out from the depths of the northern underworld, racing along the old path of Hongjun's escape, heading straight for the outskirts of Mount Wanshou. Outside Wanshou Mountain, the ancient path is covered in dust. This road has not been walked on for a long time. The mountain wind sweeps through the pine forest, stirring up the withered leaves on the ground. Moss grows between the cracks of the stone steps, and the wild grass by the pavilion has grown to half a person's height. If it weren't for Xuanyuanzi revealing the old traces with the earth book, a common cultivator passing by would simply regard this place as an abandoned mountain path. When Su Ming stepped onto the ancient road, the thick soil beneath his feet sank slightly, leaving a regretful imprint. He could sense that this road was unclean. It wasn't filth. It was because the cause and effect were too old, so old that every stone seemed to bear the weight of unspoken words. Xuanyuanzi's divine shadow walked ahead. The shadow lacked the pressure of a Kwasa saint, its aura faint as a wisp of mountain mist. Yet with every step it took, the earth vein beneath the ancient road would gently yield, revealing the patterns buried by time. Su Ming followed behind, his palm cradling the trace of fire cloud energy protected by golden light. The fire cloud was weak, so weak that a gust of wind could scatter it. But with every segment of stone steps he passed, it would glow softly like an old friend recognizing the path. System prompts appeared. Analyzing the old road of Wanshou Mountain, detected traces of the red cloud's past presence, detected remnants of the cold intent of Biming, detected unknown cause and effect, concealment fragments, distance to benevolent thought scattering point 270 zhang. Su Ming's gaze slightly condensed. Master, when did the old ancestor of the red cloud last come to Wuzhuang Temple? Xuanyuanzi's shadow paused for half a step. After the 3 lectures of the purple cloud palace, he looked toward a half-buried piece of blue stone by the ancient road. He obtained the primordial purple energy but did not know how to deal with it, so he came to ask this poor Taoist. Su Ming asked, what did the master say? This poor Taoist advised him to stay at Wuzhuang Temple. Xuanyuanzi's tone was very calm. But the calmer it was, the more it felt like there was a hidden blade inside. The Earth Book can protect Wanshou Mountain. As long as he does not leave the mountain, even if the Kunping and the Mingi join forces, they may not be able to do anything. Did he not agree? He said if he could not even dare to leave the mountain gate because of a wisp of purple energy, wouldn't he become a bird in a cage? Su Ming fell silent. This sounded like something the Red Cloud would say. Not all good people are unaware of danger. It's just that some good people always feel that the world can't become that bad. But the primordial chaos would tell him that it could be worse. At the end of the ancient road, the Luyun Pavilion gradually revealed its outline. The pavilion was dilapidated, half of the roof caved in. The pillars bore mottled knife marks, unsure whether from the erosion of wind and rain or the remnants of past battles. When the fire cloud energy reached this place, it suddenly trembled violently. The system prompts arrived at the outskirts of the benevolent thoughts, scattering point-type feelings of meeting an old friend, thoughts of returning to the mountain. While fleeing stability, low warning Biming forces are approaching. Warning, there are pre-buried cold Ming feather evils nearby. Su Ming stopped. There is an ambush. Zhen Yuanzi's shadow directed its gaze toward the pine forest outside the pavilion. The forest was silent. Only the wind rustled the pine needles. Su Ming raised his hand, a wisp of golden light spreading out on the ground. The golden light did not probe into the forest, but first circled around the pavilion. Moments later, faint black patterns surfaced beneath 3 pieces of blue stone beside the pavilion. The black patterns were as delicate as feathers. The cold air contained hidden very deep. Cold Ming feather evil. Zhen Yuanzi's shadow said lightly, the means of the Kunping. Su Ming glanced at the black patterns. This wasn't just set up recently. Zhen Yuanzi's shadow fell silent. That was the most critical point. If it were newly set up, it would only indicate that Kunping acted quickly. But this cold Ming feather evil had obviously been buried for many years, possibly buried shortly after the fall of the red cloud. It was not set for Su Ming today. It was to prevent Zhen Yuanzi from discovering this place. Su Ming asked, did Master not notice this thing back then? Zhen Yuanzi's shadow lowered his gaze. This poor Taoist has checked many places, but did not check Liyun Pavilion. Why? Because this poor Taoist thought he had not returned. When these words fell, the wind in the pavilion seemed to be suppressed. Su Ming did not ask further. Sometimes the places people least investigate are the most painful places. Zhen Yuanzi searched throughout the primordial chaos, but could not bear to believe that the red cloud had been so close to home and was forcibly intercepted. Su Ming placed his hand on a piece of blue stone. System prompts appeared. Would you like to consume 5,000 resonance points to dismantle the cold Ming feather evil and extract the historical remnants? Success rate 72%, risk triggering Biming cause and effect resonance, attracting ambushers. Location. He did not execute immediately, but looked toward Zhen Yuanzi. Master, dismantling it might alarm the Kunping. Zhen Yuanzi's shadow replied, he is already alarmed. That's true. Su Ming chuckled softly. Then let's not be polite. His fingertip pressed down the golden light. Dismantle. The golden light seeped into the blue stone. The cold Ming feather evil shrank suddenly, as if pierced by a hot needle. The black patterns transformed into a small feather shadow, trying to escape into the earth vein, but was gently stepped on by Zhen Yuanzi's shadow, causing the entire ancient road's earth energy to instantly solidify, like iron. The feather shadow collided with the earth energy, producing a fine sharp sound. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming caught the feather shadow. In an instant, the scene before him changed dramatically. The ancient road was no longer desolate. The sky darkened. Rain fell like threads. A red figure stumbled from afar. The red cloud's robe was torn, blood on his shoulder, purple light flickering at his chest. He pressed one hand against his chest and supported himself against the pavilion pillar, raising his head to look toward Wanshou Mountain. Zhen Yuanzi. His voice was very soft, as if afraid of startling the pursuers behind him. Su Ming's heart tightened. Zhen Yuanzi's shadow suddenly stirred the earth energy around him. In the scene, the red cloud was about to move forward when a cold wind from Biming suddenly pressed down from the horizon. A colossal black claw reached out from the clouds, striking toward the ancient road. The red cloud gritted his teeth, the fire cloud surging around him, transforming into countless red mists to block the black claw. But at that moment, the wisp of primordial purple energy in his chest suddenly trembled. The purple energy did not protect its master. Instead, it seemed to be pulled by some invisible force, piercing deep into the red cloud's primordial spirit, causing him to stiffen for a moment. In this brief moment, the black claw descended. Boom! Half of the Liyun Pavilion shattered. The red cloud was sent flying, blood splattering onto the blue stone. The scene then fractured. The system prompts flickered violently. Capturing key remnants, the red cloud once reached the old road of Wanshou Mountain. The primordial purple energy experienced abnormal backlash during the chase. Suspected external high-level cause and effect. Pull warning, currently cannot delve deeper. Zhen Yuanzi's shadow stood in place silent. But all the grass and trees along the ancient road bowed down. Su Ming knew that he was angry. Truly angry. He has been here. Zhen Yuanzi's shadow said in a low voice. He is only this stretch of road away from Wuzhuang Temple. Su Ming did not persuade him. At this moment, any persuasion felt like nonsense. He merely sealed the fragments of the cold Ming feather evil within the golden light. This thing is evidence. Zhen Yuanzi's shadow looked at him. Su Ming said, in 7 days the heavenly curtain will play it, and the primordial chaos will see it. Zheng Yuanzi's shadow closed his eyes. Seeing only the Kunpeng is not enough. Su Ming nodded. Not enough. He looked at the line in the system that said high-level cause and effect pull. The Kunpeng is a killer. The Mingi might also be. But the backlash of the primordial purple energy is definitely not something the Kunpeng can achieve. Just then the wind outside the ancient road suddenly turned cold. 3 black shadows silently landed deep in the pine forest. They were all cloaked in black feathers, their faces obscured by cold mist, their auras hidden, but they were all vaguely at the Deluo level. The leader raised his hand, a cold scale gently spinning in his palm. The cold scale reflected the faint golden light beside Luyun Pavilion. Found it. His voice was hoarse. The enumerator is here. The 3 figures from Biming did not act immediately. They were too cautious. This place was close to Wanshou Mountain, where Zheng Yuanzi could summon the Earth's energy at any moment. If they missed their strike, they would be buried within the earth veins, unable to bring even their corpses back to Biming. Su Ming stood in the Luyun Pavilion seemingly unaware. The golden light at his fingertips was still entwined with the remnants of the Hanming feather slaughter, and the fire cloud's energy fluctuated gently before him. Zheng Yuanzi's shadow did not turn around. But Su Ming knew that the earth veins had already locked onto the 3 landing spots outside the pine forest. As long as those 3 took a wrong step, the ground beneath them would turn into a cage. System prompt appeared. Detected hostile presence. 3 from Biming target erased. Traces of Luyun Pavilion probed the host's whereabouts. Suggestion: lure them into using relevant artifacts from Biming's pursuit line, which could complete the traces of the Red Cloud's escape. Su Ming's eyes flickered. Another opportunity delivered to their door. He whispered, "Master, don't rush to strike." Zheng Yuanzi's shadow replied, "This poor Taoist is not yet so blind." Su Ming smiled. In the next moment, he deliberately withdrew half of the golden light. A wisp of energy from the fire cloud suddenly leaked out. That faint aura was weak, yet carried the warmth of Red Cloud's past benevolence. To an ordinary cultivator, it was just a trace of old energy, but to the visitors from Biming, it was like a spark suddenly igniting in the dark night. In the depths of the pine forest, the leading shadow's gaze sharpened. Indeed, it is the trace of Red Cloud. The second shadow whispered, "Should we send a message to the Demon Master?" The leader shook his head. Sending a message would alert the Earth Book. First destroy the trace, then retreat. The third person took out a black feather. The edges of the black feather glimmered with a cold blue sheen, and the quill was stained with a bit of dried red trace. Su Ming saw the black feather, and the system immediately reacted. Detected Biming pursuit line artifact Duanyan Hanyu. This item was once tainted with the aura of Red Cloud's escape, can be used to complete the second segment of Benevolence Scattered Path. Su Ming sneered inwardly. Kunpeng was indeed thorough in his dealings. He sent people to destroy evidence, while still carrying remnants of the old proof. He communicated with Zheng Yuanzi's shadow, the third one on the left, "Don't destroy that feather." Zheng Yuanzi's shadow's gaze turned slightly cold. Understood. In the pine forest, the Duanyan Hanyu was summoned. The cold wind surged. The pine needles in the forest silently frosted, and the grass on the ground quickly withered to black. A slender black light skimmed along the ground towards the Luyun Pavilion, targeting not Su Ming, but the fire cloud's energy. They aimed to destroy the benevolence of Red Cloud. This was the moment Su Ming had been waiting for. The black light entered the pavilion 3 feet. He suddenly pulled back the golden light in his palm, not blocking, but drawing it in. The black light was caught by the golden glow, deviating from the fire cloud's energy and directly crashing into the remnants of the Hanming feather slaughter. The 2 sources of Biming's cold energy collided instantly, igniting a fragment of a fragmented old scene. A rainy night. Red Cloud fled. Behind him, the cold feathers sliced through the fire cloud. Above Biming, a giant shadow loomed, its voice chilling to the bone. "Red Cloud, you caused my downfall, and now you monopolize the purple energy. The heavens are unjust, so I shall take it back myself." Red Cloud turned around, her face devoid of resentment, only fatigue. Kunpeng, the Tao ancestor, bestowed the purple energy, and it was not my desire. The matter of the futon is something I owe you, but giving you the purple energy will resolve your hatred. Stop the nonsense. The cold feather pierced through the air. Red Cloud avoided the fatal blow, but was still cut on her shoulder. The scene shook again. Su Ming quickly raised his hand, locking this fragment of memory with golden light. Captured the second segment of the Biming pursuit line, confirmed Kunpeng pursued Red Cloud, claiming the loss of position in the Zixiao Palace. Red Cloud had expressed willingness to negotiate the ownership of the Hongming purple energy, warning the segment is incomplete and cannot prove the final ownership. The 3 shadows in the pine forest changed their expressions drastically. The leader shouted, "He is borrowing the law to capture the trace." Attack! The 3 of them lunged forward simultaneously. The black feather cloak unfurled, transforming into 3 beams of cold light. One person attacked Su Ming's brow, another slashed at the fire cloud's energy, and the third reached for the Duanyan Hanyu, aiming to reclaim the artifact. Jun Yuanzi's shadow finally moved. He merely raised his hand. 3 pieces of blue stone on the ground simultaneously flipped upwards. Bang! The assailant towards Su Ming was struck in the chest by the blue stone, his body flying back. The second person's feet turned the soil into vine locks, entangling his legs and dragging him halfway into the ground. The third person, the fastest, already touched the Duanyan Hanyu. Su Ming stepped forward, the golden light in his palm, transforming into a blade, slashing diagonally at the opponent's wrist. The Deluo shadow coldly snorted and retaliated with a palm strike. The cold energy in his palm was like a blade. Su Ming did not take it heeding. He sidestepped, and the thick earth's imprint lit up beneath his feet. He seemed to slide half an inch along the ground's energy, while the golden blade, following the momentum, flicked the Duanyan Hanyu away from the opponent's fingers. Jun Yuanzi's shadow swept his robe, and the Duanyan Hanyu fell into his hand. Go! The leading shadow realized the situation was hopeless and immediately crushed a piece of cold scale. The beaming cold mist erupted, and the figures of the 3 simultaneously turned ethereal. Jun Yuanzi's shadow's gaze darkened, and the earth book's ethereal image descended from the sky. The cold mist shattered more than half on the spot. 2 of them were jolted into spitting blood, falling back to the ground. However, the leading shadow took advantage of his companion's obstruction and transformed into a wisp of black wind, escaping 100 feet away. Su Ming's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand and threw out a golden talisman. The golden talisman did not chase the person, but pursued the cause and effect. The leading shadow, while fleeing, left behind a wisp of cold energy which was caught by the golden talisman, instantly igniting a faint golden flame. A muffled groan came from afar. System prompt appeared. Beaming scout mark, tracking time limit 3 days, can reverse locate a remaining trace of the beaming pursuit line. Su Ming did not chase. This was outside Wanshou Mountain, not a place to stretch the battlefield. The 2 suppressed shadows struggled on the ground, their eyes revealing a fierce look, clearly preparing to self-destruct their primordial spirits. Jun Yuanzi's shadow flicked his dust, and the earth energy locked them directly, sealing their mud pill palaces. Do you think you can self-destruct in front of this poor Taoist without consulting this land? The 2 stiffened. Su Ming squatted down, looking at one of them. What did Kunping send you to destroy? The person remained silent. Su Ming was not angry. No worries, if you don't speak the things on you will speak. He took off the cold scales, feather talismans, and a black small bottle from the person's sleeve. The system flashed prompts one by one. Beaming messenger, cold scale, Duanyun's scattered soul powder, cause covering, black feather talisman. Su Ming's gaze turned completely cold when he saw the Duanyun's scattered soul powder. This thing was not for killing. It was specifically for destroying residual souls and scattering old traces. Jun Yuanzi's shadow also saw the small bottle, and the earth energy around him suddenly intensified. The ground emitted a muffled sound, as if unable to bear the weight. The 2 shadows turned pale. Su Ming put away the small bottle. Master, leave one alive. Jun Yuanzi's shadow replied, this poor Taoist knows. If they die now, Kunping could still claim that his subordinates acted on their own. Su Ming stood up. Alive is better for the heavenly curtain to interrogate. The 2 shadows finally showed fear in their eyes. The heavenly curtain interrogation. That was more terrifying than death. Once their purpose was revealed under the heavenly curtain, many of Beiming's cover-ups would be laid bare before the beings of the primordial chaos. Jun Yuanzi's shadow raised his hand and pressed the 2 into the earth vein's prison. Well, review it after returning. Su Ming nodded, then looked towards the Luoyuan pavilion. After the previous tumult, the fire cloud's energy was actually more solid than before. The Duanyan Hanyu hung beside it, intertwining with the fire cloud's energy, forming a faint path of red and black intermingling. System prompt appeared. The old path of Wanshou Mountain's benevolence scattering point successfully locked, acquired red clouds, old path anchor point, acquired beaming pursuit line fragment. The completeness of the 6th material inventory has increased, current material completeness 46%. Su Ming exhaled. 46%. Not enough. But at least it was not completely in the dark. Jun Yuanzi's shadow looked at the Luoyuan pavilion, suddenly raised his hand, and straightened the half-collapsed pavilion pillar. The earth energy supported the pavilion's base, and the broken stones returned to their places. The pavilion was still damaged, but it no longer swayed precariously. Su Ming did not disturb him. After a moment, Jun Yuanzi's shadow said, where to next? Su Ming called up the system path. Optional tracking direction 1 Beiming escape line, optional tracking direction 2 Blood Sea Edge massacre line, optional tracking direction 3 Western cause and effect shadow suggestion Biming has already been alerted it is not advisable to delve deeper into Biming's suggestion. The Blood Sea Edge massacre line is closer to the core of Red Cloud's fall, but more dangerous. Su Ming looked into the distance. Blood Sea, Ming River, another troublesome place. Jin Yuanzi's shadow said, let's go to the Blood Sea. Su Ming glanced at him. Does the master have a past grievance with Ming River? He participated in the pursuit. Then there's one. Su Ming put away the Duanyan Hanyu. However, we cannot head directly to the Blood Sea. We should first return to Wuzhuang Temple, hide the survivor well, and then use the Biming markings on them to spread a false message. Jin Yuanzi's shadow asked, who are we deceiving? Deceiving Kunping into thinking we are investigating Biming. And then we will take a detour through the earth veins to the edge of the Blood Sea. Su Ming smiled gently. Since we are here, we can't let only Biming have the fun. Within Wuzhuang, an earth vein prison silently sank into the deep rear courtyard. Two Biming silhouettes were sealed inside. Their souls' magical power and transmissions were all suppressed by the Dishu. Qingfeng and Mingyue stood guard outside, their expressions far sterner than usual. They had seen the Duanyan Hanyu and the small vial of Sanhan powder. That little bottle chilled even the two youths. Qingfeng murmured, they are not merely afraid that Hongjun ancestor might be rescued. Mingyue added, they fear the traces Hongjun ancestor might have left behind. Jin Yuanzi himself sat beneath the ginseng fruit tree, the Duanyan Hanyu, and the small vial of Sanhan powder before him. His face was composed. Yet the earth chi of the entire Wuzhuang Guan was noticeably heavier than usual. Opposite him, Su Ming sat arranging a false trail. He plucked a cold scale from a Biming scout, sealed a lingering thread of his golden light within it, and deliberately infused it with the aura of the Duanyan Hanyu. A system prompt appeared, forging tracking residue, intended misdirection. Biming's old escape, route success probability, 81. Consume 2,000 resonance points to improve stability. Consume. Resonance consumed 2,000. Forge trace, stabilized. Su Ming crushed the cold scale. A faint tremor radiated along the direction the Biming scout had last sent a transmission. To outsiders it would appear that Su Ming, having seized a clue, hurriedly pursued Biming. Jin Yuanzi said, will Kunpeng believe it? He will not wholly believe. But he will certainly guard against it. Why? Because he is insecure. Su Ming folded the Duanyan Hanyu into his golden light. The guilty do not fear false trails, they fear the one that might be true. Jin Yuanzi fell silent, then said, you read people well. Su Ming sighed. At the bottom of life, if you cannot read faces, you starve easily. Jin Yuanzi glanced at him. As an auditor who could unsettle the celestial court, when he spoke it carried the clear-eyed sobriety of a common townsman. It was strange, and it felt true. After a moment, Jin Yuanzi's split shadow condensed again. This time its aura was fainter, bearing only a single ethereal Dishu page. Su Ming overlaid their tracks with a thick earth residue imprint and tucked a trace anchor of Hongyun's old route into his palm. Qingfeng worried, Lord, the edge of the Blood Sea is perilous. Shall we wait until the sky veil opens to investigate? Jin Yuanzi shook his head. When the sky veil opens, Mingyi will be prepared. Going then would leave no gap. Going now offers a sliver of opportunity. Mingyue looked at Su Ming. Friend Su, don't lose my lord's split shadow. Su Ming's mouth twitched. Your lord is worth far more than I am. I will be careful. Jin Yuanzi's split shadow said lightly, go. A narrow fissure in the earth vein opened. The two slipped inside. From Wanshou Mountain to the Blood Sea, to traverse above would cause too much stir. Moving through the earth veins was like a fish slipping into a subterranean current, slower yet far more concealed. Along the way, Su Ming beheld another face of the primordial land. Above ground lay mountains and rivers, cities and sanctuaries, demon lairs and human hamlets. Deep within the veins, however, lay another web. Spiritual energy flowed like water, karmic residue like silt, resentful chi pooled like dark red clotted blood settling beneath ancient battlefields. The closer they drew to the Blood Sea, the fouler the veins grew. Not merely the scent of blood, but the tang of countless grudges, murderous guilt, and filth settling into one stench. Jin Yuanzi's split shadow said, the Blood Sea is where the world's corrupt blood gathers. Mingyi was born of it. He revels in bloodshed, yet he also excels at cloaking filth. Su Ming asked, why did Hongjun flee to the edge of the Blood Sea back then? It was not his wish to go to the Blood Sea, Jin Yuanzi's split shadow said. He was driven there by the routes of pursuit. To the north was Kunpeng. Behind him were many coveting the purple chi. The western path was uncertain. Wanshou Mountain was sealed. His paths dwindled. Su Ming understood. It was not that Hongjun could not flee. Someone had driven him step by step into a system prompt appeared. Approaching the edge of the Blood Sea, detected strong killing causality, detected faint response of Hongyun's benevolent thought, detected increased probability of the Blood Sea's attention suggestion, maintain low-level Earth Vein stealth. Su Ming slowed his pace. At the terminus of the vein ahead, a red light shivered. The edge of the Blood Sea was like a dark red ocean pouring into the earth. Its tides made no water sound, only the wails of resentful souls. The two halted beneath a cracked crimson rock. Above the ground lay the Blood Sea's eastern rim. There was a wasteland eaten by blood mist. In the center of the waste stood several broken stone pillars. Ancient fire cloud patterns were carved upon them, though most had been worn smooth by blood sickness. The fire cloud chi here suddenly grew scorching. Potential area of scattered remnants of Hongjun's benevolent thought, detected types, dying unwillingness, intent to protect purple chi thoughts of an unseen old friend stability, extremely low being eroded by the Blood Sea's malevolent chi, a chill tightened Su Ming's chest. This scattering point was more dangerous than Luoyuan Pavilion. Luoyuan Pavilion was the meeting of old friends, a gentle echo. This place sat at death's verge. If triggered, it might unleash the most violent causality from before Hongjun's fall. Jun Yuan's split shadow had clearly sensed it as well. His gaze settled on the stone pillars. Fire cloud escape pillars. Belonging to Hongjun ancestor. Yes. He favored the fire cloud escape technique. In flight, he left brief escape pillars to bewilder pursuers. These must be remnants from that day. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. They remain to this day. Jun Yuan's split shadow said, if none intentionally sustained them, they would have faded long ago. Silence fell between them. Someone sustained them. Who? Mingi. Or Hongjun's own last benevolent thought. Su Ming raised his hand. Golden light slowly probed the earth's surface. But the instant the light touched the first escape pillar, a wave rose from the depths of the Blood Sea. Upon its crest, a blood-colored gaze peered out from afar. Mingi noticed. Strangely, he did not strike at once. In the Blood Sea's depth, Mingi ancestor sat upon a 12-grade karmic fire red lotus, tapping his knee with a finger. Before him the blood congealed into a mirror. In it the crimson rock wasteland of the eastern rim shimmered, but it showed no images of Su Ming or Jun Yuan's split shadow. Only a few faintly glowing escape pillars. Mingi narrowed his eyes. Jun Yuan's earth chi. And Su Ming's golden light. An Azura king whispered, Ancestor, shall we send someone to seize them? Mingi sneered coldly. Seize whom? Jun Yuan's or Su Ming? The Azura king dared not reply. Mingi stared at the escape pillars in the mirror. A something complex flickered in his gaze. When they had pursued Hongjun, he had indeed acted. Who would not covet the Hongmeng purple chi? Yet in the end the purple chi vanished. Hongjun self-detonated, and none profited. Now Su Ming was reopening old accounts. Mingi was unwilling to be the first to act. Biming had already moved. The celestial court watched. The West would surely be watching as well. If he acted now, it would be tantamount to admitting the Blood Sea's insecurity. Mingi lifted a hand. The Blood Sea will not move. The Azura king flinched. Ancestor. Let them investigate. Ming's eyes darkened. I would like to see who in the end intercepted Hongjun's purple chi back then. Beneath the crimson waste, Su Ming perceived that the Blood Sea's gaze had not descended. His brow lifted. Mingi is watching, but not acting. Jun Yuan's split shadow said, he wants to know as well. Su Ming said, it seems the spoils back then were not evenly divided. Jun Yuan's split shadow glanced at him. Crude words, yet not without reason. Su Ming wasted no more time. He wrapped the Duanyun Hanyu in golden light, and led the fire cloud chi to touch the escape pillar. Three airs met. Above the wasteland the blood mist suddenly recoiled. A fragmented scene surfaced. Hongjun staggered to the ground, grievously wounded. The Biming's cold feather chased from behind U in the direction of the Blood Sea. A bloodlight also ascended. Ming's voice rose from the blood waves. Hongjun, surrender the purple chi, and I will ensure a sliver of your true spirit enters reincarnation. Hongjun laughed, coughing blood. Mingi, your words sound even less sincere than Kunpeng's. The blood waves surged. Countless blood divine children charged. Hongjun raised his hand. Fire clouds roared across the sky and scorched away the first wave. But the Hongmeng purple chi at his chest trembled again. This time the purple light seemed drawn by some distant invisible force, briefly detaching a half-inch from his spirit. Hongjun's face changed. Not you. He looked to the Blood Sea, then to the north. Who else? The scene abruptly shattered. A system prompt flashed urgently. Key residual trace captured. Hongmeng purple chi experienced a second abnormal tug at the Blood Sea's edge. Hongjun confirms a third party besides Kunpeng and Mingi, warning third party's causal concealment is extremely strong. Material completeness increased 61. Su Ming's heart jolted. A third party. At last it had been grasped. Jun Yuan's split shadow swelled with earth chi like a tide. Who else? Su Ming did not answer. In the Blood Sea's depth, Mingi ancestor had suddenly risen. The phrase, "not you," from the blood mirror echoed clear in his ears. Ming's face grew black with displeasure. "So it is," he muttered. He had suspected as much years ago. Hongjun self-detonated too quickly. The purple chi vanished too cleanly. It was as if someone taking advantage of the chaos erased the final traces. Mingi said coldly, "Su Ming, continue your search." His voice crossed the Blood Sea and carried to the edge of the